Chapter 1. The Night in the Enchanting Madame's Chamber. In a certain year of the 21st century, all nations on Blue Star united to form a world joint government, ushering in an era of great unification. Just as humanity celebrated the advent of peace, a monumental upheaval began. In the land of cherry blossoms and the Lighthouse Nation, radioactive materials were discharged into the oceans, carried into the global water systems by super typhoons, colossal tsunamis, and the evaporation of seawater. Soon after, a mysterious RNA virus swept across the globe. Half a month later, damn it, why hasn't the system activated yet? A frail young man stood by the window, watching the zombies shamble down the street. He clenched his fist and struck the wall in frustration. His name was Chun Jiwan. He had perished unexpectedly while playing a family cultivation game and found himself transported to this world, bearing a family system with him. 23 years had passed, and the bioapocalypse had arrived, yet the system in Chun Jiwan's mind remained dormant. The family system perhaps required him to establish a family before it could be activated. Thus, over the years, Chun Jiwan had contemplated marrying a woman, hoping to trigger the system. However, with his ordinary appearance and physique, compounded by a congenital heart condition and the absence of parental support from his upbringing in a welfare institution, he had faded into mediocrity, merely surviving in a society where even that was an accomplishment. The women who might have considered him were either older, unattractive, or afflicted by illness, seeking a caregiver rather than a partner. He had even explored monetary transactions, attempting high-end arrangements, all to no avail. This left him feeling despondent, though he had discerned the hidden criteria required for activation. Then, half a month ago, the bioapocalypse erupted, heightening the urgency within Chun Jiwan. Standing on the balcony, he gazed below. A horde of zombies wandered the streets, and upon spotting the slightest hint of life or sound, they would surge forward frantically, consumed by their madness. In recent days, he had witnessed survivor groups descending from their residences in search of food and supplies. Yet no team had managed to return alive from the convenience store. My food will eventually run out. I cannot continue to wait for military rescue. I must take action, he resolved. At that moment, a woman emerged from the neighboring balcony. She was a young matron, with an oval face and exquisite features, clad in a loose pink nightgown, standing approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall. Her figure was voluptuous, and her alluring visage exuded an intoxicating charm that could easily entice a man into her embrace. With her breathtaking beauty and captivating aura, she was truly a natural seductress. This enchanting matron, named Lu Yin, was married to a remarkably handsome man. Their interactions with Chun Jiwan had been minimal, limited to mere nods as neighbors. Chun Jiwan sensed Lu Yan's indifference towards him, particularly after she learned that he rented his apartment. While she appeared amiable on the surface, her underlying attitude was one of polite detachment. Consequently, despite his desire to engage with her, Chun Jiwan maintained his rationality and seldom interacted with her. Thus, even after 3 months of neighboring, he remained unaware of her profession, name, or family circumstances. When Chun Jiwan noticed Lu Yin, she had also taken notice of him. Her face instantly lit up with surprise. This neighbor is still alive and looks well. Surely he must have food. Lu Yan's supplies had run out 2 days prior, and she had stepped out to see if any rescue teams were imminent. Instead, she found Chun Jiwan. Suppressing her excitement, she clasped her hands together and implored, "Could you spare me a bit of food?" Only then did she recall her previous aloofness towards this seemingly ordinary man, devoid of remarkable talents. She typically admired those with flair and romantic charm. Chun Jiwan heard her voice, tinged with weakness and hope. Had her food truly run out so soon? He glanced at the enchanting matron, but chose to leave without a word. As Lu Yin watched him depart, disappointment surged within her, erasing the joy and longing that had graced her features moments earlier. In such dire times, who would willingly share their food? In this world, sustenance was 100-fold more precious than gold. Disheartened, Lu Yin shook her head and retreated to her bedroom. She filled her kettle with water, adding a pinch of salt before gulping it down. Alas, the water could not satiate her hunger, merely prolonging her survival for a brief while. Without food, one could only last a little over 10 days. Like that unfortunate man from the cold nation, Li Ziming, who fell into a coma after 19 days, suffering irreversible damage to his body. Chun Jo-won retrieved a plastic bottle and filled it with rice. He lived in a shared residence with 4 households. In the kitchen, food supplies, rice, soybeans, and various noodles remained, ensuring he could ration enough sustenance to last a month, as he was the sole occupant of the apartment. Upon reaching the balcony, his heart sank when he did not see Lu Yan. He quickly glanced below, relieved to find no sign of her demise. He tossed the bottle of rice on a Lu Yan's balcony. He was neither a saint nor a villain. Activating the system could only be achieved through her. The sound drew Lu Yan's attention, and she turned to see something on her balcony. Her heart raced with excitement as she dashed outside to retrieve the bottle filled with rice. Looking up, she met Chun Jo-won's gaze, and her eyes sparkled with overwhelming joy, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Truly a beauty whose smile could captivate an entire city. Chun Jo-won felt a stirring within him, moistening his dry lips and offering her a smile before retreating to search for tools to scale her residence. What a kind man, Lu Yan murmured softly as she watched him leave, a wave of gratitude washing over her. In this chaotic world, it was rare to find someone willing to share their food. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Jo-won had unwittingly earned the title of a Good Samaritan. Meanwhile, he rummaged through the living room and soon discovered a toolbox. This safety kit, provided by the rental agency, contained a small fire extinguisher, escape ropes, and emergency whistles among other items. As darkness enveloped the sky, Chun Jo-won donned a backpack and made his way to the balcony, securing the rope around himself. He carefully maneuvered along the edge of the wall towards the opposite side. With barely 10 centimeters of footing, he tread cautiously, fearful of slipping and falling. After a perilous journey, he finally reached Lu Yan's balcony. Untying the rope, he gently pushed open the balcony door and entered her bedroom. Ding! Family system activated. Granting a generous package, system backpack opened, capable of storing 100 reward items. Family skill activated, reward. Scholar skill that host vitality increased by 30. Chapter 2. She is still a treasure of a young wife. Early the next morning, Chun Jo-won awoke first. As he gazed at the ethereal screen before him, an overwhelming sense of joy filled his heart. Host, Chun Jo-won, Chin family. Level 1, vitality, 80, 3050 sub-health, over 50 is healthy. The normal human limit is 100 points. Spatial backpack, none. Personal skills, none. Family skills, scholar, level 1. Family points, 0. Family points can enhance family or personal skills and are also a vital resource for elevating family levels. This was the entirety of the system panel. Chun Jo-won noticed a small exclamation mark next to Scholar, which he could click on. Scholar, level 1 capable of quickly mastering fundamental knowledge and skills in a short time, learning more swiftly than an ordinary person. Note 1, effective for the host and designated characters. After a dozen minutes, Chun Jo-won thoroughly explored this family system, his heart brimming with elation. At present, expanding family members or achieving specific events would yield system rewards and family points. How to expand the family scale? Pondering while stroking his chin, Chun Jo-won mused, surely, a spouse would be the simplest way. His thoughts electrified, Chun Jo-won's gaze settled upon the beautiful young wife. He observed her long eyelashes flutter gently, her nose slightly twitching. Lu Yan had actually awakened long ago, yet she dared not open her eyes. Uncertain of how to confront her neighbor, Lu Yan merely hoped he would leave soon, returning to his own home. She wished yesterday's events would be forgotten to avoid any awkwardness. Chun Jo-won murmured, still not awake? Surely, you aren't pretending to be asleep. He approached the bedside, grasping the young woman's delicate foot and teasingly scratching the Yongquan point on the sole. How ticklish. Lu Yan felt a surge of annoyance, pulling the covers up to her chin and leaning against the headboard, questioning, why are you in my bed? Chun Jo-won remained silent. Retrieving a backpack from the nightstand and tossing it onto her lap, Lu Yan looked at him, her beautifully arched brows furrowing, her tone growing cold. What is this? Chun Jo-won replied directly, it can sustain you for 3 days. Lu Yan paused in surprise, hastily unzipping the bag to reveal its contents. Rice, pickled vegetables, ham sausage, spicy strips, and boneless chicken feet. She licked her red lips. For the hungry, food is of paramount importance. Having truly experienced hunger herself, she understood the profound happiness of being well-fed and could appreciate the significance of the long-standing greeting in Daxia. Have you eaten? Chun Jo-won declared. Come with me from now on. I can make you my primary wife. Lu Yan was taken aback, staring at Chun Jo-won in disbelief. She hesitated, her lips parting slightly, and softly replied, I have a husband. Chun Jo-won seized the opportunity to ask, where is your husband? He hasn't returned. A flicker of sorrow crossed Lu Yan's eyes as she continued. A few days ago, our food ran out, and he went out in search of supplies. Since then, there has been no word from him. Chen Jiuan smiled. So, your husband has either transformed into a zombie or fled. It is evident that you wish to survive. Am I correct? Otherwise, you would have already followed the fate of others and ended your life. Why not accompany me? I shall protect you, providing sustenance and a safe haven. Pausing to assess the contemplative expression on the striking woman's face, he continued to elucidate the harsh realities. Given the multitude of zombies outside, venturing out would be akin to walking into a death trap. The military's rescue efforts remain uncertain, and as a delicate woman, utterly defenseless, your chances of survival diminish significantly. Furthermore, even if you were to encounter others, how can you ensure they are benevolent and not a menace? In these chaotic times, trust is a rarity. And you must comprehend the dire plight of women in this apocalyptic environment. Being preyed upon by numerous men is the least favorable scenario. My intention is to make you my wife, ensuring that no other man lays claim to you. Chen Jiuan did not employ manipulative tactics on the beautiful woman. His words were grounded in truth. Lu Yan fell into a deep silence, her gaze reflecting an inner struggle. She had entered into marriage with her husband through familial matchmaking. He was an artist, remarkably talented, possessing both good looks and a respectable background, coupled with a commendable character. Lu Yan admired these qualities, which led her to marry him. However, after their union, she discovered that they had never consummated their marriage, only to later realize that her husband identified as gay, entangled with other men, which left her feeling profoundly unsettled. It was at that juncture that she understood his motive for marrying her was merely to serve as a facade. As she pondered, Lu Yan turned her attention to Chen Jiuan. It was not a matter of disdain. The reality was that had circumstances remained unchanged, she would have never crossed paths with a man such as him, much less allowed him to benefit from her. Yet, in this dire situation, he was indeed a man, capable of providing food. His physique was commendable, and he had proven his mettle by defending her against threats. The prospect of hunting zombies and gathering resources under his protection appeared to be a judicious choice. Chen Jiuan did not intrude upon her thoughts. He discovered that the family system could also discern information about the woman before him. Name: Lu Yan. Quality: extraordinary, ordinary, rare, extraordinary. Epic: vitality, 55, affection level, 51, attractiveness, 87, figure, 91, abilities, culinary arts, level 7, nutritionist, level 5. Intrigued, Chen Jiuan clicked to view the details. Culinary arts, level 7 holds an international reputation in the culinary field, capable of serving as the head chef of a renowned restaurant and researching innovative cooking techniques. Nutritionist, level 5 junior nutritionist, licensed to provide general nutritional advice to individuals and communities. Upon reviewing the woman's profile, Chen Jiuan was both astonished and elated. The enchanting woman was not only a master chef, but also a qualified nutritionist, possessing a plethora of additional minor skills. She truly is a hidden gem, a treasure of a woman. Oh, no, she should rather be referred to as a treasure of a lady. It is no wonder that I previously sensed a subtle aloofness from this enchanting woman. Such detachment is likely not directed solely at me, but rather towards a multitude of ordinary men. It is quite natural for a capable woman to harbor a certain disdain for those men who lack her prowess. By the way, I still do not know your name. After contemplating, the stunning lady Lu Yan felt a hint of shyness emerge on her face. Chen Jiuan. With a newfound clarity, Chen Jiuan turned his attention to the determined Lu Yan. She exhibited no intention of resistance, clearly having made her decision. As expected, Lu Yan bashfully declared, I am willing to be with you. Affection level: 60. The affection level of this captivating lady surged significantly. Ding. Detected that the host has established a relationship with a compatible female, unlocking the spouse system. Family member expansion. Reward: host gains 50 vitality. Reward: host acquires the skill Poison God. Reward: host receives the weapon Spear of the Underworld. Reward: host obtains Gourmet Card 1. Chen Jiuan was overjoyed. He embraced the woman tightly and shared a tender kiss before beaming with delight. From now on, you will be a member of the Chen family. Come, call me husband. Lu Yan tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, a wave of shyness flooding her heart, and gently responded, husband. Love often begins with physical attraction, becomes ensnared by talent, is captivated by the body, intoxicated by deep affection, and remains loyal to character. Ultimately, it falters under materialism and succumbs to reality. Chapter 3. He only believes in love that grows over time. Having received a series of rewards, Chen Jiuan was ecstatic. After soothing Lu Yan, he hesitated not for a moment. He extracted all of his vitality, and in an instant, warmth surged through his body, energy coursing through every limb, enhancing his physical prowess in every aspect. Vitality: 130, Chun Jiuan's body surpassed the limits of ordinary humanity, achieving an extraordinary, superhuman form. What is a superhuman? One who transcends the ordinary, an anomaly. This is merely a member of an exceptional lineage. As morning transitioned to 10 o'clock, Lu Yin busied herself with cooking. Meanwhile, Chun Jiuan continued to explore the family system within the confines of his room. He discovered that one could also choose to dissolve the bond, essentially discarding family members. Furthermore, the Chun family currently stands at level 1, with requirements to advance to level 2. 1. 200 family points. 2. The number of family members must reach 2. Lastly, rewards were stored in the system's inventory. With a thought, Chun Jiuan summoned a card. Name, Gourmet card. Description, upon use, dishes gain a flavor rating of 1, and nutritional value of 1. Quite intriguing, Chun Jiuan mused, as he approached the kitchen to find Lu Yin preparing a meal. The woman's long hair flowed freely, her curves enchanting, her silhouette a vision of beauty. Lu Yin softly remarked, "Please wait outside for a moment. I will have it ready shortly." Affection level, 67. It had risen since before. Stranger, 50 points. The two parties find themselves in a relatively unfamiliar state, knowing little about each other and lacking a profound emotional connection. Friendly, 5,170 points. A friendly relationship has been established, leading to the sharing of life details and feelings. Chun Jiuan and Lu Yin are currently in this phase. At 7,190 points, intimacy is reached. At 9,199 points, deep affection, 100 points signifies total fulfillment. You continue with your pursuits, and I shall observe casually. Chun Jiuan glanced at the woman's actions. Lu Yin was simply preparing food, as the ingredients were rather limited. Shortly thereafter, Chun Jiuan took out the Divine Chef card, silently invoking its use. Instantly, the card vanished without a trace. Only Chun Jiuan could sense the unique energy enveloping the kitchen. Leaving the kitchen, Chun Jiuan settled onto the sofa. He now possessed two abilities, Scholar of the Gods and God of Poison. God of Poison, level 1. The unscathed, possessing remarkable immunity to zombies, rendering viruses incapable of surviving within their bodies, thus maintaining perfect health. With this skill, I no longer need to fear infection. Ordinary people must tread carefully when confronting zombies, worried about contamination, which halves their combat effectiveness. Chun Jiuan no longer harbored such concerns, granting him a significant psychological advantage. Considering the name God of Poison, perhaps I shall become a master of viruses in the future? After musing quietly, he turned his attention to the system space. With a mere thought, a weapon appeared in his hand, the Spear of the Underworld. This weapon, forged from metal, was quite heavy, weighing approximately 10 kilograms. Such weight would undoubtedly challenge the average individual. Even well-trained soldiers would find it difficult to wield effectively in prolonged combat. However, Chun Jiuan was different. His physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary humans, with strength and endurance significantly enhanced, making the Spear of the Underworld a perfect match for him. Furthermore, the spear could absorb dark energy through the annihilation of zombies, thereby elevating its level and power. Spear of the Underworld, level 1. Level 1 skill, Awakening of the Underworld God. The wielder of the spear initially senses the dormant dark power within the weapon. This skill provides an enhancement to attacks, rendering the wielder's strikes formidable. Grasping the spear, a surge of ambition arose within Chun Jiuan. Sitting on the sofa, he turned on the television. His mobile phone had no signal, but the television was different, still receiving some programming signals. After the advertisements concluded, a figure appeared on the screen, an investigator from the World United Government. Greetings, I am Senior Researcher Dong Guangren, here to provide a basic introduction to the zombie virus. The zombie virus enters host cells through a highly specialized receptor-mediated mechanism. This receptor exists solely on the surface of human or certain mammalian cells. The virus exerts specific effects on the host's nervous system, causing the infected to lose rationality and emotional control, becoming frenzied. Chun Jiuan pondered thoughtfully. Currently, the zombie virus does not infect plants, oviparous animals, or insects. Thus, agricultural pursuits remain viable for sustenance. Not long past, Lu Yin prepared a pot of congee, carefully processing the pickled vegetables and ham sausage. She served a bowl to her husband with a smile, saying, "Darling, give it a taste." Chun Jiuan accepted the bowl, blowing on it gently before devouring it hungrily. Delicious, truly delicious. The congee and pickled vegetables were quite ordinary. Yet with the enhancement of the food god card's attributes, deliciousness and nutrition, these humble dishes transformed into something extraordinarily delightful. It was akin to adding a spoonful of modern chicken essence to a broth in ancient times. In those days, the essence of soup was derived from extracting monosodium glutamate. Really? Lu Yin responded with surprise. Even as a skilled chef, it was challenging to make ordinary ingredients taste exquisite. However, witnessing Chun Jiuan's enthusiasm, she felt quite pleased. Is it really that good? Lu Yin laughed and took a bite herself. After tasting, She froze, her cherry lips parting in astonishment. It has truly become delicious. What is going on? She took another bite, and indeed, it was remarkably tasty. Unable to contain her surprise, she glanced at her husband, wondering if he had a hand in this. Just then, a loud knocking interrupted them from outside. Lu Yan, open the door. Stick with us, and we can ensure your safety. Chen Jiuan glanced at the visual doorbell, where two men appeared on the screen. He whispered to Lu Yan, "Who are they?" Lu Yan replied softly, "Those are the two brothers from the Zhou family upstairs. They visited yesterday. It seems they have an interest in you." Chen Jiuan remarked with a smile, though a glint of menace flickered in his eyes. Lu Yan shared this sentiment. After all, her beauty and figure were hard to ignore, inevitably attracting attention. "What should we do?" she asked. Chen Jiuan pondered briefly before responding, "For now, let us ignore them. They dare to approach our door," suggesting they possess some strength, possibly even being the so-called supernatural beings mentioned by the government. He resolved to hone his spear skills, enhancing his combat effectiveness before taking action, ensuring a more secure approach. Upon realizing the silence from within, the men outside waited a moment before departing. Zhou Sun stamped his foot impatiently, exclaiming, "Brother!" Lu Yan isn't opening the door. "What should we do?" Zhou Yu licked his lips, a glimmer of silver flashing in his eyes. "Then let us just break the door down. But first, we need to find some tools." He indeed possessed a supernatural ability known as heat source perception, which lacked offensive capability but could be utilized to evade zombies while foraging for food. After finishing the kanji, Lu Yan tidied up the house. Meanwhile, Chen Jiuan picked up the spear of the underworld, practicing simple thrusting, swinging, and turning movements. With a strong physique, a formidable weapon, and a measure of technique, he could undoubtedly unleash even greater power. Chapter 4. Thankfully, she is not a saint. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Chen Jiuan diligently practiced with the spear of the underworld, and under the enhancement of the scholar's blessing, his spear techniques advanced rapidly. The art of spear wielding was something Chen Jiuan emulated based on the training methods he had seen in television shows featuring soldiers. His primary reference was action films from Hong Kong, as many of these showcased genuine training techniques. Martial Arts, Level 3. Introduction. The learner masters various fundamental spear techniques, such as thrusting, slicing, cleaving, and prodding. They have learned how to execute these attacks with precision. At Level 2 of Spear Mastery, one acquires proficiency in footwork. At Level 3, one masters basic attacks. It can be said that Chen Jiuan is now fully prepared for the battlefield. In the bedroom, Lu Yan lay atop the man, her alluring visage tinged with concern as she said, "Darling, we will run out of food at home by today." Affinity, 70. After 3 days of companionship, Chen Jiuan had come to understand the woman's character rather well. Though her face bore an enchanting allure, her inner self was not as liberated. She preferred to engage in more traditional positions in bed. "I still have plenty of food in my room," Chen Jiuan replied. Throughout these days, he had consumed the majority of the provisions. With an increase in vitality, his energy expenditure had likewise escalated. Rising from the bed and donning his shoes, Chen Jiuan seized the spear of the underworld. Peering outside, he noticed 3 zombies wandering near the door. These 3 had been summoned by the 2 brothers of the Zhou family, likely in a bid to prevent Lu Yan from escaping. "Dear, come over here and help me slay them," Chen Jiuan urged, donning a mask. Lu Yan also wore a mask and turned to the visual doorbell, asking, "What should we do?" Surveying the room, Chen Jiuan finally fixed his gaze upon the table and sofa. He moved them to the front door, reasoning that with these heavy obstacles in place, the zombies would be unable to burst in at once. "I will simply pierce them with the spear," he declared. Lu Yan quickly grasped the man's intent and, believing it feasible, cautiously approached and turned the doorknob. The door opened a small crack. At that moment, Lu Yan braced against the table, ready to prevent the zombies from overpowering it and pushing their way inside. The 2 zombies outside immediately caught sight of the fresh scent of living humans wafting through the crack. Growling, they roared, emitting frenzied howls, their bodies exuding a foul stench mingled with the scent of blood. Without hesitation, Chen Jiuan gathered strength in his arms, waist, and thighs, unleashing a sudden burst of energy. The spear of the underworld lunged forward in an instant. Level 1 skill, Awakening of the Underworld, activated. With a swift thrust, the nearly 2-meter-long spear pierced the skull of the first zombie that had dared to intrude, penetrating its forehead with ease. Grr! The first zombie fell slowly to the ground, while the head of the second zombie emerged, emitting a menacing snarl. Chen Jiuan extracted the spear and thrust again, vanquishing the second zombie as well. "This fellow is rather formidable," Lu Yan mused silently, a smile gracing her face as a sense of security washed over her. She glanced at the spear, noting that a typical spear measured 5 to 6 meters in length, suitable for use on horseback. The spear before her was significantly shorter, leaving her curious about how this man had acquired such a regulated weapon. As he moved the table and sofa aside, Chen Jiuan turned his attention to the remaining two zombies. In the narrative, there exist crystals and cores that, upon absorption, enhance one's strength. A fleeting thought crossed Chen Jiuan's mind. Without hesitation, he shattered the skulls of the two zombies, their brains splattering in a gruesome display. Lu Yin could not suppress her urge to retch. The sight of a fellow human's corpse invariably evokes a sense of revulsion. The stench of decaying flesh is a scent that lingers hauntingly. Yet, the odor of excrement from a restroom can somehow mitigate the memory of that foul smell. Will you rest or accompany me home for supplies? Lu Yin, stifling her nausea, inquired. I'll go with you, she decided. Very well. Chen Jiuan nodded and approached his front door, entering the passcode to unlock it. Lu Yin stepped inside, making a beeline for the kitchen. Bring everything out. I'll fetch some clothes from the bedroom. For 3 days, Chen Jiuan had been without a change of garments. Fortunately, April's weather was mild. While practicing his spear technique, he had stripped down, avoiding perspiration that might cause odor. After selecting his attire, Chen Jiuan entered the living room, where Lu Yin had already transported the food from the kitchen, primarily rice and flour, with a few additional items. Yet, Lu Yan's face blossomed with joy as she exclaimed, there are also soybeans and ginseng. We can make 8 treasure ginseng porridge. Chen Jiuan smiled in return, expressing his eagerness to taste it. He then paused before asking, do you know which room upstairs belongs to the 2 individuals named Zhou? I do. Lead the way. You mean to do what I think you intend. Chen Jiuan completed her unfinished thought, and, regarding Lu Yin with earnestness, inquired, will you attempt to dissuade me? Should Lu Yin truly embody the archetype of a benevolent figure, pleading for the men who had intentions against her, Chen Jiuan would be deeply disappointed and would sever their bond in search of new companions. There's a saying, after all, in chaotic times, one must eliminate the benevolent. Those who spare malevolent foes may not be of sound mind. Lu Yin sensed the sudden gravity of the atmosphere and recognized the man's seriousness. She hastily replied, how could I? I would never hinder you. I merely worry that you may not be a match for those 2. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. So, you are concerned for me. Chen Jiuan gently caressed the young woman's face, smiling as he said, you should know well my combat prowess. Lu Yin bit her lip playfully, retorting, I am aware of your strength, but that is in a different context. Those 2 are not women. You still underestimate me. Soon, you shall witness your man's true power. Chen Jiuan shook his head. Seeing his confidence, Lu Yin could only follow with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Upon opening the door, they immediately halted. Before them stood 2 men, the Zhou brothers, Zhou Sun and Zhou Yu. For 3 days, they had struggled to find suitable tools to breach the door, their frustration mounting. Hearing the sounds of zombies from downstairs, they had cautiously descended to investigate, and upon seeing the corpses of the 2 zombies, their eyes fell upon the ajar door. The woman, once lost, has now reappeared. Initially, the 2 brothers were filled with disappointment upon discovering her disappearance. Suddenly, the door to Chen Jiuan's residence swung open, revealing Lu Yin at the threshold, a sight that brought immense joy to the brothers, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. A wave of emotion surged within them, as if they had regained something precious. Lu Yin remained within their grasp. They still had the chance to be close to Feng Zhe. Chapter 5. Lu Yan's favorability increases. What a stroke of luck. Chen Jiuan wore a cold smirk. He had intended to seek out the 2 men, but unexpectedly, they materialized at his door. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Jiuan brandished the spear of the underworld god and charged forward. With a swift thrust, he pierced through the chest of Zhou Sun, who was still reeling from the exhilaration of having regained Lu Yin. The spear shattered his heart. Zhou Sun's eyes bulged in shock, rolling back into his head. With a swift motion, Chen Jiuan withdrew the spear and aimed it at the other man, Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu's face drained of color as he stumbled backward, attempting to evade the attack. Yet his reaction was far too sluggish. In the same breath, Chen Jiuan advanced, plunging the spear into his chest. You lack honor, Zhou Yu bellowed, his eyes wide with despair and disbelief. How could a powerful ability user meet his demise in such a manner? The reality was too bitter for him to accept. His legs buckled, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. The Zhou brothers had met their end. Lu Yin gazed at the scene before her, reflecting on a phrase, ruthless yet few words. Simultaneously, a sense of security blossomed within her, warming her entire being. To be accompanied by such a man would undoubtedly enhance her chances of survival in this apocalypse. Favorability, 80. Intimacy at 7190 points. The bond between them deepened, showcasing profound trust and emotional connection, possibly leading to deeper interactions. Chen Jiuan smiled gently and said, you should go home and prepare breakfast. I will search their rooms. With a glimmer of admiration in her eyes, Lu Yin replied, all right. She picked up a bag filled with food and stepped inside, turning back to him with a tender admonition, be careful. I will prepare something delicious for you upon your return. All right, Chen Jiuan said, pinching her cheek with a smile. As the door closed, he turned his attention to the 2 lifeless bodies. Among the items he found were a baseball bat, a kitchen knife repurposed into a dagger, a key, and 3 pieces of chocolate in their pockets. Most importantly, each man possessed a walkie-talkie, a valuable asset indeed. Security personnel in residential areas, shopping malls, police, and firefighters often carried such devices. What professions did these 2 men belong to? Chun Jiuan stowed the walkie-talkie in his pocket and, with the key in hand, ascended to the upper floor. This level housed 5 households. He methodically tried the key on each door until it finally opened one of them. The room exuded a vibrant sense of life. The trash bin was brimming with discarded condoms. In the kitchen, Chun Jiuan discovered a substantial stockpile of food, with rice amounting to dozens, if not hundreds, of pounds, alongside some noodles. However, there were no vegetables or meat to be found. He proceeded towards the bedroom and upon opening the door, encountered a woman. She appeared dazed, completely unclad, her hair disheveled, and an overwhelming odor wafted through the air. It seemed evident that she had been subjected to the whims of the 2 brothers in a most tragic manner. Noticing her motionless form, Chun Jiuan approached without hesitation. Suddenly, the woman lifted her head, emitting a chilling shriek, her face contorted in a grotesque manner as she began to thrash violently. Taken aback, Chun Jiuan was nearly overwhelmed by the shock, his heart racing. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed in disbelief. This was no woman, but rather a female zombie. Given her delicate features, could those 2 brothers, surnamed Zhou, truly be the legendary Death Knights? The Death Knights, valiant heroes of the past, were indeed iconic figures. Shaking his head, Chun Jiuan thrust his spear forward, ending the zombie's existence in an instant. Simultaneously, a faint surge of energy coursed into the spear of the underworld, augmenting its power, a necessary resource for its ascension. This phenomenon had also occurred during his prior encounters with zombies. How astute, he mused. Moments later, he spotted a white security uniform nestled within a wardrobe. Confirming the identities of the 2 individuals, Chun Jiuan continued his search, but found nothing of value. He then descended the stairs and returned to Lu Yan's residence. Darling, you're back so soon? Lu Yan greeted him warmly, gently assisting him with his belongings. Am I quick? Chun Jiuan replied with a mischievous grin, lifting her chin playfully. Lu Yan's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully chided. What are you thinking, my dear? I wasn't referring to your speed in that regard. The porridge isn't ready yet, so please wait a moment. Very well, take your time. Chun Jiuan chose not to tease her further and instead made his way to the restroom to cleanse the spear of the underworld. After ensuring it was spotless, he settled onto the sofa, his gaze lingering on Lu Yan's enchanting figure as thoughts swirled in his mind. This recent battle had bolstered his confidence immensely. He was no longer the feeble individual he once was. Slaying both men and zombies had become a straightforward task. Now, he recognized 2 pathways to strengthen himself. The first involved expanding his family's ranks to secure system rewards, while the second entailed hunting zombies to accumulate dark power and elevate the spear of the underworld's level. These 2 endeavors could proceed concurrently without conflict. Naturally, he also needed to gather provisions. He mused inwardly. My love, is dinner ready? Almost, just a moment. Lu Yan had added a section of ginseng to the 8 treasure porridge. This porridge balanced yin and yang, while ginseng replenished energy and nourished the blood, making it ideal for men with significant energy expenditure and beneficial for women's beauty as well. Chapter 6. Exploring the building after finishing their meal. Chun Jiuan embraced Lu Yan and said, I'm going to explore this building. Stay safe at home, all right? Lu Yan sat atop the man's lap. A hint of worry etched upon her delicate features. Darling, please be careful. This is a walkie-talkie. Hold on to it, so you can contact me when the time comes. Chun Jiuan produced 2 walkie-talkies, handing one to Lu Yan. Is this from those 2 people outside? Indeed. Do you know how to use it? Let me teach you. Although Chun Jiuan himself was not well versed, he figured he could grasp its operation after some contemplation. Technological devices might be challenging to manufacture under current conditions, yet they remained simple and intuitive for human use. After a brief period of tinkering, he soon comprehended their functionality. Once he had ensured they both understood how to operate the devices, he departed the room. As she watched the man's retreating figure, Lu Yan felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Unbeknownst to her, this man had begun to leave a profound imprint on her heart, causing the memories of her previous husband to blur and fade. Lu Yan was not one to easily cast aside the old for the new. Rather, in these few days, both her psyche and her body seemed to have succumbed to a sense of conquest, especially since Chun Jiuan was her first man, whether man or woman. The first experience is often unforgettable. Lu Yan began to tidy up her home, sorting through the belongings of the former occupant and discarding them. Meanwhile, Chun Jiuan ascended to the rooftop via the elevator, opening the door to the terrace. He gazed towards the sky, which was shrouded in a gray haze. A combination of radioactive materials mingled with dust and water vapor, forming a peculiar atmospheric phenomenon. In the distance, he noticed several plumes of thick smoke rising, dark as night, indicative of the newly developed area surrounded by numerous factories. In times past, this would have prompted a swift response from fire trucks, ambulances, police cars, and rescue helicopters. Chun Jiuan cast his eyes downward at the community, where a multitude of zombies roamed, scattered haphazardly. Looking further down the street, he observed abandoned vehicles intermittently dotting the road, surrounded by a significant number of the undead. The outbreak of the biohazard had occurred in the afternoon, igniting a wave of attacks that caught many off guard. The contagion spread like wildfire, particularly in densely populated areas such as schools, tourist attractions, commercial centers, and military bases, where chaos reigned supreme. The world had indeed transformed. As Chun Jiuan murmured to himself, a flush of excitement crept across his face. Just then, a tremendous roar reverberated from below. A colossal zombie appeared at the base of the building, towering at least 2.5 meters, its limbs thick and powerful, exuding raw strength. Its muscles had begun to decay and darken, and its skin was marred with blood and torn wounds. Dead yellow hair clung to its bloodied visage, while lifeless white eyes mirrored nothing but a ravenous hunger for flesh. It opened its gaping maw, revealing jagged teeth capable of rending any body asunder. Though the zombie lacked agility, its immense strength was undeniable as it pounded relentlessly on the entrance door of Block E. With a resounding crash, the tempered glass of the door shattered under the force of its blows. Tempered glass can withstand pressures ranging from 70 MPa to 100 MPa, which equates to an impact force of 700 to 1,000 kilograms per square centimeter. Chun Jiuan opened the system to examine it. Name: weightlifter. Quality: ordinary. Vitality: 115. Ability: strength enhancement, level 1, a strength-type zombie. Chun Jiuan's expression became slightly grave, and a wave of unease surged within him. It was not the mutation of the zombie before him that caused his trepidation, but rather the unsettling state of affairs following the apocalypse. The rapid evolution of zombies in such a short span of time was alarming. What would the future hold? However, this was not the moment for distant considerations. He needed to eliminate the weightlifter and prevent its further growth. Taking a deep breath, Chun Jiuan left the rooftop and began searching the rooms. Armed with the spear of the underworld, he approached room 1701 and knocked on the door. After a brief wait, no sound emerged from within. Proceeding to the next door, room 1702, he knocked again, and this time, faint zombie growls echoed from inside, weak and lacking in vigor, likely a small zombie. A flicker of thought crossed his mind. Chun Jiuan glanced at the door lock, and the spear of the underworld lunged forth. With a series of resounding impacts, the lock was pierced. Chun Jiuan kicked the door open, sending the small zombie crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, he thrust the spear into the creature's forehead, instantly ending its life. Dark energy coiled around the spear. He moved on to the next room, 1703, repeating the process. Down the floors, from the 17th to the 12th, Chun Jiuan worked swiftly, managing to check all the doors and eliminate the zombies within in just one morning. Along the way, he encountered a few survivors, none of whom were particularly striking or possessed any noteworthy abilities. They did not meet the criteria for recruitment into his family. Even if they had, Chun Jiuan would have declined. He preferred to seek out fragrant and alluring women, ideally those with a special skill. Of course, in this post-apocalyptic world, finding capable and attractive women was far more challenging than in the past. After returning home for lunch, Chun Jiuan resumed his quest to open doors and gather zombies, food, and survivors on the 12th and 1st floors. Aside from hunting some zombies and meeting a few survivors, he found none of the desired outcomes, which left him greatly disappointed. Before long, night fell, and he returned home. Lu Yin had prepared a meal, opting for desserts made from flour and sugar instead of the usual porridge. According to the family system's assessment, she was a level 7 chef, showcasing considerable skill. If she were to reach the level of a level 10 chef or level 10 nutritionist, she might even achieve an epic rating in the system's evaluations. Based on Chun Jiuan's research into the family system, family members can be categorized into qualities: ordinary, rare, extraordinary, and epic. Beyond epic, there exists a mythical tier. The ordinary possess unremarkable appearances and average abilities, typically comprising common folk engaged in trades and labor. The rare are those who stand out, possessing striking looks and a modest skill set, such as a graceful young woman or a craftsman with a touch of ingenuity, an elite among their peers. The extraordinary are exceptionally rare, 1 in 100,000, showcasing remarkable appearances and outstanding capabilities. Such individuals often possess unparalleled beauty and extraordinary talent, akin to a stunning beauty or a master artisan, celebrated in their time and leaving a legacy for generations. The epic, a rarity of 1 in a million, boasts breathtaking beauty and profound expertise, transcending the ordinary to become a paragon of excellence, immortalized through the ages. The mythical, a phenomenon of 1 in a billion, possesses unparalleled beauty and extraordinary abilities, whose name resonates across the world, leaving an everlasting fragrance through the ages. From this classification, it is evident that attaining the extraordinary level is exceedingly rare. 1 in 10,000 is no exaggeration, with the potential for a legacy lasting a century. Achieving the epic level ensures a place in the annals of history. Today, Chun Jiuwan encountered several survivors in the building, all of whom were of ordinary quality. The ordinary tier fails to meet the family system's requirements, which is geared towards an elite path, necessitating at least a rare quality. Apart from Lu Yan, there were no survivors of rare quality in this building, compelling a search for others in different structures tomorrow. Chapter 7. Lu Yan's return in the room. As Lu Yan prepared to leave, she suddenly felt a strong hand grasping her. "Darling, why are you holding me? Do you want to wash up?" "Indeed," she replied. "I certainly need to take a bath. It would be troublesome otherwise." Chun Jiuwan smiled and said, "Don't you wish for us to have a little love child?" Leaning into her husband's embrace, Lu Yan sighed. "But dear, we are still in the apocalypse. The medical system has collapsed. If we were to have a child, how would we care for them? Wouldn't it subject them to suffering in this world? I don't want our child to endure that." Understanding the woman's concerns, Chun Jiuwan felt even more satisfied with her. In this apocalyptic age, many might think to live for the day without regard for the consequences. "My love, if you were to become pregnant, I would be overjoyed," he said, holding her close with a smile. "As for the matter of raising a child, haven't you noticed that I am different from others?" Lu Yan pondered and blushed, rolling her eyes playfully. "You are impressive, all right. But seriously, haven't you noticed my mysterious qualities?" "Mysterious qualities?" She mused. "Forget it. Being adorably naive has its charm." Chun Jiuwan refrained from allowing her to overthink and decided to reveal a bit of information. Aside from the system, his formidable physique and this scholar trait contributed to her cooking becoming exceptionally delightful. "No wonder," Lu Yan remarked, "these past 3 days, my cooking has tasted so much better. And even without other ingredients, it remains nourishing. It is no wonder that I find myself flooded with various insights and thoughts while cooking. Emotions are indeed the manifestation of your extraordinary abilities. My dear husband, you have concealed this from me with such difficulty." Chun Jiuwan chuckled softly and then earnestly declared, "My dear wife, I have entrusted this secret only to you. You must not divulge it to anyone else." Lu Yan, as gentle as flowing water, replied, "Husband, you are truly wonderful to me. I am willing to bear your children." At that moment, a series of system notifications refreshed on the screen. Affection level, 91. Deep affection, 9,199 points represents a unique, profoundly intimate relationship, grounded in trust, resonance, and emotional connection. Note 1. Possessing a profound emotional bond. 2. Unconditional support. 3. The closest of interactions, for mutual understanding and empathy. 5. Shared goals and ideals. 6. Caring for each other's physical and emotional well-being. 7. Subtle attentiveness. Ding. The host has achieved deep affection with family members. Reward, 50 vitality points. Reward, 1 skill upgrade card. Chun Jiuwan was momentarily taken aback, then elated as he reviewed the rewards he had acquired. Warmth surged through his body, significantly enhancing his physical attributes. Subsequently, he retrieved the skill upgrade card from the system backpack. Skill upgrade card can forcibly elevate personal or family skill levels. Chun Jiuwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid item. Which ability should he elevate? Learning God or Poison God? After a moment of contemplation, he opted for Learning God. Learning God, level 2 further enhances learning speed, enabling one to achieve levels in a remarkably short time that would typically require much longer for an average person. Note 1. Effective for the family head and designated family members. Note 2. Effect significantly diminished for family servants and slaves. Chun Jiuwan accessed the system interface. Host, Chun Jiuwan, Chun family. Level 1, Vitality, 180. System backpack, Spear of the Underworld, Level 1. Personal skills, Poison God, Level 1. Spearmanship, Level 3. Family skills, Learning God, Level 2. Family points, 100. Gazing at the beautiful woman beside him, Chun Jiuwan shared the Level 2 Learning God with Lu Yan. The following morning, Lu Yan's voice echoed in his ears, sweetly urging, "Husband, rise and have breakfast." "Coming." Chun Jiuwan stretched, his body cracking like popping beans. "Husband, look at what I have prepared today. The flavors are truly delightful. You must come and taste." Lu Yan, with a radiant smile, took his arm and led him to the dining table, eager to please him with her culinary creations. With Learning God upgraded to level 2 the previous night, the synergy between Chun Jiuwan and Lu Yan had significantly improved, enhancing their mutual enjoyment. The prowess of the Learning God also contributed to their intimate endeavors. There is a term for it. What is it called? The art of the bed. Of course, one cannot quantify this in levels, otherwise the deity of propriety would surely intervene. Chun Jiuwan finished his 8 treasure ginseng porridge, set down the bowl, and patting his belly with a look of satisfaction, remarked, "Indeed. It has become more delicious." "Yes," Lu Yan replied with evident delight. "Today I have begun to gain new insights and ideas in my stagnant culinary skills." "Dear husband, is this all due to your study god ability?" Chen Jiuan pondered for a moment before responding. "It should be. The study god can enhance your learning capacity, comprehension, and even elevate your intuition." After finishing breakfast, Chen Jiuan explored the parking lot of the building. Upon returning, he began to have lunch. At the dining table, he wore a solemn expression. Lost in thought, Lu Yan quickly noticed the change in her husband. She leaned closer and gently inquired, "Darling, have you encountered difficulties? Perhaps if you share, I might be able to assist you." Chen Jiuan took the opportunity to embrace her and smiled. "Are you offering to alleviate my worries?" "Yes," Lu Yan replied earnestly. "As partners, you can share part of your burdens with me. This way, the weight becomes lighter." "All right, then I shall confide in you." Chen Jiuan shared his troubling thoughts with Lu Yan. In this apocalyptic world, locating suitable survivors has proven exceedingly challenging. Lu Yan felt a pang in her heart. After a brief internal struggle, she ultimately resolved to support him. With eyes glistening like water, she spoke with deep affection, "Dear husband, as long as you continue to treat me well, I will certainly help you." Chen Jiuan raised a finger and swore, "I vow that if I were to abandon you, I would." Lu Yan gently placed her finger over his lips, whispering, "No need for such oaths. I trust you." Pausing for a moment, she nestled against him and added softly, "Actually, I have a good friend in this community. We did communicate when my phone had signal." "Really?" Chapter 8. Lu Yan's friend. "Wife, what is your friend's appearance like, and how old is she this year?" Chen Jiuan inquired directly. Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she replied, "She is far more beautiful than I, undoubtedly a goddess." Satisfied? A goddess? Chen Jiuan felt a thrill run through him, his excitement mounting. The system has a way of assessing beauty. Ordinary, 5,160 points. Unremarkable appearance, lacking significant allure or uniqueness. Fair, 6,170. Pretty, 7,180. Beautiful, 8,190. Striking looks with undeniable charm, capable of attracting attention effortlessly in any setting. Goddess, 9,199 points. Unparalleled beauty, 100 points. Among live streamers, many utilize beauty filters, making it rare to find those who genuinely achieve scores in the 70s or 80s. Even those with cosmetic enhancement struggle to reach such heights. Lu Yan's beauty score stood at an impressive 87. This figure is notably high and, in the eyes of many men, qualifies her as a goddess, an unreachable ideal. However, it remains uncertain whether Lu Yan's friend's beauty has been embellished or exaggerated, and whether she can attain a score above 90 in the system. My friend is named Chen Shui, and she is 27 this year. She has a cool demeanor. Ah, indeed, she must still be a young widow. A widow? It's a thought, considering the current state of the world. Authentic ones are likely to be sought after in kindergartens, especially those enchanting beauties. Regardless of the time, such beauties remain a scarce commodity, with many vying for their attention. A hint of materialism or a penchant for aesthetics, and they could easily be swept away. "Husband, do listen to me," Lu Yan interjected, rolling her eyes, her tone steeped in melancholy. Chen Jiuan sensed a glimmer of hope and listened patiently. Lu Yan continued, "Chen Shi was raised in a Christian household, a devout believer from a young age. She holds the belief that intimacy should be confined to marriage. Hence, she was only engaged to her fiancé and has yet to cross the threshold into matrimony. They were supposed to wed this month, but alas, the outbreak of the biohazard intervened." Finally grasping the situation, Chen Jiuan felt a surge of joy and remarked, "So, in half a month, the wedding was set to occur recently?" "Yes, if I am not mistaken, it should be tomorrow," Lu Yan confirmed. "Ah, I see," Chen Jiuan beamed with delight. Noticing his elation, Lu Yan felt a twinge of jealousy and could not resist dousing his enthusiasm, saying, "Don't be too quick to rejoice. She may have already met her maker." Understanding her jealousy, Chen Jiuan planted a gentle kiss on her crimson lips and reassured her, "All right, I shall rescue your dear friend." "Why the jealousy? I shared my secret with you yesterday. Do you not trust me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yan felt somewhat pacified. She wasn't as envious as Chen Jiuan presumed. Her feelings were merely a hint of jealousy. Nestled in his embrace, she coyly murmured, "Chen Shi currently resides in Building 18, Room 1704. If you're eager, you may go now. I too wish to see how my friend is faring. We were quite close once." Building 18? Chen Jiuan's expression turned serious upon hearing the number. "What is wrong, dear?" Lu Yan inquired, puzzled. Chen Jiuan replied earnestly, "Yesterday, I witnessed a robust zombie break through the entrance and enter Building 18. Lu Yan gasped, alarmed. "What? How could this happen?" Rising to his feet, Chen Jiuan declared, "There's no time to lose. I must go see for myself. If she is alive, I shall bring your friend back. Also, keep an ear on the intercom. I will reach out to you." "All right. You must hurry," Lu Yan urged, clearly more concerned for her friend's safety than her own jealousy. Without hesitation, Chen Jiuan tidied himself briefly before departing from their home. At the entrance, he gazed outside. Building 18 was not far off. Yet the path was riddled with zombies, dozens of them, in fact. To reach Building 18 and check on Chen Shui, he would undoubtedly need to eliminate these undead threats. With his current prowess, dispatching them was not a trivial task, provided there were no mutated zombies lurking. Chen Jiuan opened the entrance door, drawing the attention of the nearby zombies. Several of them immediately fixated on him, roaring as they charged forth. Chen Jiuan was not one to shy away from danger. Endowed with the prowess of the god of death, he possessed an immunity to the zombie virus. This granted him a significant advantage over ordinary humans. The two brothers from the Zhou family dared to venture out and hunt zombies, and it would be unthinkable for Chen Jiuan to lack such courage. At that moment, the zombies outside had caught the scent of living flesh and swiftly approached. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Jiuan unleashed the spear of the god of death, striking out with lethal precision. Effortlessly, the first zombie fell to the ground. The second zombie lunged at him. But Chen Jiuan deftly retreated 3 steps before launching another deadly thrust. The same fate befell the third, fourth, and fifth zombies. His movements were simple, even reduced to a single action, extending his arm and stepping forward to stab. His angles were cleverly calculated and remarkably accurate, allowing him to pierce the zombies' foreheads with lethal efficiency. Thus, despite the relentless advance of a dozen zombies, none could breach the threshold of the unit, exuding an aura of invincibility. Once he had dispatched the last of the zombies, Chen Jiuan proceeded to Building 18 to lure in more of the undead. In a short time, the zombies there met a similar fate. After half an hour, over 30 zombies had perished. At this juncture, Chen Jiuan sensed that the spear of the god of death had accumulated a considerable amount of dark energy. This energy was brewing, seemingly on the verge of breaking through some obstruction to attain a higher level. However, he had no time to dwell on it. He swiftly approached Building 18 and entered directly. A glance at the elevator revealed it had been destroyed, forcing him to take the stairs. As he opened the stairwell door, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses. The stairs were stained crimson, littered with severed limbs, visceral remnants, and tufts of human hair. Chen Jiuan's expression turned grave. This was likely the work of the mutated zombie known as the weightlifter from the previous day. It was imperative to eliminate it and prevent its further growth. Taking a deep breath, he stepped over the bloodied remains, gripping the spear of the god of death as he ascended the stairs. Soon, he discerned that the weightlifter was feasting in a room on the 16th floor. He paid it no mind and headed straight for the 17th floor. Before long, he knocked on the door of Chen Shui, Lu Yan's close friend, in room 1704. Inside, Chen Shui sat cross-legged before a crucifix, petite and graceful. Her form was both delicate and elegant, with a figure that commanded attention. Suddenly, her ears perked up at the sound of knocking. Could it be the formidable zombie? That seemed unlikely. Zombies did not knock on doors. Rising, she donned a golden holy sword at her waist and held a Bible in her left hand. Approaching the door, she activated the visual doorbell and glanced at the screen. The figure outside was none other than Chen Jiuan. He heard the faint sounds from within and called out, "Chen Shui, are you alive? If so, please open the door." Upon hearing his words, Chen Shui frowned slightly. She did not recognize the man outside. Yet he had addressed her by name. Is he a good person or a bad person? Contemplating this, Chen Shui drew her holy sword, a hint of vigilance appearing on her serene face. Noting that the door remained unopened, Chen Jiuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "Chen Shui, Lu Yan is your close friend, isn't she? I was sent by her to bring you to her." Upon hearing this, Chen Shui's elegant brows slightly furrowed. After a brief moment of consideration, she opened the door. Glimpsing the man outside and the weapon he held, Chen Shui stated, "Please, come in." Upon entering, Chen Jiuan found himself momentarily captivated by Chen Shui's beauty. Lu Yan had indeed spoken the truth. Her friend possessed remarkable looks. With a delicate oval face, soft contours, and a complexion that radiated a rosy glow, she wore a simple yet elegant black dress. In her left hand, she held a Bible, while her right gripped a sword. Her visage exuded an aura of tranquility, detachment, and icy composure, creating an air of distance. As Chen Jiuan stepped further into the room, he was greeted by a subtle fragrance. His gaze swept across the space, landing on a windowsill adorned with blooming lavender flowers. There, he spotted a photograph of a couple. The man in the picture was undoubtedly Chen Shui's fiancée. "Are you the only one living here?" he inquired. Chen Shui did not respond directly, but instead coldly asked, "Are you truly sent by Lu Yan?" Her vigilance remained intact, the sword firmly in her grasp. Chen Jiuan turned to regard her, admiration flickering in his eyes. Indeed, she was a goddess of striking beauty, her figure commendable even when concealed beneath the loose black dress. After all, he possessed an eye for beauty. "Indeed, you can converse with her," Chen Jiuan remarked, producing a walkie-talkie and adjusting the frequency. After a crackling noise, he reached a channel where Lu Yan's voice resonated. "Darling, is that you?" Upon hearing her voice, Chen Shi's guard began to lower, though her beautiful eyes displayed a hint of confusion. It was peculiar for her close friend Lu Yan to address this man as husband. She had met her fiancé, and he was not this man. However, after a moment's reflection, Chen Shi understood. The world had changed, and in this new reality, survival often necessitated unconventional choices. With a smile, Chen Jian replied, "Yes, it's me, your husband. I have successfully located your friend Chen Shui. You may speak with her now." "Really? You're amazing, darling." Lu Yan's voice conveyed excitement through the walkie-talkie before she continued. "Please hand the device to her. I wish to speak with her." "Certainly," Chen Jian agreed. Passing the walkie-talkie to Chen Shui. "Fairy, please talk to my wife." Chen Shui wrinkled her delicate nose, asking, "Why do you call me fairy?" With a chuckle, Chen Jian responded, "You are so lovely, and your demeanor is so cool and distant that you resemble an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world." "Humph, whatever you say," Chen Shui replied. Slightly exasperated, she then seized the walkie-talkie and moved to the window, engaging in a hushed conversation. Watching her silhouette, Chen Jian activated the system. Name: Chen Shui. Quality: extraordinary. Vitality: 75. Affection level: 50. Beauty: 93. Figure: 93. Abilities: Swordsmanship, level 5. Danger perception, level 3. Swordsmanship, level 5. Mastery of various sword techniques, enabling her to select appropriate methods of attack based on the circumstances. Insight: the ability to accurately predict an opponent's movements, allowing for better reaction and counterattack. Danger perception, level 3. Intermediate danger perception, possessing acute awareness of her surroundings, capable of swiftly assessing the environment and identifying potential threats. Chen Jian felt a surge of delight within. Chen Shui was a master swordswoman. Moreover, her danger perception seemed to be a unique ability. However, her vitality was somewhat low, at 75 points. Among ordinary individuals, this was still commendable, roughly on par with a fitness enthusiast, but could not be compared to Chen Jian. It seemed that she was destined to be connected with him and should ideally join the Chen family. Chen Jian felt a stirring within. He was quite taken with this woman. If he could successfully recruit her, he would gain an exceptional ally, particularly with Chen Shui's danger perception. This unique ability to avert calamity was akin to having a human radar. Yet, a dilemma arose. How could he make her join him? Chen Jian pondered deeply. In both his past and present lives, he had little experience in dealing with women. Lacking wealth, looks, talent, and a robust background, he found himself at a loss. Why was he overthinking? In this apocalyptic era, it was only natural for Chen Jian to be plagued by uncertainty. The family system did not automatically bind him to the Chen family simply by defeating monsters. Consent from the other party was required to join the family. After conversing with Lu Yan, Chen Shui approached, exuding a fragrant aura as she returned the intercom to Chen Jian. Chen Jian, curious, inquired, "Fairy, is it true that your fiancé has perished?" Chen Shui replied with calm eyes, "He is missing." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jian ventured, "Why don't you come stay with me at Lu Yan's house? As a woman, you need a man to take good care of you." Chen Shui gazed intently at Chen Jian, her tone icy as she remarked, "A man like you would have never been able to possess Lu Yan before. You certainly cannot have any connection with me. However, you have found yourself in favorable circumstances now. The outbreak of the biohazard has occurred, and you have awakened a unique ability. You have gained leverage." Chen Jian felt a twinge of irritation at her words. This woman, so cold and proud, spoke so bluntly, leaving him no room for dignity. "Fairy," he thought with a smirk, he must bring this celestial being down to earth. Interrupting her, he boldly asked, "Then let me inquire. Would you be willing to become my wife?" Chen Shi fixed her gaze on Chen Jian, her tone still frigid as she replied, "I would." "Is that so? What did you say?" Chen Jian stammered, momentarily taken aback. He had prepared himself for rejection, yet he did not expect this woman to respond affirmatively. Chen Jian's eyes flickered as he tentatively grasped Chen Shi's delicate hand. Upon noticing her lack of resistance, he was instantly filled with joy, a broad smile spreading across his face. However, he did not hear the system's voice. This woman had not truly accepted him in her heart. Chen Jian was about to take action. Like Lu Yan, he believed that affection would blossom over time, a most straightforward approach. Chapter 10. If the Bible cannot transcend, then let it be through physical means, he mused. Yet, Chen Shui halted his movements. The icy demeanor that graced her exquisite features melted away, replaced by a flicker of embarrassment and annoyance. She chided, "You are far too eager. Have you never encountered a woman before? This is my home, not a marital residence. Your actions here are quite disrespectful. We cannot engage in such a sacred ritual in this place." Chen Shi's family adhered to Christianity, viewing marriage as sacred, believing that consummation should only occur within the sanctity of a marital home. Otherwise, it would be deemed disrespectful to the institution of marriage. Who could blame you for being so enchanting? I only wish to become familiar with you more swiftly, he replied. Chen Shui, somewhat speechless, retorted, so? You are placing all the responsibility upon my shoulders? After a brief pause, she continued with a huff. I have merely verbally agreed to be your woman. If you wish to truly possess me, I must first assess your capabilities by requiring you to accomplish 2 tasks. Chen Jiuan gazed at her captivating visage, noting the determination and resilience reflected in her beautiful eyes. It was evident that if he failed to meet her demands, she would not acquiesce to his desires. What tasks? He inquired. With her expression returning to its previous chilliness, Chen Shui spoke slowly. First, you shall assist me in hunting down the mutated zombie downstairs. I wish to gauge the synergy between us. That poses no issue, he replied decisively. In fact, even without you, I had intended to prepare for the hunt of that zombie during my visit. Her request coincided perfectly with his intentions. Yet he found himself intrigued by her desire to test their compatibility. Or perhaps I should simply slay the zombie alone. That would be much simpler, he suggested. Chen Shui's eyes remained frosty as she replied in a detached tone, You are not its match. Simply cooperate with me to bring it down. After a moment, she glanced towards the door. Just wait. The mutated zombie will soon make its appearance. With that, she ceased further conversation and took a seat, her left hand cradling the Bible while her lips murmured prayers, clearly engaged in an ardent supplication. How absurd. Am I truly no match for the zombie? Is your prayer supposed to transcend the undead? Chen Jiuan inwardly wished to express his skepticism. Unperturbed, Chen Shui continued her silent prayers, embodying the solemnity of a saint. Her words resonating like a divine incantation. Once a fencing coach, she had begun her training in the fundamentals at a young age and formally practiced the art of swordsmanship in her teens. Over the following decade, she garnered numerous accolades in competitive fencing. Whenever she faced pivotal battles, she would recite her prayers, a means to adjust her physical and psychological state for the impending confrontation with the mutated zombie. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Chen Shui sat in palpable tension, a resounding knock echoed from outside the door. Chen Shui's icy visage momentarily tensed, her thin lips pursed as she uttered, Coming. Chen Jiuan paid no heed, continuing with his actions. The mutated zombie outside showed no sign of retreat, relentlessly battering the door with a series of loud thuds. This was a power-type mutated zombie, having feasted upon numerous victims, its strength having increased yet again. After a dozen strikes against the door, a gaping hole was abruptly kicked open. The zombie's head lowered to peer through the breach, its gaze falling upon the interior of the room, landing on Chen Jiuan and Chen Shui. A sinister grin split its face, blood drenching the corners of its mouth, with remnants of flesh and viscera lodged between its jagged teeth, exuding an overwhelming stench. Chen Shui's body tensed, her lips pressed tightly together as she gripped the golden, holy sword firmly. Name: Weightlifter. Quality: Ordinary. Vitality: 120. Ability: Strength Enhancement, Level 1. Upon seeing the final ability listed, Chen Jiuan's expression grew grave. He tapped the exclamation mark next to the ability. Strength Enhancement, Level 1 Basic Augmentation, the initial stage of strength enhancement, capable of increasing one's muscle power, rendering the muscles significantly more formidable. This allows one to easily surpass the physical capabilities of an ordinary human. In a low voice, Chen Jiuan whispered in the woman's ear, This zombie possesses immense strength. Are you certain you want me to assist you rather than handle it myself? Chen Shui pursed her lips, her tone frigid as she replied, You are not capable. Simply coordinate with me as the situation dictates. A smile crept across Chen Jiuan's face. This Chen fairy truly embodied a lofty pride. Very well, let her witness the true might of the zombie. At that moment, a thunderous crash resounded as the zombie smashed through the door, letting out a ferocious roar as it lunged towards the two. The weightlifter's footsteps reverberated against the floor, producing a deafening sound that seemed to shake the entire floor. The sheer force of this creature was evident, not only from its muscular arms, but also from its exceptionally powerful legs and formidable body mass. Standing at an estimated height of 2 meters 6 and weighing perhaps over 300 kilograms, it was a daunting sight. Yet, it had its weaknesses, its speed. The weightlifter was not particularly swift, even lagging behind an ordinary person. Chen Jiuan released the woman, a faint smile gracing his lips. Your holy scriptures cannot exorcise a zombie. Chen Shui remained silent, clutching the golden sword, inhaling deeply before suddenly exclaiming, Then let it be a physical exorcism. With a sudden burst of energy, she propelled herself forward, leaping into action, her waist twisting to harness the strength of her lower and upper body. The sword was angled perfectly as she aimed a precise strike at the weightlifter's head. With a swift slash, the weightlifter's outstretched arm attempted to block, but it was severed by the holy sword. Black blood erupted forth, and a thin line of crimson appeared on the weightlifter's neck. It let out a furious roar, exuding an overwhelming pressure, while its remaining arm lunged forward. Chun Shuyi's gaze sharpened, a prickle of pain at her brow signaling a dire sense of danger. After all, having missed a lethal strike, escaping while suspended in midair would be exceedingly difficult. As she gazed at the enormous hand poised to seize her, a flicker of despair and unwillingness emerged in Chun Shuyi's beautiful eyes. Chapter 11. The fairy returns home, yearning for a wedding dress. It was at this critical moment that Chun Jiuan's gaze sharpened, and he thrust the spear of the underworld directly at the giant. Despite the brute's imposing stature, the spear easily pierced the very crown of its head. Skill, awakening of the underworld deity. With a sickening squelch, the giant's skull was penetrated entirely. The force of its grasp diminished, leaving only inertia in its wake. Chun Shuyi deftly evaded the now powerless arm, retreating swiftly. Soon, her enchanting eyes turned towards Chun Jiuan, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. How could this man be so formidable? She had thought him an ordinary man. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, making her wish to disappear into the earth. Favorability. 60. Chun Jiuan, wielding the spear of the underworld, suddenly sensed a dark energy surging within the weapon, emanating from the giant's body. A low hum filled the air as the spear radiated a profound black light, enveloping it completely. Moments later, the darkness dissipated. Spear of the underworld, level 2. Level 2 skill, shadow touch. As the power of the spear of the underworld gradually awakens, the wielder can deeply sense the presence of malevolent forces. This skill grants a moderate increase in attack potency, rendering the wielder's strikes more devastating. As Chun Jiuan grasped the spear, he felt the immense power coursing through it, magnitudes greater than before. Merely holding it imbued him with strength and confidence. What is this? The spear of the underworld, my acquired weapon. Chun Jiuan casually explained, then cast a glance at the holy sword in Chun Shuyi's possession, which bore numerous nicks. Nevertheless, it retained its sharpness, capable of severing bone, which was quite impressive. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Chun Shuyi inquired, "You are an ability user, aren't you? What kind?" "Some abilities I cannot disclose. Perhaps when you become my woman, I shall share," Chun Jiuan replied with a sly smile, then added, "Having slain a mutated zombie, can we now return home?" Chun Shuyi regarded him with a complex expression, took a deep breath, and said, "Very well. I will accompany you home. I need to gather some clothes and food." "All right, go ahead," Chun Jiuan replied with a satisfied grin. Should she continue to maintain her aloofness, he would not hesitate to depart without a word. Did she truly believe herself a fairy or a princess? As he watched Chun Shuyi enter her room, Chun Jiuan began to explore the new abode. It appeared to be a newlywed's home. A photograph on the wall featured a man. Lu Yan had claimed he was dead, while Chun Shuyi said he was missing. Stepping outside, he gazed upon the fallen giant. After a moment's contemplation, he smashed the zombie's skull, uncovering a crystal core within, a rarity not found in ordinary zombies but present in the mutated kind. Before long, Chun Shuyi emerged, her belongings and food in tow, and approached him. "I am ready." Chun Jiuan glanced at her. Chun Shuyi appeared with an impressive array of bags. He took 2 of them and slung them over his shoulder, urging, "Let us proceed." Before long, the 2 returned to Lu Yan's home. Upon opening the door, Lu Yan beheld Chun Shuyi, and the 2 women embraced, tears streaming down their faces as they quietly recounted the tribulations of the past few days. Chun Jiuan, indifferent to their emotional reunion, retreated to the balcony to commence his daily spear training. After exterminating a horde of zombies that morning, the insights bestowed upon him by the scholar invigorated his understanding of the art of spear play. With each thrust, revelations blossomed in his mind. Although the scholar did not confer genuine enlightenment, it nonetheless enriched his perceptive faculties. "Darling, dinner is ready," Lu Yan called softly, her voice a gentle melody. Abandoning his spear, Chun Jiuan approached the dining table, where an enticing aroma wafted through the air. He glanced at Lu Yan and Chun Shuyi, each more resplendent than the last. At present, Chun Jiuan's primary aspiration was to see Lu Yan conceive, while facilitating Chun Shuyi's acceptance into the Chun family fold. "Stop staring at me. Let us eat," he said, lifting his chopsticks and starting his meal. After savoring a spoonful of congee, he turned to Chun Shuyi and inquired, "Fairy, you mentioned there were 2 tests. I have completed one. What is the other?" "What tests?" Lu Yan asked, her curiosity piqued as she looked at Chun Shuyi. Chun Shuyi felt a twinge of embarrassment and guilt. In her eyes, Lu Yan was the rightful wife of Chun Jiuan, and she feared encroaching upon that sacred bond. Feeling akin to an unwelcome third party, especially since the primary wife was also her close friend, complicating her emotions further. Observing her reticence, Chun Jiuan interjected, "It involves fulfilling 2 conditions for her to promise to be with me." Lu Yan pursed her lips, intrigued. "What is the other condition?" Chun Shuyi, relieved to see no disdain or displeasure on Lu Yan's face, glanced at Chun Jiuan before biting her lip and stating, The final request is for a wedding dress. I desire a wedding ceremony. As she articulated this, a hint of youthful shyness illuminated her previously composed demeanor. A wedding dress? How simple, Chun Juan mused, having anticipated a more formidable challenge. To him, a wedding dress was akin to a battle garment, heralding the call to arms. Lu Yin pouted, a note of wistfulness in her tone. Darling, you must also procure a wedding dress for me. Of course, both shall be provided. Chun Juan replied with a smile, adding, I will venture downstairs tomorrow to seek out a bridal shop. Lu Yin reflected for a moment before saying, I recall there is a bridal shop not far from the community. I once chose a dress there. Dear, please provide me with the exact address later, he requested. Indeed. After lunch, Chen Shuyi remained to wash the dishes. In the room, Chun Juan held a woman in his embrace, quietly savoring the rare tranquility of the moment. Why is it so hot today? Isn't it what men prefer? Passion igniting on the bed while maintaining composure beneath it. Indeed. Chun Juan pondered for a moment, a smile gracing his lips, before he remarked with a hint of meaning, I see you are feeling a twinge of jealousy. Lu Yin pouted, letting out a delicate hum of protest. I am not. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. Chapter 12, The Last Sword Saint and the Starlit Nai Mi Ding Dong. Detected that Lu Yin is brimming with pregnancy energy. Aligning with the family's principle of having many children brings fortune, a reward is hereby issued. Reward, 50 life force. Reward, 1 magical compass. 50 points of life force surged into Chun Juan's body. In an instant, a warm current coursed through his limbs, organs, and even reached his brain, clearing his mind. Life force, 230. The life force of a healthy individual is approximately 50 points, making Chun Juan 4 to 5 times healthier than the average person. While they could manage 2 instances a day, Chun Juan could easily handle 10, provided his nutrition was adequate. What, then, is this compass? Chun Juan curiously examined the reward item that had materialized in his system backpack. With a mere thought, the compass appeared in his hand. It featured a small screen and resembled a radar used for detecting Dragon Balls. The compass was instantly bound to Chun Juan, much like the spear of the underworld god. Name, Magical Compass. Level, 1. Precise navigation. The compass not only informs the holder of direction, but also provides detailed navigational information, including distance, location, and obstacles. This enables the holder to reach their destination effortlessly, devoid of concerns about getting lost or encountering difficulties. This was indeed a valuable item. In the past, with mobile maps and navigation, there was no worry about straying off course. However, now that the world had descended into chaos, those maps and navigational aids were no longer functional. Having a compass to substitute was quite advantageous. Furthermore, the magical compass could be upgraded, potentially unlocking even more formidable features. As he contemplated, the image of a bridal shop flickered in Chun Juan's mind. The magical compass immediately reacted, displaying 2 bridal shop locations on its screen. Rising from bed, Chun Juan wielded the spear of the underworld god and continued his practice. He was self-learning, and upon reflection, he considered that Chen Shui, with her level 5 swordsmanship, might provide some valuable insights. Chun Juan sought out Chen Shui to inquire further. Chen Shui had once been a swordsmanship athlete, mastering the art to a level of proficiency and earning numerous national awards. After retiring, she worked in a martial arts academy, teaching young women swordsmanship, and earned a substantial monthly income. Upon hearing Chun Juan's question, Chen Shui replied, I was a disciple of the contemporary sword saint, proficient in dual-wielding swords. Compared to my master, the knowledge I have acquired is merely the tip of the iceberg. The sword saint represents one of the pinnacle achievements in swordsmanship, standing alongside the likes of Sword King, Sword God, Sword Sovereign, Sword Emperor, Sword Immortal, and Sword Saint. Naturally, these are merely titles. The true measure of their prowess can only be determined through combat. The swordsmanship skills within the system also possess their own set of standards. While others may honor someone as a sword saint, that title may not necessarily hold true within the system's parameters. However, considering the prowess of the last sword saint, his swordsmanship must undoubtedly exceed the 5th level. Is that true? Chun Juan stroked his chin and teased, I see you slaying mutated zombies. It seems merely for show. Your master cannot be like you, can he? Chen Shui recalled the events of the day, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. She raised her delicate face and haughtily responded, what do you understand? My physical condition simply cannot match that of the mutated zombies. Chun Juan pondered thoughtfully. A vitality score of 75 points, for an ordinary person, equates to that of a typical fitness enthusiast. Scores above 80 are typically reserved for athletes or elite soldiers who have undergone extensive physical training. 90 points might be deemed as extreme challengers. Does your master practice spear techniques? Spear techniques? Chun Shui furrowed her brow, glancing at the spear in the man's hand. My master is actually proficient in firearms, particularly the return shot, which is extraordinarily formidable. He is quite renowned in the martial arts community. Spear techniques should be somewhat akin to gun techniques. If you could receive guidance from my master, your combat prowess would surely enhance. Chun Jiuan, stroking his chin, ventured. Do you know where your master is now? He wouldn't be in some remote mountain, would he? Chun Shui hesitated, responding coolly, no. Chun Jiuan chuckled, an elusive expert, yet not practicing in the mountains. Chun Shui rolled her eyes. The small hidden is in the ordinary, while the great hidden is in the court. Officials? However, you are partially correct. My master is indeed a cinematic expert. Over the years, he has been promoting martial arts while accompanying film crews. To my knowledge, before the apocalypse erupted, he came to Jiangzhou City for location shooting. By the way, do you even know your master's name? Yu Qingyan. I believe I have heard of him. So, where is your master now? Chen Shui did not withhold information, lifting her face to declare, at the Bulgari Hotel. We had been in contact before the internet outage. There is only one Bulgari in Jiangzhou City, a 7-star hotel. This hotel is situated over 10 kilometers from the community, within the city center's first ring, where the number of zombies is likely to be substantial. Chen Jiuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Finding your master will not be an easy feat, Chen Shui pouted, her tone tinged with indignation. It's all the fault of those celebrities. If it weren't for caring for them, my master would have likely escaped long ago. Celebrities? Chen Jiuan's eyes sparkled. If one were to speak of beauty, the entertainment industry certainly stands out. This world's entertainment sector differs from that of the past. Many second-generation elites and wealthy heirs, due to material satisfaction yet spiritual emptiness, flock to the entertainment industry to bask in adoration and admiration, seeking to fill their spiritual void. Immediately, Chen Jiuan, harboring ulterior motives, inquired, in which film crew is your master? Are there any female stars? Upon hearing this, Chen Shui's expression shifted, and she coldly huffed, with my best friend. Do you intend to seek other women? Chen Jiuan replied, with greater power comes greater responsibility. Many still endure the ravages of this apocalypse. If I can assist, I shall not stand idly by. The survival of humanity's civilization requires more survivors to rebuild. Huh. Chen Shui spat. You have a point. Is that enough? In a casual conversation, Chen Shui inquired about the cast of a particular production. Without delving deeper, she pondered aloud. Is there a star named Naimi? To which Chen Jiuan's eyes sparkled with interest. Naimi is quite remarkable. Chen Shui arched her brow, her expression growing cool, and remarked, Are you smitten? Actions speak louder than words. With a mischievous grin, Chen Jiuan suddenly wrapped his arms around her slender frame, playfully urging, Come now, call me hubby just once. Chen Shui turned her head away, defiantly declaring, I won tea. Chen Jiuan teased, If you don't call me hubby now, tomorrow I shall bring a wedding dress. And you'll end up calling me daddy. As he spoke, his hand grew restless. Chen Shui squirmed, her cheeks tinged with a blush, huffing. I doubt you have the capability. After a brief exchange, Chen Shui, overwhelmed by emotion, dashed off to join Lu Yin for some playful distraction. Chen Jiuan, feeling a surge of energy, channeled all his frustrations into his archery practice. Before long, an entire day had slipped by. On the following morning, after breakfast, Chen Jiuan entrusted Chen Shui with the care of Lu Yin and set off to the rooftop with a large backpack. From his elevated vantage point, he surveyed the area and, using a compass for guidance, determined a suitable route. Armed with the spear of the underworld, he descended and, after dispatching several zombies along the way, exited the community. The shops outside were sparse, lending an air of desolation, and the zombie presence was minimal. After gathering some supplies, he made his way to the nearest bridal shop. Chapter 13. From fairy to pixie, the bridal shop's doors stood ajar, remnants of blood staining the threshold, and the welcoming flower pot lay shattered, dirt and petals strewn across the ground. Chen Jiuan entered and quickly scanned the array of wedding dresses. In addition to the ubiquitous white princess gowns, there were traditional Chinese garments, known as the dragon and phoenix gown. Each gown was a marvel of contemporary design. Beyond the dresses, the store also stocked accessories and wedding shoes, offering a complete ensemble for nuptials. He carefully selected the most visually appealing wedding dress, a strapless design in pure white, exuding elegance. Imagining Chen Shui in it, ethereal and captivating, stirred excitement within him. After securing that gown, he chose 4 or 5 additional dresses in various styles, both Eastern and Western, a classic halter, a demure strapless, a daring deep V, and a fresh single-shoulder style. Had it not been cumbersome to carry, he would have undoubtedly packed them all for the 2 women to try on, relishing the idea of their bridal transformations. In both this life and the last, Chen Jiuan had never wed. The prospect of marriage, adorned in a wedding dress, filled him with exhilaration. Once he had finalized his selection of gowns, he proceeded to choose accessories, crowns, veils, and wedding shoes. Shortly thereafter, he exited the bridal shop, laden with 2 bundles, making his way back to the community. Meanwhile, across the street in a commercial building, a man named Song Ji, known for his lecherous nature, set down his binoculars and turned to his bearded companion who was engrossed in a game of cards, revealing his ulterior motive for purchasing the binoculars was to spy. The man with the scruffy beard inquired curiously, "What is he doing out there?" His name was Zhou Qi, formerly a butcher, who had awakened extraordinary abilities following the cataclysm. Song Ji narrowed his eyes and whispered, "He took 2 bags of wedding dresses." Zhou Qi set down his playing cards and approached the window. Quickly noticing the 2 bags slung over Chun Jiuwan's shoulders, a contemplative look crossing his face. This fellow, risking so much just to obtain wedding dresses? Surely, his mind must have been addled. "Ah, I understand now." Zhou Qi suddenly grinned mischievously and murmured, "I saw him with a beautiful woman yesterday. That woman, my word. She is stunning, an absolute goddess. He must be collecting wedding dresses for her." As he spoke, a glimmer of greed sparkled in his eyes. "Is that true?" Zhou Qi questioned. In the past, beautiful women were a rare treasure. In this post-apocalyptic world, their value had only intensified. "Indeed, why would I deceive you?" Zhou Qi chuckled and shook his head. "Who doesn't know of your lecherous nature? It's ingrained in men's genes." Song Ji scoffed softly, muttering, "To alter one's intrinsic preferences is to either achieve great success or suffer utter failure." Another man, Wang Qian, approached with a smile, saying, "Song Ji, your words are quite philosophical." The tall and silver-haired Kong Jiahui chimed in, "Song Ji, do you know where that beauty resides?" Song Ji replied, "I do not. A house obstructs my view." "Then I shall go take a look," Kong Jiahui declared, picking up an axe and striding downstairs. Song Ji was indeed lecherous but timid, only daring to indulge his thoughts internally. Kong Jiahui, on the other hand, was audacious and possessed extraordinary powers. Meanwhile, Chen Jiuwan swiftly returned to Lu Yan's home. "Darling, why so many?" Lu Yan greeted him, surprised as she took the 2 bags. Chen Jiuwan opened the bags, revealing an array of wedding dresses, 6 in total. "You all should try them on. Fairy, come and try on this one," he said, presenting an elegantly styled off-the-shoulder gown. Chen Shui unfurled the dress against her figure and, with a slight parting of her lips, remarked, "This is my size. I shall try it on." She found herself quite fond of the gown, adorned with radiant sequins and delicate tulle, exuding a serene fragrance. The design flattered her figure, shining brilliantly. "Go ahead and try it," Chen Jiuwan encouraged, following Chen Shui into the room. Inside, Chen Shui playfully scolded, "How can I try on clothes with you in here?" Chen Jiuwan grasped her delicate hand and, grinning, replied, "It's difficult for you to change alone. I'll assist you." There was nothing inappropriate about a husband helping his wife change into wedding attire, after all. It was then that Chen Jiuwan noticed that Chen Shui's hands were not as soft and smooth as he had imagined. They bore a hint of roughness, with calluses present. Chen Shui's serene visage faltered, and she playfully pounded her fists against his chest, exclaiming, "You rogue." "Indeed, I am a rogue," he teased. "You truly are incorrigible." Affinity, 91 deep affection, 9,199 points represents a unique, profoundly intimate relationship. This exceptional bond is founded on trust, resonance, and emotion. In a state of deep affection, the subtle care within the relationship becomes increasingly apparent. The cold fairy has returned home. Chapter 14, Abundant Rewards, Tier 2 Family Ding. Family Member Expansion. Reward. Host gains 50 Vitality. Reward. Host acquires the skill Zombie King. Reward. Host receives the armor Blood Fury. Reward. Host obtains a skill upgrade card 1. Reward. Host gains 100 family points. Family member Chen Shui reaches deep affection with the host. Reward. Host gains 50 Vitality. Reward. Host receives a guardian card 1. Chen Jiuan tenderly embraced Chen Shui, gently caressing the beautiful back of his fairy wife. While his gaze was fixed on the ethereal system interface hovering in the air, a plethora of system information refreshed before him. Chen Shui had officially become a member of the Chen family. The rewards obtained were simply overwhelming. Vitality increased by 100 points, along with a treasure trove of other valuable items, armor, skills, and ability cards. Host, Chen Jiuan. Chen family. Tier 1. Vitality, 330. System inventory, Spear of the Underworld, Tier 2. Enchanted Compass, Tier 1. Blood Fury, Tier 1. Skill upgrade card 1. Guardian card 1. Personal skills, Poison Master, Tier 1. Spear Mastery, Tier 3. Zombie King, Tier 1. Family skills, Scholar, Tier 2. Family points, 200 points. Spouses, Lu Yan. Chen Shui. Chen Jiuan glanced at these statistics, then directly clicked on the small exclamation mark behind the Zombie King skill. Zombie King, Tier 1 gain a zombie's perspective, allowing perception of ordinary zombies' locations. Somewhat lacking in strength, he thought, just in time for a skill upgrade card. Chen Jiuan contemplated and immediately consumed it to elevate the Zombie King skill. Zombie King, Tier 2 Kingly Aura, ordinary zombies will not actively attack those with abilities. This ability is splendid. Upon reading the description of the Tier 2 Zombie King, power, Chen Juan could not help but feel elated. This meant he could roam freely within this zombie-infested world. In the current reality, ordinary zombies indeed made up the majority, and the number of mutated zombies remained scarce. Furthermore, Chen Juan could disguise himself as an ordinary zombie, leveraging the undead's strength to confront his foes. It can be said that the Zombie King skill provided Chen Juan with a superior environment for survival, eliminating the threat posed by ordinary zombies, granting him the freedom to navigate and explore the apocalyptic realm with greater ease. Most fundamentally, venturing to the Polygram Hotel would pose no challenge at all. After reveling in his joy, Chen Juan continued to examine his rewards. Guardian card, gain family protection, capable of withstanding low-level attacks. Duration, 30 minutes. Blood Fury, Tier 1 absorb life. When the bearer is subjected to limited attacks, Blood Fury will siphon a portion of vitality from the attacker, converting it into health restoration for the bearer. Note, it cannot increase vitality limits. As Chen Juan's thoughts stirred, he retrieved the Blood Demon's Fury from his system backpack, a mask, entirely crimson, forged from an unknown metallic substance. The mask displayed a fierce visage, with wide, glaring eyes and an open mouth as if to unleash a wrathful rebuke. My dear, this mask feels rather eerie, Chen Shui remarked, her beautiful eyes widening as she gazed intently at the artifact in Chen Juan's hands. He gently caressed her delicate back, smiling as he reassured her. Though it may seem sinister, it is bound to my body and soul. It poses no threat to me. After his explanation, Chen Shui nodded lightly, her eyes fluttering closed as she nestled against him like a gentle kitten, her affection for him exceeding 90 points, signifying her profound trust. Name, Chen Shui. Quality, unparalleled. Vitality, 75. Affection, 92. Beauty, 93. Figure, 93. Abilities, swordsmanship, level 5. Danger perception, level 3. After reviewing the attributes of the woman beside him, Chen Juan returned to the system interface. The Chen family had progressed from level 1 to level 2, fulfilling 2 conditions, the recruitment of 2 family members and a family point total of 200. Now, both conditions had been met. He silently intoned, "System, upgrade me." Requirements met. The Chen family is commencing its upgrade. The Chen family has reached level 2. Reward, family skill inheritance. Gazing at the newly acquired family ability, Chen Juan gently tapped the exclamation mark. Inheritance, level 1 allows the user to gain fragments of memory and information from objects or relics through contact. With a mere glance, Chen Juan grasped the utility of this ability. Such a power would be invaluable for solving puzzles, exploring, and acquiring fundamental skills. In times of peace, it could facilitate treasure hunting and the identification of antiques, discerning authenticity with ease. In the current tumultuous era, it would serve as a means to learn skills and uncover unknown leads. Calming his thoughts, Chen Juan examined the requirements for advancing to level 3. First, the recruitment of 5 family members. Second, a family point total of 500. And third, achieving a closeness of 100 points with 1 family member. My dear, suddenly, Chen Shui nudged him, her brow furrowed with a hint of concern. Chen Juan embraced her gently, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "What troubles you, my enchanting wife?" With a serious expression, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of vigilance, she replied, "I sense danger approaching, my husband." Chen Juan's eyes narrowed. With Chen Shui possessing the ability of danger perception, her instincts were unlikely to be mistaken. However, given her relatively low strength, the source of the threat to her might not equate to the same danger for him. Where was this danger emanating from? It seemed to be coming from downstairs. Chapter 15. Women are like garments. Chen Juan approached the window to observe, quickly noting a man standing below. Name, Kang Jiahui. Quality, ordinary. Vitality, 144. Ability, speed enhancement. Kang Jiahui possesses an unremarkable appearance. Neither stout nor slender, neither short nor tall. Everything about him is quite ordinary, save for his pair of silver glimmering eyes. Threatening, indeed, this man, Chen Juan mused, narrowing his gaze. The vitality that surpassed human limits is rather impressive. However, vitality does not equate to combat prowess. Vitality represents one's inherent qualities, while combat effectiveness also factors in external elements such as weapons, armor, tactics, and so forth. A child wielding a firearm could effortlessly eliminate an unarmed martial artist. My dear, Chen Shui said, clad in a black dress, her rosy cheeks still adorned with a charming blush. She glanced at the resplendent flower on the bed, her cheeks flushing further. She would not permit anyone to disrupt her blissful life. This individual must have followed you upon seeing your wedding dress collection, Chen Shui remarked. Chen Juan nodded. That is quite possible. Moreover, he might also be aware of both Lu Yin and my existence. Given the peril outside, it is unlikely he would venture out without any benefits or allure. What shall you do, dear? Shall we eliminate him now? After a moment of contemplation, Chun Juan replied, let us first ascertain who else he may have with him. As the saying goes, a hero is supported by 3 aides, especially in this apocalyptic era. The tendency to band together for warmth is likely more prevalent than before. Therefore, Chun Juan doubted that Kang Jiahui was a lone wolf. He surely had other survivors behind him, perhaps even an organization. If they acted rashly, it could alert those in the shadows, allowing them to escape and making it difficult to eradicate the threat completely. You must follow him. All right, you both stay here. I will investigate the situation. Chun Shuyi grasped her husband's hand, feeling the warmth of his palm, her concern evident. Be careful. Chun Juan smiled. Having just gained your affection, my strength has increased. Then hurry and eliminate them. Very well. I shall go and deal with them now. With the blood demon's fury in hand, Chun Juan descended the stairs. Kang Jiahui was unaware of Chun Juan and Chun Shuyi's scrutiny. He was aware of the floor Chun Juan occupied, even knowing the specific room. In the past, he would have charged in recklessly. With his strength, he could easily overpower and seize control, as the guardians of those beauties were mere weaklings. But now, the situation had changed. The corpses before him had met their demise due to fatal blows to the head from sharp instruments. The spear in that boy's hand could inflict such wounds. He was not to be trifled with. Kang Jiahui swiftly departed, returning to his residence to summon Song Ji, Wang Qian, and Zhou Qi, rallying them to his cause. Song Ji responded first. He had always been timid and never had the chance to experience the taste of such goddesses. With Kang Jiahui leading, the chances of success were significantly higher. Then came the burly Zhou Qi, who had awakened his physical abilities. After enduring the tribulations of the apocalypse, his pent-up frustration was considerable. Thus he agreed to assist Kang Jiahui. Wang Qian, however, hesitated. I addressed my brothers. Color is like a steel blade that scrapes the bones, dampening aspirations, injuring vitality, and bewildering the spirit. Shall we not aim a bit higher? Do not always dwell on trivial matters. Song Ji mocked. You are so noble, aren't you? You think I am unaware of your clandestine actions. Zhou Qi, with a smirk, chimed in. Wang Qian, have you truly engaged in such secretive endeavors? Wang Qian glared. His face flushed and retorted, Song Ji, you lecherous, destitute fool. Have you been spying on me? Standing, Song Ji scoffed. Who are you calling a fool? Wang Qian, undeterred, replied loudly. What of it if I call you a fool? Song Ji's expression darkened. In the past, anyone could label me a fool. Now, only I have the right to call others fools. Whoever dares to insult me shall face my wrath. He had once been a timid man, meek in both life and work, scarcely daring to raise his voice. But now, in this post-apocalyptic world, he was being reshaped. Enough, Kang Jiahui interjected, approaching with a disdainful grunt. Are you two reaching your prime? Wang Qian, will you join us? Wang Qian took a deep breath. You mentioned that fellow is formidable. Why must we oppose him? Kang Jiahui frowned. What do you mean? Wang Qian replied. Such a skilled individual has likely awakened his powers. We could recruit him, making him one of us. Then, wouldn't it be much easier for you to pursue his woman? Zhou Qi, lacking in education, slapped his thigh, exclaiming, indeed. As the saying goes, brothers are like limbs, and women are like garments. Once we become brothers, we can share our garments. Kang Jiahui nodded in agreement. Wang Qian, you speak wisely. Let us deliberate on how to bring him into our fold and strengthen our power. Wang Qian wore a slight smile, yet inwardly scorned Kang Jiahui's short-sightedness. In this new world, where the order had been upended, who would fear a lack of women if they could dominate? As the four discussed their plans to ensnare Chun Juan, outside the room, Chun Juan stood upright, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had discerned the essence of their intentions. Brothers as limbs, women as garments. Indeed, their aspirations were quite grand. If allowed to grow, they could become formidable adversaries. Chapter 16. The wrath of the blood demon. Chun Juan prepared to act, not with reckless abandon, but with stealth, poised at the doorway for a surprise attack. After all, as an awakened individual, caution was paramount. Suddenly, the sound of a door handle echoed. A bearded man stepped out of the room. Name, Zhou Qi. Quality, ordinary. Vitality, 150. Ability, defense enhancement, level 1. Indeed, he was an awakened individual. Chun Juan, fixated on the man, summoned the spear of the god of darkness. A shroud of dark power enveloped the spearhead, granting it enhanced armor-piercing capabilities, and he lunged forward with a swift strike. The spear of the god of the underworld sliced through the void like a bolt of lightning in the darkness, accompanied by a roaring rush of air. With a secondary skill, Shadow's Touch, a piercing sound echoed as the spear penetrated the forehead of the man exiting the door, emerging from the back with astonishing swiftness. The man was struck through the forehead with incredible speed, attack power, and armor-piercing capability. Even though he was an ability user, specifically one specializing in defense, he had no time to unleash his powers against such rapid and forceful assault. Careful, shouted Kang Jiahui, who was just about to step out as he leapt aside. With long legs adept at speed, his movements were notably more agile than those of an average person. Just as he uttered his warning, Chen Jiuan swiftly withdrew the spear and launched himself into the room. Before him stood another man, and without hesitation, Chen Jiuan aimed for a lethal strike. With a dull thud, the spear pierced through Song Ji, who was slower to react, striking him dead. "Impressive," exclaimed Wang Qian, the last of the trio, taken aback as he witnessed the swift demise of his two companions. Fortunately for him, their sacrifice bought him a precious moment. Hastily retreating, he reached for his side and produced a handgun without delay. Bang! Without a hint of hesitation, Wang Qian aimed at Chen Jiuan and fired. As Chen Jiuan prepared to pursue Kang Jiahui, his peripheral vision caught sight of the gun, causing alarm to surge within him. In a reflexive motion, he lunged forward to evade the shot. A spray of crimson erupted as the bullet grazed his side. Chen Jiuan, opting not to utilize the Guardian card, instinctively chose to dodge rather than defend, resulting in the unexpected injury. It is well known that a handgun's firing speed reaches at least 300 meters per second. The average human reaction time hovers around 0.4 to 0.3 seconds. With training, the fastest human reaction time is approximately 0.1 seconds. Chen Jiuan surpassed this benchmark, achieving around 0.4 seconds, though this was slightly extended due to the element of surprise. Even a mere delay of 0.01 seconds results in a total response time of 0.5 seconds. At a speed of 300 meters per second, a bullet travels 15 meters in 0.5 seconds. The distance between Chen Jiuan and Wang Qian was not more than 10 meters. However, at the moment Chen Jiuan was shot, a faint mist of blood energy began to coalesce around Wang Qian, replenishing the mask he wore. The fury of the blood demon surged within him, flowing like a warm tide. Chen Jiuan felt an infusion of vitality, gradually alleviating his weakness. This was the effect of the fury of the blood demon, which possessed the ability to absorb life force. When the wearer is attacked, the fury siphons a portion of the attacker's vitality, converting it into healing for the wearer. With no hesitation, Chen Jiuan hurled the spear of the god of the underworld, releasing it with tremendous force, akin to a shooting star. Boom! The spear of the underworld whistled through the air, piercing the sofa and striking Wang Qian in the shoulder. He let out a blood-curdling scream, his handgun flying from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Wang Qian's complexion paled dramatically, a chill creeping into his heart. Had it not been for the sudden weakness that overtook him moments before, he would have easily evaded this attack. Chen Jiuan noticed that the spear had veered slightly off course, but still managed to hit the arm that held the gun. In a flash of insight, Chen Jiuan's mind went blank as he lunged toward Wang Qian. In less than 10 meters, he surged forward, seizing Wang Qian's head and delivering a brutal blow without hesitation. Boom! Wang Qian's skull shattered, blood gushing forth. His cranium had been crushed by Chen Jiuan's strike. Wang Qian's eyes rolled back, leaving his fate uncertain, whether he was dead or merely unconscious. But given the severity of his injuries, the former seemed far more probable. Casting aside the corpse, Chen Jiuan turned his gaze toward Kang Jiahui. The man was dumbfounded by the scene, his face ashen. He bore no firearms, only an axe. In the presence of this formidable man, the axe was rendered virtually useless. Realizing that Kang Jiahui was not fleeing, Chen Jiuan drew forth the spear of the underworld, a sinister smile curling upon his lips as he approached slowly. Of course, Kang Jiahui could not see the expression on Chen Jiuan's face. All he perceived was the terrifying and ruthless aura emanating from the masked figure before him. Weakness overtook Kang Jiahui as he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Big brother, it wasn't me who sought to confront you. It was Wang Qian, the one who shot at you. He is the mastermind, intent on taking your woman." Through the spear of the underworld, he recognized Chen Jiuan's identity. Wasn't he the same young man who had trailed into the Emerald Mansion moments ago? He believed he had overestimated Chen Jiuan's combat prowess, but now it was evident that his judgment had been woefully superficial. Chen Jiuan remained silent, the spear still firmly in his grip. Kang Jiahui trembled in fear. Yet as if struck by a thought, his expression gradually steadied. "Brother, my older brother is a soldier. He will come looking for me soon. If I die, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance against you. You must understand that while soldiers may not possess many admirable traits, they are exceptionally united. Surely, you do not wish to attract the attention of numerous soldiers? You truly speak too much," Chen Jiuan retorted coldly, stepping before Kang Jiahui, looking down from his imposing height. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the spear of the underworld and plunged it downwards. The spear pierced through Kang Jiahui's crown, emerging from his tailbone. Withdrawing the spear and wiping away the blood, Chen Jiuan began to search the room. 2 axes, a makeshift dagger fashioned from a fruit knife, and a mop, 1 axe, and 1 handgun were all he found. The handgun appeared rather crude, lacking the metallic quality one might expect. It was a handmade firearm, an antiquated model. 1 bullet, 2 horses, 3 flowers, 4 snakes, 5 dogs, mouths open wide. The flower-patterned lollipop. No wonder it felt somewhat lackluster in power. Chen Jiuan cast a glance at the lifeless Wang Qian, silently pondering to himself. Yet, he did not dwell on it too much. In the Daxia Kingdom, there were still numerous talents among the populace. Reflecting on firearms, Chen Jiuan realized that with his Zombie King ability, he could easily search for firearms at police stations and public security bureaus. Although the spear of the underworld was formidable, it was limited to close-range attacks, and he had yet to unlock any long-range capabilities. Chapter 17. We shall serve you well. After securing his weapons, Chen Jiuan continued to explore the room. Soon, he discovered a square telescope in Song Ji's possession and found a zombie crystal core on Zhou Qi. He had only encountered such crystal cores on mutated zombies before. With a fleeting thought, Chen Jiuan smashed the skulls of the 4 individuals, acquiring 4 smaller crystal cores in the process. Each varied in hue, some resembling crystal gemstones, others red, and 1 green. 5 crystal cores. A smile crept across Chen Jiuan's face. It was only at this moment that he had the leisure to assess his own injuries. Upon inspection, he frowned slightly. The bullet had not struck any vital organs. Although it was a homemade pistol with limited power, it had still created a small wound. The bleeding had ceased, but a faint pain radiated from the surrounding area. Chen Jiuan opened the system to check his vitality, which stood at around 250. Compared to his peak, it was certainly lacking. Taking a deep breath, he found some cloth strips to bandage his wound. Once he had tidied himself up, he exited the room. Outside in the corridor, the echoes of zombies' growls resonated. Several ordinary zombies approached, descending upon the 4 men, their claws ripping open bellies to bite, gnaw, and chew. Chen Jiuan observed for a moment. The zombies, drawn by the scent and sounds, hastened towards him. He paid them no mind and descended the stairs. Making his way to the pharmacy. A prominent feature of Daxia was its abundance of pharmacies. Nearly every location had one. In some neighborhoods, the number could be as high as 10 or more. Before long, Chen Jiuan gathered some alcohol, gauze, antibiotics, and skin-repairing medicines from the pharmacy. Lastly, he found the heart-strengthening medication he regularly consumed. After some consideration, he also packed tools such as scissors and tweezers into his backpack. Departing from the pharmacy, Chen Jiuan walked along the street, intending to check the police station. With a flicker of thought, he retrieved the magical compass, which indicated the presence of a police station, Jade Road Police Station. After traversing several hundred meters and turning a couple of corners, the entrance to the police station came into view, surrounded by a throng of zombies. There were people inside. Were they police officers or rioters? Chen Jiuan furrowed his brow, contemplated briefly, and decided to leave. On his way home, he occasionally spotted zombies wandering the streets. Suddenly, 2 zombies took notice of Chen Jiuan, their noses sniffing the air. Gradually, the 2 zombies approached Chen Jiuan. Their expressions revealed a hint of confusion as they extended their claws to grasp him. Chen Jiuan's eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion, he unleashed the spear of the underworld. Thud, thud. The heads of the 2 zombies were instantly pierced, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Their sense of smell was remarkably keen. However, such acute sensitivity was not always advantageous. Chen Jiuan possessed a personal skill known as Level 2 Zombie King. This skill allowed him to perceive the locations of ordinary zombies through their perspective. Moreover, his aura as a king ensured that ordinary zombies would refrain from attacking him. The scent of fresh blood from his wound was detectable to these ordinary zombies as well. Before proceeding to the Polygram Hotel, he needed to tend to his injuries. Without lingering outdoors, he swiftly returned to the Emerald Mansion. Upon entering, Lu Yin exclaimed in shock at the sight of Chen Jiuan, her eyes welling with tears. Hearing the commotion, Chen Shuyi rushed out, her face tense as she bit her lip anxiously. "Darling, I've had first aid training. Let me help you," she offered. Though she appeared more composed than Lu Yin, she was equally distressed, simply more adept at concealing her emotions. Chen Jiuan playfully pinched Lu Yan's cheek, assuring her, "It's just a minor injury." Turning to Chen Shuyi, he smiled, "Wife, please assist me." The 2 women meticulously attended to his wounds, disinfecting, cleaning, applying medicine, and bandaging, taking an hour or 2 to complete the task with great care. "Darling, that should suffice," Chen Shuyi softly remarked. "You must rest well over the next few days." Lu Yin added, "Yes, dear, refrain from any strenuous activities for a while. We will take good care of you." She cast a glance toward the kitchen. "I'll prepare some soup for you. It will aid your recovery." "All right," he replied, watching Lu Yin head into the kitchen. He then embraced Chen Shuyi. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, Chen Shuyi nestled against him like a small cat, gently murmuring, "Darling, let me accompany you next time. I can be of assistance." Chen Jiuan shook his head. "Your strength is too low." He then retrieved 5 crystal cores from his pocket. Lu Yin had attempted to absorb the cores from a weightlifter, but had failed. Chen Jiuan had absorbed them before, experiencing only a slow increase in vitality. Chen Shui could also absorb them, with greater efficiency and speed than Chen Jiuan. 3 individuals, 3 different outcomes. Perhaps this was due to innate talent or aptitude, akin to martial arts roots or spiritual roots in cultivation. If you truly wish to help me, take these crystal cores and absorb them. Okay, Chen Shui replied, pursing her lips as she accepted them. Absorbing these cores would significantly enhance her strength and render her more useful. Chen Jiuan then lay back, contemplating quietly. He currently possessed 2 family skills, Level 2 Scholar and Level 1 Inheritance. The former was a passive ability, while the latter was an active one. Wife, where's your sword? Chen Jiuan suddenly inquired. The holy sword? It's in the room. Bring it here. All right, she responded. Chen Shui entered the room and swiftly retrieved the sacred sword. Chen Jiuan grasped the hilt, gently closing his eyes to attune his senses. Instantly, fragments of information materialized within his mind, prominently featuring Chen Shui. At that moment, the scene shifted, revealing Chen Shui clad in a black training outfit, practicing swordsmanship within her home. The image flickered again, showcasing her in a black dress, continuing her sword practice. A multitude of scenes flashed before him, predominantly depicting Chen Shui honing her martial skills. This was the essence of the Level 1 Inheritance. If he could locate a spear wielded by a 100 battle general, perhaps he could acquire memories of spear techniques, Chen Jiuan contemplated. Subsequently, he experimented with various other items. Most of them yielded glimpses into the past, albeit fragmented, while some newer objects provided no insights whatsoever. In the afternoon, Lu Yin brought in a pot of freshly prepared soup, a delightful fragrance wafting through the air. What is this? It smells divine, Chen Jiuan remarked, his nose twitching at the tantalizing aroma. Lu Yin approached with a bowl, saying, Darling, this is the silver fungus and flower ginseng soup I stewed. Please enjoy it while it's hot. She cast a glance at the woman nestled in Chen Jiuan's embrace, adding, These silver fungi are from Shui's stock. Is that so? You 2 wives are truly wonderful to me, Chen Jiuan replied, pulling Lu Yin closer and planting a kiss on her cheek. The soup contained not only silver fungus, but also ginseng and blossoms. Wife, feed me, he requested. Of course, she replied, presenting the bowl to him. Is this of imported quality? He inquired. Indeed, Lu Yin affirmed as Chen Jiuan savored the silver fungus. Its texture was soft and silky, melting like silk upon his tongue, devoid of any roughness or chewiness. The mouthfeel evoked thoughts of natural sponges, tender yet resilient, each bite releasing a refreshing and soothing essence. As he chewed, a delicate floral fragrance enveloped his taste buds, offering a moment of tranquility and pleasure amidst the bustling chaos of the apocalyptic world. Fairy, come and feed me a bite, Chen Jiuan teased, releasing Lu Yin and casting a mischievous glance at Chen Shui. Chen Shui's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly offered him a bite under Lu Yan's watchful gaze. In that instant, the once aloof fairy transformed into a vision of tenderness, her face aglow with charm and allure. Chapter 18. 4 days in the blink of an eye. For days had passed. During this time, Chen Jiuan thoroughly relished the attentive company of his beautiful wives, reveling in the joys of his fortunate circumstance. Lu Yin was pregnant, nurturing a small life within her, while Chen Shui's belly remained unchanged. Regrettably, the fairy's condition had not been promising, as she had yet to receive any system notifications. Chen Jiuan had long since regained his composure, declaring, Wife, you are truly enchanting. Chen Shui playfully pressed down on the mischievous hand of the man beside her, chiding, Darling, do exercise some restraint. Look at you. Your complexion is paler than that of the Void Prince. Chen Jiuan touched his cheek, muttering to himself. It does appear a bit pale. A fox spirit and a witch. Indeed, they had nearly drained all of his vitality. While his complexion was somewhat pale, it was not as exaggerated as that of the Void Prince. Even so, Chen Jiuan felt the need to supplement his strength. The most effective enhancement, of course, would come from the rewards offered by the system, vitality. This was the finest form of replenishment. The second means of augmentation would be through nourishment. Lu Yin, being both a chef and a nutritionist, was the ideal candidate for this. As he pondered, Chen Jiuan cast a glance at his wound. Chen Shui approached, her delicate face illuminated with joy. The wound is healing well. Are you going out, dear? Yes, I am going to search for supplies and equipment. Moreover, I must enhance my abilities, as I aim to provide a home for those displaced women, he replied. Chen Shui said, Let me accompany you. With a smile, Chen Jiuan teased, Are you not jealous that I will be looking for other women? Nestled in his embrace, Chen Shui gently responded, As long as you do not forsake me and still hold a place for me in your heart, I will be content. Chen Jiuan smiled. A goddess like you was once beyond my reach. How could I ever abandon you? You must have confidence in yourself. Playfully, Chen Shui nudged his chest. Please, let me join you on your expedition. Chen Jiuan shook his head. You should stay home to care for Lu Yin, safeguarding our abode. In a soft voice, Chen Shui said, I have absorbed some crystal cores these past few days, significantly enhancing my strength. I can assist you. Is that so? Chen Zhuan's gaze flickered as he checked the system. Vitality, 100 indeed. Chen Shuyi's vitality had improved somewhat. No wonder he had sensed her growing strength recently. After pondering, he ultimately declined. It is still unwise. I possess abilities that shield me from zombie attacks. You do not. Chen Shuyi pouted. Darling, why not share that ability with me? Akin to scholar and inheritance? Chen Zhuan shook his head. That ability cannot be shared. One is unique, while the other is for couples. Oh, I see, Chen Shuyi replied, disappointment creeping into her voice. Time passed, and noon arrived. During lunch, Chen Zhuan placed a piece of meat into Lu Yan's bowl. You are pregnant now. You should eat more. Lu Yan, taken aback, exclaimed, what? When did I become pregnant? Chen Zhuan gently touched her abdomen. My abilities allow me to sense your condition. Chen Shuyi also placed her hand on Lu Yan's belly, her expression turning to realization. No wonder. You are so rough with me, yet so gentle with my best friend. This cannot be. Lu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as she caressed her stomach. Chen Zhuan smiled reassuringly. Take good care of the baby at home. I will find you some nutritional supplements. Fairy wife, please look after Lu Yan well. Yes, I will take excellent care of my best friend and sister, Chen Shuyi affirmed, refraining from insisting on accompanying Chen Zhuan any further. With those words, he felt reassured. Chapter 19. Gathering supplies. Chen Zhuan ascended to the rooftop, first scanning the surroundings. The number of zombies in the vicinity seemed to have diminished. Behind the building, he discovered a group of survivors still engaged in hunting zombies. The reduction of zombies in the community was likely due to their efforts. There are 7 men, their wrists bound with straps connected to their weapons, preventing them from losing their arms. 3 women also wield weapons, primarily elongated implements, such as mop bayonets. Through the lens of his binoculars, Chen Zhuan discerns their attributes, all of which are of ordinary quality. Among them, 2 possess abilities, one enhancing auditory perception and the other bolstering defense, both rather mundane. Suddenly, Chen Zhuan notices a man with an injured arm. A woman, perceiving his distress, cautiously tends to his wound, unnoticed by the other members of their group. What is she up to? Chen Zhuan muses silently. Shaking his head, he resumes his observation of the remaining buildings. Within some houses, traces of both zombies and living individuals can still be seen. After a lengthy scrutiny, he concedes defeat. In this community, aside from Chen Shuyi and Lu Yan, who possess extraordinary qualities, there are no survivors that meet the system's criteria or Chen Zhuan's requirements. He must venture out in search of others. Chen Zhuan's initial thought is to head towards the city center, specifically the Beilajin Hotel. However, after some contemplation, he decides to postpone that plan until he acquires firearms. As he ponders, he strokes his chin. Where might high-quality survivors typically congregate? High-quality survivors are, in essence, where wealth flows. Private clubs, upscale hotels, such as the Beilajin National Hotel, luxurious restaurants, extravagant shopping districts, and premier nightclubs. Eureka! Chen Zhuan recalls a high-end establishment, the Taishan Fitness Club, which he had heard of previously, located adjacent to his company. It is said that the attractive CEO of the company is a member of this gym, paying an annual fee of 500,000. Grasping the spear of Hades, Chen Zhuan descends the stairs. Soon, he exits the residential complex and arrives at Emerald Road. After some reflection, he finds himself near the police station. A quick survey reveals individuals inside, exuding a demeanor akin to thugs, clearly not to be trifled with. In a lawless world such as this, where chaos prevails, thugs are abundant. Quietly departing, Chen Zhuan arrives at Qianbai Supermarket. Several men are engaged in transporting supplies. They are the thugs from the police station, armed with handguns at their waists. This sight ignites a glimmer of interest in Chen Zhuan's eyes. He is keenly intrigued by those firearms. Gathering some food in the vicinity to take home, Chen Zhuan mounts his electric bike, dons a mask, ignites the engine, and speeds towards his company. The streets are cluttered with vehicles, making it quite inconvenient to operate a 4-wheeled electric vehicle. The sound of the electric bike is significantly quieter than that of a motorcycle. Furthermore, with this second-level zombie king, aura surrounding him, few ordinary zombies pursue him. Before long, he arrives at the Shitsi Technology Building. Chen Zhuan hails from an orphanage and possesses limited education. Thus, he is not engaged in any prestigious profession. Instead, he toils as a mere data annotator in the internet sector, performing rudimentary tasks. Data annotation involves the labor-intensive process of transforming unprocessed, unstructured primary data, including voice, images, text, and video, into machine-readable information. Data annotation is one of the essential components of AI big data models. The Persimmon Technology Building stands tall at over 50 stories, a veritable giant among its surroundings. Chen Zhuan, wielding the spear of the underworld, strides into the lobby. Within the hall, several zombies roam, numbering in the dozens. Upon spotting Chen Zhuan, one lunges directly towards him, a mutated zombie. Its mutation is not severe, likely recent, with a vitality of merely 110 points. Chun Jiuan's gaze sharpens as he thrusts the spear of the underworld forward, a strand of dark energy coiling around its tip. Without hesitation, he pierces forward. The spear punctures the zombie's skull, emerging from the back of its head. This mutated zombie falls lifelessly to the ground in an instant. Killing low-level zombies has become second nature to Chun Jiuan, executed with effortless grace and minimal exertion. Moreover, despite 4 days spent recuperating, he has engaged in discussions with Chen Shuyi, exchanging insights on swordplay and spear techniques. Presently, Chun Jiuan's spear proficiency has reached level 4. Level 4 spear technique focuses on fundamental defensive skills, including blocking, dodging, and evasion. Learners will master methods to shield themselves from adversarial assaults. Retrieving a crystal core, Chun Jiuan disregards the remaining zombies and strides past the turnstile. After a brief search, he secures an IC card and swipes it to access the elevator to the 15th floor. Ding! The elevator arrives at the 15th floor with a chime. Roaring. Dozens of zombies charge forth, baring their teeth at Chun Jiuan from a meter away. After a few seconds, they disperse. Chun Jiuan surveys the area ahead, revealing orderly workstations. Most of the desks are equipped with a solitary monitor, keyboard, and mouse. On the chairs lie clothing and bags left behind by employees. After wandering through the office, meeting rooms, and break rooms on this floor, he finds no trace of any living soul. In densely populated places, it seems the presence of survivors is indeed a rare fortune. The military might fare better given their weaponry, but schools and tourist attractions, what a pity. Chapter 20. The former team leader, Wang Lixiang Chun Jiuan exits the 15th floor via the safety passage. The 16th floor mirrors the 15th, teeming with zombies and devoid of any living presence. He continues his search through the 17th and 18th floors until he reaches the 19th. If memory serves correctly, this floor houses the second cafeteria. The Persimmon Technology building boasts a total of 5 dining facilities. Upon entering this cafeteria through the safety passage, he casts a cursory glance and furrows his brow. The corridor is filled with zombies, potentially numbering in the dozens or even hundreds. Upon closer inspection, he notices that the door to the cafeteria on the right is closed, with curtains drawn over the tempered glass. There might be people inside. Contemplating this, Chun Jiuan thrusts the spear of the underworld forward. Thud. One zombie collapses. Thud. A second follows suit. Thud. Chun Jiuan practices with the spear of the underworld, dispatching zombie after zombie with lethal precision. In no time, all the zombies in the corridor lie defeated, a grim tableau of fallen corpses. Chun Jiuan arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria and rapped on the door forcefully, calling out, "Is anyone there? Is there anyone in the cafeteria?" After several shouts, a voice finally responded, "Who is it? Who's outside?" At that moment, a sliver of light appeared as a curtain was pulled aside, revealing the face of a woman. Name: Wang Xiangli. Quality: Rare. Vitality: 42. A rare quality. Wang Lixiang. Is this not the former group leader? In the hierarchy of Shitsi Technology Company, a team leader manages about 10 to 20 individuals, while a group leader oversees 4 to 6 teams. Wang Lixiang was indeed a group leader. Although not in Chun Jiuan's team, they merely occupied the same floor and had met before. Wang Lixiang scrutinized Chun Jiuan from head to toe, then glanced at the ground around her. Just a fleeting look, and her pupils instantly constricted. Wang Lixiang had noticed the corpses of the slain zombies scattered on the floor. "Did you kill all the zombies outside?" Chun Jiuan replied, "Yes, there are no zombies left outside." "How many survivors are there in here? Please open the door." Wang Lixiang hastily responded, "Wait a moment. There's a table barricading the door. I need to move it first." With that, she lowered the curtain. After a brief wait, Chun Jiuan could distinctly hear the sound of her footsteps retreating. Damn it, isn't she supposed to be moving a chair? However, the footsteps soon returned. "Hey, there are too many chairs. Please hold on a moment." Wang Lixiang's voice called from within the room. Chun Jiuan acknowledged with a simple, "All right," not feeling rushed. He turned his gaze towards the cafeteria's main entrance, which stood ajar. Chun Jiuan stepped inside, discovering a few zombies stumbling around. After a brief exploration, he found no living souls. This way. At that moment, the door to the cafeteria swung open, and Wang Lixiang cautiously poked her head out, beckoning Chun Jiuan with a wave. Upon entering, he surveyed her appearance. The prolonged evasion and anxiety had rendered Wang Lixiang utterly exhausted. Her once radiant visage had lost its luster, her skin pale and rough, devoid of the healthy flush it once bore. Her eyes were sunken, dark circles evident, betraying a prolonged battle with insomnia and worry. Her hair was tousled and matted, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Her lips were chapped and slightly pale, clearly indicative of inadequate nutrition. Her nose was high and slender, speckled with grime. She wore a black jacket stained with a few drops of blood, its sleeves torn and revealing her delicate arms. The shirt beneath barely concealed her figure, while her jeans were slightly short, exposing her slender legs. Suddenly, Wang Lixiang dropped to her knees before Chen Jiuan, grasping his thigh and imploring, "Big brother, please save me. Please take me away from this dreadful place. I will do anything you wish." In the past, many individuals at the company sought my favor, yet I never acquiesced to their advances. However, now I find myself willing to oblige, provided you can extricate me from this wretched place. Gazing at the somewhat neurotic woman before him, Chen Jiuan furrowed his brow. Could it be that she has lost her sanity? The overpowering stench emanating from her rendered any inclination he might have had utterly unappetizing. "Rest assured, Team Leader Wang," Chen Jiuan reassured her, "I will ensure your departure from here. May I pose a few questions, to which I kindly ask for your honest responses?" "Thank you. Thank you so much," Wang Lixiang exclaimed, her voice breaking into sobs. Upon witnessing her tears, Chen Jiuan found himself at a loss for words of consolation. He glanced around the cafeteria, where the acrid odor was palpable. Puddles of dark red blood marred the floor and walls, accompanied by a nauseating stench, far more repugnant than excrement. The cafeteria's confines were limited, revealing no presence of another soul. At this moment, Wang Lixiang wiped her tears and inquired, "Brother, what would you like to ask? I promise to tell you anything I can. Please, have something to eat first." Chen Jiuan retrieved a bottle of water and a piece of bread from his backpack. With tears of gratitude, Wang Lixiang responded, "Thank you. Truly, thank you, brother." She promptly tore open the packaging and devoured the food voraciously. Once she had finished, Chen Jiuan asked, "When the apocalypse erupted, what transpired here? Why are you the sole occupant of this cafeteria?" Wang Lixiang took a sip of water and sat across from Chen Jiuan, contemplating before she spoke. "When the apocalypse began, our office area was swiftly overrun by zombies. We were in a meeting, thus we experienced less of the initial chaos. We hid in the office for 2 or 3 days. Eventually, due to a lack of food, we decided to venture out to the cafeteria in search of provisions. However, we encountered a zombie attack along the way, leading to many casualties. Only I managed to escape into the cafeteria. I have survived thus far on the food here. But without your timely arrival, I likely would have lasted only a day or 2 more." Chen Jiuan's gaze shifted towards the kitchen as he frowned and inquired, "Has all the food in the cafeteria been consumed?" Wang Lixiang offered a grim smile. "It ran out 2 days ago, for the past couple of days. I have only been drinking fruit juice." Then, she added, "By the way, you referred to me as Team Leader Wang. Were you also a former employee of our company?" Chen Jiuan nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. He began to scrutinize the cafeteria for clues, sensing that Wang Lixiang's words lacked authenticity, particularly regarding the food situation. From what he understood, the cafeteria's supplies should have sustained a single woman for 2 or 3 months without issue. After all, it was now April, and even if the food had begun to spoil, there were freezers available to prolong its viability. Chapter 21. The Temptation of Wang Lixiang. As he observed, Chen Jiuan noticed a bloodied kitchen knife. He picked it up and activated inheritance. A rush of fragmented information surged through his mind: the knife's origin, the process of its forging, and scenes of its purchase. He also perceived images of the knife being used for cutting, culminating in a particularly vivid final vision. Alternatively, it can be said that it encompasses the emotional state of its user. A scene of murder unfolds. A man wielding a kitchen knife plunges it into another man. The image abruptly ceases. Chen Jiuan appears contemplative as he turns to glance at Wang Lixiang, who has unexpectedly materialized behind him. Upon noticing Chen Jiuan's gaze, Wang Lixiang wipes her tears and says, "This knife was used to slay the zombies in the cafeteria. I had fled there, where both survivors and zombies were present. Ultimately, I allied with the survivors and vanquished the zombies." Chen Jiuan remained silent, for he had not witnessed the act of the knife slaying the zombies. It is possible that no slaying occurred, or perhaps it did, but the fragments of information had vanished. He continued to advance. Encountering a pool of congealed blood on the ground, he crouched down and gently touched it. Instantly, fragments of information surged into his mind regarding the origin of this blood. At night, a woman was engaged in exterminating pests with a man. After their task, the man, exhausted, succumbed to sleep. In the darkness, the woman suddenly turned into a killer. Seizing the moment of the man's vulnerability, she thrust a knife into his heart, causing him to bleed profusely and perish. Witnessing this, Chen Jiuan felt a quiet alertness. Dying on a woman's bed indeed seemed rather tragic. He could perceive the level of affection, and he would need to exercise caution in future slumbers. Standing up, Chen Jiuan gazed at Wang Lixiang and declared, "This is not the blood of zombies, but that of a human." A flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Lixiang's eyes, which sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "You are truly remarkable. You can discern that." Pausing for a moment, she contemplated and elucidated. "After we eradicated the zombies in the cafeteria, the remaining individuals fell into infighting. This blood was left during that tumult." Chen Jiuan noncommittally remarked, "No wonder." He continued forward into the kitchen, where he observed a significant amount of blood as well. A cursory glance revealed his attention drawn to the freezer. He opened the first compartment. It was entirely empty. The second was also devoid of contents. Upon opening the final one, frozen yellow fat emerged. Chen Zhuan raised an eyebrow and gravely inquired, "Shixiang meat?" Wang Lixiang stiffened slightly, her eyes flickering as she asked, "What is Shixiang meat?" Chen Zhuan regarded her with a cold smirk and retorted, "What do you think?" Leaning against the doorframe, he remarked, "The survivors of the cafeteria engaged in a fierce internal conflict, leaving you to align with the victorious faction. Ultimately, you eliminated the last victor and consumed the flesh to survive until now." Wang Lixiang stumbled back a few steps, her expression filled with terror as she stammered. "How do you know this?" Chen Zhuan replied, "For a woman to achieve such a feat is no small accomplishment. Since you are aware, I shall drop the pretense." Wang Lixiang slowly exhaled, a cold smile forming on her lips as she confessed, "Indeed, this meat is mine. However, you have no inkling of the suffering I endured. I entered the cafeteria seeking refuge, believing I had encountered benevolent souls. Yet, I never anticipated that one night, after I had fallen asleep, those men would bind me and take turns to violate me. Subsequently, they erupted into conflict over the right to use me. In the end, only he and I survived. But our rations were entirely depleted. He plotted to consume me. I cannot passively await my demise. I must act before him, eliminate him, and consume him. Without him, you may find it impossible to encounter me again, and thus, you shall not experience the pleasures of my body." At this juncture, Wang Lixiang revealed a seductive expression. She slowly disrobed, presenting herself before Chen Zhuan in all her nakedness. While her visage may not rival the allure of Lu Yin or Chen Shui, she could still be aptly described as a petite beauty. Her body, concealed beneath her garments, remained fair and delicate. Her figure was commendable, receiving a system rating of 79 points. Ordinary, 50 to 60 in average physique, lacking significant allure or distinctiveness. Average height and build, unremarkable. Slender, 61 to 70 points, a relatively slim figure with smooth lines, exuding an air of elegance. A moderately elongated shape, possessing a degree of attraction. Well-proportioned, 71 to 80, a balanced physique, exhibiting grace and harmonious curves. Evidently attractive and eye-catching. Wang Lixiang bit her lip, her voice sultry as she inquired, "Do you desire me? Just beckon with a finger, and I shall kneel at your feet." Chen Zhuan regarded her calmly and replied, "Your name contains the character for fragrance, yet I feel none of it. In fact, I find it somewhat nauseating." At over 30, this was the first time Wang Lixiang had been met with such a reaction from a man. Though displeased internally, she maintained a smiling facade. Biting her lip, she cast a sultry gaze and provocatively remarked, "A good wash will make me fragrant." She approached the faucet, using cold water mixed with a white cat detergent to cleanse her body. As Chen Zhuan observed her gradually becoming more enticing, he shook his head and turned to leave. "Fate is in your own hands." She was a woman of rare caliber, yet regrettably akin to a public bus. Even more unfortunate was her past indulgence in the tin-spiced meat. Had it been merely the former, Chen Zhuan might have considered enslaving her for labor. However, the latter fact rendered her devoid of humanity, utterly lacking in moral boundaries, akin to a beast. Such individuals were not to be trusted. They could easily turn against one. Numerous tales echo this sentiment, such as the farmer and the snake, or Donghua and the wolf. "You cannot leave," Wang Lixiang shrieked, rushing towards Chen Zhuan in a desperate lunge. "Have you lost your mind?" Chen Zhuan swiftly sidestepped, his brow furrowing. He had sensed her neurotic tendencies previously, and now they were glaringly apparent. In this post-apocalyptic world, beset by zombies and relentless trials, Wang Lixiang's psyche had undoubtedly suffered greatly. "Do not leave," she cried out. "Please take me away from here. I cannot remain any longer." Just then, two zombies burst forth from the cafeteria. Chen Zhuan dispatched them with ease and hastily departed. Wang Lixiang followed, her voice piercing the air, "Do not go. I beg you to take me away from this place. I truly cannot stay here any longer." Yet, the only response she received was the roar of the remaining zombies. Chapter 22. The beautiful CEO and her assistant Chen Zhuan ascended to the 20th floor to explore, leaving Wang Lixiang behind in the cafeteria. The fate of this woman is, in truth, already sealed: death or transformation into a zombie. Once the flesh is consumed, Wang Xiangli has no means of escape. Fleeing through the window? Impossible. It is the 19th floor. Outside, the glass is smooth and unyielding, unlike residential buildings that offer footholds. Exiting through the main door is equally futile, as hordes of zombies await beyond. Unless, of course, Wang Xiangli renounces her humanity. As Chen Zhuan continues his exploration, ascending floor by floor, Wang Xiangli finds herself despondently crumpled on the cafeteria floor. She once entertained the notion that someone might come to rescue her. However, as time elapsed, her hope gradually waned. Unexpectedly, a man arrived today, unafraid of the zombie threat. He had the potential to lead her to safety, yet he chose not to. The flicker of hope only to vanish is far more despairing than the absence of hope itself. In a fit of madness, Wang Xiangli screamed, her legs thrashing wildly. Arms flailing in the air, her disheveled hair framing her face as she stood, enveloped in a profound sense of despair. At that moment, her spirit shattered irrevocably. I shall no longer be human. I renounce my humanity. With that declaration, she flung open the cafeteria door. Bang! The zombies outside surged in, overwhelming Wang Xiangli and bringing her crashing to the ground. They bit into her flesh, yet she felt no pain. Instead, a look of relief spread across her face, a smile gracing her lips. In truth, even if Chun Jiuan had not appeared, once the flesh was gone, she would inevitably succumb to madness, relinquishing her humanity. In the apocalypse, one may rise to prominence and defy fate, yet it can also drive one to despair and madness, leading to the relinquishment of one's humanity. On the 54th floor, Chun Jiuan ascended the staircase to the top. There was no other option. He discovered that the elevator was out of order. The 54th floor housed numerous executive offices, including the office of the president of Shitsi Technology. He had searched some of the lower floors, but not all. There was simply too much to cover. If he were to search every inch, darkness would have long since enveloped the outside world. The top floor was also teeming with zombies. Chun Jiuan swiftly dispatched several that blocked his path. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and he lacked the stamina and energy to continue hunting them down. If he exhausted himself in battle against the zombies, he might find himself ill-prepared to confront any mutated ones that he might encounter. As he progressed, Chun Jiuan pondered the possibility that this towering edifice could house more than just that deranged woman as a survivor. The deeper he ventured, the more his doubts grew, and the more he could envision the brutality of the apocalypse. Fortunately, their night shift team had been scheduled to work the following afternoon, allowing them to narrowly escape calamity. Soon, Chun Jiuan spotted a room, the president's office. Outside the door, numerous zombies were pressed against the bulletproof glass, pounding, howling, and emitting guttural sounds. Chun Jiuan approached, parting the zombies to observe the office within. Inside, a sleek and modern desk was arranged neatly with documents and a laptop. Beside the table, there stood a bookshelf brimming with an array of books on business and leadership. An abstract piece of art adorned the wall, infusing the office with a touch of creativity. The office was devoid of any presence. However, through the slits of the bamboo curtain, Chun Jiuan discovered a partitioned suite within the office. Surely, there must be survivors inside. Otherwise, the zombies could not possibly be congregating outside. Could it be the enchanting CEO? Mentioning her, Chun Jiuan's thoughts drifted back to that autumn, when training was required for the data annotation position. During that time, the captivating CEO had made an appearance. Clad in black stockings and high heels, she possessed long, graceful legs and exuded an air of poise and confidence. Reflecting on it now, Chun Jiuan found the memory of her indelibly etched in his mind. If she were indeed alive, he would gladly welcome her into the Chen family. As for the disparity in treatment compared to Wang Lixiang, well, Chun Jiuan was, in truth, a man of double standards. Without continuing the meeting, he grasped the spear of Hades and launched an assault against the zombies. Stab, stab, stab. The zombies lurking outside the door fell one by one. Soon, the corridor was strewn with their corpses, and silence enveloped the area, save for the distant groans of the undead. Bang, bang, bang. Chun Jiuan rapped forcefully on the door, calling out, "Is anyone in the office? Are they dead or have they turned into zombies? If you're alive, respond." Inside the suite, two women sat at the edge of the bed. Upon hearing the voice of a man from outside, they exchanged astonished glances, their faces lighting up with joy. "Xiaodi, did you hear that? There's a man's voice outside. This can't be an illusion." Ji Shuiyao, the president of Shitsi Technology, exclaimed as she shook her assistant's arm, her face brimming with excitement. "I heard it too." "This is no mere figment of the imagination," replied Yao Qingdi, her fair complexion also reflecting her surprise. Ji Shuiyao, holding her phone, laughed joyously. "It must be my mother sending help. We are going to be rescued." Yao Qingdi assisted Ji Shuiyao off the bed, nodding vigorously. "Sister Ji, your family must have immense influence to have actually dispatched rescue." Though she spoke those words, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Even if the lady were to send assistance, it seemed rather swift. Yet, the news of rescue overwhelmed her lingering uncertainty, leaving no room for her to ponder further. Ji Shuiyao, filled with elation, declared, "Xiao Di, our days of fortune are upon us. Let us go, we must leave. I want to return home and feast on a grand banquet." The president of Shitsi Technology and her assistant leaned on each other as they opened the suite door. Peering beyond the bamboo curtain, there was an absence of noise. The groans of the zombies had vanished, and the sound of their pounding on the door had ceased. Only the voices of the living remained, the most cherished sounds they had heard in many days, even more endearing than that of their own mothers. Ji Shuiyao quickly directed, "Xiao Di, Hurry, raise the curtains. Yao Qingdi swiftly drew back the curtains, revealing everything outside the glass. Ji Shuiyao spotted Chen Jiuan and promptly inquired, "Hello. Are you the one my mother sent to rescue me?" Chen Jiuan gazed at the two women before him. Initially taken aback, his expression soon transformed into one of delight. Before him stood two exemplary women of remarkable quality. Name, Ji Shuiyao. Quality, extraordinary. Vitality, 43. Affinity, 55. Appearance, 83. Figure, 91. Abilities, leadership, level 5. Business acumen, level 3. Leadership, level 5. Capable of organizing small to medium-sized projects with considerable influence. Provides substantial support and encouragement to subordinates. Offers practical solutions promptly when faced with difficulties. Management skills have improved significantly. Business acumen, level 3. Possesses advanced analytical skills. Able to comprehend and analyze vast amounts of data and information, such as big data analysis and market research, deriving valuable insights through statistical methods. Name, Yao Qingdi. Quality, rare. Vitality, 35. Affinity, 65. Appearance, 80. Figure, 80. Abilities, strategic thinking, level 4. Interpersonal skills, level 5. Strategic thinking, level 4. Capable of integrating multiple internal and external environmental factors and prevailing trends. Identifies fundamental development guidelines. Though the depth of analysis is moderate, planning remains focused on the next 2 to 3 years. Interpersonal skills, level 5. Communicates fluently and naturally. With a gracious and approachable demeanor. Understands the needs and circumstances of others. Chapter 23. President, what must you contribute to demonstrate your worth? An extraordinary president. A rare assistant. Chen Jiuan felt a stirring within. If he could cultivate these two into members of the Chen family, it would signify a significant leap toward becoming a Tier 3 family. At this moment, Ji Shuiyao furrowed her brows in displeasure, tapping on the glass and exclaiming, "Hey, why aren't you speaking? Why are you staring blankly?" Chen Jiuan cast a glance at the stunning beauty before him. Intuition told him that this woman had not yet endured enough hardship in the apocalypse. How could she address him with such a questioning tone? It was reasonable to consider. The apocalypse had only lasted less than a month. Furthermore, as the president of a family enterprise, she was undoubtedly accustomed to being pampered by her family and peers, leaving her with a lingering air of entitlement even in her misfortune. A faint smile graced Chen Jiuan's lips as he replied, "My apologies. I did not expect the esteemed president to still be alive." Yao Qingdi interjected, "Please don't take offense. My boss has been trapped here for quite some time and is feeling quite repressed. I apologize on her behalf." Chen Jiuan glanced at the petite assistant, Yao Qingdi. She appeared much more docile, seemingly in her early 20s, akin to someone freshly graduated. Her figure was as slender as a flash of lightning. Her vitality reflected this. A normally healthy person's vitality could reach 50 points, while those in suboptimal health would have over 40 points. The young assistant's vitality was in the 30s. She was on the brink of starvation. Such beauty, physique, and quality. Could it be that one is reduced to such a state by hunger? Having recovered, I wonder if I can regain what I lost, mused Chen Jiuan, who then donned a gentle smile and remarked, "It's all right. I was once an employee here. I owe my gratitude to the boss for providing me with this job, enabling me to support my family. How could I ever blame him? Oh, by the way, I am not sent by your mother," he added. Ji Shuiyao was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought. "So you are not?" With a slight smirk, Chen Jiuan enticed, "I have some food in my backpack. Would you like some?" As he spoke, he unzipped his backpack, revealing the provisions before the two women. Yao Qingdi quickly exclaimed with delight, "Yes, yes. I haven't eaten in days." She turned to the dazed Ji Shuiyao, saying, "Sister Ji, may I open the door?" Ji Shuiyao glanced at the seemingly honest Chen Jiuan. Mustering her composure, she replied, "Go ahead." Upon hearing this, Yao Qingdi promptly swung open the office door. Chen Jiuan stepped inside, feigning intimidation. "You really opened the door." Yao Qingdi froze for a moment, her expression tightening. "What's wrong?" Ji Shuiyao furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding washing over her as she took a step back. "What do you intend to do?" Advancing a step closer, Chen Jiuan continued his charade of intimidation. "If I were to say I am a thug and intend to coerce you two delicate ladies, how would you respond?" "Ah." Ji Shuiyao and Yao Qingdi gasped in shock, embracing each other in fear. "No way. You seem so honest. How could you be a thug? You're just trying to scare us, right?" With a mischievous grin, Chen Jiuan approached. "So you were frightened. Yet, you boldly opened the door." Ji Shuiyao steeled herself, her fear evident as she threatened, "I advise you against foolish actions. I am the president of Shitzi Technology. My family wields considerable influence in the Great Xia Kingdom. The Mingri Group belongs to us." Chen Jiuan chuckled. With that revelation, I find myself even more intrigued. His gaze shifting, he stepped forward and snatched the phone from the esteemed president's grasp. No wonder it could connect to the outside world. This phone, equipped with satellite calling, was indeed a cut above, surely custom-made for the heiress of the Mingri group. Ji Shuiyao, her facade faltering, exclaimed, "I urge you not to act recklessly. In this apocalypse, the power of the wealthy and the influential is beyond the imagination of an ordinary employee. The rich rely on technology, while the poor depend on mutations. I possess extraordinary abilities." A slight smile played on Chun Joan's lips. Once, this world was indeed dominated by the wealthy and powerful, but now that was far from certain. In this new era of apocalypse and emerging powers, why do so many ordinary individuals yearn for the cataclysm? It is not merely a matter of preferring a peaceful existence over chaos. While that holds some truth, it only represents a fraction of the populace. Some individuals are inherently restless, harboring animosity towards the affluent and powerful, believing that turmoil births heroes. Extraordinary abilities are not infallible. Ji Shuiyao's complexion darkened, clearly aware of the existence of such powers through her means of communication with the outside world. At that moment, the delicate Yao Qingdi timidly inquired, "Brother, you are not a thug, are you? You truly are a brute. How could you engage in such meaningless chatter with us?" Chun Zhuan shook his head, remarking, "In this apocalyptic world, your vigilance is lamentably feeble." With a light-hearted smile, he continued, "If I were indeed a brute, you would be certain to find yourselves at my mercy." Upon hearing this, both Ji Shuiyao and Yao Qingdi let out a sigh of relief simultaneously. Ji Shuiyao, with a displeased expression, retorted, "How dare you frighten us like this, especially after I once provided you with a job to support your family?" Yao Qingdi chimed in, "Indeed, you truly gave us a fright just now." At that moment, the stomachs of the two women grumbled audibly. Chun Zhuan cast a glance at their bellies and jested, "Are you both hungry?" Ji Shuiyao patted her stomach and impatiently replied, "Enough of that. Don't you have food? Hurry up and bring it out." Chun Zhuan, noticing her eager expression, smirked slightly. He replied nonchalantly, "In the past, you paid me a salary, allowing me to support my family. I am grateful for that. Yet, I also created value for you as my employer. Now, dear CEO, what will you contribute to create value for me? After all, in this world of desolation, food is far more precious than money." Once, Ji Shuiyao was the boss, and her word was law. To secure daily sustenance, one had no choice but to heed her. The tables had indeed turned, and now it was vital that she regarded his countenance favorably. Without any benefits, she could dream of receiving food. Ji Shuiyao glared at him, her eyes narrowing as she retorted, "Value? My very existence is value. Once I return to my family, you will not lack for benefits." Chun Zhuan scoffed with a smile. "Ah, the boss truly delights in empty promises." Ji Shuiyao furrowed her brow and gritted her teeth, demanding, "What do you expect us to do?" Yao Qingdi interjected, "Brother, we are but two weak women, utterly drained and incapable of any labor." "I require no labor from you." Chun Zhuan chuckled lightly. "Such matters should be resolved in a manner befitting adults. Dear CEO, my little assistant, I wish to support you both with provisions." Chapter 24. Yao Qingdi want to take a bath support? Ji Shuiyao and Yao Qingdi were both taken aback. Yao Qingdi's eyes flickered as she weighed her options. Ji Shuiyao, without a moment's hesitation, erupted in anger. "Such support is an immoral act. You are trampling upon my dignity. I am a woman of character. I cannot possibly accept such an outrageous demand. Abandon this notion at once." Her tone was resolute, unwavering. Chun Zhuan chuckled inwardly, coldly thinking, "Then I shall teach you a lesson. Are you not the beautiful CEO? Do you not possess a touch of the princess complex? With your influential family, surely someone will come to your aid." Chun Zhuan was determined to humiliate this oblivious beauty of a CEO. "Immoral? Very well, if you refuse. Perhaps you could accept a single favor from me in exchange for a portion of food. Thus, you would be trading labor for sustenance, as one must remember. The working class is the most honorable. In the past, the distinction between a favor and support was quite pronounced. One could lead to a penalty for disturbance, while the other would merely invite moral condemnation. One is the entertainment of the impoverished, while the other is the pastime of the affluent." Ji Shuiyao grew increasingly infuriated. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, "What do you take me for? Floating is against the law." Chun Zhuan could only shake his head in silence. In this post-apocalyptic world, discussing laws seemed utterly ludicrous. It appeared that this woman was not quite in her right mind. Turning his attention to the contemplative Yao Qingdi, he smiled and said, "My dear, how about you? I can provide you with sustenance." Yao Qingdi's eyes flickered as she inquired, "Will you take me away from here?" Chun Zhuan nodded. "I certainly will. However, the current circumstances do not permit it. There are numerous zombies within the building, and the elevator is out of order. I must first clear out the zombies before I can escort you away. Of course, there are many zombies outside as well. So bringing you home will not be an easy task." Suddenly, Yao Qingdi asked, "Ah, are there many zombies outside? How did you manage to get in? Have you forgotten? I possess a unique ability. Those zombies do not attack me." Chun Zhuan replied with a smile. "That is why I can roam the city freely, gathering food at my leisure and and why I was able to arrive here. Yao Qingdi nodded gently and then asked, if I agree, how much food can you provide me? Chen Jiuan chuckled, certainly enough to satiate your hunger. All the food in my backpack will be yours. You should be able to last 3 days alone. Naturally, I will continue to supply you with food after that. I see. By the way, what is your name? She asked. Chen Jiuan, he answered. Yao Qingdi lowered her head. Feeling bashful as she said, Brother Jiuan, I am Yao Qingdi, and I am willing to accompany you. Xiao Di, how can you be like this? Ji Shuiyao exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, filled with indignation as she scolded. Do you realize you are selling your body? In the past, this would be considered disgraceful. I still have food here. I can share it with you. Do not accept his food. Yao Qingdi looked earnestly at the beautiful CEO and said, Sister Ji, your food will only last for a day. But what will happen once it is gone? Ji Shuiyao fell silent, uncertain of what to do. The provisions in their apartment were merely snacks saved from their daily routines. Given how frugally they had lived, it was impressive they had made it this far. Yao Qingdi grasped Ji Shuiyao's fingers and whispered, Sister Ji, I do not wish to perish. I implore you to grant me a chance to survive. Ji Shuiyao, with her lofty demeanor, replied, do as you wish. Chen Jiuan regarded Ji Shuiyao and couldn't help but smirk. This woman had evidently never known true hunger and was unaware of the value of food. Disregarding the beautiful CEO, he retrieved cream bread and milk from his backpack. Handing them to Yao Qingdi with a smile, my little beauty, please eat these first. Afterward, go take a bath. Thank you. Yao Qingdi quickly accepted the offerings. Tearing open the packaging and devouring the food eagerly, Ji Shuiyao watched, her stomach rumbling like thunder as she swallowed hard. The bread was indeed fragrant. Had it been stir-fried, the aroma would have been even more enticing. Ji Shuiyao feared she would be unable to resist and might even succumb. Regrettably, there was no kitchen here to prepare a meal. Just then, as Ji Shuiyao swallowed her saliva in secret, her phone rang. Chen Jiuan cast a sidelong glance at the screen, where the word Mama was displayed. Ji Shuiyao, in tears, implored, Mom, please come and save me. My food is running out, and I am on the verge of starvation. A somewhat aged voice emanated from the phone. I have dispatched mercenaries to rescue you. Keep an eye on the helicopter. They will arrive within a day or two. Just hold on a little longer. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiuan's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed that the beautiful CEO's family had indeed sent aid, and it would arrive in a mere 2 days. How vexing, if they managed to rescue her. Wouldn't they lose a member of unparalleled quality from their ranks? He resolved to devise a plan to thwart this rescue. Ji Shuiyao's mother soon ended the call. Likely due to some communication restrictions, Ji Shuiyao cast a glance at Chen Jiuan beside her, smirking with pride as she declared, Did you hear that? My mom's mercenaries are coming soon. Chen Jiuan replied with a smile, I wish you the best of luck. Humph, Ji Shuiyao huffed, then turned to Yao Qingdi, announcing loudly, Xiao Di, the rescue will arrive in 2 days. We will soon be saved. Yao Qingdi, looking somewhat hesitant, said, Sister Ji, may I use your bathroom to take a shower? Ji Shuiyao frowned, questioning, Are you really going to accept his help? Yao Qingdi pressed her lips together and softly replied, I have already eaten Jiuan's food. Ji Shuiyao shot a glance at Chen Jiuan, feeling a pang of disappointment before turning away. You have truly let me down. Sorry. Sister Ji, Yao Qingdi murmured, Well, go ahead. Yao Qingdi entered the suite, which contained a bedroom, a wardrobe, and a bathroom suitable for bathing. Ji Shuiyao, feeling disheartened, turned on the radio on her phone. Hello everyone. I am Dong Guangren, a senior virus researcher with the United Government. I am here to unveil the process of the emergence of mutated zombies. At this statement, Chen Jiuan's eyes narrowed as he focused intently on the broadcast. The zombie virus invades the human brain, primarily damaging regions associated with higher cognitive functions, while preserving areas related to emotional processing, such as the amygdala and hippocampus. Once the virus obliterates the brain's advanced cognitive abilities, all that remains is the most primitive instincts of hunger and aggression, transforming the individual into a zombie. However, in rare cases, if the zombie had strong thoughts or emotions and obsessions during their lifetime, certain areas of their brain may remain intact. These surviving centers of brain activity retain memories and emotions from the individual's past life. When exposed to relevant stimuli, these brain regions become abnormally activated, secreting a plethora of neurotransmitters, including serotonin and norepinephrine, which stimulate the hypothalamus and activate the sympathetic nervous system. This triggers a series of physiological changes that lead to the massive secretion of adrenaline in the zombie, enhancing the replication and mutation of the virus. Consequently, the newly generated mutated virus accelerates brain damage, endowing the zombie with new capabilities, such as increased explosive power and diminished pain perception. Thus, the emergence of mutated zombies is facilitated. Chapter 25. Family members. Chen Jiuan stroked his chin, pondering how the emergence of mutated zombies bore a resemblance to ghosts. In horror films, Individuals who die with grievances often transform into vengeful spirits. At this moment, the woman put away her phone. As Ji Shuiyao raised her small face with pride, she asked, "What's the matter? Does your phone lack a radio function?" Chen Jiuan shook his head and replied, "No, it doesn't. Most smartphone radio functions have been phased out." He chose not to pursue the topic further. Pointing towards the suite, he remarked, "I'll borrow your bed for a while." Ji Shuiyao pouted defiantly and shook her head. "No way. This is my bed. You cannot use it." With that, she stood up and opened the suite door, stepping inside. Chen Jiuan followed her, sitting on the large bed with a playful grin. "Whether you lend it or not, I'm still going to use it. Leave, you must leave." Ji Shuiyao's temper flared, her small fists clenching tightly, as she tugged at him with a fierce expression. "You need to get away from here. You are not welcome." Chen Jiuan reclined on the bed, unperturbed by her attempts to pull him away. "If you could truly drag me off the bed, I wouldn't need your bed at all." Infuriated, Ji Shuiyao felt an overwhelming urge to slap him twice. But rationality prevailed. This was not the past. Even if she wanted to throw a tantrum, she had to restrain herself. This man was no longer the lowly employee he once was. He had the audacity to suggest keeping her as a mistress. Angering him would lead to undesirable consequences. The bathroom door swung open, and Yao Qingdi emerged, clutching her chest. A beauty emerging from a bath, as pure as a lotus from the water. With a loud thud, Ji Shuiyao slammed the door shut. "Finally, your boss has left," Chen Jiuan remarked. Yao Qingdi replied, "Sister Ji, she is actually quite nice." "Huh." Chen Jiuan chuckled lightly. Lifting her chin, "You certainly defend your boss well. However, now that you are part of the Chen family, I will be your boss from now on. Call me boss and let me hear it. Boss, I will protect you from now on, and I will listen to you." A smile graced Chen Jiuan's lips. "That's the spirit. Be obedient, and you will enjoy a good life in the future." Ji Shuiyao paced in the office, her pearl necklace swaying with each step. How could this little flute be so thoughtless? She had mentioned there would be a rescue, yet 2 days had passed without any sign. It was foolish of her to think that the person with an unclear background would be trustworthy. As she paced, her stomach growled incessantly, a reminder of her growing hunger. The president of Shitzi Technology hadn't considered her needs. In the past, she could manage with some food. But now she felt the pangs of hunger due to a lack of sustenance, her vitality dwindling to just above 40. Yao Qingdi had hardly eaten any of her food, resulting in her vitality plummeting to just over 30. It felt as though she was on the brink of starvation. If she had to wait another 2 or 3 days, she might not survive. Under such circumstances, Yao Qingdi would naturally lack any airs of a young lady. Survival was paramount. Ding! Family member expanded. Reward, 25 vitality points. Reward, 1 strategic drone. Reward, 1 spatial bracelet. Reward, 100 family points. Chen Jiuan glanced at the screen with mild disappointment. The rewards for rare quality family members were meager. In comparison to those of extraordinary quality, they were significantly lacking. His vitality points were halved, and there were no skill rewards. However, he did acquire a spatial bracelet. "Boss, is what you just said true?" asked Yao Qingdi, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her head resting on Chen Jiuan's chest like a kitten. Chen Jiuan tenderly stroked her hair and replied, "Once we deal with the zombies here, I will take you away. Rest well until I return." Yao Qingdi nodded softly. All right, it's time to get up. Can you rise?" Chen Jiuan playfully tapped the tip of her nose. "I can." Yao Qingdi responded with a shy smile. Chen Jiuan then emptied the food from his backpack, saying, "Eat this for now. I will bring you more in 3 days." Yao Qingdi obediently nodded. "All right, boss." Affection level, 77. A slight increase in affection had occurred. Upon presenting the food, the affection level rose even more. Chen Jiuan cautioned, "You are mine now, so do not heed Ji Shuiyao's words from now on." Yao Qingdi furrowed her delicate brows and replied softly, "Sister Ji has shared some food with me these days. If she asks for it back, I would find it hard to refuse. That would seem ungrateful." Chen Jiuan contemplated for a moment and said, "Let it go this time. If she asks, you may give it to her, as a repayment for past kindness. In a few days, I will bring more food. You must not share it with her then. Do you understand?" "Understood." Yao Qingdi gently smoothed her skirt, pursed her lips under the light, and whispered, "Are you perhaps interested in Sister Ji? You noticed?" "I did." Yao Qingdi pondered for a moment and said, "The lady mentioned sending a rescue team, which should arrive in the next couple of days to escort people away." Chen Jiuan squinted. "I heard that earlier. The rescue team may not be able to come." "Oh." Yao Qingdi glanced at him, her eyes shimmering slightly. "Let's not dwell on that." Chen Jiuan stood, glanced outside at the darkening sky, and remarked, "It's getting late. I must return home. Otherwise, the women there will worry." Boss, you should go back." Chen Jiuan added, "I will search outside for a satellite phone to bring you one." "Boss, no need," Yao Qingdi replied. "There are actually limitations on using satellite phones." Intrigued, Chen Jiuan asked, "What limitations?" The communication bandwidth is limited, and the military requires strict command and control in apocalyptic conditions. Ordinary people are restricted from using satellite phones to minimize communication noise and conflicts, ensuring the stability and priority of military command systems. Additionally, there are safety and confidentiality concerns. Even Sister G's household has significant limitations, let alone ordinary individuals. Using one might get them blacklisted. Thus, it is better to use walkie-talkies. Chapter 26. The Space Bracelet. The fairy wields a sword armed with the spear of the underworld. Chun Jiuan mounted his electric bike and departed from the Shitzi Technology Building. After traveling a couple of hundred meters, he gazed ahead at a tall building, which housed the Taishan Fitness Center. Observing the twilight, he decided against heading there for the moment. However, nearby was a large shopping center. Chun Jiuan halted and suddenly revealed a bracelet in his hand. A message materialized before him. Name, Spatial Bracelet. Ability, contains 100 cubic meters of stationary space. 100 cubic meters of space is quite sufficient for the time being. Without hesitation, Chun Jiuan promptly made his way to the supermarket, gathering a plethora of items. Rice, flour, cooking oil, snacks, milk, and beverages. After amassing a considerable stockpile, he activated his electric scooter and headed towards the Emerald Mansion. During his journey, he observed his surroundings and occasionally employed the magical compass to survey nearby police stations and precincts. Whenever he encountered one in close proximity, he would investigate further. Unsurprisingly, they were all occupied. It was only natural that the Great Xia Kingdom would first turn to the local police stations in their quest for firearms. Before long, Chun Jiuan returned to the Emerald Mansion and approached the nearby Qianbai Supermarket. The physical stores of Qianbai Supermarket were numerous, with one located in nearly every community around Jiangzhou City, making it a chain supermarket. Inside the supermarket, there was an abundance of fresh vegetables, fruits, snacks, grains, cooking oil, seasonings, alcoholic beverages, dairy products, baked goods, meat, eggs, seafood, personal care items, instant frozen foods, and daily necessities, all available in abundance. The supermarket was situated in the basement level and, at this moment, the roll-up door was closed. The marauders had finished collecting food and secured the entrance. Chun Jiuan certainly intended to involve himself in such a bountiful resource collection point. After departing from Qianbai Supermarket, he cautiously approached the Emerald Road precinct. Standing in the shadows, he gazed towards the police station. Outside the main gate, a throng of zombies had gathered, howling and pounding on the door. The density of the undead was alarming, with a significant number present. At the fourth-floor windows of the office building, he could discern 2 sentinels keeping watch. From their elevated position, they utilized binoculars to monitor the area below and around the police station. At the slightest hint of danger, they would sound the alarm to alert the marauders inside. After observing for a while, he was unable to ascertain the specific situation within the precinct. Chun Jiuan recalled that he possessed a reward drone, which should assist in gathering intelligence about the interior of the police station. Once he had assessed the situation, he could devise a plan to eliminate those within. He was acutely aware that he could not allow others to slumber peacefully while he lay beside them. If the influence of these marauders expanded to the Emerald Mansion and they discovered Lu Yin or Chen Shui, it was highly likely they would target them. Additionally, Chun Jiuan sought to acquire firearms. In a couple of days, the rescue team dispatched by Ji Shuyao's mother would arrive, and he needed to obtain weapons to annihilate the rescue team. Upon returning to the Emerald Mansion, the door swung open, and Lu Yin greeted him with concern. "Darling, you finally returned. Shuyi and I have been trying to reach you via the intercom, but there has been no response." Chun Jiuan gently pinched Lu Yan's delicate face and smiled. The intercom has its limitations. Ordinary walkie-talkies have a limited range, functioning well within 3 kilometers. Standard police walkie-talkies can operate within 5 kilometers, but only in flat areas without tall buildings. "Here, take this food and nutrition. Make sure to eat well from now on." "All right, I will go prepare dinner for you." Lu Yin took the food into the kitchen. Chun Jiuan set down his belongings and searched the house, but found no sign of Chen Shui. "Where has she gone?" "Oh, she went up to the rooftop. She's practicing her swordsmanship there. I will go take a look." The meal was prepared, and you contacted via intercom. After Chun Jiuan finished speaking, he stepped outside, making his way to the rooftop. The evening sun cast its golden glow over the terrace, enveloping everything in a warm radiance. Chen Shui, clad in a flowing white gown, appeared strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of cool elegance that created a sense of distance. She danced at one end of the rooftop, her hair billowing gracefully in the wind. Her movements were light and elegant, akin to a celestial being. With each swing of her long sword, the blade sliced through the air like a comet, illuminating the entire terrace. Every strike was a masterpiece of beauty, showcasing the perfect application of strength. As her figure ebbed and flowed with the sword's momentum, she moved with a lightness that seemed to transcend the earthly realm. Immersed in her swordplay, Chen Shui was utterly focused, her sword intent powerful and commanding. Oblivious to Chun Jiuan's approach, she and her sword became one, transforming the rooftop into a picturesque scene. This extraordinary ambience, accentuated by the setting sun, added layers of mystery and beauty. Chun Jiuan's gaze sharpened slightly as he observed the tip of Chun Shuyi's sword, which shimmered with a hint of cold starlight, cutting through the air with a sharp hiss. Was this the sword energy depicted in novels and television? Chun Jiuan felt a surge of astonishment and promptly accessed the system. Martial Arts, Level 6 Mastery of Swordsmanship, capable of releasing sword energy for long-range attacks. Increases attack speed and power, allowing for greater damage. The system's description left Chun Jiuan somewhat shaken. Could one truly cultivate sword energy in this world? It seemed reasonable, with the emergence of supernatural abilities. Sword energy could also be considered a form of such powers. What are supernatural abilities if not extraordinary capacities that transcend the ordinary? My dear, you have returned. Chun Shuyi paused, her previously cool demeanor melting into a warm smile as she dashed toward him, glistening with perspiration. My swordsmanship has advanced further. I have even cultivated sword energy. With a smile, Chun Jiuan embraced her. Can your esteemed sword master also cultivate sword energy? Chun Shuyi hesitated, blinking in thought. I suppose not. Chun Jiuan chuckled. Your current swordsmanship surpasses that of your sword master. That should be the case. My master's understanding of swordsmanship is still likely superior to mine. Chun Shuyi pondered for a moment and said, my master could not cultivate sword energy in the past. Yet perhaps that has changed. Different circumstances? Perhaps. In today's world, the radiation in the air is higher than before. Chun Jiuan remarked, humans themselves emit radiation. For instance, potassium-40 is a naturally occurring radioactive nuclide with a radiation dose of 0.2 millisieverts per year. If the radiation levels in the air have increased, could that facilitate cultivation? Chun Shuyi agreed thoughtfully. That is possible. Chun Jiuan, curious, inquired, why is that? That's how martial arts dramas portray it. She replied with a grin. Chun Jiuan was momentarily at a loss. What is it called? Chun Shuyi replied cheerfully, Qing Yunyan. Chun Jiuan was left speechless. The notion of radiation seemed dubious. Perhaps it was the absorption of crystal cores that played a role. Without further ado, Chapter 27, Strategic Drones. After a lengthy conversation, Lu Yan called over the intercom for dinner. Thus, Chun Jiuan and Chun Shuyi descended together to partake in their meal. After finishing dinner, Chun Jiuan stepped out onto the balcony, where the night unfolded its enchanting beauty. The rooftop of the building sparkled with the flicker of an air defense light. A thought crossed Chun Jiuan's mind, and his gaze fell upon his system backpack, where he beheld the rewards of a strategic drone. With a mere thought, the drone materialized in his hand, no larger than an infant's fist. Chun Jiuan felt a surge of surprise at its diminutive size, as a wealth of information instinctively flooded his mind. This was a B-class micro-reconnaissance strategic drone, equipped with a rudimentary artificial intelligence known as Chat-40. Durable and capable of efficient operation in harsh environments, it harnessed solar energy for charging. It came complete with virtual glasses for real-time command and boasted remarkable maneuverability, along with powerful sensors and processors. The full potential of the drone necessitated the use of its sensors, which comprised 3 distinct types. The first was an optical sensor, including video cameras, infrared cameras, and multispectral cameras for visual reconnaissance. The second was a microwave radar, designed to detect the movement parameters of targets and capture their images. The third was a laser radar, utilized to construct 3-dimensional images of targets and topographical maps, providing high-precision detection. Was this military technology or a glimpse into the future? Chun Jiuan pondered, shaking his head in confusion. After a thorough examination, he finally grasped the operational methods. With this drone at his disposal, he could scout the police station's personnel and environment. Previously, he had contemplated how to seize the precinct. Now, with the drone enabling him to gather intelligence in advance, he recognized the immense advantages it would provide for his plans. In contemporary warfare, knowledge was indeed power. Lost in thought, Chun Jiuan suddenly turned his gaze toward a particular building, where he heard a chilling scream. His eyes flickered slightly. Without hesitation, he donned the virtual glasses, activated the drone, and set it free. The virtual glasses, embedded with a mindwave control device and navigation system, enabled him to steer its flight path with precision and unleash its formidable agility. Within his line of sight, Chun Jiuan observed the footage captured by the B-class reconnaissance strategic drone. The display could switch to the infrared interface. However, given the presence of night vision optics, he opted not to make the switch. The strategic drone swiftly hovered outside a window of a certain building. The lens accurately positioned itself along the window ledge, relaying the interior visuals to Chun Jiuan. The virtual glasses automatically adjusted focus, rendering a remarkably clear image. 3 women and 4 men were visible, and then a zombie emerged into view, clad in the attire of an ordinary person. The creature had blood smeared across its mouth and teeth, unmistakably having recently fed on human flesh. This was the very group from the daylight hours. The injured had transformed into the undead. Chun Jiuan murmured to himself, recognizing the grim reality. Inside the residence, the transformation was complete. He is no longer human. A short-haired, muscular man bellowed at a woman, armed with an axe. He was poised to charge forward and sever the zombie's head. No, no. The female teacher screamed, my boyfriend can still be saved. He surely has a chance. His immunity has always been robust. The short-haired man bellowed, what nonsense. He has turned into a zombie. He was even bitten to death by him. I don't care. I will not allow you to harm my boyfriend. The female teacher rushed forward, embracing the muscular man, her hands tightly gripping his arms. The muscular man shouted, let go of me, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate. The female teacher cried back, I won't release you. I refuse to let go. What are you all standing there for? Pull this madwoman away. The muscular man yelled at the others. Song, please let go of Lu Go. Several individuals hurried over to tug and persuade her. However, the female teacher remained resolute, clinging tightly to the muscular man. Just as they were embroiled in their struggle, a zombie charged towards them from a distance. The faces of those pulling and persuading shifted in alarm, and they quickly retreated. Simultaneously, the zombie lunged at the female teacher, snapping its jaws. No! The muscular man roared, breaking free from the teacher's grip, and swung an axe directly at the zombie. With a resounding crash, the axe struck the zombie at the shoulder, getting lodged in its bone. The zombie, in pain, clawed at the muscular man's arm. A roar echoed through the air. A man lying on the ground staggered to his feet and charged at the remaining individuals. Lu Gu, gazing at his injured arm, faltered and collapsed to the ground in a daze. I should have acted sooner. I deeply regret this. It gnaws at me. Lu Gu, devoid of the will to fight, stared blankly at the remaining individuals battling two zombies, ignoring their cries for help. Before long, the room was inundated with more zombies. This should not be happening. Having hunted so many zombies in the neighborhood, it was unfathomable to perish at the hands of two ordinary ones. Chun Jiuan witnessed this scene unfold before his eyes. Having observed the very process of a zombie's emergence, it was clear that they were still not sufficiently ruthless. In this apocalyptic world, even if one does not eliminate the overly compassionate, they must at least drive them away. Those who are excessively kind-hearted often lead to the demise of their teams due to their sympathy for others. Thus arose the saying, in the apocalypse, eliminate the kind-hearted first. Some contend that this perspective is fraught with issues, deeming it an overly extreme viewpoint that emphasizes the survival of the fittest while neglecting the cohesion of a team. Others argue that this viewpoint overlooks the complexity of human nature. In a doomsday environment, individuals are subjected to immense survival pressures and fear, making them psychologically vulnerable. The compassionate often provide psychological support and care for the team, helping to alleviate mental strains. Without such compassion, team members risk losing their warmth, becoming psychological zombies themselves. This may hold some truth. Yet, should Chun Jiuan encounter proponents of such views within his own family, he would take preemptive measures. A family should be united in purpose and direction. Retrieving the strategic drone, Chun Jiuan informed the two women at home and departed. He descended the stairs and left the Emerald Mansion, making his way to the vicinity of the police station on Emerald Road. Chun Jiuan surveyed his surroundings attentively. Coincidentally, a hotel was nearby, and without a moment's hesitation, he entered its premises. Shortly thereafter, Chun Jiuan arrived at the 5th floor and selected a room. Utilizing the spear of the underworld, he unlocked the door and stepped inside. Approaching the window, Chun Jiuan gazed at the police station across the street. The station, no taller than 4 stories, was fully visible from his vantage point on the 5th floor. After surveying the area, he discerned that even at night, 2 men were stationed outside the police station, exhibiting a degree of caution that caused him to furrow his brow. He then deployed a strategic drone equipped with virtual optics to meticulously examine the interior situation. In his view, Chun Jiuan maneuvered the drone towards the police station, unnoticed by the 2 sentinels on the 3rd floor. As he observed each room within the station, he noted the presence of numerous individuals, yet curiously, not a single police officer was among them. This was not entirely surprising, as the number of police officers in the Great Xia Kingdom was notably scarce, totaling around 2 million, which included a significant number of judicial and prison guards, with the bulk being auxiliary officers. In the police station, he observed, there were merely 10 official officers, indicating a limited arsenal of handguns and ammunition. Before long, the strategic drone hovered outside the window of a relatively large room where several men and women had gathered. They were the leaders among the ruffians within the police station. Cui Hongli discarded a piece of meat onto the floor and proceeded to rub her other foot upon it with great force. Once satisfied, she pointed at a handsome young man, grinning as she said, Luo Ling, this piece of meat is a gift for you. Come and eat it. Those around her chuckled derisively. One teasingly remarked, Sister Hong, With feet that foul, how can he possibly stomach it? To which she retorted, he must eat it, or he shall starve. Chui Hongli coldly commanded, Luo Ling, what are you waiting for? Crawl over and eat. Observing his lack of movement, she grew furious and hurled a pair of nunchaku, striking Luo Ling on the head. He cried out in pain, his face contorted with fear. Gritting his teeth, he crawled towards her, clutching the meat from his shoe, his stomach churning in protest. It was unbearable. With each bite, he felt as if he were consuming billions of fungi. Chui Hongli extended her foot to stomp on his face and mouth, coldly threatening. Do not dare to spit it out, or I shall sever your manhood. This woman, unattractive and decidedly tomboyish, was particularly notorious for her putrid feet, which were in a state of decay. Luo Ling, the object of her affections, had been her childhood neighbor, yet he had always looked down upon her, repeatedly rejecting her advances. Years of unreciprocated affection had transformed Chui Hongli into a devoted admirer, yet she had never garnered his attention. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, fortune had shifted. Awakening her latent abilities, she became a formidable leader in this new world. At that moment, another ruffian leader, Fong Xiaolong, expressed his displeasure. Chui Hongli, this is so disgusting that we can hardly eat. Zhou Liqiang frowned in agreement. Hurry and put on some shoes. It reeks. Your feet are rotting. The stench was unbearable, and the lack of self-awareness was appalling. Indeed, Sister Chui, please put on your shoes quickly, someone urged. Sister Chui, I have some wolf poison in my room. I can bring it to you, another added. The remaining ruffians chimed in with their scornful remarks, voicing their dissatisfaction while trying to curry favor. Heh, I'll just put on my shoes, Chui Hongli replied with a smile, aware that as one of the leaders, she must tread carefully to avoid inciting further anger. Luo Ling, once we return to the room, I will show you how to deal with this. Chen Juan could hardly suppress a grimace. The foul odor wafting from the drone was intensely discomforting. After a head count, the strategic drone departed the room to survey the others. The ruffian leaders at the police station were armed, totaling 8 in number, including 3 with supernatural abilities. The woman from earlier was one such individual, capable of controlling flames. Additionally, the ruffians had a handful of lackeys wielding steel pipes and knives, numbering around 7 or 8. Alongside a few ordinary citizens seeking refuge at the police station amid the apocalypse. These civilians were not many, perhaps just over 20, comprising a mix of men, women, and children. Thus, the police station was now crowded with more than 30 individuals. Chen Juan had no intentions of confronting the ordinary citizens. However, should he engage the ruffians, collateral damage was inevitable. He contemplated either disregarding the civilians, allowing them to leave early, or enlisting their aid in confronting the ruffians. He leaned towards the third option. If the survivors were willing to cooperate, it would undoubtedly simplify the task of eliminating the ruffians. As time passed, 2 hours slipped away, and silence enveloped the police station. A new shift of sentinels took over. Chen Juan retracted the strategic drone and, after some thought, scribbled a message on a piece of paper. Before long, the drone arrived at the dormitory. A crumpled paper ball fell onto Luo Ling's face. He opened his eyes, tears evident on his cheeks. As he touched his face, he felt the small paper ball and, puzzled, unwrapped it to reveal the message inside. Gradually, his expression shifted as he clenched his teeth. Chui Hongli had gathered all pertinent information about the police station. As time was of the essence, Chen Juan left the hotel and returned home. How did it go? Chen Shuyi greeted him at the door. He embraced her gently, smiling. It's nearly done. We just need that young man to cooperate and coordinate with the other survivors. That young man? Who is he? She inquired. Let me explain. As the sun rose and set, Chen Juan practiced his spear techniques on the balcony. The April weather was neither cold nor hot, invigorating him immensely. Life is no longer as monotonous as it once was, particularly with the presence of 2 women in the household, bringing joy each day. In order to protect this tranquility and happiness, Chen Juan has become increasingly resolute. This marks a stark contrast to his previous existence of lethargy, where ambition was scarce and the days seemed interminably predictable, even amidst the pressures of competition and overtime. The prospect of transformation felt bleak, rendering a more relaxed approach to life preferable. Chapter 29. Eliminate the supermarket thugs, darling. Breakfast is ready. Lu Yin announced as she placed the meal on the table, calling out to Chun Juan on the balcony. Let me see what we have today, Chun Juan replied, setting aside his spear of the underworld and approaching with a smile. Fried chicken, scrambled eggs, bread, and milk, Lu Yin cheerfully introduced, then pouted slightly. But there are no fruits or vegetables, lacking vitamins. Contemplating for a moment, Chun Juan nodded. Since you're pregnant now, it's essential to supplement with sufficient folic acid and vitamins during the first trimester. I will go out shortly to fetch some. Folic acid can reduce the risk of neural tube defects, and vitamins are vital for the body's needs, especially now that we have a fetus to consider. At that moment, Chen Shui emerged from her room. Time to eat, she remarked, her eyes narrowing at Chen Juan. The previous day had been quite eventful, causing her to oversleep. After finishing their meal, Chun Juan departed with his spear of the underworld, making his way to the rooftop. He retrieved a strategic drone to bask in the sunlight, as it was solar-powered and could sustain a 3-hour operation on a full charge. Equipped with binoculars, he surveyed the surrounding environment. Within the community, there were no signs of survivors. The group that had appeared 2 days prior had perished, and those from yesterday had turned into zombies by nightfall. Observing further, he could only glimpse a corner of the scene through a window due to his vantage point. Shaking his head, he set down the binoculars. An hour later, at the hotel on the 5th floor, the daylight prevented any aerial reconnaissance with the drone. Chun Juan scrutinized the area surrounding the police station. Outside the courtyard gate, a multitude of zombies lingered, while the thugs within the yard wielded weapons such as axes and machetes to slay the zombies outside. Once the majority were dispatched, vehicles within the yard surged forth. A pickup truck and a sedan, crushing several zombies in their path. The thugs then proceeded to clear the remaining undead. When the situation was nearly under control, they closed the courtyard gate while the distant zombies had not yet approached. Chun Juan watched as the vehicles moved into the distance, heading to gather supplies. Should he take action first? Lost in thought, he glanced at the gathering horde of zombies accumulating in front of the police station. Choosing not to linger any longer, he descended and followed the 2 vehicles. They did not venture far, stopping at the entrance of a supermarket. 4 men disembarked, eliminating the zombies that had followed. Afterward, several men and women emerged from a van, carrying various bags as they made their way down to the supermarket entrance. Xiaolong Fong retrieved his key and directly unlocked the supermarket's grand entrance. As the retractable doors opened halfway, the survivors streamed in one after another. Chun Juan, observing this scene, was taken aback. It turned out that this supermarket belonged to the very thugs. But why? He pondered. Did these ruffians not simply reside within the supermarket? After some contemplation, the answer became clear. The supermarket, albeit located on the basement level, might not be damp, yet it was certainly cold and dreary. The police station, with its ample courtyard, provided a place to breathe fresh air and bask in sunlight. If he were in Chun Juan's position, he too would opt to dwell within the police station. After careful consideration, Chun Juan deployed a strategic drone into the supermarket to ascertain the distribution of thugs inside. Once he had gathered sufficient intelligence, he approached 2 vehicles. Hey, 2 men, axes in hand and faces filled with wariness, questioned, "Who are you and what do you want?" Chun Juan slowly advanced, smiling as he replied, "I'm here to collect food. Get lost. This supermarket is ours. If you want food, go elsewhere. If you don't leave, we won't be so polite." One of the thugs declared arrogantly, "That spear of yours looks nice. I want it. Of course, take it." Chun Juan feigned a grin as he moved closer. When he reached an appropriate distance, he suddenly lunged forward, his spear, the spear of the underworld, striking with lethal precision. The head of the nearest thug was pierced cleanly through. The second thug, witnessing this, let out a terrified scream, raising his axe to strike. Chun Juan swiftly withdrew his spear and launched a second thrust, the unexpected assault finding its mark on the man's skull, which was pierced beyond recovery. Glimpsing the footage transmitted by the drone, Chun Juan swiftly slipped into the supermarket. Inside, the lights blazed brightly, and several men and women busily gathered supplies, stuffing them into bags. "Ahua, we received a response. We received a response." Fong Xiaolong, armed with a walkie-talkie and a pistol, cautiously approached the entrance. The others were too engrossed in collecting supplies to hear the commotion. As one of the leaders of the thugs, he sensed the disturbance outside. After several calls into the walkie-talkie yielded no response, Fong Xiaolong's expression turned grave, his fists clenching to the point of whiteness. Something significant was amiss outside. "Damn it, boss," a man whispered urgently in Fong Xiaolong's ear. "Something has definitely happened outside." You go check it out," Fong Xiaolong commanded. "Understood, boss," the man nodded, gripping his pistol as he cautiously moved forward. Chun Juan concealed himself behind a shelf. The strategic drone transmitted the unfolding scene into his virtual display. As the armed thug approached, Chun Juan suddenly sprang forth, hurling the spear of the underworld with deadly intent. "Ah!" Ahua screamed as he collapsed lifelessly, a pool of blood rapidly staining the ground crimson. "Damn it!" Fong Xiaolong roared, his face flushed with anger as he fired in the direction from which the spear had been thrown. However, before he could catch a glimpse of his adversary, he was met with the sharp crack of gunfire, a bullet piercing through the shelf. With a resounding bang, food packaging exploded into a flurry of debris. Xiaolong Fong, terrified, cowered with his hands over his head, the bullets missing their mark. In truth, Chun Juan had never intended to strike with lethal precision. Firstly, he lacked formal training in marksmanship. Secondly, the accuracy of handmade firearms is notoriously unreliable. Chun Juan's gunfire was merely a diversion. With a swift motion, he dashed from the corner, directly into the aisle where Xiaolong Fong was situated. Bang! Bang! Chun Jiuan fired repeatedly, the air thick with the pungent scent of gunpowder. This time, the distance was considerably shorter, and he made contact. One shot struck Xiao Longfang's thigh, another pierced his chest, with 2 bullets lodged within him. Xiao Longfang cried out in agony, raising his firearm in a desperate attempt to retaliate. However, the bullet that struck his chest had punctured his lung, causing it to fill with blood and obstructing the exchange of oxygen in his alveoli. His face flushed crimson, and he emitted a rasping sound, his raised arm quickly falling limply to his side. With a final roll of his eyes, Xiao Longfang succumbed to death. Chun Jiuan approached, confiscating the handgun and the walkie-talkie. At that moment, voices still emanated from the device. It was the sound of the thugs from the police station. Chun Jiuan promptly switched off the walkie-talkie. Subsequently, he utilized a strategic drone to observe the remaining survivors in the supermarket. They had gathered together upon hearing the gunfire, their faces etched with fear. After confiscating another handgun, Chun Jiuan advanced towards them. The 6 men and women visibly tensed at his approach. Chun Jiuan assessed their levels of affinity. Each was below 50. A score of 50 signifies a stranger. Disgust, 0 to 10 points. A profound aversion and hostility exists between both parties, likely leading to serious conflict or betrayal. Hostility, 11 to 30 points. The relationship is extremely tense, marked by mutual animosity, potentially resulting in conflict or quarrels. Discontent, 31 to 49 points. There exists a certain degree of dissatisfaction and dislike between the parties. Suddenly, Chun Jiuan's gaze fell upon one man. His affinity score was a mere 25 points. Hostility. Only an enemy would harbor such animosity. Chapter 30. Gathering provisions and returning home for soup. Chun Jiuan focused on this man. After a brief observation, he raised the spear of the underworld and charged forward. With a swift thrust, the man's motion to draw his weapon halted, his head erupting with a fountain of blood. The remaining 5 individuals recoiled in shock, their faces pale, trembling with fear. Chun Jiuan withdrew the spear and drew a handgun. This man belonged to the group of thugs, and his mingling with the ordinary survivors was clearly an act of surveillance. Realizing this, Chun Jiuan suddenly pondered whether there were any other watchers among the ordinary civilians at the police station. If Luo Ling were to take action, wouldn't he expose her immediately? Inside the police station, a crowd was queuing for rations. The ordinary survivors received scant provisions, merely a bowl of thin porridge each day at noon. Luo Ling, clutching a bowl of porridge, stepped outside, spotting a woman ahead. Luo Ling's eyes flickered, and she approached. "Zhang Xiao, I need to speak with you," she said. Zhang Xiao, often bullied by the thugs, bore numerous scars across her face and body. "What is it?" Zhang Xiao replied in a hushed tone. Luo Ling whispered, "About leaving this place and taking revenge." Zhang Xiao's eyes brightened as she glanced around and said softly, "Follow me to the restroom." Luo Ling subtly nodded and proceeded forward. What were these two up to? Observing their departing figures, another man furrowed his brows and followed them to the restroom. Zhoumu listened for a moment before entering the restroom. Upon hearing footsteps, Luo Ling and Zhang Xiao immediately fell silent in their stall. However, it wasn't long before 4 thugs, led by Cui Hongli, barged in. They flung open the stall doors and seized Luo Ling and Zhang Xiao without hesitation. Cui Hongli, Zhou Liqiang, and the other thugs gathered together. Extracting some information from Luo Ling holding a small piece of paper, Cui Hongli coldly remarked, "Luo Ling, you truly have some nerve." With scissors in hand, she snipped without warning. Luo Ling screamed in agony, her face twisted in despair as she shouted, "Just kill me. Go ahead, kill me." In the supermarket, a woman fell to her knees, pleading, "Big brother, please don't kill me." Another man chimed in, "Big brother, as long as you spare my life, we will do anything you ask." Chun Jiuan, upon hearing this, immediately said, "Go confront those thugs at the police station. Are you brave enough to follow me?" The man was taken aback, stammering and unable to utter a word. Chun Jiuan, not wishing to waste more time, declared, "I want to kill you, but you will spend the night here." The 5 individuals expressed their heartfelt gratitude, their favorability rising. "By the way, you need to clean up the blood from those 2 corpses. Understand?" "Understood, understood." They eagerly nodded in agreement. Chun Jiuan scoured the supermarket for high-value food items. His spatial bracelet was filled to capacity with supplies, leaving him to stuff the remainder into his backpack. Most fresh produce, including seafood, meats, eggs, fruits, and vegetables, had either spoiled or vanished. The only items left were some instant frozen foods, milk, baked goods, and Hextech pre-prepared meals. Fortunately, the freezer still contained plenty of frozen seafood and poultry, luhua chicken, crocodile, pigeon, and steak. Chun Jiuan retrieved a substantial amount of quality frozen goods from the freezer. Even frozen items were not cheap in the past. Frozen pigeons cost over 10 yuan, and a decent cut of steak could fetch upwards of 100 yuan. He packed several frozen items into his backpack along with some daily necessities, such as stockings, sanitary napkins, and high-heeled shoes. After locking the supermarket door, he returned to the surface, where a horde of zombies had gathered, drawn by the loud gunfire. Evading the zombies, Chun Joan brought his bags of supplies home. Coming to retrieve the goods, "Dear," he called out. Lu Yin greeted him and took the backpack. Opening it, she was instantly astonished, exclaiming, "Dear, this is Luhua chicken. It will make a delicious soup." Chun Joan smiled and nodded. "I took 10. We can go back for more once we finish this. Oh, and here is crocodile meat. This is over 100 yuan per pound," Lu Yin said in surprise, holding up a packaged piece of crocodile meat. Chen Shi heard a sound and emerged from her bedroom, surprised by the multitude of items that Chun Joan had brought back. She pondered whether they could fit in the refrigerator. Chun Joan casually suggested that if they could not be accommodated, they could be stored in the refrigerator in his room. Lu Yin remarked that the food for today could be placed in the chilled section. Chun Joan nodded, allowing her to choose for herself. As he spoke, he unzipped another backpack and extracted personal items such as stockings. With a mischievous grin, he teased Chen Shi, saying, "Fairy, wear these for me later tonight." Chen Shi rolled her eyes, but accepted them. Lu Yin, with a hint of longing, asked, "What about mine, dear?" Chun Joan playfully pinched her cheek, reassuring her. "Yours is definitely here. I brought you high heels." After retrieving the food and stockings, he produced a gun, saying, "You should keep this. It only has 4 bullets left. Use it only in case of danger." Lu Yin, intrigued, inquired about how to use it. "I'll teach you," he replied. Having studied firearms, it was not particularly difficult. After their brief lesson, Chun Joan noted that it was still early and decided to leave the house once more. Upon departing from the Jade Pavilion, he took out the magical compass, pondering whether there were any firework shops in the vicinity. As if responding to his thought, the magical compass immediately marked a red indicator, revealing 3 possible routes. Utilizing his zombie sight, he quickly selected a path and hopped onto his electric scooter, reaching a shop that sold fireworks in no time. Unlike in his previous life, such stores in the Great Xia Kingdom required a special fire safety license to operate. Upon parking, Chun Joan observed the firework shop. Noting fresh bloodstains on the ground, a sales clerk lay sprawled on the floor, his abdomen grotesquely opened and his innards removed by zombies. Entering the shop, he was surrounded by an array of fireworks, including those that exploded with 100 or even 300 reports, along with firecracker detonators. Chun Joan picked up a detonator, ignited it with a lighter, and tossed it outside. The explosion was relatively minor, slightly louder than a firecracker, yet it produced a significant sound. Within a brief moment, the noise attracted several zombies. After filling his spatial bracelet with fireworks, he returned home. By noon, Lu Yin had prepared a nourishing soup made from Lu Hua chicken and ginseng, enriched with goji berries and red dates. She brought over a small bowl and placed it in front of Chun Joan, saying, "Dear, try this soup. I've been simmering it for 2 hours. It smells delightful." Chun Joan, enticed by the aroma, sampled the dish. The broth was rich and exhibited a pale yellow hue. Thanks to the slow cooking method, the flavors and nutritional value were fully developed, resulting in a robust taste with a lingering aftertaste. The soup's exquisite flavor combined the freshness of the chicken with the herbal essence of ginseng, alongside the sweetness of goji berries and red dates, creating a harmonious blend that delighted the palate. In a post-apocalyptic world, being able to savor such culinary delights felt incredibly fortunate. Chapter 31. The action begins after finishing the Lu Hua chicken and the soup. Chun Joan felt a significant sense of lightness throughout his body, invigorated with vitality. Descending the stairs, he gathered various health supplements such as folic acid and vitamins from the pharmacy. Upon returning home, he assisted Lu Yin and Chen Shuyi in donning stockings, high heels, and wedding gowns. The stockings came in an array of colors and styles, yet Chun Joan had a particular fondness for the 2 women wearing thigh highs, both in black and white. He also favored Chen Shuyi in white cotton ankle socks. Regrettably, the quality of these stockings was subpar, predominantly being single-use. By the afternoon, 2 wedding gowns had suffered considerable wear. The high-heeled shoes fared slightly better, enduring for a longer duration. Exhausted from their playful endeavors, the trio reclined on the bed to rest, as Chun Joan needed to conserve his energy in anticipation of the night's operations. Meanwhile, on the side of the police station, the marauders had yet to receive a return from any of their dispatched supply gatherers. The remaining thugs were hesitant to make any bold moves, acutely aware that an unseen force had them in its sights, leading to a heightened sense of vigilance. They were now in the open, while the unknown power lurked in the shadows, leaving them with no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. Ordinary survivors had been allocated weapons, and those who resisted faced dire consequences, resulting in several fatalities. The remaining individuals took up arms, agreeing to cooperate with the marauders and bracing for the impending assault from the unknown force. As time passed, evening descended. A cacophony of zombie howls reached Chun Joan's ears. Rubbing his ears, he rose from the bed. Taking a deep breath, the enticing aroma of the kitchen wafted into his nostrils. After dressing, he stepped outside. In the kitchen, Lu Yin was busily preparing a feast. Chen Jiuan made his way to the balcony and gazed outward. The unmistakable howls of the undead originated from a nearby building. Narrowing his eyes, he surmised that the sounds likely emanated from zombies that had transformed just the day prior. With a flicker of determination, he retrieved his strategic drone and dispatched it to assess the situation. Before long, his view was filled with two mutated zombies. One was exceedingly large, while the other was cloaked in darkness. Name: giant body. Quality: ordinary. Vitality: 130. Abilities: 1. Enhanced attack power. The giant zombie possesses formidable attack strength, capable of inflicting significant damage on nearby creatures. 2. Enormous size. The giant zombie is considerably larger than an ordinary zombie. 3. Slow speed. Despite its high attack power and vitality, the giant zombie's movement speed is relatively sluggish. Name: Exploder. Quality: rare. Vitality: 98. Abilities: 1. Strong attack power. The Exploder zombie exhibits elevated attack strength, capable of causing harm to surrounding life forms. 2. Explosive capability. The most notable trait of the Exploder is its ability to detonate upon death, inflicting substantial damage to nearby entities. The sight of the giant body and Exploder caused Chen Jiuwan's eyes to narrow slightly. In recent days, he had encountered several mutated zombies. The two before him were indeed a novel breed, particularly rare specimens he had yet to behold. After dining, Chen Jiuan descended the stairs armed with the spear of the underworld. Before long, he arrived at the designated building. Upon opening the door, he lured the two zombies downstairs. Observing closely, he discerned that the giant was a transformation of the robust man he had previously encountered, while the explosive zombie had once been a female teacher. With a fierce roar, the two zombies charged towards Chen Jiuan, albeit their movements were somewhat sluggish. The giant, towering over 2 meters, was clad in powerful, muscular flesh. The second-level zombie king could deter ordinary zombies from attacking, yet it held no sway over mutated ones. Shortly thereafter, Chen Jiuan had successfully drawn the two zombies into the street. By this time, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Chen Jiuan accelerated his pace, swiftly outdistancing the mutated zombies. He then made his way to a hotel, releasing a strategic drone for surveillance. Inside the police station, lights blazed, and the thugs stood ready. Their numbers bolstered by an additional 4 sentinels, totaling 8, allowing for a clear view of every nook and cranny. The increase in thugs puzzled him. What had become of the ordinary citizens? Chen Jiuan murmured, soon grasping the unfolding situation. It seemed that among the ordinary survivors, thugs had indeed infiltrated, having joined forces with them. His suspicions proved correct. Those unwilling to align with the thugs had perished, leaving only those who had pledged allegiance. Without lingering on this revelation, Chen Jiuan turned his gaze towards the entrance, where a fresh gathering of ordinary zombies had convened. They pounded against the door, yet could make no headway against the iron barrier secured with chains. Taking out the magical compass, he silently invoked hardware store, and several options materialized. He proceeded to the nearest hardware store, quickly acquiring a hydraulic pliers. Clutching it in hand, Chen Jiuan approached a transformer. From his observations during the day, he recognized that the wiring in the police station originated from this very source. With a flash of inspiration, he retrieved alcohol from a pharmacy and doused the transformer. After completing this task, he set the alcohol ablaze. The transformer ignited instantly, sparks crackling and flashing wildly. Chen Jiuan then approached the vicinity of the police station. As anticipated, the lights within the station extinguished. Perhaps caught off guard, the thugs were unable to activate the backup power in time. Without hesitation, Chen Jiuan pried open the zombies, wielded the hydraulic pliers, and began to cut through the chains through the gap in the iron door. With a crisp snap, the chain lock was severed. He reached in to disengage the latch and pushed the door open. With a cacophony of growls, the horde of zombies surged into the courtyard of the police station. Chen Jiuan swiftly retreated, transporting fireworks and firecrackers outside, igniting them one by one and tossing them into the station. The cacophony of explosive sounds erupted into the night sky, with flashes illuminating the surroundings and a thunderous roar resonating throughout. In the darkness, the zombies, drawn by the sounds of fireworks, howled in excitement, rushing frantically toward the police station. Nearby, 2 mutated giants and an explosive zombie also made their way to the station, transforming it into a miniature tide of the undead. How did the zombies get in here? Panic and screams filled the air within the station as the chaos ensued. Chapter 32. The moment of harvest inside the police station, fireworks soared high into the sky. Numerous zombies, along with the 2 mutated ones, surged into the building, creating utter disarray among the survivors. The air was thick with roars, shouts, and gunfire. On the second floor, Cui Hongli stood by the window, stamping her feet and shouting into the walkie-talkie, "Zhou Liqiang, when will you turn on the backup power?" Zhou Liqiang's voice came through, cold and dismissive. Soon, soon. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm sending someone over. Chui Hongli retorted. If you keep stalling, we're all going to be done for. The zombies are flooding in. What's there to panic about? Don't you have fire abilities? It's no trouble for you to fend off regular zombies. Fuming, Chui Hongli gritted her teeth and opened the window. Through the moonlight and the glow of the fireworks, she caught a glimpse of the mayhem in the yard below. Extending her palm, wisps of orange-yellow flames flickered to life, gradually rising higher. With a swift whoosh, the flames shot forth like a serpent, striking two zombies. Their skin sizzled as the flames engulfed them, releasing a pungent aroma of charred flesh. The zombies' flesh melted away, their tattered clothing igniting, and within moments, they were reduced to two burning figures. This fire ability was Chui Hongli's trump card. Without it, she was merely an ordinary survivor, unfit to lead the group. Level 2 Flame Control, in moments of anger, can unleash flames up to 12 meters, causing moderate burns at close range. In truth, Zhou Liqiang also possessed abilities, specifically physical enhancements. If there were a hierarchy among powers, nature-based abilities would undoubtedly look down upon physical ones. Suddenly, two mutated zombies charged in, howling and roaring at Chui Hongli. Mutated beings. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. Few knew that her powers stemmed from crystals, which also bolstered her strength. In a moment of inspiration, Chui Hongli unleashed flames upon the two zombies, igniting them and setting their ragged garments ablaze. Strictly speaking, while low-level fire abilities could easily kill, dispatching zombies was not as straightforward. Zombies had largely lost their pain sensitivity. Flames alone could not directly destroy the brain and eliminate them. Mutated zombies perish. Chui Hongli's complexion turned crimson as flames surged from her hands and were hurled forth. However, in the next moment, a tremendous explosion erupted, akin to that of a bomb. The explosive was shattered into countless fragments, and a significant number of the surrounding zombies and thugs perished instantly. With a shattering sound, the glass on the second floor burst, scattering shards across Chui Hongli's face. A piercing scream escaped her lips as a shard of glass embedded itself above her right eye, striking her eyeball directly. Suddenly, the room's lights flickered to life. The backup power of the police station had been activated. Chui Hongli gazed into the mirror, confronted by the visage of a demon. Overwhelmed by terror, she cried out, her legs giving way beneath her as she collapsed to the ground, clutching her eyes and wailing in agony. On the 5th floor of the hotel, Chun Jiuan stood by the window, observing the situation at the police station. Through the strategic drone, he vividly perceived the chaos unfolding within. The thugs inside the police station were in disarray, with numerous survivors having perished, especially following the explosive blast, which wielded considerable force. Minutes later, the cacophony of explosions within the police station ceased, and the advancing horde of zombies outside slowed significantly. It is time for me to intervene and bring this to a close, Chun Jiuan thought, retrieving his handgun and descending. This weapon was the standard P92 semi-automatic pistol, with a magazine capacity of 15 rounds, utilizing 9mm ammunition. It had a firing rate of 380 rounds per minute and a cycle time of 0.9 seconds. He had 6 rounds remaining in the chamber. Only 3 thugs were left inside the police station, donning the Blood Demon's fury. Chun Jiuan swiftly made his way to the station. Upon reaching the staircase of the office building, he ascended directly to the 2nd floor. Thanks to prior reconnaissance, Chun Jiuan was aware of the hiding spots of the remaining thugs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he encountered a few zombies. Approaching a door, he forcefully kicked it open and stepped inside, where he fixed his gaze upon a woman on the floor. Before she could react, he pulled the trigger of his handgun. 2 shots rang out. Due to the close proximity, Chui Hongli was instantly killed by a bullet to the head. Exiting the room, Chun Jiuan proceeded to another chamber. After 2 more gunshots, he dispatched another thug. Chun Jiuan reached the backup power room. Upon opening the door, he frowned slightly. The last thug was nowhere to be seen. Removing his mask, he donned virtual glasses and deployed the strategic drone to utilize its infrared scanning capabilities. In the infrared heat signature, the zombies' body temperatures were markedly lower than those of normal humans. Leveraging this characteristic, the drone could distinctly identify any remaining survivors or thugs. After a thorough search of the police station, Chun Jiuan's gaze settled on a small door adjacent to the basketball court. A figure was escaping through it. It was Zhou Liqiang. Realizing the gravity of the situation and knowing that all was lost, he hastily sought to flee. Fortunately, he was somewhat familiar with the layout of the police station and managed to exploit the terrain to make his escape. I cannot allow you to get away. Chun Jiuan followed closely behind. After several seconds, he slipped through the side door and into the night, pursuing the man ahead. This fellow was quite formidable, breaking through the encirclement of the surrounding zombies and taking refuge in a hotel. Once Chun Jiuan confirmed the room number, he approached directly. With the spear of Hades in hand, he struck the door lock with great force. His current strength, combined with the spear's hardness, allowed him to shatter the door with a single blow, sending it crashing open. "Who is out there?" Startled, Zhou Liqiang, who was peering out of the window at the police station, turned sharply at the sound of the commotion outside, gun raised and ready to fire at the slightest hint of danger. Chen Jiuan observed this scene clearly through his virtual glasses. He swiftly moved past, and a gunshot rang out instantaneously. Zhou Liqiang was hit in the chest and collapsed. Witnessing this, Chen Jiuan approached and fired a finishing shot into his head. Removing the virtual glasses and retracting the strategic drone, Chen Jiuan looked outside. The screams from the police station had ceased, leaving only the excited roars of the zombies. Chen Jiuan picked up Zhou Liqiang's handgun and removed the magazine. He then proceeded to the police station to scour the battlefield and collect weapons and equipment. His motive for eliminating these thugs was not rooted in any sense of justice. Rather, Chen Jiuan sought their armaments. Chapter 33, Ji Shuiyao's plans in an office. Chen Jiuan meticulously cataloged the supplies: 12 retractable batons for law enforcement recording devices, 7 tear gas canisters, 5 police communication devices, 8 multifunctional police knives, 2 intact stab-proof vests, and 5 walkie-talkies with earpieces. He also found 6 P-12 handguns and several dozen bullets. After stowing them in his spatial bracelet, Chen Jiuan began methodically dispatching the zombies and supernatural beings, soon discovering 6 crystal cores, a substantial haul. A faint smile of satisfaction graced his lips. After a moment's contemplation, he gazed at the blinking surveillance cameras. Drawing forth the spear of Hades, he systematically destroyed each one. Once completed, Chen Jiuan made his way to the monitoring room, retrieved the computer hard drive, and set it ablaze. Satisfied with his work, he left the police station and returned home. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed in. After a night of rest, Chen Jiuan felt invigorated. "Darling, I've come to change your bandages," Chen Shui announced as she entered, carrying medical supplies. Chen Jiuan lay down, playfully toying with her hair. Chen Shui examined the bullet wound, gently applying ointment. "How is the injury?" she inquired. "Much improved," Chen Shui replied. "You have an excellent constitution. Your recovery is remarkably swift. You're nearly healed." "That is good," Chen Jiuan nodded with a smile. After a moment's thought, he produced 3 crystal cores from the previous night's haul. "You should absorb these." Chen Shui pushed them back towards him, saying earnestly, "No, darling, you should absorb them. It's dangerous out there." Chen Jiuan responded, "You need to protect the home and care for Lu Yin. Being weaker isn't an option. Besides, I have 3 cores as well." "Well, all right then." Chen Shui pondered for a moment before answering the call. After completing her medication, she washed up and sat down for a meal. The repast featured braised crocodile, pan-seared steak, lotus chicken ginseng soup, and sesame baked egg pancakes. Today's breakfast was indeed quite sumptuous. Coupled with Lu Yan's attributes and the delectable nutritional boost from the food god card, it rivaled a state banquet. Chen Jiuan relished this meal, a far cry from the previous 8 treasure porridge. Compared to those boiled dishes, he preferred the flavors imbued with the essence of oil and smoke. After finishing his meal, Chen Jiuan took stock of the items he had acquired the previous day and distributed them among the 2 women, providing each with a set of gear, including a sidearm and ammunition. Naturally, the women were delighted, and they played with the equipment for a while, especially since Chen Jiuan had also discovered 2 brand new police uniforms within the stash. After tiring themselves out, Lu Yin and Chen Shui dressed Chen Jiuan in the gear. Upon gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he noticed a significant improvement in his demeanor, much cleaner and more polished than before. The saying "clothes make the man" held a kernel of truth. As the clock struck 11, Chen Jiuan bid farewell to the 2 women and departed his home, equipped and ready. This time, he carried a police walkie-talkie with an effective communication range of 5 to 6 kilometers. He reminded the women to exercise caution and refrain from using the walkie-talkie indiscriminately. First, he visited Qianbai supermarket to unlock the door and release the 5 survivors. Then, he mounted his electric scooter and headed towards the Persimmon Technology Building. Shortly thereafter, he arrived nearby. This time, he did not proceed directly to the Persimmon Technology Building, but instead approached the Taishan Fitness Center located within the same complex. The area in front of the building was teeming with zombies, including several mutated ones. After careful observation, Chen Jiuan noted that the mutated zombies possessed a vitality of just over 100 points, not quite reaching 200. He took some time, but swiftly dispatched the 2 mutated zombies, claiming their cores. Upon entering the lobby of the building, he bypassed the turnstiles and noticed the elevator was completely out of order. With no other option, he ascended the stairs, attentively observing his surroundings. At last, he reached the rooftop. Taking out the walkie-talkie, he tuned into a specific channel to attempt communication with Lu Yin and Chen Shui. Before long, a message came through. The performance of the police walkie-talkie was indeed impressive, capable of reaching up to 58 kilometers in open hilly terrain and 25 kilometers in urban areas. The distance to the Emerald Mansion was likely 6 or 7 kilometers. Due to the elevated position, There were fewer obstructions to the wireless signal, thus extending the communication range. After exchanging a few words, Chen Jiuan turned off the walkie-talkie and stowed it away. Standing on the rooftop, he surveyed the surroundings. The sky was a vast expanse of blue. Save for a thin layer of gray mist that enveloped the area, an amalgamation of dust from burning chemical fuels and other substances forming a cloud. Chen Jiuan deployed a strategic drone, utilizing radar to scan the environment. Soon, the drone reached the Persimmon Technology Building, conducting a thorough reconnaissance of the vicinity. Inside the office, Ji Shuiyao and Yao Qingdi were still present. They appeared to be in good spirits, having enjoyed ample nourishment over the past couple of days. Especially, Chen Jiuan noticed that the two women were elegantly adorned, appearing radiant and resplendent. In the office, Ji Shuiyao and Yao Qingdi stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outside. This beautiful CEO possessed exquisite large eyes, a delicate nose, rosy lips, and fair skin. As she munched on her food, she commanded, "Finish the remaining food. And you may leave. Do not save any." Yao Qingdi, slender and graceful, nodded in agreement. "Understood, Sister Ji." Ji Shuiyao frowned slightly, pouting, "Honestly, I wonder what my mother has been so busy with these past few days. I can't reach her. I have no idea when the helicopter will arrive." Yao Qingdi, casting a furtive glance at the irate beauty boss, inquired, "Sister Ji, what if it doesn't come?" Ji Shuiyao replied with a firm expression. "My mother assured me it would come." Yao Qingdi pondered for a moment and said, "Sister Ji, the building lacks a helipad. The nearest suitable landing area is likely only Baoshan Park." Ji Shuiyao nodded. "When the rescue arrives, make sure to leave with me properly. Do not dwell on that scoundrel anymore." Chen Jiuan glanced at the affection levels of the two women. Unsurprisingly, Yao Qingdi's affection had significantly diminished. She had not seen him for 2 days, and with Ji Shuiyao constantly whispering ill of him, it was hardly surprising that the affection would wane. Ji Shuiyao, once the rescue team is dealt with, just wait and see how I handle you. Chapter 34. The beautiful fitness instructor Chen Jiuan descended the stairs. Upon reaching the 47th floor of the building, he suddenly halted. This level, along with the 42nd floor, housed the Taishan Fitness Club, as a high-end members-only gym. It featured fitness, personal training, leisure, and dining facilities. The clientele consisted mainly of affluent second-generation individuals, celebrities, and high-quality women seeking wealthy partners. Entry was reserved for those with either wealth or beauty. Chen Jiuan surveyed the area. At the entrance lay a lifeless body, that of a woman. She was strikingly beautiful and had a slender figure. The woman was deceased, with a gaping wound in her abdomen. Her entrails mysteriously vanished. Chen Jiuan stepped around the corpse and entered the fitness club. This area was filled with an array of fitness equipment on both sides. In addition to the equipment, some zombies wandered in the middle. Their physiques were notably impressive, with several of them clearly identifiable as trainers. In contrast, ordinary trainees were scarce. Such high-end establishments typically boasted a limited membership. However, it was certain that Taishan Fitness Club would not suffer losses, given the exorbitant annual fees and substantial government subsidies. The Great Xia government provided significant support for sports initiatives to promote national fitness. After searching each room, Chen Jiuan found no signs of life. He descended to the 46th floor, where the fitness equipment was considerably reduced, replaced instead by individual personal training rooms. There were more female zombies present, all possessing commendable figures, likely former beautiful instructors or affluent young ladies. The latter possibility was less likely, as very few wealthy heiresses maintained regular exercise routines to retain their figures. Most people live in luxury, and it would be remarkable if they did not end up as portly individuals. Shortly thereafter, Chen Jiuan knocked on the door of a small room. After calling out twice without receiving a response, he was about to leave when a voice unexpectedly emerged from within. "Big brother, are you alive?" The voice was weak and hoarse, unmistakably that of a young woman. Chen Jiuan paused and approached the door. Throughout his journey, he had encountered beautiful female zombies, so it was quite probable that the woman inside was one as well. Chen Jiuan boldly declared, "Yes, I am human. I am also an ability user. I currently possess food. Do you require any? Do you have water?" "Water?" "Yes," Chen Jiuan responded, then added, "If you want water, please open the door." At that moment, the voice from inside fell silent, replaced by hushed whispers. Chen Jiuan, keenly perceptive, narrowed his eyes. It seemed there was another woman in the room. After a brief wait, a narrow gap appeared in the door. A stunning beauty with cracked lips glanced outside. "Ah!" She was startled, exclaiming softly, "Why are there zombies around you?" The next instant, the door was swiftly shut again. Chen Jiuan's eyes sparkled. Indeed, she was a beauty. Although not of extraordinary caliber, she was rare and more than sufficient. Such exquisite individuals were already scarce, and he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Of course, he would not consider someone like Wang Lixiang, who had indulged in the flesh of the deceased. Chen Jiuan patiently explained, My ability ensures that ordinary zombies do not attack me. Though he had only caught a fleeting glimpse, he had noticed the woman's appearance. She was striking. Sporting a single ponytail, her figure graceful and curvaceous. She wore a sporty jacket, a designer piece, paired with tight-fitting athletic pants that showcased her well-trained physique. In ordinary times, she would undoubtedly be a dazzling sight at a gym. "Oh, I see," Xiao Shiqi said, patting her chest, feeling a bit relieved. She was indeed beautiful. A goddess in the eyes of many men. Unfortunately, this was the apocalypse, and a fallen phoenix was no better than a chicken. At that moment, the short-haired girl beside Xiao Shiqi, Chao Sanli, quietly remarked, "Did you get a good look at what he looks like?" She too was an exceptionally charming woman, with a well-proportioned figure and muscular lines. Her neatly cropped hair framed a pair of deep, expressive eyes, exuding confidence and decisiveness. Xiao Shiqi pondered for a moment before saying, "He seems to be wearing a police uniform. He has an honest and earnest appearance, much like those from the past." She ultimately refrained from uttering the last two words, backup option. Both Xiao Shiqi and Chao Sanli were fitness instructors in this place. Strikingly similar, yet with a touch of green tea and materialism. They maintained a lofty and distant demeanor towards men lacking wealth, fully aware that these men sought only their beauty and physique, failing to genuinely appreciate their intrinsic qualities. Thus, they maintained a distant yet ambiguous demeanor towards these men, neither explicitly rejecting nor eagerly approaching them, creating an illusion of opportunity while denying genuine fulfillment. Chao Sanli, with an air of confidence, remarked, "With our skills, such men are easy to manipulate." Xiao Shiqi hesitated, saying, "But we are in an apocalyptic world." Chao Sanli, growing anxious, exclaimed, "If we don't open the door soon, we shall perish of thirst. Do you wish to die?" "Of course not," Xiao Shiqi replied, shaking her head vigorously. Chao Sanli continued, "Moreover, have you forgotten his extraordinary ability? The zombies will not attack. He can freely scavenge for food in the city." Xiao Shiqi's eyes brightened with realization. "Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Hurry, let us open the door." In truth, Chao Sanli harbored selfish motives. A few days prior, she had attempted to escape through the window, but had failed and twisted her ankle. Due to the lack of timely medical attention, her ankle had swollen considerably, making walking difficult. Thus, this man represented perhaps her only hope for survival. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Shiqi approached the door and softly called out, "Big brother, are you still there?" "Yes," Chen Zhuan responded. He had overheard their conversation and gleaned some understanding of these two women, fisherwomen eager to transform him into their catch, collecting food to sustain them. Such women should be easily manageable, with lower standards compared to the likes of Ji Shuiyao. What is survival? It is a struggle against materialism and a defeat against reality. Clear away the surrounding zombies, and I shall open the door. Agreed. All right. There are no zombies near the door now. I will unlock it. Proceed. Xiao Shiqi cautiously opened the door, and Chen Zhuan swiftly stepped inside, his gaze scanning over the faces of Xiao Shiqi and Chao Sanli. Name, Xiao Shiqi. Rarity, rare. Vitality, 41. Favorability, 50. Appearance, 79. Figure, 92. Abilities, yoga, level 7. Gymnastics, level 6. Fitness coach, level 4. Level 7 yoga. Incorporates introspection and meditation, fostering tranquility and focus in mind and body. Level 6 gymnastics. Emphasizes enhancing flexibility and muscle strength, capable of performing complex maneuvers such as split jumps and aerial flips. Level 4 fitness coach. Provides professional guidance, equipped with specialized fitness knowledge to create personalized training plans based on clients' goals and needs, alongside expert technical advice. Name, Chao Sanli. Rarity, rare. Vitality, 36. Favorability, 51. Appearance, 76. Figure, 94. Abilities, free fighting, level 6. Fitness coach, level 5. Level 6 free fighting. Mastery of tactical formulation and strategy, attacking and defending based on the opponent's characteristics and weaknesses. Level 5 fitness coach, an advanced guide endowed with abundant fitness experience and professional knowledge, capable of providing sophisticated training guidance tailored to clients of varying levels and needs, while offering specialized coaching and support for specific objectives. Chen Zhuan observed the two women, Xiao Shiqi and Chao Sanli, who were also watching him. Upon examining their expressions, they silently rejoiced, perceiving him to be an honest individual. Chao Sanli was the first to speak, blinking her large eyes, licking her lips, and with a pitiful expression. She implored, "We are so thirsty. We haven't had water for an entire day. Do you have any water to share? We desperately need it." Chapter 35. The two women call him Daddy Big Brother. "We haven't had a drink in a long time. You possess extraordinary abilities. We beseech you to assist us." Both Xiao Shiqi and Chao Sanli pleaded earnestly, their hands clasped together in a sincere manner, exuding an air of vulnerability that was far more genuine than Ji Shuyao's demeanor. devoid of any princess-like arrogance or haughtiness. Instead, they emanated a distinct aura reminiscent of tea artistry. Such women exhibit clear traits. First, they showcase a sense of weakness and dependence, frequently seeking men's assistance and counsel, which instills within men a feeling of trust and reliance, consequently evoking a protective instinct and affection. Second, they are gentle and considerate, often taking the initiative to inquire about men's lives, work, and studies, providing advice and support, which fosters a sense of understanding and appreciation, leading men to develop fondness for them. Third, they are vivacious and cheerful, displaying lively personalities, engaging in playful banter with men, sharing interests, thus creating a sense of commonality that enhances their appeal. Lastly, they possess an innate ability to create opportunities that make men feel comfortable and joyful. At present, Xiao Shiqi and Xiao Sanli clearly embodied this sense of vulnerability. I have water, right here, Chun Jiuan smiled as he brandished a bottle from his backpack. Enticing the two women, he intended to seize the opportunity to train their obedience thoroughly, transforming them into compliant individuals. Xiao Shiqi, overjoyed, reached out eagerly, only for Chun Jiuan to deftly evade her grasp, leaving her empty-handed and on the verge of tears. Brother, you are bullying me, she lamented. Chun Jiuan disregarded her pitiable expression, instead furrowing his brow in discontent, exclaiming, Am I that old? Judging by your appearances, you must be in your 30s. How can you still call me brother? Xiao Shiqi was taken aback, her lips twitching. How could she possibly be in her 30s? Was he speaking nonsense? She felt an urge to reprimand him, but suppressed it. This man was not as easily swayed as his appearance suggested. Xiao Sanli, smiling, attempted to ease the tension, saying, Handsome, you are quite young, not old at all. Xiao Shiqi politely inquired, Handsome, how should we address you? Chun Jiuan chuckled inwardly and replied directly, You are Xiao Shiqi and Xiao Sanli, correct? From now on, remember to call me Daddy. Daddy? Xiao Shiqi and Xiao Sanli exchanged glances, their lips twitching in disbelief. Addressing a man who is not a true father as dad seems somewhat improper, doesn't it? This fellow appears to be quite honest, yet he is not a respectable individual. Indeed, both of you shall henceforth call me Dad, Chun Jiuan declared with utmost certainty. At that moment, Xiao Sanli noticed something amiss. Handsome. How do you know our names? Chun Jiuan replied, Your names are listed in the coaching manual. Furthermore, I wouldn't let you call me Dad just like that. Isn't it disingenuous to call me handsome? Chun Jiuan possessed a keen awareness of his own appearance. He was an ordinary man, neither unattractive nor particularly handsome. Yet he exuded a masculine aura. Xiao Shiqi took a deep breath and asked, Then why do you want us to call you Dad? You are not our father. Chun Jiuan shook his finger, asserting no. Soon, I shall indeed be your father. Xiao Shiqi frowned, gritting her teeth in anger. Why? You are younger than us. Can you really conjure two daughters out of thin air? That is utterly ridiculous. Chun Jiuan smirked slightly, raising the water bottle in his hand. Didn't you want water? Xiao Shiqi nodded in agreement. It's quite normal for us to seek water from you, considering we haven't had any all day. Exactly. Chun Jiuan replied with a nod, then continued with a smile. Now tell me, who besides your parents would provide you with food and drink without expectation? Especially in this apocalyptic world where water and food are precious commodities. Isn't it quite reasonable to ask you to call me Dad in exchange for water? Xiao Shiqi and Xiao Sanli exchanged glances, rendered speechless. There seemed to be no significant flaw in his reasoning. Xiao Sanli, casting aside her pride, blinked her large eyes innocently and implored, Dad, please share some water with me. She conceded to Chun Jiuan's logic, lowering her head in submission. Her injured leg had yet to receive treatment, and in her predicament, she could only appease him. Chun Jiuan nodded with satisfaction, saying, Very well. Here is the water. Xiao Sanli repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Dad. You are truly a good person. She took the water and drank eagerly, excitement causing some to spill over, trickling down her chest. Xiao Shiqi swallowed hard, her tongue licking her dry lips. She looked at Chun Jiuan, opened her mouth, yet found herself unable to speak. Addressing a stranger as Dad felt too shameful for her. Handsome, you are so strong and unafraid of zombie attacks. Obtaining water must be simple for you. Can you assist us? Xiao Shiqi said, her dry lips pursed, her voice sweetly imploring. I truly need your help. If you could provide us with some food and water, we would be immensely grateful. Chun Jiuan secretly chuckled to himself. He was not swayed by Xiao Shiqi's approach. If she chose not to call him Dad, she would need to become part of the Chen family. He would take care of her and share water. Xiao Shiqi's beautifully arched brows furrowed. This man actually expected her to become his woman directly. How could that be permissible? Handsome, you cannot simply stand by and do nothing. I implore you to show some kindness. You will undoubtedly thrive in this world. Chun Jiuan smiled faintly and remarked, Are you suggesting I show kindness in the apocalypse? I am no savior. The conditions are laid out before you. Ponder them carefully. I shall not compel you. At that moment, Chow Sanli dropped her cup, her eyes sparkling as she asked, "Father, am I now a member of the Qin family?" Chen Jiuan glanced at her, shaking his head, "Not yet." Chow Sanli felt a tremor of relief in her chest and curiously inquired, "What must I do to become a part of your family?" Chen Jiuan replied directly, "Once we have shared a bed." Xiao Shiqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Shared a bed? Understanding dawned on Chow Sanli as her gaze flickered, contemplating her injured ankle. It was swollen and bruised, the hematoma still present. Having undergone training in medical first aid, she understood that such bruising could hinder nutrient transportation, and prolonged neglect could harden the tissue, resulting in scarring and potentially leading to complications like arthritis or bursitis. She was unwilling to let that happen. Taking a deep breath, Chow Sanli looked up at Chen Jiuan and earnestly stated, "I am willing." "Good. Excellent." Chen Jiuan smiled, evidently pleased. Chapter 36. Medical equipment. Chen Jiuan contemplated for a moment before saying, "Please wait here. I shall fetch some water." This room served as a dining area, stocked with some provisions like oatmeal, protein powder, and creatine, which had sustained them thus far. However, they were completely out of water. The water dispenser was devoid of bottled water. Chow Sanli nodded appreciatively. "All right, thank you." Chen Jiuan exited the room, surveying the area before lifting the water dispenser along with a nearby bottle of water. He then found some body wash in the restroom and returned to present it to her. "Oh," Chow Sanli hesitated, "my leg is still injured. Let me take a look." Chen Jiuan said, examining her foot. The skin was not particularly delicate, revealing a layer of calluses, and there was no significant odor. Chen Jiuan pondered, "Indeed, it is sprained. The bruising has yet to dissipate." Chow Sanli suggested, "There is a medical room downstairs. It may contain a spare medicine kit and an ultrasound device. You should shower first while I search for these supplies." Chen Jiuan left the room after uttering a brief response. Chow Sanli nodded eagerly. Inside the room, the two women began to whisper. Xiao Shiqi grasped her friend's hand, her beautiful eyes serious. "Are you truly conceding so easily? You were never like this before." Chow Sanli's eyes flickered with a hint of resignation as she sighed. "I do not wish to, but what choice do I have? I am only 27. I do not wish to die. You cannot be so indiscreet. That which is easily obtained is seldom cherished. We can only take one step at a time." Chow Sanli shook her head, then narrowed her eyes, frowning at Xiao Shiqi. "Do you still wish to refuse? Given the circumstances, survival is a challenge." "Humph. I won't be like you." Xiao Shiqi lifted her chin defiantly. Yet, despite her words, she too began to contemplate the possibility of compromise. The irreverent fellow might very well provide her with no assistance. If this continues, she may truly face dire consequences. Unbidden, Xiao Shiqi cast a glance at Chow Sanli, a sense of urgency swelling within her. Downstairs, the zombies roamed freely. Chen Jiuan arrived at the infirmary, breaking into the room to locate his objective, the intelligent ultrasound device. This apparatus employs ultrasonic waves for detection and diagnosis, capable of examining various internal structures of the human body, such as the heart, liver, kidneys, and other organs, as well as blood vessels, muscles, and bones, by measuring the velocity and reflection of ultrasound waves within bodily tissues. It generates images or data to assist physicians in their diagnoses and treatments. It boasts advantages such as intelligence, digitization, high precision, and reliability, making it applicable across medical, industrial, and research fields. Moreover, it is equipped with an AI medical assistant to aid in judgment, ensuring a remarkably high accuracy rate, even usable by those lacking medical knowledge. However, the software service fees are exorbitant, making it difficult for individual households to afford. Beyond the realm of medicine, its industrial applications are equally impressive. Chen Jiuan brought the instrument and medicine box to the room. "I brought the items. Allow me to examine you," he stated. Chow Sanli expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Chen Jiuan approached and began to assess the woman's foot injury. Before long, the intelligent ultrasound device provided a diagnosis and treatment plan through its scanning capabilities. The foot was not fractured, but there was significant congestion. After confirming the condition, Chen Jiuan administered the medication to the woman. "Thank you. You truly are a good person." Chow Sanli sincerely expressed her gratitude. Chapter 37. Recruitment card. A good person? Chen Jiuan couldn't help but chuckle before accessing the system. Chow Sanli, affection level, 68. Affection level, 71. Affection level, 81. Friendly, 5,170 points. A friendly relationship has been established, leading to the sharing of more life details and feelings. Intimate, 7,190 points. The relationship has deepened further, exhibiting a high level of trust and emotional connection, with potential for profound interactions. In a brief span, Chow Sanli's affection level experienced a remarkable leap. Just then, the system chimed in. Ding. Detected expansion of host's family members. Rewarding host with 25 vitality. Rewarding host with protective ability. Rewarding host with 100 family points. The rewards were credited. Without hesitation, Chen Jiuan infused the vitality into himself. Instantly, a warm current surged within, fortifying his physique comprehensively. He felt his strength amplify, restoring much of his stamina. Vitality, 380. Level 1 protection. Able to sense nearby dangers or attacks, with a certain degree of ability to evade or avoid them. Protection? It seemed somewhat lackluster. The level 1 description bore a resemblance to danger perception. Chun Juan muttered to himself, glancing at Xiao Shiqi. Affection level, 60. Affection level, 70. Chun Juan proclaimed. There is but one opportunity. Do you wish to join my family? Upon witnessing his companion's agreement, Xiao Shiqi consented as well. Just as he did, the system's voice echoed. As long as one holds genuine affirmation within, rewards can be attained without engaging in any physical acts. Ding. Family members expanded. Reward, 25 vitality points. Reward, 3 Shadow Guard recruitment cards. Reward, 100 family points. Chun Juan opened the system interface. Host, Chun Juan. Chun Clan. Level 2. Vitality, 405. System inventory, Spear of the Underworld, Level 2. Compass, Level 1. Blood Demon S Fury, Level 1. Guardian Card 1. Shadow Guard recruitment cards 3. Personal skills, Poison Master, Level 1. Spear Technique, Level 4. Corpse King, Level 2. Self-Protection, Level 1. Clan skills, Scholar, Level 2. Inheritance, Level 1. Family points, 300. Exceptional partners, Lu Yin, Chen Shui, Rare, Yao Qingdi, Chao Sanli, Xiao Shiqi. Chun Juan's vitality surpassed 400 points, significantly enhancing his power. Oh, but what exactly is this Shadow Guard? Chun Juan retrieved the items from his inventory, 3 tokens. With a mere thought, 3 Shadow Guards would materialize to assist him, becoming his subordinates. Furthermore, he could choose their gender, male, female, or androgynous. The abilities of the Shadow Guards remained unchanged regardless of gender. What a marvelous treasure. Just what I needed. Chun Juan was elated, filled with joy. With a thought, he stored the items away. Xiao Shiqi, taken aback, inquired, "Hey, what happened to the item in your hand?" Chun Juan smiled and replied, "This is also one of my extraordinary abilities." He then produced some supplies from his spatial bracelet. "You all take these provisions first. Once I have cleared this area of zombies, I will lead you to safety." "Is it not possible now?" "No. I have other matters to attend to. Besides, your leg is still injured. You should focus on recuperating." "All right," Chao Sanli nodded. Then grasped Chun Juan's hand with a pitiful gaze. "Master, what should I do if I miss you?" "This is a police walkie-talkie," Chun Juan said as he retrieved one from his backpack. After a brief pause, he reconsidered. "I will hold on to it for now and give it to you once I finish my tasks." "Oh." The 2 women nodded obediently. After a moment of tenderness, Chun Juan departed. Utilizing the Spear of the Underworld, he swiftly eliminated the zombies on this floor. Upon reaching the first floor, he summoned the Shadow Guard recruitment card. With a flourish, 3 cards shattered and vanished into thin air. Gender selection, female. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the shadows, rushing towards Chun Juan. They were the Shadow Guards. Chapter 38. Infertility. The 3 Shadow Guards were tall and agile in stature. They donned black masks that concealed most of their facial features, leaving only their eyes exposed. Clad in form-fitting black combat attire, the muscular contours of the 3 female Shadow Guards were evident, showcasing their robust physical prowess and well-trained capabilities. As they ran, their movements were agile and nimble, exhibiting exceptional coordination and reaction speed. "We greet our master." The trio of Shadow Guards approached Chun Juan with reverence in their voices, each tone imbued with a melodious softness, unmistakably feminine. Their features were well-defined and graceful, with an aesthetic appeal that could easily surpass 60. In a moment of contemplation, Chun Juan glanced at their attributes. Vitality, 90. Affinity, 100. Abilities, 1. Stealth techniques. The Shadow Guards possess remarkable stealth capabilities, allowing them to maneuver within shadows undetected. They can exploit the darkness, smoke, or obstacles in their environment to conceal themselves, thus evading enemy detection. 2. Infiltration skills. The Shadow Guards have mastered various infiltration techniques, including body control, silent movement, and agile maneuvers. They can navigate confined spaces, avoiding the attention of foes while swiftly approaching their targets. 3. Assassination skills. The Shadow Guards are lethal operatives, adept at carrying out assassination missions, proficient with firearms. They can execute rapid and precise attacks. 4. Absolute loyalty. The Shadow Guards exhibit unwavering loyalty to their master, obeying orders without question. They will execute tasks unconditionally, unaffected by personal emotions. 5. Infertility. The Shadow Guards are incapable of conceiving, bearing children, or serving as surrogates. All 3 Shadow Guards share these attributes. Endowed with 4 primary abilities, stealth, assassination, infiltration, and loyalty, while the last aspect of infertility could be deemed a negative trait. "Damn it," Chun Juan muttered to himself. Was the system concerned that I might end up with unexpected progeny from these 3 shadow guards? Having never encountered women before, he pondered the possibility of their mischief. Especially now that he had a wife, there was no need to squander vitality. Undoubtedly, their infertility played a role in this. Clearing his throat softly, he addressed them. You do not yet have names. I shall bestow names upon you. We beseech our master for names. The 3 shadow guards gazed upon him with admiration and respect, as if he were the very embodiment of their faith. Chun Juan pointed at one woman and declared, starting from the left, you shall be called Chun Yi, you shall be Chun Er, and you shall be Chun San. Chun Yi, you will henceforth lead Chun Er and Chun San. With one knee on the ground, Chun Yi respectfully replied, as you command, I am grateful for your trust, master. Rise. There is no need to remain kneeling. Chun Juan gestured, then continued, I have a general understanding of your capabilities. They are formidable. I now require your assistance in eliminating a mercenary squad. Do you comprehend? At your command, they replied in unison, with Chun Yi adding respectfully, Master, I have something to convey. Speak, Chun Juan encouraged. Master, we currently lack weaponry. We need armament support to maximize our effectiveness. Indeed, Chun Juan nodded. I shall equip you with weapons shortly. Now, I shall proceed to Baoshan Park. Understood. Chun Juan retrieved the magical compass, swiftly pinpointing their location, and set off with 3 shadow guardians. Along the way, he employed the zombie vision of the level 2 zombie king, making every effort to circumvent the congregations of the undead. The shadow guardians bore no distinction from ordinary humans. They would bleed when injured, perish from grievous wounds, require sustenance when famished, and need rest when weary. Thus, their flesh and blood scents could easily attract zombies. Arriving at Baoshan Park, Chun Juan and the shadow guardians found a vast expanse of lawn alongside the serene Jade Water Lake. The number of zombies in the vicinity was relatively sparse, and no traces of mutated zombies were observed. The entire park lay in tranquil silence. The rescue team that Ji Shueyao had mentioned had yet to arrive. Turning around, Chun Juan retrieved gear from his backpack. This was a walkie-talkie and an earpiece. He demonstrated their usage and relayed the information regarding the walkie-talkie to Chen Yi. Master, I have learned, Chen Yi declared. Master, I understand, Chen Er added. I too comprehend, Chen San chimed in. Chun Juan instructed. You 3 must now conceal yourselves and familiarize yourselves with the park's terrain. Understood? Go. Without hesitation, Chun Yi, Chen Er, and Chun San swiftly departed, vanishing from sight in no time. Subsequently, Chun Juan took out the walkie-talkie to contact his home. A series of crackling sounds ensued, the signal being somewhat poor. Hello. Can you hear me, dear? I can hear you, darling. How are you? Do you wish to return for lunch? Lu Yan's voice crackled intermittently through the device. Chun Juan replied directly, I will return for lunch. Please prepare enough for 4. Lu Yan expressed surprise. 4? Yes, 4. Please make extra. Understood. I will await your return. Received. Please be careful on your way back. Chun Juan set down the walkie-talkie and departed the park, securing an electric bike to head home. Upon reaching Qianbai Supermarket, he unlocked the door with a key and located 3 thermal lunchboxes in the daily necessities section. Shortly thereafter, he returned to their residence at Emerald Mansion. Chen Shui opened the door, saying, Darling, please wait a moment. The dishes are not yet finished. No worries. Call me when they're ready. Chun Juan replied with a smile. Retrieving the lunchboxes. I'll go wash up, she said. Go ahead. He nodded, then made his way to the room. Opening the cabinet revealed several handguns. He took 3 and placed them into his backpack, then opened another drawer where bullets were stored, over 70 in total. After pondering for a moment, he decided to take them all. Although the ammunition was limited, one must not be careless in the face of the rescue team. Finally, he retrieved the remaining walkie-talkies. After enjoying lunch, Chun Juan departed his home with the 3 lunchboxes, heading back to Baoshan Park. He called out for Chun Yi, Chun Er, and Chun San, distributing the lunchboxes. This is a meal prepared by my wife. Please enjoy it. Chun Yi immediately expressed gratitude. Thank you, mistress. 3 handguns and 3 walkie-talkies, along with these bullets, were distributed among them. Chun Joshuan retrieved the weapons from his spatial bracelet and allocated them accordingly. Once equipped, the 3 shadow guards concealed themselves. The park, abundant with shrubs and trees, provided ample hiding spots. The next step was to await the arrival of the rescue team and devise a strategy. Chapter 39. Armed to the teeth Baoshan Park. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had elapsed. This waiting was not a viable course of action. Chun Joshuan rose from the grass and stroked his chin thoughtfully. With a spark of inspiration, he took out the magical compass to search for nearby museums, particularly weapon museums, and terms related to spears. To his dismay, there were no such establishments within a kilometer radius. Shaking his head, he continued his search for local police stations. There were none, but he did find a district police station. This piqued Chun Joshuan's interest and stirred his ambitions. The weapons at a police station would undoubtedly surpass those at a local precinct in both quantity and potency. In addition to standard handguns, there was a high probability of shotguns, submachine guns, and sniper rifles. If he were to acquire a sniper rifle and master its use, it would be exceedingly formidable, allowing him to eliminate enemies or mutated zombies from a distance. Chen Jiuxuan maneuvered a strategic drone to investigate. As anticipated, the police station was occupied by survivors. One faction comprised police officers, while the other consisted of thugs. Both sides were armed and included ordinary survivors. The police were outnumbered, with only about 10 officers, whereas the thugs numbered around 30. Securing weapons from the police station would prove significantly more challenging than obtaining them from the Emerald Road precinct. Here, the disparity in weapons, personnel, and superhumans was glaring. At 4:30 in the afternoon, a conventional helicopter appeared in the distant sky. After circling above the Persimmon building for a while, it flew towards Baoshan Park. Indeed, they had come to rescue that woman. The wealthy truly were extraordinary, Chen Jiuxuan thought to himself, unable to suppress his murmurs. This world was inherently unequal. In times of conflict, ordinary citizens sacrificed their lives, the affluent contributed their riches, and the powerful wielded firearms. In the aftermath, ordinary people reaped only corpses, while the wealthy and the elite acquired greater wealth and power. Chen Jiuxuan promptly concealed the strategic drone. Minutes later, the helicopter descended onto the lawn of Baoshan Park. A rescue team comprised of 7 mercenaries disembarked from the helicopter. Li Fong mused, had I known, I would have brought TNT explosives to blast open the bulletproof glass, making the rescue effortless. They had been unable to breach the bulletproof glass while the helicopter circled the Persimmon building, and shattering the glass would still complicate a high-altitude rescue. Qin Mu shook his head and remarked, moreover, acquiring explosives in the Great Xia Kingdom is no easy feat. Mining operations rarely utilize explosives anymore. The military district possesses some. But do you dare confront them? If only we weren't in such a hurry. Given time, I could fabricate some suitable explosives. Qin Mu, an arms engineer, was responsible for addressing technical issues and providing support, possessing expertise in engineering and demolition, responsible for dismantling obstacles, setting explosives, or repairing critical equipment. This is not the time to discuss irrelevant matters. Lu Xiu surveyed his surroundings and turned to the captain, his expression grave. Captain, a large number of zombies have appeared. It seems they were attracted by the sound of the helicopter. Lu Xiu, a reconnaissance soldier, served as the team's intelligence gathering and reconnaissance expert, tasked with collecting enemy information and providing intelligence support. Wang Yu, wielding an MP5 submachine gun, declared loudly, I will take the lead. You all provide support. As an assault soldier, he was the frontline attacking force of the team, responsible for initiating charges and confronting the enemy directly to create chaos. Chen Saming adjusted his smart glasses and calmly said, be cautious. This mission is not difficult, but we must avoid any losses. He was the support specialist and the team leader, primarily responsible for providing assistance and reinforcements, equipped with various skills and resources. He also ensured the team received supplies, reinforcements, and tactical support. Captain, rest assured, this is merely a straightforward task. The rest of the team responded, rallying their spirits. The remaining mercenaries had distinct roles as well. Li Fong, the sniper, was the team's long-range support and precision shooting expert, adept at eliminating enemies from a distance. He typically positioned himself at a distance, concealed in high places or areas with good visibility, to observe and shoot at foes. Zhou He, an infantryman, was a versatile warrior skilled in both close-quarter and ranged combat. Possessing a high degree of survivability, he would flexibly adjust his position according to tactical needs to support his teammates. Lin Yi, the medic, was responsible for providing emergency medical treatment and caring for the wounded. The 7 members, each with their unique specialties and advantages, formed a formidable team, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Fire! The assault soldier Wang Yu bellowed. He aimed his submachine gun directly at the approaching zombies. Despite being equipped with a silencer, the sound was still considerable. Bang! 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 A multitude of zombies fell like wheat before the scythe. These zombies had been drawn in by the noise of the helicopter, yet they proved inadequate against true firepower. That's enough, Chen Saming stated calmly. Li Fong, Zhou He. Breakthrough. Received. Understood. The combat prowess of the rescue team is indeed formidable. Chen Jiuwan, hidden in the shadows, murmured to himself. The rescue team, comprised of 7 mercenaries, was fully armed. Their level 2 tactical helmets provided high-intensity ballistic protection to guard against direct head impacts and were outfitted with night vision devices. Their level 2 bulletproof vests offered comprehensive protection for the chest area. The pockets on their belts were equipped with ammunition, food, and other survival necessities. Their primary weapon was the fully automatic MP5 submachine gun, while secondary weapons included lightweight crossbows or sniper rifles, as well as handguns. Communication devices included arm-mounted walkie-talkies and headsets for real-time communication and command. Optical equipment such as night vision goggles and binoculars expanded their field of view. Personal protective gear, including wrist guards, enhanced their chances of survival. In every aspect, they were truly armed to the teeth. The helmet, bulletproof vest, and P92 handgun may not necessarily penetrate defenses. In fact, the P92 model, used by law enforcement, is rather inadequate. Level 1 bulletproof vests can provide complete protection, while Level 2 vests and tactical helmets are more than sufficient. To eliminate a target, one must strike decisively. The rescue team lacks superhumans, but possesses vitality ranging from 80 to 90 points, a considerable strength among ordinary individuals. With proper equipment and tactics, their combat effectiveness can multiply 5-fold or even 10-fold without any issue. Should they be tasked with taking down the Emerald Road Police Station, it would be an achievable feat. However, once they disperse, their coordination and combat effectiveness diminish significantly. Chun Joan's greatest asset is his mobility, followed closely by his strategic use of drones, which provide comprehensive situational awareness. Moreover, he has recently acquired 3 shadow operatives, allowing for collaborative efforts. Thus, the probability of successfully eliminating the 7 mercenaries remains high. Of course, if the situation becomes untenable, Chun Joan can simply retreat. With his capabilities, escape poses no challenge. As time progressed, Chun Joan noticed that the zombies had largely been dealt with. 2 mercenaries were departing from the side. This presented an opportunity. Coincidentally, one of his shadow operatives lay in ambush nearby. With a thought, Chun Joan quietly activated his walkie-talkie. Chun-san, 2 enemies are heading your way. Master, I see them. I will remain concealed and monitor their movements without revealing myself. Understood. Chapter 40. Skill enhancement. The 2 mercenaries were just ahead, about to exit the park. Let us go. Follow me to eliminate them. After a brief exchange, Chun Joan and Chun Sin quickly regrouped and pursued the 2 individuals. Along the way, they encountered several zombies, all dispatched by Li Fong and Zhou He, not through firearms, but with crossbows, an ideal weapon for urban environments. Even with a silencer, gunfire creates significant noise, easily attracting zombie attention. Before long, Chun Joan spotted the 2 ahead, Li Fong, a sniper, and Zhou He, an infantryman, with vitality ratings of 86 and 90, respectively. Both exhibited exceptional tactical acumen and were formidable within the team. Chun Joan drew his handgun. Irrespective of their strength, a single bullet could be fatal. Chun-yi, take position with me. Understood, master. Familiar with the terrain and possessing the zombies' visual acuity, Chun Joan skillfully navigated around the horde. Soon, they positioned themselves on either side of the convenience store and fruit shop leading to the persimmon tower. Inside the convenience store, Chun Joan accessed his skills, focusing on the protection ability. Level 1 protection, capable of sensing nearby dangers or attacks, with a certain degree of evasion or avoidance capability. Level 1 protection does not shield the body, but resembles Chun Shi's danger perception ability. It is anticipated that upon leveling up, a true protective capability will be attained. As he pondered this, Chun Joan glanced at the family points. 300 points, sufficient for an upgrade. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. The family points diminished by 100. Level 2 protection, reflex instinct, providing swifter reaction speed and instinctive defensive responses, enabling a better ability to evade or withstand simple attacks. The second level of protection did not directly enhance Chun Joan's defensive capabilities. With 200 family points remaining, he could elevate to the next tier. Another thought emerged, and the family points continued to dwindle, eventually reaching 0. Protection ascended to level 3. Physical resistance, bodily enhancement, granting a degree of resilience against physical strikes and attacks, bolstering muscle and bone density. This upgrade brought about a significant transformation, permanently augmenting muscle and bone density. He pondered whether it could withstand the impact of a bullet. Chun Joan murmured to himself, sensing that the protection skill lacked overwhelming power. Perhaps this was due to its origin from a rare quality woman, inherently inferior to those derived from extraordinary quality sources. Without dwelling too much on it, Chun Joan deployed a strategic drone to monitor the situation outside, patiently awaiting developments. After a few minutes of silence, commotion erupted outside. Li Fong and Zhou He unleashed crossbow bolts, hunting zombies as they confidently strolled onto the street. Ordinary zombies posed little threat to them. Chun-san, prepare for action. As you command, master. Chun Joan grasped his pistol, observing the 2 mercenaries on the street. Taking a deep breath, he aimed at one of them and pulled the trigger. A resounding bang echoed as the bullet whizzed forth. Ah! Li Fong cried out in agony, the bullet striking his thigh. He had attempted to roll away upon hearing the gunfire, but regrettably, the P92 pistol's muzzle velocity exceeded the speed of sound, reaching 380 meters per second. By the time he heard the shot, the bullet had already found its mark. The human reaction speed cap is 0.1 seconds. A bullet at supersonic speed can travel 34 meters in that time, while the P-92 can cover 38 meters. Simultaneously, Chun San from the fruit shop fired her weapon, choosing her shot as Zhou He rolled, accurately hitting the mercenary. Her marksmanship was notably more precise, far surpassing Qin Jiuwan's, with no opportunity for a miss. In the blink of an eye, both mercenaries were struck by bullets, an expected outcome, given the surprise nature of the ambush. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out repeatedly as Chun Jiuwan discharged 7 or 8 rounds from his pistol. Chun San mirrored his actions, and they both charged forward, delivering finishing shots. The two mercenaries fell lifelessly, with no chance for reprieve. Evade the zombies and rendezvous at the park. As you wish, master. Chun San promptly sprinted away from the scene, while Chun Jiuwan approached to inspect the mercenaries' weaponry. 2 tactical helmets, 2 bulletproof vests, and 2 MP5 submachine guns lay before him. 2 handguns, a Desert Eagle, 2 crossbows with several arrows, a sniper rifle, and communication devices alongside binoculars. The radio was still buzzing with inquiries from the 2 individuals' teammates, Chun Sanming and Wang Yu, who were aware of an attack on Zhou He and Li Fong. The radio fell silent as Chun Jiuwan stowed the equipment away and made his way back to the park. At that moment, the park was engulfed in chaos. The reconnaissance soldier, Lu Xiao, had detected Chen Air through her drone. Unfortunately for Chen Air, she first drew the attention of zombies with her scent, creating a disturbance, only to be subsequently discovered by the drone. Under such circumstances, evading an attack was no easy feat. Conceal yourself. There must be other lurking foes in the vicinity. Lu Xiao, you are tasked with rooting them out. Chen Sanming commanded sternly, his expression grave. Lu Xiao replied solemnly, understood. Immediately, the remaining mercenaries, Engineer Qin Mu, Assault Trooper Wang Yu, Scout Lu Xiao, and Medic Lin Yi, calmly departed, concealing themselves in the surrounding shrubs and behind trees. Most of the zombies attracted by the helicopter had been dealt with, yet a small number still roamed the park, possibly dozens, nearing 100. This posed challenges for their concealment, as not everyone was equipped with crossbows capable of silently dispatching zombies. They could not dampen the zombie's senses like a level 2 zombie king. All these developments were noted by Chun Yi. Master, trouble is brewing. Chun Jiuwan heard the gunfire over the radio and inquired gravely, what is happening? Chun Yi promptly replied, Chen Air is under attack by mercenaries. Upon hearing this, Chun Jiuwan contemplated briefly before responding, assess the situation as you see fit. I am en route. Understood. Chun Yi acknowledged immediately. She then turned her attention to the exposed assault trooper Wang Yu, who had just opened fire on Chen Air and was now entangled with zombies drawn by the gunfire. Chapter 41, Annihilation. Ji Shuiyao and her team lacked professionalism. From within the bushes, Chun Yi's demeanor turned icy as she stealthily advanced. Upon reaching a strategic position, she raised her handgun, her gaze cold as she aimed directly at Wang Yu and fired. The gunshot rang out, and Wang Yu collapsed, clutching his thigh and howling in agony. Wang Yu had been hit. New assailants emerged from the 4 o'clock position. The mercenary captain, Chun Sanming, paled slightly and quickly reported, then added, Qin Mu, Lu Xiao. Cover Lin Yi as he goes to render aid. Medic Lin Yi responded immediately, acknowledged. Wang Yu glanced at his wound, gritting his teeth as he said, Captain, I'll be fine. It's just a flesh wound to my leg, not life-threatening. You all focus on eliminating the assailants. As they devised their tactics, Chun Yi had already swiftly repositioned. The sun began to set, casting shadows as the sky darkened. The time approached 6:30. Chun Jiuwan returned to the park entrance, opting not to venture deeper but instead deployed a strategic drone and donned virtual goggles to survey the park's interior. Before long, he too spotted a drone. This is the equipment of a reconnaissance soldier named Lu Xiao. Among his abilities is a reconnaissance skill, which, while not top tier, is certainly respectable. Despite this, the drone he controls fails to detect the strategic drone. The advanced technology proves inadequate. Not lingering on the drone, Chun Jiuwan activates infrared instruments to scan the perimeter of the park. The human body temperature is approximately 10 degrees higher than that of a zombie, providing an excellent method for locating the mercenaries. After meticulously surveying the area, Chun Jiuwan identifies the positions of the remaining 5 mercenaries. Your fate is sealed, he sneers coldly. He picks up the walkie-talkie and inquires, Chun San, what is your location? I am concealed at the edge of the park, master, Chun San replies. And you, Chun Yi? I am by the lakeside bushes. I will join you, Chun Jiuwan states, proceeding into the park and locating the 2 shadow guards. He shares a brief map of the park along with the mercenaries' positions with Chun Yi and Chun San. Chun Yi, find a way to eliminate Lu Xiao and Wang Yu. Chun San, take out Chun Qinmu. I will handle the remaining mercenaries. Understood. They respond in unison. Chun Jiuwan departs, gradually moving toward Chun Sanming's direction. At this moment, Chun Sanming is also directing his subordinates in reconnaissance. Suddenly, a voice crackles through his earpiece. Captain, We have detected an infrared target. From which direction? 8 o'clock. I see her too. These mercenaries are equipped with infrared night vision as well. As darkness envelopes the area, they spot a shadow guard. Predictably, the mercenaries begin to aim and prepare to fire. However, Chun Jiuan observes this scene through the drone. He immediately alerts Chun San to relocate. Without further hesitation, he cautiously approaches Chun Sanming. When he is within 30 meters, without warning, Chun Jiuan lunges forward and opens fire. A series of 7 or 8 shots erupt, the flames of the bullets vividly illuminating the dim twilight. Some bullets find their mark, striking against body armor and helmets, while others hit unprotected limbs. Chun Jiuan hears the sounds of anguish. Chun Sanming must have been hit. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Jiuan rushes forward, hurling the spear of Hades. Whoosh! A piercing sound fills the air. The spear penetrates the body armor, emerging from the right side of Chun Sanming's chest. He gazes down at the spear protruding from his body, his pupils dilating in shock, his throat constricting. Superhuman, he gasps. Before taking several labored breaths and collapsing to the ground, his legs twitching as he rolls his eyes back in death. What happened? It's the captain. The remaining mercenaries erupt in a cacophony of shouts, demanding to know what has transpired. Meanwhile, Chun Yi and Chun San spring into action. In the darkness, their movements are undoubtedly more agile and fluid. As shadow guards, they are inherently suited for assassination under the cloak of night. In an instant, chaos ensues. Gunfire echoed relentlessly throughout the park, accompanied by the chilling roars of the undead, their claws poised and ready. They eagerly pursued the sounds of gunfire and the scent of blood. Chun Jiuan unsheathed the spear of the underworld, disregarding the lifeless body of Chun Sanming, and swiftly donned his virtual goggles to deploy a strategic drone to survey the surroundings. The remaining mercenaries had retreated, hiding themselves more deeply. Chun Yi, Chun Er, Chun San. Report your status, Chun Jiuan commanded. Master, I have slain a mercenary. Chun Yi replied. Master, I have been shot in the back. I wounded a mercenary, Chun Er reported. Master, I have been hit in the thigh. I too have injured a mercenary, Chun San added. Chun Jiuan exhaled a heavy sigh, his gaze resolute. Indeed, these 7 mercenaries possessed formidable combat prowess. Their advanced weaponry and equipment played a significant role. Without weapons, Chun Jiuan could have dispatched them all single-handedly. Additionally, the timing of his assault was ill-fated. The mercenaries' night vision gear thrived in the dimness. The shadow assassin's stealth abilities were merely ordinary skills, not supernatural powers, rendering them incapable of evading the surveillance of night vision devices. In fact, their vision would be compromised in the darkness, a true case of diminishing returns. Coupled with the outdated weaponry of the shadow assassins, they were indeed at a disadvantage. This highlighted a shortcoming of Chun Jiuan, having been a lone fighter for so long. He struggled with the nuances of team combat. As an ordinary mortal, this served as a valuable lesson for him. Navigating through the forest, Chun Jiuan swiftly arrived at the location of a mercenary. Caught off guard, Engineer Qin Mu met a swift demise. At that moment, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the walkie-talkie. Chun Jiuan's brow furrowed, and he raced toward the source of the gunfire. Before long, he spotted Scout Lu Xiu perched in a tree, while 3 or 4 zombies clawed at the ground beneath. As Chun Jiuan approached, Lu Xiu noticed him, equipped with infrared gear. Damn it! Lu Xiu gritted his teeth. Firing ferociously with his submachine gun, Chun Jiuan tapped into his physical prowess, evading the onslaught with agile movements, taking cover behind a large tree. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from behind. Lu Xiu plummeted from the tree, surrounded by a horde of zombies that began to feast upon him. Help! Help! Lu Xiu cried out in desperation, but soon fell silent, having succumbed to the undead. Emerging from his concealment, Chun Jiuan quickly located the last wounded mercenary, Wang Yu, and dispatched him as well. Thus, the 7 mercenaries sent by the rescue team were utterly annihilated. In the Shitzi Technology Building, within the office, Ji Shuiyao and Yao Qingdi stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, their patience waning. What on earth was happening? Ji Shuiyao's expression remained unchanged, though a few strands of hair fell across her forehead, accentuating her figure in a snug, deep V-neck blouse. Glancing at her watch, she voiced her agitation. It has been 2 hours, the sky is dark, and they have yet to arrive. Yao Qingdi, slender and delicate as jade, donned an elegantly tailored suit. Gazing out into the night, she murmured, perhaps the abundance of zombies has delayed our progress. Ji Shuiyao paced restlessly in her high heels, her voice tinged with agitation. This rescue team is utterly unprofessional. Yao Qingdi replied softly, the complexities of this apocalyptic environment necessitate patience. Let us wait a while longer, confident that they will arrive soon. Chapter 42. The Mutant Entity Within the Park. Chun Jiuan swiftly located 3 shadowy dark guards. Chun Yi was unscathed, while Chun Er had sustained a gunshot wound to his back, and Chun San had been struck in both his thigh and side. Master, Is Chun-san on the verge of death? Chun-yi whispered, his face etched with sorrow, fists clenched tightly. Though summoned by the system, they bore no difference from ordinary humans. They shared camaraderie, sorrow, grief, joy, and happiness. He should be fine. Chun Jiuan removed his clothing to staunch Chun-san's bleeding, then quickly turned to say, I will seek out doctors and supplies at the nearest hospital. You stay here and guard them, remaining vigilant for any zombies in the vicinity. Chun-yi, suppressing his anguish, responded, as you command. As night faded, daylight emerged. Both Chun-er and Chun-san had not succumbed to their injuries and were recuperating at a clinic. After this encounter, Chun Jiuan recognized a significant flaw, the absence of logistical support. The configuration of this rescue team seemed quite reasonable, as every member was indispensable. In genuine combat, a multitude of logistical personnel is essential, each with distinct responsibilities: logistical planners, procurement specialists, supply transporters, medical equipment staff, healthcare personnel, and technical experts. In the future, Chun Jiuan would undoubtedly face conflicts with other survivors. Logistics were indispensable, foresight and preparedness were crucial. Furthermore, a significant weakness lay in the disparity of equipment. The mercenaries were armed to the teeth, while the shadowy dark guards lacked night vision goggles, bulletproof vests, and helmets. The fact that they had not been completely annihilated was a testament to their formidable capabilities. For the time being, Chun Jiuan chose to disregard these disheartening matters. He and Chun-yi meticulously assessed their equipment and spoils within a room. Weapons included 7 submachine guns, 3 handguns, for crossbows, and 1 sniper rifle. With a total of approximately 3,000 rounds of various ammunition, primarily from the helicopter's reserve. In terms of defensive gear, there were 7 level 2 tactical helmets and 3 intact bulletproof vests. Additionally, they possessed military-grade walkie-talkies, whose performance surpassed that of police models, achieving a communication range of 5 kilometers in urban settings and up to 10 kilometers in unobstructed hilly terrain. Beyond these items, they found an assortment of miscellaneous equipment, such as infrared night vision goggles, military binoculars, and a pair of reconnaissance glasses, a cutting-edge scientific innovation. These glasses utilize advanced optical lenses and microwave sensors to detect minute physiological changes and movements in the human body, enabling the analysis of physical fitness indicators like muscle mass, fat content, and reaction speed, ultimately yielding a vitality score that reflects an individual's physical quality. The extraordinary individual, Chun Jiuan, murmured softly, recalling the words of the mercenary captain from the previous day. Chen Saming must have utilized this device to observe my vitality. Chun Jiuan had no need for such an apparatus and thus handed it directly to Chen-yi. Ultimately, there was a helicopter, a commonplace one, neither military nor combat-oriented. Chun Jiuan turned to the last remaining shadow guard and instructed, Chen-yi, arm yourselves with these provisions. By the way, are you proficient in using a sniper rifle? Chen-yi replied, I have been trained in the use of handguns, submachine guns, and rifles, but not in sniper rifles. If my master requires it, I can learn. There's no need. I shall handle the sniper rifle myself, Chun Jiuan said, a faint smile gracing his lips as he picked up the weapon. Activating the Level 1 inheritance. A series of images regarding the sniper rifle flooded Chun Jiuan's mind, including fragments showcasing the usage by marksman Li Fong. Even without formal instruction, Chun Jiuan could glean knowledge from the fragmented information within the inheritance. Coupled with Level 2 learning deity, he would swiftly master the sniper rifle and its techniques, ultimately becoming a competent marksman. After equipping everything, Chun Jiuan instructed Chun-yi to remain there and clear the surrounding area of zombies. Once these tasks were accomplished, Chun Jiuan scavenged for food and made his way to the persimmon building. Climbing the stairs, it took a considerable amount of time before he reached the top floor. Just as he was about to exit the safety passage, a tremendous noise echoed from that level, accompanied by a loud banging at the door. Chun Jiuan's brow furrowed as he hastened upward. Upon emerging from the staircase into the corridor, a zombie suddenly appeared before him, its limbs sprawled out like a spider. Name, Spider-type Demon Corpse. Quality, Rare. Vitality, 200. Abilities, 1. Spider senses. They possess keen spider-like senses to detect movements and scents in their vicinity, allowing them to track and hunt prey. 2. Rapid movement. They exhibit extraordinary speed, capable of swiftly approaching and attacking targets in a short span of time. 200 points of vitality were indeed formidable. Grasping the spear of the underworld, Chun Jiuan approached. Roar. At that moment, the spider demon corpse evidently sensed Chun Jiuan's proximity, lifting its head to gaze at him as he descended the stairs. Wang Lixiang? Chun Jiuan blurted out, momentarily taken aback as he recognized the face of the zombie before him. 3 days prior, he had left this woman in the cafeteria, anticipating she would either perish or transform into a zombie. Clearly, she had become the latter. How considerate of you to provide me with a zombie crystal core. Even in death. Chapter 43. Steps of the Underworld Roar. Just then, The spider demon corpse leaped down, its face splitting open to reveal fangs. As it crawled on all fours with astonishing speed, the eyes of the spider demon's corpse glimmered with a chilling light as it opened its gaping maw. Emitting a piercing shriek, Chun Jiuwan, agile in movement, deftly evaded the demon's assault while counterattacking with the spear of the underworld, aiming for the creature's vulnerable spot. The spear, stained with blood, found its mark. With a shriek, the spider demon leaped, its visage grotesque and fangs bared, lunging once more at Chun Jiuwan. Firmly grasping the spear of the underworld, he met the charge with a fierce thrust. The demon, using all four limbs, moved swiftly and attacked with ferocity. Each clash with the spear produced a resonating boom. After several exchanges, Chun Jiuwan seized an opportunity, thrusting his spear towards the demon's critical area, invoking his second-tier skill. Shadow's Touch. The spear was enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, its sharpness unparalleled. Unable to withstand the blow, the demon's head was penetrated, resulting in a shriek before it was instantly vanquished. As he shattered the skull, Chun Jiuwan collected a crystal core, his fourth. Approaching the office door, he noticed evident signs of damage. He knocked heavily on the door. "Wife, I've dealt with the zombies outside. Open the door, please." Inside the office suite, Ji Shuiyao and Yao Qingdi were in a state of fright. Having waited all night without any sign of rescue, they succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. Yet, their brief slumber was interrupted by the commotion of the threatening zombies outside. Terrified, they hastily drew the bamboo curtain and sought refuge in the suite, embracing one another for warmth. Hearing a voice now brought them immense relief. Particularly, Yao Qingdi sprang from her bed with joyous abandon upon realizing it was Chun Jiuwan. She flung open the door and rushed into his arms, softly weeping, her vulnerability evident. "Boss, why did it take you so long? I was terrified. Everything is all right now." Chun Jiuwan gently patted Yao Qingdi's back and glanced at Ji Shuiyao, offering quiet reassurance. He noted the subtle shift in Yao Qingdi's demeanor amidst the apocalypse. Facing numerous dangers could easily lead to mental collapse. It was fortunate she had not spiraled into madness like Wang Lixian. At that moment, Ji Shuiyao approached. Adorned in black silk heels and sparkling earrings, her delicate eyes betraying a flicker of hidden fear. With a slight frown, she crossed her arms and huffed. "What brings you here?" Disregarding her, Chun Jiuwan released Yao Qingdi and retrieved food from his backpack. A box of self-heating rice, along with braised eggs, chicken breast, and milk. "You haven't eaten this morning, have you?" he teased, pinching the little assistant's cheek with a smile. "This is all for you. Once you finish, I will take you to a safe place." After preparing the self-heating rice, he handed it to Yao Qingdi. "Eat first, I will go clear the zombies." With those parting words, Chun Jiuwan exited the office, heading downstairs to confront the undead. As the delightful aroma wafted through the air, Ji Shuiyao approached, swallowing her saliva in anticipation. She had consumed her own provisions 2 days prior, and yesterday had sought sustenance from Yao Qingdi, under the impression that help would soon arrive. Consequently, she had refrained from eating last night and this morning. With a brisk gait, Ji Shuiyao, her pearl earrings swaying, clutched tightly onto the arm of her assistant, her demeanor betraying her inner turmoil. With a delicate yet earnest expression, she implored, "Xiaodi, you must not leave. Rescue is on the way. If you depart, you will miss your chance for salvation. You would remain here until you are consumed by the zombies." Yao Qingdi paused momentarily, her hands stilling as she murmured, "Sister Ji, have you been able to contact Madam?" Ji Shuiyao was taken aback, her response somewhat awkward, yet she spoke softly to bolster her own confidence. "Even if I can't reach my mother, the rescue team is already en route, as you witnessed yesterday. They likely refrained from intervening because they needed to scout the area, to rest and gather their strength. They will surely come today." Yao Qingdi, upon hearing this, subtly shook her head. Her employer remained reluctant to accept the harsh reality. Meanwhile, Chun Jiuwan exited his chamber, wielding the spear of the god of the underworld to eradicate the zombies on this floor. Over the past few days, he had successfully hunted a considerable number of the undead. Just moments ago, he had slain a mutated zombie, garnering an abundance of dark energy, drawing him closer to the third tier of power. Before long, he had cleared a significant portion of the zombies on this level. Descending the stairs, he continued his grim task, swiftly eliminating zombies until he reached the 5th floor. Finally, after vanquishing the last of the undead, the spear of the god of the underworld enveloped itself in a shroud of dark energy, undergoing a remarkable transformation. It now possessed an additional ability, Shadow Step. The spear of the god of the underworld grants its master the power to move swiftly within the shadows, enhancing maneuverability and making it elusive in combat. While previous enhancements had bolstered his attack power, this upgrade augmented his mobility. Chun Jiuwan mused quietly to himself as he observed the spear, which radiated an eerie, nebulous glow, reminiscent of a dark force coalescing from the abyss. The spearhead, resembling a razor-sharp shadowy metal, shimmered with a cold silver sheen. Its jagged tip appeared akin to the ravenous fangs of a demon. The entirety of the spearhead was adorned with countless deep black runes, each inscribed with the essence of death and destruction, flickering with ghostly apparitions. Merely holding it instilled a sense of confidence, as he felt the dark energy brewing within. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. He promptly returned to his office, where the 2 women had just awakened, their eyes still heavy with sleep. Chen Jiuan took Yao Qingdi's small hand, smiling as he said, "Come, I will escort you downstairs." Yao Qingdi nodded in agreement, The journey was manageable for Chen Jiuan, though the path was fraught with numerous zombies, including some mutations. While he could handle them effortlessly, Yao Qingdi was not yet fully recovered. Her vitality had not yet returned to half its original strength. In her current state, encountering an unforeseen circumstance could lead to unexpected outcomes. The reason for suggesting departure was that Chen Jiuan sought to instill a sense of urgency in Ji Shuiyao, compelling her to acquiesce. Should Ji Shuiyao refrain from calling out, Chen Jiuan would take his leave without hesitation. He had no intention of squandering time in her presence. Even though she was once his employer, providing him with a sense of conquest, the time required for her submission was excessively prolonged. It would be far more prudent to seek new opportunities. For instance, the Polishing Hotel in the heart of the city, the largest star-rated hotel in Jiangzhou City, undoubtedly harbored numerous family members who met the system's quality standards. Chapter 44. The beautiful CEO's compromise. No, Xiaodi, you cannot leave with him. Panic flickered in Ji Shuiyao's eyes as she grasped Yao Qingdi's arm, repeatedly imploring, "Xiaodi, you truly do not understand him. Be cautious, lest you become a victim of his deceit. Just consider those women who were abducted. How many of them did not meet a tragic fate? A man's words are but the whispers of deceit." The rescue team had yet to arrive, and the satellite phone was out of reach. Now, even her lone assistant was preparing to depart. Ji Shuiyao was overwhelmed with fear, losing her composure, and even uttering blatant gender-biased remarks. Yao Qingdi pressed her lips together, a hint of a smile gracing her delicate cheeks as she glanced at her beautiful boss, clearly perceiving her distress. She understood that Chen Jiuan was indeed targeting her employer. After careful consideration, Yao Qingdi resolved to assist. Relying on this man in the future could significantly enhance her standing in his eyes. Moreover, she could forge an alliance with Ji Shuiyao, facing external threats together. Turning to Ji Shuiyao, Yao Qingdi spoke softly, "Sister Ji, it is already afternoon, and the rescue team has not arrived. It is highly likely they have encountered some danger or even met with death. The satellite phone is also inoperable, and we cannot reach Madam. We must confront the reality before us. Sister Ji, perhaps you should consider joining him. Our situation is perilous. You have gone without food or drink for an entire day. We need to rely on a warrior such as him for protection. Not only is he valiant and skilled in battle, but he also possesses a wealth of survival experience and extraordinary abilities. If we could become a part of his family, our chances of survival would significantly increase. Sister Ji, surely you do not wish to perish." Ji Shuiyao fell silent, her gaze flickering, seemingly deep in thought. This wife is quite capable. She even knows how to cooperate with him. Chen Jiuan cast a glance at Yao Qingdi, a hint of approval in his expression. Once they were settled, he would ensure to reward her generously, hoping for an early conception. As Chen Jiuan contemplated, he turned his attention back to Ji Shuiyao, observing her indecisive demeanor and silence, evidently weighing the pros and cons. He could not allow this proud woman to continue deliberating. It was time to apply further pressure. With this thought, Chen Jiuan took Yao Qingdi's hand, stating, "Wife, there is no hierarchy at present. You need not concern yourself with her. Let her languish here. We shall depart." As he spoke, Chen Jiuan guided Yao Qingdi out of the suite and out of the office. At the entrance, Yao Qingdi halted, turning back to regard Ji Shuiyao earnestly as she said, "Sister Ji, we are leaving. Let us go. What more is there to discuss with a dying person?" Chen Jiuan shook his head, pulling Yao Qingdi away without a backward glance. Just as they reached the safety passage to descend, the beautiful Ji Shuiyao's voice echoed, tinged with a hint of sobbing. "Wait. Don't go." Chen Jiuan paused, maintaining a calm facade while inwardly amused. "President Ji, speak your mind." There was no need for coercion. In a world fraught with peril, many women would yield to material desires and the harshness of reality. Even those with higher moral standards would find them merely slightly elevated. As long as survival was at stake, such so-called principles could easily be shattered. Ji Shuiyao inhaled deeply, tilting her head and gritting her teeth. I agree." In that moment, she tasted the compromise and sacrifice inherent in the life of a laborer. The pride that had once graced her brow dissipated entirely. Ding. Detected expansion of host S family members. Reward, 50 vitality points. Reward, summoning ability. Reward, 2 skill upgrade cards. Reward, 200 family points. Rewards were granted without any physical intimacy. Without hesitation, Chen Jiuan allocated the 50 vitality points. Instantly, a warm current coursed through his body, fortifying him in every aspect. All fatigue from slaying zombies vanished, replaced by an abundance of vigor. Vitality, 455. Chun Jiuan examined his rewards. Level 1 Summoning. The ability to summon shadow guardians. One can be summoned each day and exists permanently. Upon reading this, Chun Jiuan felt a surge of joy. This was an exceedingly beneficial ability. The shadow guardian possessed considerable strength, with vitality reaching 90, comparable to elite special forces. They excelled in stealth, assassination, and firearms, exhibiting unwavering loyalty. Chapter 45. The potent summoning ability 2 skill upgrade cards lay before him. Chun Jiuan contemplated which skill to enhance. Skills could be improved using family points, with higher levels demanding greater expenditure. Thus, it was more cost-effective to apply the upgrade cards to higher-level skills. Soon, Chun Jiuan reached a decision and employed a skill upgrade card. Level 3 Scholar. Capable of acquiring knowledge across multiple disciplines, effortlessly mastering languages, sciences, technologies, and the arts. Level 3 Zombie King. Significantly enhanced olfactory and auditory senses. Able to track targets by scent and perceive the presence of humans or other creatures from afar. Possesses superhuman hearing, capable of detecting faint sounds and discerning direction and distance, thus improving tracking and capturing abilities. Chun Jiuan scrutinized the descriptions closely. The Level 3 Scholar would further enhance his learning capabilities, while the Level 3 Zombie King would amplify his senses. This ability bore a striking resemblance to the mutated traits of zombies. Thus, the abilities of this Corpse King will ultimately encompass all the powers of a Corpse King. However, it remains uncertain when the control over the zombies will manifest. Glancing at the family points, which totaled 200, Chun Jiuan contemplated enhancing the summon skill. This process was completed in an instant, leaving the family points at 0. It required more than the enhancement for protection. Level 2 Summon. The ability user can summon a Dragon Elephant Guardian. One can be summoned every 3 days and will exist permanently. Description: the Dragon Elephant Guardian is a formidable family protector, endowed with immense strength and defensive capabilities. Chun Jiuan observed, his eyes flickering. The Shadow Assassin could be summoned once a day, while the Dragon Elephant Guardian could only be summoned every 3 days. The power of this Dragon Elephant Guardian far surpassed that of the Shadow Assassin. Chun Jiuan turned to the beautiful CEO. Name: Ji Shuiyao. Quality: extraordinary. Vitality: 45. Favorability: 70. Beauty: 92. Figure: 91. Ability: leadership, level 5. Business acumen, level 3. President Ji. Are you able to contact your family at this moment? The satellite phone was unreachable. Why is that? Chun Jiuan inquired. Ji Shuiyao shook her head, indicating uncertainty. Dear husband. Boss, I have some insights, interjected the assistant, Yao Qingdi. There are numerous reasons for a satellite phone being unreachable. Signal congestion, weather conditions, satellite malfunctions, regional restrictions, user errors, and equipment failures. Given that there has been no significant change in weather, we can rule out user errors and equipment failures. Signal congestion also seems implausible. Ji Shuiyao's long eyelashes fluttered as her voice softened. My mother has some connections with the military district, which is why she can utilize satellite communication. Perhaps something unexpected has occurred on her end. Chun Jiuan pondered and responded, I have a military satellite phone in my backpack. You can use it to contact me later. You will need to stay here for a few more days, but I will come by daily and send guards to protect you. Guards? You have subordinates? Yes. Are they male or female? Female. When will you take us away from here, boss? I truly do not wish to remain in this place any longer. Soon. Chun Jiuan reassured her. His intention was actually to find a better and larger residence. Such a place might only be a villa. Chun Jiuan embraced Ji Shuiyao and asked, Dear Ji, where does your family reside? Ji Shuiyao replied, My mother lives in Changdao. Chun Jiuan nodded, his eyes shimmering with a hint of excitement as he murmured, Indeed. It is a wealthy family. I have heard that there are many socialites and heiresses in that area. Changdao, a long and slender island, juts into the Yangtze River. It features a villa community, renowned as a prime residential area of the new era, with highly modernized decor, making it a favored choice for numerous celebrities, influencers, and entrepreneurs seeking property. It boasts 2 significant advantages: unique location. As an island extending into the Yangtze, Changdao villas offer breathtaking river and water views, allowing residents to indulge in unparalleled natural beauty, privacy, and serenity. As the Long Island Villa is a secluded island, the surrounding environment offers a heightened sense of privacy and tranquility. Removed from the clamor and chaos of the city, one can indulge in a serene and relaxing living atmosphere. After organizing his thoughts, Chun Jiuan descended to the lower level and, with a flicker of inspiration, employed secondary summon. Gender setting: female. Once completed, nothing seemed to happen around him. However, Chun Jiuan soon heard footsteps from below. Level 3 Corpse King. had significantly enhanced his auditory and olfactory senses. The sound of footsteps echoed, thud, thud, thud. A robust woman ascended with confidence. The Dragon Elephant Guardian. Chapter 46. The Dragon Elephant Guardian. Before him stood the Dragon Elephant Guardian. Her long, lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist, her features strikingly beautiful and dignified, with bright, expressive eyes and fair skin. She was clad in scale armor, silver-hued scales enveloping her body, imbued with an enigmatic power. Adorning her chest was the fierce head of a silver dragon, while a small silver dragon pendant hung from her belt. The scale armor on her arms and legs was lighter, and atop her head rested a silver crescent helmet, embellished with a delicate, flowing veil at the back. Beneath the silver light armor, she wore form-fitting soft armor, complemented by a gem-encrusted belt at her waist, and sturdy black boots that reached her calves. She exuded a cool, dignified aura, akin to a valkyrie illuminated by moonlight. The Dragon Elephant Guardian knelt respectfully on one knee, clasping her hands, and said, "I greet my master." "Rise," Chun Jiuan responded nonchalantly, appraising her from head to toe. The shadowy dark guard possessed a slender physique, while the Dragon Elephant Guardian's robust build immediately conveyed strength and resilience. Chun Jiuan accessed the system. Vitality, 180. Favorability, 100. Abilities, 1. Strength of the Dragon Elephant. The Dragon Elephant Guardian boasts a massive physique and powerful muscles, endowing her with astonishing strength. She can effortlessly lift and hurl heavy objects, even capable of overturning a small car with one hand. 2. Impenetrable defense. The Dragon Elephant Guardian possesses remarkable defensive capabilities, able to withstand attacks from various directions. Her skin is resilient, resistant to penetration from small-caliber weapons. She can endure tremendous impacts and strikes, even capable of withstanding explosions and energy shockwaves. 3. Enhanced perception. The Dragon Elephant Guardian possesses superhuman perception, enabling her to detect potential threats by observing and sensing her surroundings. She can even perceive distant enemies or lurking adversaries, making her a loyal protector capable of providing vigilance and safeguarding in times of crisis. 4. Infertility. Quite impressive, Chun Jiuan thought to himself with quiet delight. The vitality of the Dragon Elephant Guardian reached 180 points, 18 times that of an ordinary human. Her 3 abilities were formidable, making her well-suited for roles such as bodyguard, retinue, or protector. "Do you have a name?" Chun Jiuan inquired. "My subordinate does not," she replied. "I shall bestow upon you a name," Chun Jiuan mused, stroking his chin before declaring, "From now on, you shall be called Ji Longi." She immediately responded with reverence. "Thank you, Master, for the name Ji Longi. Are you proficient with firearms?" "Master, my subordinate possesses basic firearm skills." "Then take this Desert Eagle for your use." Chun Jiuan pondered for a moment before retrieving the confiscated Desert Eagle pistol. This formidable firearm, renowned for its large caliber and semi-automatic mechanism, utilizes 44 Magnum ammunition, boasting impressive power and stability, earning the title of King of Handguns. Its sole drawback lies in its considerable recoil, which has even led to fractures among novice shooters. However, for the Dragon Elephant Guardian, such recoil posed no challenge. Her strength enabled her to fully harness the pistol's capabilities. "Thank you, Master," Ji Longi expressed as she took hold of the firearm, displaying a familiarity with weaponry that was unmistakable. "Come with me." The two swiftly returned to the office. Ji Shuiyao furrowed her brows and inquired, "Who is she?" Meanwhile, Yao Qingdi regarded Ji Longi with curiosity. This woman exuded an air of cool confidence and formidable strength. "Her name is Ji Longi," Chun Jiuan replied. "She possesses remarkable abilities and has been assigned to ensure your safety." Turning to the Dragon Elephant Guardian, he instructed, "Ji Longi, you must protect them diligently." With a serious demeanor, Ji Longi affirmed, "Rest assured, Master, I shall spare no effort in safeguarding them." "Ji Longi? Why such a casual name? And why call him Master?" Ji Shuiyao mused while assessing the Dragon Elephant Guardian. Chun Jiuan chose to disregard her murmurs, unfastening his backpack to reveal an array of provisions. "This should sustain you for 3 to 4 days," he stated. "You will remain here temporarily. Once I have surveyed the Long Island villa, I will find a way to escort you there." Yao Qingdi's brows knitted in concern as she sweetly urged, "Please be swift, dear husband. I truly do not wish to linger in this place. Be good and await my return." Chun Jiuan responded with a smile, affectionately ruffling Yao Qingdi's hair. "You all have walkie-talkies. Should anything arise, or if you wish to contact me, do not hesitate." Having said this, Chun Jiuan departed downstairs, making his way to the building housing the Taishan Gym. Ascending to a certain floor, he focused his thoughts and summoned a shadowy guardian. Gender specification, female. Level 1 summoning available once a day. Level 2 summoning available every 3 days. The cooldown periods do not interfere with each other. Moments later, footsteps echoed from below, and a female shadow guardian approached at a brisk pace. kneeling on one knee. "Master," she greeted. Chun Jiuan assessed her appearance, distinct from the previous three, yet equally graceful. Upon examining her abilities, he found them identical to those of her predecessors: stealth, advancement, assassination, and infertility. "Rise," he commanded with a smile, gesturing her to stand. "From now on, you shall be known as Xiaoying." "Thank you for the name, Master," she replied. "Take this pistol. It shall be your sidearm." Chun Jiuan handed her a P-92 semi-automatic pistol. "Thank you, Master," she acknowledged. "Follow me. Your task will be to protect Xiao Shiqi and Xiao Sanli." "Understood," she affirmed. Chun Jiuan and Xiao Yingyi then approached the two women and, much like with Ji Shuiyao, provided a thorough explanation. Xiao Shiqi and Xiao Sanli quickly grasped the situation. Realizing they now had an additional bodyguard, they engaged in conversation for a time. Chun Jiuan left with a military walkie-talkie and provisions, making his way directly to the Emerald Mansion, laden with an array of weapons and equipment. "Darling, you're back." Lu Yin greeted him with a hint of surprise and joy on her alluring face, her eyes shimmering with affection. Chun Jiuan nodded with a smile, replying, "I have returned." Chun Shuyi, setting aside her Bible, wore an expression tinged with concern, pouting slightly in a playful manner. "If you don't come home next time, don't expect us to care about you any longer. But I am back now. I even used the walkie-talkie last night," Chun Jiuan remarked, feeling the warmth emanating from the two women. With a smile, he embraced them both and settled onto the sofa. "My dear wife, is dinner ready?" he inquired. Looking at Lu Yin and patting his stomach, "I haven't had a proper meal all day." Lu Yin glanced at the time on her watch and replied, "I am cooking right now. It will be ready shortly." Turning to Chun Shuyi, she added, "You keep him company while I prepare the dishes." "All right." Chapter 47, Culinary Mastery and Elite Sniper Dinner is served. "Come and eat," Lu Yin announced as she emerged from the kitchen, bringing forth the evening's feast. Chun Jiuan withdrew his hand from beneath Chun Shuyi's clothing, taking a deep breath as he smiled. "It smells delightful. What dishes do we have?" Lu Yin, removing her apron, pointed out the offerings, explaining, "This is braised luhua chicken with potatoes. The chicken is cut into pieces and stewed with potatoes, ginger, scallions, and rice wine among other seasonings. This is pan-fried alligator meat, sliced thin, marinated briefly with ginger, garlic, and soy sauce, then sautéed until golden brown on both sides. And here we have black pepper steak, seasoned evenly with salt and black pepper, seared over high heat until both sides are perfectly golden." Chun Jiuan ladled a spoonful of the soup from the center and took a sip, his eyes lighting up as he asked, "What kind of soup is this?" "It's truly exquisite." Lu Yin smiled and replied, "This is alligator meat soup, enriched with ginger slices, red dates, goji berries, and ginseng among other medicinal ingredients." "Oh." Chun Shuyi also tasted a spoonful, her previously cold demeanor melting away as she licked her lips. "Lu Jia, your culinary skills have improved." Lu Yin beamed with happiness, saying, "I feel the same way. I don't know what happened today, but I suddenly gained much more understanding." Hearing Lu Yan's words, Chun Jiuan pondered thoughtfully. He had indeed upgraded his learning ability that morning, reaching level 3, enhancing both his learning speed and comprehension. Ability, Culinary Arts, level 8, an expert in the culinary field, capable of serving as a top chef in a prestigious restaurant or a culinary master, contributing significantly to both culinary theory and practice. Lu Yin turned to Chun Jiuan and asked, "Darling, could this be due to you?" Chun Jiuan responded, "It may have some connection. My learning ability reached level 3 this morning. However, the most crucial factor is your own foundation. You will be enjoying delectable meals from now on." Lu Yin smiled. "With my current skill level, I believe I have reached my master's standards. For someone as young as I, not yet 30, to achieve this level of culinary prowess is quite an accomplishment. It is implausible that one could merely attend a training course, visit Nanxiang, and then independently master culinary skills. True expertise stems from a lineage of mentorship, cultivated from a young age under the guidance of a master. In this era, while much knowledge is readily accessible, certain advanced techniques continue to remain the privilege of a select few, often guarded jealously. This notion of exclusivity extends to culinary arts, medicine, martial arts, and legal practices, among others. As Chun Jiuan savored his meal, he pondered. In his previous life, during the era of player-led family cultivation games, there existed a significant gameplay element known as family architecture. Constructing edifices would enhance the attributes of the items produced therein. He was uncertain whether such a family system existed now, but it was evident that elevating the family level would unlock various branches and skills within the family system. Dismissing further contemplation on this matter, Chun Jiuan began to strategize his next steps. His first destination was the Long Island Villa for reconnaissance, followed by a visit to the Polykin Hotel in the city center to seek high-quality family members. However, it appeared that traveling to Polykin would necessitate passing through Long Island, which lay along his route. Still, he needed to meticulously consider the specifics of his journey, for his understanding of Jiangzhou City was rather superficial. Dinner concluded swiftly. Chun Jiuan playfully addressed Chen Shui. Dear, why don't you take a shower first? I'll join you in bed shortly. He then turned to Lu Yan. You should do the same. Chen Shui's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, I can't right now. The heavy snow has blocked the roads. Ah, I see. Chun Jiuan said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. After a moment's thought, he suggested, then at least freshen up. Pervert. Chen Shui rolled her eyes at him, but rose nonetheless, heading toward the bathroom. Husband, I think I'll pass for now. I'm already pregnant. Lu Yan said with a mischievous smile. Chun Jiuan scooped her into his arms, lifting her charming face playfully. It's only been a few days. There's no development yet. If you bring this up again in a month, I might reconsider. A night of revelry ensued. Time swiftly transitioned to the following day. Chun Jiuan awoke feeling refreshed, glancing at Lu Yan, who was still deeply asleep, having retired at 1 o'clock in the morning. After consuming a piece of bread to stave off hunger, he made his way to the balcony. With a thought, a miniature strategic drone materialized in his hand. Through his experiences with the device, he had garnered insights into its limitations. Its flight speed was a significant drawback. Its small size and limited power resulted in sluggishness. Furthermore, it required manual operation, and using virtual glasses necessitated mental focus, which could lead to operational failures if divided. Despite its compact form, it carried risks of detection. Lastly, the absence of a security system made it vulnerable to interception, jeopardizing the captured footage, allowing the drone to bask in the sunlight for charging. Chun Jiuan accessed the system interface and invoked the shadowy dark guard. Mere seconds elapsed. A masked shadow guard ascended from below. From this point forward, you shall be known as Lu Yingyi. Thank you for the name, my lord, he replied. Amuse yourself. With a dismissive wave, Chun Jiuan retrieved a sniper rifle, a handgun, and a crossbow from his spatial storage. The sniper rifle, a classic model known as the Thunder God AWM, is unparalleled in its prowess. Whether facing a level 2 or level 3 helmet, one shot is all it takes to seal the fate of the target. It possesses a magazine capacity of 5 rounds, expandable to 7, with an initial bullet velocity of 910 meters per second and a firing interval of 1850 seconds. It can be equipped with a red dot sight, a holographic sight, or a high-powered scope. The muzzle can accommodate a suppressor, compensator, or flash suppressor, utilizing 300 Magnum 7.62 by 67 millimeters ammunition. The Desert Eagle also fires Magnum rounds. Upon inspection, he found 40 bullets. Contemplating his options, he picked up the crossbow. In modern firearms warfare, the usage of crossbows has dwindled, though perhaps their prevalence will increase in the future. This particular crossbow, a classic model known as the portable tactical crossbow, is crafted from carbon fiber polymer, weighing a mere 25 kilograms, making it extraordinarily lightweight. The high-strength composite bowstring boasts a maximum draw weight of 250 kilograms. It is capable of launching metal bolts weighing 50 grams at a velocity of 150 meters per second, with an effective range of 300 meters and formidable armor-piercing capabilities. To enhance precision, optical sights or night vision scopes can be affixed. The sides of the crossbow feature rails for tactical lights, laser indicators, and other accessories. The quiver can hold 6 bolts, and even when fully loaded, it weighs only 3 kilograms, facilitating easy transport and maintenance for the individual soldier. Inheritance activated. Fragments of information materialized, revealing scenes of skilled users, reminiscent of the Thunder God sniper rifle. Ultimately, Chun Jiuan resolved to employ both the sniper rifle and the tactical crossbow in tandem, one for long-range engagements, the other for medium range. While wielding the spear of the underworld for close combat, Lu Yingyi, this weapon shall henceforth belong to you. With that, Chun Jiuan handed the handgun to the shadow guard. Thank you, my lord. Lu Yingyi responded with a bright and cheerful tone, eagerly taking the weapon and beginning to tinker with it. Stepping aside, Chun Jiuan grasped the Thunder God sniper rifle, activating the inheritance to absorb fragments of information. The learning process for the sniper rifle can be broadly categorized into 7 steps. First, familiarization with the fundamental knowledge. Second, safe handling. Third, mechanical operation. Fourth, aiming and sighting. Fifth, shooting techniques. Sixth, consideration of distance and environment. Seventh, practical application and practice. Among these, the last 3 are of paramount importance. In shooting, the ability to hit the target accurately is crucial. The fragments acquired through inheritance primarily pertain to shooting techniques, showcasing the prowess of a mercenary sniper named Li Fong. Chun Jiuan observed Li Fong's maneuvers to learn, studying his stance and actions. As the fragments faded, he simulated the techniques in his mind before proceeding to live-fire practice. With a resounding bang, Chun Jiuan fired his shot. Simultaneously, a considerable recoil was felt. The Thunder God is a top-tier sniper rifle, boasting immense power, and thus the recoil is undoubtedly substantial. However, for Chun Jiuan, this degree of recoil is negligible. He can easily suppress it. As time gradually elapses, half an hour later, Chen Juan opens the system interface. Among his personal abilities, a new skill has emerged. Sniper rifle shooting, level 1 a novice, just beginning to engage with sniper rifle shooting. Acquainted with basic safety operations and stances, capable of undertaking simple shooting exercises. Retracting his gaze, Chen Juan immerses himself once more into the study of sniper shooting. The level 3 learning genius proves to be immensely beneficial, accelerating Chen Juan's learning at an astonishing pace. 2 hours later, his sniper shooting proficiency has reached level 2. Basic marksman, mastery of fundamental shooting stances, aiming, and trigger control, capable of precise static shooting and hitting targets at short distances. The sun rises, and it is now around 8 or 9 o'clock. The rooftop door swings open, and Chen Shui walks in. A swift glance renders her momentarily stunned. Her gaze fixating on the shadowy guardian, Lu Yingyi. With a slight lift of her elegant brow, Chen Shui inquires coldly, "Darling, who is she?" Chen Juan steps forward, smiling as he embraces the woman, gazing into her eyes with warmth. "This is the housekeeper I have recruited to protect you, and Lu Yin. Her name is Lu Yingyi." Chen Shui's delicate brows gradually relax, and she purses her lips, saying, "Then let her live with us." At this moment, Lu Yingyi steps forward, respectfully kneeling on one knee. "I pay my respects to the matriarch. You truly resemble a celestial being." Chen Juan smiles at her words. The shadowy guardian indeed knows how to flatter. Perhaps in her heart, this is merely a sign of respect for her master. Chen Shui smiles gently, glancing at Chen Juan, and steps forward to assist Lu Yingyi to her feet, saying, "You may rise." Pausing for a moment, she looks at the man and murmurs softly, "Lu Yingyi. What a peculiar name." Chen Juan chuckles and replies, "She is a guardian, distinct from you. Should you have any needs, simply assign her to fulfill them." Chen Shui's beautiful eyes flicker with interest at the earlier introduction. A guardian? Is she stronger than me? The woman, appearing ethereal and detached, possesses a fighting spirit. Otherwise, she would not pursue swordsmanship nor become a martial artist. Chen Juan responds, "Her physical prowess may not exceed yours, but her marksmanship far surpasses yours." Marksmanship? That would be difficult to compare, Chen Shui expresses with a hint of regret, then seriously adds, "Within 7 paces, the sword is swift. Beyond 7 paces, the gun prevails." Chen Juan cannot help but laugh. There is an inexplicable charm to her earnestness. "Let us go downstairs for breakfast. Lu Jia must be waiting anxiously." "Very well." Chen Juan nods with a smile, glancing at Lu Yingyi, tapping his head. "I almost forgot to ask the first wife to prepare more dishes." After having breakfast, Chen Juan returns to the rooftop to continue his study of sniper shooting. By afternoon, the proficiency in sniper rifle shooting has once again ascended to a new level. Level 3 sniper shooting, steady marksman, capable of maintaining a stable shooting posture and calm breathing control, thereby achieving heightened accuracy, while also able to make simple adjustments to accommodate various distances and environmental conditions. As night fell, after dealing with the insects, Chen Juan ascended to the rooftop to practice sniper shooting in the enveloping darkness. The following morning, after changing his bandages, the wounds from the gunshot had nearly healed completely. That day, Chen Juan remained focused on honing his sniper rifle skills. By 3 in the afternoon, his sniper shooting ability had risen yet again. Level 4 sniper shooting, intermediate marksman, possessing high shooting accuracy and stability, capable of precise shots in diverse distances and complex environments, factoring in elements such as wind speed and direction. As day transitioned to night, Chen Juan returned to the rooftop, utilizing level 1 summoning. He named his new shadow guard Lu Yingyi. However, upon reflection, he refrained from further sniper rifle training. The fragments of information obtainable through level 1 inheritance had nearly been exhausted. Even with level 3 scholar, the learning pace would inevitably slow. After all, in the absence of information fragments, one could only rely on personal exploration and research, which was a stark contrast to having guidance. The difficulty had increased significantly. On that day, Chen Juan opted to study the tactical crossbow. In urban combat, the capabilities and efficacy of the tactical crossbow surpass that of firearms. There are a total of 4 tactical crossbows, 3 of which contain information fragments. This was, in fact, the primary reason for Chen Juan's change in study focus, as it allowed for rapid mastery. Chapter 49. Ji Shuiyao's pregnancy and infiltrators. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days had gone by. Chen Juan rose from Ji Shuiyao's bed, at which point the system's voice chimed in. "Ding. Pregnancy detected in Ji Shuiyao. Reward. Host gains 50 vitality. Reward. Host gains 200 family points." Chen Juan paused, turning to gaze at Ji Shuiyao. Had this woman truly conceived so soon? Ji Shuiyao, feeling indignant, retorted, "Hey, why are you looking at me like that? It makes you seem quite capable." The woman was still defiant. Amused, Chen Juan replied calmly, "Just rest well." Ji Shuiyao furrowed her brow, clenching her fists, and glared back, "Just wait."
When I'm trained, I'll definitely take you down. Chen Jiuan shook his head, speechless. His vitality had surpassed the significant threshold of 500 points, rendering him remarkably robust. The vitality of these two women was merely around 40 to 50 points. Even with 10 of them, they would barely pose a challenge. Take care of yourselves. When the time is right, I will investigate the villa on Changdao, Chen Jiuan stated. Transitioning to a serious topic, he then looked at Ji Shuiyao and added, please inform me of your family's location. If your mother is still around, we should attempt to make contact. The communication range of military walkie-talkies is extensive, reaching approximately 10 kilometers in hilly terrain and 5 kilometers in the steel forest. All right. Thank you. Ji Shuiyao calmed herself, no longer exhibiting that defiant demeanor, but instead expressing genuine gratitude. In affluent families, marital harmony is often a rarity. Ji Shuiyao's own family was a testament to this, as her parents lived separately and she resided with her mother. It's all right, Chen Jiuan remarked with a smile. After all, you are my wife. Hearing this, Ji Shuiyao pressed her lips together in silence. However, Chen Jiuan noticed a slight increase in her affection towards him. This beautiful CEO evidently had someone she cared for. Choosing not to prolong the idle chatter, Chen Jiuan set aside the food and departed. He subsequently sought out Xiao Shiqi and Xiao Sanli, sharing some of the provisions with them. After some contemplation, he decided to summon Xiaoing Heir to join them. During his 4 days at home, Chen Jiuan had summoned 4 shadow guards and a dragon elephant bodyguard. One shadow guard and the dragon elephant bodyguard were stationed at his residence, while the other 2 shadow guards, Chen Si and Chen Wu, were instructed to disguise themselves as ordinary survivors and infiltrate the police station. He was quite intrigued by the weaponry within the police force. By deploying 2 undercover agents, he aimed to ascertain the personnel and armaments of the station, sow discord, and incite conflict between the rioters and the police. Once the turmoil erupted, the time to assault the precinct would be ripe. As twilight approached, Chen Jiuan returned to the Emerald Mansion. After dining, he ascended to the rooftop to continue honing his tactical crossbow shooting skills. In the previous days, he had already reached a commendable level. During this practice session, he sensed the faint stirrings of a breakthrough. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Chen Jiuan finally witnessed an elevation in his skill level. Level 5 crossbow shooting, Master Marksman. Possessing precise shooting techniques and rapid response capabilities, able to swiftly hit targets at varying distances and within dynamic environments, demonstrating high accuracy and stability. Chen Jiuan paused his training, having absorbed nearly all the information fragments from the 3 crossbows, similar to sniper rifles. Further improvement in this tactical crossbow's shooting capabilities would require greater investment of time, a luxury he did not possess. He could rely on upgrading his inheritance to acquire more information fragments beyond what level 1 inheritance could offer, thereby accelerating his learning process. Additionally, he could seek guidance from esteemed masters or find other crossbows containing information fragments to expedite his training. Time flew by, and soon it was 8 o'clock. Standing on the balcony, Chen Jiuan gazed at the sky, a slight frown creasing his brow. The weather was dismal, overcast with intermittent drizzles. After having breakfast, he stepped out of his home. Chen Shi stood on the balcony, a Bible in hand, her cool demeanor tinged with a hint of worry, exuding a melancholic aura. Master, you must still be alive. If I can master the sword energy, so can you. Ordinary zombies are no match for you. Yet, your kindness is your greatest flaw. Lu Yan approached her, reassuringly stating, Shui, your master will surely be fine. Turning her head, Chen Shi softly inquired, Sister Yan, do you have any relatives still alive? Lu Yan paused at the question, shaking her head as she replied, I do not know. Chen Shi remarked, if given the chance, perhaps we could take a look. As she spoke, her brow suddenly furrowed, her gaze darting between the lower buildings. Yinjia, I believe I have spotted Zhou Meijia. What? Lu Yan exclaimed in astonishment, immediately looking down and inquiring, where? Chen Shi pointed, her delicate brows knitting together in confusion. It was right there. It was clearly there just a moment ago. Could I have been mistaken, or was it too far away for me to see clearly? The Zhou Meijia she mentioned was, in fact, Lu Yan's former husband, an artist and a gay man. Shui, please do not frighten me. Lu Yan's alluring features were suddenly shadowed with concern. So, what do you think you saw? A zombie or a living person? Chen Shi pondered for a moment before replying. It seems unlikely to be a zombie. Then it certainly isn't. Lu Yan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Even if Zhou Meijia were still alive, he would assuredly be a zombie. That day, he went out in search of food and was bitten by a zombie. I heard his cries with my own ears. Chen Shi grew somewhat doubtful, considering. Perhaps I merely misjudged what I saw. Chen Jiuan, donned in a mask, departed from the Emerald Mansion. The ability of the level 3 zombie king allowed him to detect a peculiar scent emanating from a special type of zombie. He turned to glance back. In the distance, a zombie was staring at him, its physique intact, resembling a living person, albeit with a slightly pale complexion. Name, The Infiltrator. Rarity. Rare. Vitality. 170. Ability. The Infiltrator is a mutated zombie with special abilities, distinguishing it from ordinary zombies by its capacity to disguise itself as a human, allowing it to lurk and conceal itself within human society. 1. Appearance disguise. 2. Mimicking language and behavior. 3. High self-control. 4. Memory awakening. When confronted with familiar places or individuals, infiltrators recall significant events and people, harboring intense resentment and jealousy towards those still alive in their memories. Chapter 50. Vaccine development, a rare quality mutated zombie. Chen Jiuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of murderous intent taking root in his heart. Without hesitation, he seized his tactical crossbow and strode purposefully towards it. The number of mutated zombies was limited. Encountering one necessitated its extermination to obtain its crystal core. To mention, during the past 4 days, Chen Jiuan had given the crystal cores to Chen Shui. Firstly, the benefits for himself were minimal and time-consuming. Secondly, it would enhance her ability for self-preservation. In truth, Chen Jiuan contemplated that Chen Shui's potential to cultivate sword energy might be attributed to her absorption of the crystal core. Just as Chen Jiuan approached, the infiltrator was startled and fled backward. In no time, it blended into the emerald square. Is it conscious? Chen Jiuan's brow furrowed. The mutated zombies he had encountered previously would generally attack him. The infiltrator, however, seemed to possess the understanding to avoid danger. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jiuan promptly took out his walkie-talkie, notifying the guards at his residence, Luing 1 and Luing 2, as well as Lulong 1, describing the infiltrator's appearance and instructing them to use binoculars from the rooftop to observe and search. Finally, Chen Jiuan informed the dragon elephant guard, Chen Long, to remain vigilant. There was a lurking presence nearby, which likely had noticed either the survivors in the vicinity or him. However, Chen Jiuan was not excessively fearful, as their vitality paled in comparison to that of the dragon elephant guards, who were further equipped with modern technology. The only formidable challenge lay in the adversary's camouflage abilities. Nevertheless, this could be easily resolved, as contemporary devices could effortlessly distinguish between the characteristics of zombies and humans. Without lingering any longer, Chen Jiuan mounted his electric bike and swiftly departed from the area. In the shadows of the building's corner, the lurking figure emerged. Gazing at Chen Jiuan's receding silhouette with intense jealousy, he recognized the man, his neighbor. Why had that fellow not succumbed to zombification? The infiltrator, Zhou Meijia, was engulfed in profound hatred and envy, an unjust fate. I refuse to accept this. I am no longer human. Others should share my plight. The infiltrator's discontent and fury towards those who continued to live healthily ignited a fierce loathing and jealousy in his mind, giving birth to a potent desire for destruction. As Chen Jiuan rode his electric bike, he attentively surveyed his surroundings. Before long, he spotted an electronics store. He halted, pried open the door, and stepped inside. The shop was filled with speakers, chargers, and power banks in abundance. Additionally, Chen Jiuan discovered walkie-talkies equipped with radio functions. He connected a television and promptly switched it to radio mode. Greetings to all survivors. I am Dong Guangren, a distinguished researcher from the United Government. I come bearing good news. The World Health Organization has made significant progress in vaccine development. The first batch of vaccines has been successfully formulated and is currently undergoing testing. Chen Jiuan paused, slightly taken aback. He had some recollection of Dong Guangren, having seen him on the radio and television. The development of a vaccine against the zombie virus was indeed impressive. However, the subsequent statements left Chen Jiuan speechless. Currently, vaccine development faced numerous challenges. The first difficulty was the blood-brain barrier, a protective barrier between the endothelial cells of brain blood vessels and brain tissue, which restricts substances from entering the brain. The zombie virus infects the central nervous system, complicating the vaccine's ability to penetrate this barrier and reach the infection site. The second challenge was the mutation of the virus and its multiple subtypes. The third was the immune evasion mechanism. The fourth difficulty lay in the lack of an effective immune protection mechanism. Although the human body can produce antibodies and cellular immune responses against the zombie virus, these immune reactions are limited in their ability to eliminate the virus. The zombie virus rapidly assaults and destroys CD4 T cells within the immune system, weakening the effectiveness of the immune response. Furthermore, the virus can also infect and damage B cells that produce antibodies, interfering with their generation and function. Thus, a vaccine must provoke an effective immune protection mechanism to prevent zombie virus infection, yet such a mechanism has yet to be discovered. Dong Guangren enumerated several more challenges. In conclusion, I address the survivors around the globe. If you are an expert in this field or possess valuable insights and ideas, we invite you to reach out to us. We will dispatch a professional rescue team to your location. The challenges surrounding vaccine development are numerous and complex. And upon hearing this, Chen Jiuan felt a deep sense of reflection. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. What if there are researchers among the survivors? Perhaps, with the support of the Tier 3 learning deity, they could overcome these obstacles. This deity is primarily intended for academic pursuits, yet it also enhances comprehension and insight. Without dwelling on this notion, Chun Joan switched off the intercom and continued his search for usable supplies. As he departed from the area, he noticed the Emerald Road subway station ahead. Contemplating for a moment, he entered the station hall. The first sight that met his eyes was one of utter chaos. The walls were marred with cracks and bloodstains, the once bright lights extinguished, leaving only the occasional remnants flickering with faint illumination. The security doors were ajar, exuding an ominous aura. Dim light filtered through the smoke and dust, casting eerie shadows upon the walls. The air was thick with a putrid stench, mingled with the metallic scent of blood, rendering it nearly unbearable. Chun Joan had often taken the Emerald Road subway to work, and he recalled that this station was relatively less frequented. The outbreak of the biohazard may not have inflicted significant damage here. There might still be survivors. He drew forth the spear of the underworld, clearing away the zombies while vigilantly surveying his surroundings. A mere glance revealed an unattended convenience store ahead. Typically, certain subway exits are accompanied by commercial establishments, but this location was somewhat isolated, resulting in only this solitary convenience store. Before the transparent glass doors, a horde of ordinary zombies clawed aimlessly, leaving behind a trail of bloody handprints. A spark of hope ignited within Chun Joan. This convenience store could harbor survivors. Might there be high-quality female humans among them? Grasping the spear of the underworld, he cautiously approached the unattended store. Chapter 51. The rare class of retired female soldiers inside the convenience store. 5 survivors were present, 3 men and 2 women, none of whom were particularly striking in appearance. Among them, 1 man and 1 woman were clearly identifiable as security personnel, clad in black uniforms. Chun Joan recognized the female security officer. He often crossed paths with her during his commutes on the subway. At that moment, Lu Wenbing, who was munching on a piece of bread, inadvertently glanced out the window and was taken aback upon spotting Chun Joan. He quickly nudged his colleague, the female security officer Ma Bingjia. "Hey, look outside. Is that a human?" Ma Bingjia followed his gaze and instantly recognized Chun Joan. This man was someone she frequently encountered on the subway, though they had never exchanged a word. Nevertheless, even so, we are already familiar with one another. As the saying goes, the first meeting is like a stranger, the second a friend, and by the third, one greets with ease. Ma Bingjia immediately stood up, her brow furrowed with concern, and whispered, "Hey, what are you doing outside? Be cautious of the zombies out there." Chun Joan, upon hearing her, turned his gaze towards her. Name, Ma Bingjia. Rarity, rare. Vitality, 74. Affection, 54. Beauty, 76. Figure, 86. Abilities, sniper shooting, level 6. Versatile firearm proficiency, level 3. Level 6 sniper shooting. An advanced marksman capable of maintaining high accuracy and stability across various complex conditions, including diverse terrains, lighting scenarios, and dynamic targets. Level 3 versatile firearm skills. Intermediate marksman, proficient in multiple firearm types such as pistols, rifles, submachine guns, and sniper rifles. 1. Able to execute rapid and precise shooting, encompassing both continuous fire and single shots. 2. Possesses fundamental tactical awareness of firearms, capable of selecting suitable cover and shooting positions. 3. Understands teamwork tactics, including fire suppression and tactical coordination. Ma Bingjia's skills are commendable, with her prowess in sniper and firearm skills. Possessing a sniper rifle would yield tremendous destructive power. Without hesitation, Chun Joan raised the Spear of Hades and advanced boldly. The spear thrust forth, bringing down one zombie after another. First the first, then the second, third, and fourth. This spectacle left Ma Bingjia and Lu Wenbing, who were watching from the convenience store, utterly astounded. How could slaying zombies be this effortless? Once a soldier, Ma Bingjia had served for 2 years before transitioning to a sniper team, honing her marksmanship to a high level. If she had a firearm in hand, dispatching these zombies would be a mere trifle. She couldn't help but glance at Chun Joan's back. That must be the sniper rifle. Thor, right? How impressive. Who is he? At that moment, the remaining 3 individuals stood up, brimming with excitement. Gazing at Chun Joan as he hunted zombies, they felt a glimmer of hope and illumination. In no time, dozens of nearby zombies had been eradicated. Lu Wenbing flung open the door and hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Big shot, you must be an extraordinary ability user. You're incredible." The elderly man stepped forward, equally thrilled, saying, "Young man, please take us away from here." Chun Joan scanned the other 4 individuals, noting that the system rated them all as ordinary. He paid them no heed and turned his attention to Ma Bingjia, asking, "Is there a private room here?" Ma Bingjia, intrigued, pondered the reason for his inquiry. However, before she could respond, someone else spoke up. There's a dedicated resting area in the back, Lu Wenbing interjected eagerly. Big shot, feel free to ask me anything. No, you take me there, Chun Jiuan declined, fixing his gaze back on Ma Bingjie. You lead me there. All right. Ma Bingjie nodded and addressed the remaining survivors, saying, there are still zombies around. Please wait for me here. Lu Wenbing managed a forced smile, expressing his disappointment. All right. Just return quickly. The others instinctively complied, for the populace of the Great Xia Kingdom is notably more obedient than that of foreign lands. Under Ma Bingjie's guidance, Chun Jiuan entered the lounge. Although there were no beds, there was a sofa. Ma Bingjie paused, her eyes gleaming with a hint of desire as she inquired. That must be a Thor sniper rifle, right? It's quite rare to procure such a weapon in the Great Xia Kingdom. Typically, they are wielded by mercenaries. Your keen eye and impressive demeanor suggest you must have served in the military. Are you a member of a sniper team as well? Chun Jiuan smiled subtly and replied nonchalantly. Ma Bingjie, a mere security inspector armed only with a security baton, possessed no lethal power. Tempting her with firearms should prove effortless. Ma Bingjie gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, you truly have an eye for detail. I am Ma Bingjie, formerly a sniper in the Jiangzhou city of the Central Continent War Zone. As she concluded, a thought struck her, and she curiously pressed on. By the way, are you an ability user? Ma Bingjie was aware of the existence of ability users, as the walkie-talkies in their security department had radio functions that kept them informed of external circumstances. Indeed, I am an ability user, Chun Jiuan affirmed with a smile, and I possess more than one type of ability. A glimmer of envy flashed in Ma Bingjie's eyes as she looked up and asked, speak. What is it you wish to inquire of me? I must admit, my knowledge is limited. Chun Jiuan candidly stated, I wish to offer you a home. Would you consider becoming my partner? Should you accept, this sniper rifle shall be yours to wield. This woman possessed rare qualities. Her appearance and figure met the criteria Chun Jiuan had catalogued. There was no reason to let her slip away. Although he felt she was not conventionally beautiful, she certainly had a natural charm. Of course, Ma Bingjie's looks and physique were quite appealing, making her a modest beauty. Many live-streaming influencers transform into goddesses through makeup and beauty filters, yet this man wished for her to become his partner? Ma Bingjie was taken aback, disbelief washing over her. Did this man truly desire her? After contemplating her military experience, she surmised that he might be drawn to her military capabilities. Chun Jiuan observed the woman's contemplative expression, continuing to present his proposition. In becoming my partner, you will also gain abilities, as my unique power allows me to share certain abilities with you. Ma Bingjie questioned skeptically. I could possess abilities too? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Chun Jiuan replied calmly. I have 2 other beautiful women at home, along with several others outside. There is no need for deception. You are free to refuse. Upon hearing this, Ma Bingjie fell into deep thought. After a considerable pause, she relented. Chapter 52. The sniper rifle. Ma Bingjie's agreement was not unexpected for Chun Jiuan. Most women are, in fact, relatively easy to please. The voice of the family system resonated. Ding dong. Detected expansion of host family members. Awarded host 25 vitality. Awarded host 1 divine punishment sniper rifle. Awarded host 100 family points. Chun Jiuan glanced at these rewards, feeling a surge of joy within. Without hesitation, he directly allocated points to vitality. Instantly, a gentle warmth flowed into his body, comprehensively restoring his stamina and enhancing his physical strength. Vitality, 530. This divine punishment sniper rifle now belongs to you. Chun Jiuan took the sniper rifle and handed it to the woman without a hint of reluctance. After all, the system had just rewarded him with this formidable weapon. The previous reward had been a drone, showcasing advanced technology. This sniper rifle's performance would undoubtedly be exceptional. Thank you. Ma Bingjie joyfully accepted the sniper rifle. The divine punishment sniper rifle boasts immense power, ranking among the finest in its category, representing a top-tier standard. Its market value hovers around 20,000 United coins. The currency issued by the United government, which is a mainstream currency with substantial purchasing power, equivalent to 6 or 7 Great Xia coins. Take the magnum bullets as well, Chun Jiuan said as he retrieved the bullets from his backpack. Ma Bingjie eagerly accepted them, unable to put them down. Affection level, 78. Chun Jiuan nodded slightly. Such a level of affection is already quite significant. Without substantial interests at stake, betrayal is unlikely. You should stay here. I need to leave to save someone, Chun Jiuan stated. Ma Bingjie, having put down the sniper rifle, looked up curiously. Save someone? Where are you going? To the Poly Gold Hotel, Chun Jiuan replied, glancing at the woman. You should get dressed first. Ma Bingjie nodded, then said, I know the Poly Gold. We can take the subway. Direct route? Need to transfer lines. Chun Jiuan raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. The subway might indeed be a safer passage, if he truly intended to save someone. Traveling by subway would surely be much safer than traversing the surface. Is there a map? Yes. Ma Bingjie pointed to a subway map hanging on the wall. We are at the Emerald Road station. It's quite far to the Poly Gold, and we'll need to transfer to Line 4. Let me see. We'll have to travel over 20 stations. Currently, the subway is out of service, so walking would take over 7 hours, not including rest time. Is it that far? Chen Juan furrowed his brow slightly. Of course, it's far. After all, it's on the other side of the river, Ma Binjia explained matter-of-factly. Even by subway. It would take nearly 50 minutes. Is the subway not operational? Can you drive it? I can't, but I can learn. Ma Binjia shook her head. How would you learn? Operating a subway train requires familiarity with the control system, signal system, and emergency protocols. Typically, it takes several months to a year of training. Chen Juan chuckled. The Great Xia's procedures are indeed complex and time-consuming. If I truly set my mind to it, I could probably learn in 10 to 15 days. Oh, the subway presents no viable options. However, alternative tools exist. Suddenly, Ma Binjia had a thought and spoke up. What tool? The track maintenance vehicle, she replied. This vehicle is specifically designed for inspection and maintenance tasks on subway tracks. With a bit of familiarity, you should be able to operate it. Although its speed cannot compare to that of the subway. Do you have a maintenance vehicle here? Yes, I will take you there. Chun Jiuwan and Ma Binjia departed from the lounge and descended into the depths of the subway tracks. In a short while, they located a maintenance vehicle. Chen Jiuwan turned back and said, You should return now. Take care of yourself, she cautioned. Be careful with the sniper rifle. Zombies have remarkably sensitive hearing. I understand. Ma Binjia nodded, and Chen Jiuwan ceased further conversation. Operating the maintenance vehicle was quite straightforward. Tools designed for human use cannot be overly complex. In no time, the vehicle began to traverse the subway. Seated within, Chen Jiuwan found little need to focus on the operation. His gaze was directed towards the system space. With a mere thought, a silver sniper rifle materialized before him. Exuding a futuristic aesthetic, it showcased modernity and technological prowess. The body was crafted from sleek, lustrous silver metal, characterized by clean, flowing lines devoid of unnecessary embellishments, reflecting a contemporary elegance and exquisite craftsmanship. The rifle featured a lengthy barrel, ensuring exceptional precision and range. Its stock and grip were ergonomically designed to provide optimal handling and stability. He grasped this weapon, imbued with a palpable sense of quality, and relevant parameters instantly emerged in his mind. Caliber, 50 BMG, 12, 7 mm. Range, anticipated to exceed 2 kilometers. Optical aiming system, inclusive of high magnification. Multiple field modes and automatic target tracking capabilities. Interference resistance technology, designed to counter electronic disruptions and enemy counter-surveillance measures. The sniper rifle possessed formidable interference resistance, ensuring the reliability and stability of the aiming system even in adverse conditions. Utilizing lightweight materials to enhance portability and operational agility, it was constructed with advanced carbon fiber composites, weighing merely 4 kilograms, in contrast to the Thor sniper rifle, which approached 7 kilograms. The design of this weapon resulted in a significant reduction in weight. Advanced trigger system. The sniper rifle was equipped with a highly precise trigger mechanism, featuring adjustable pull weight and an exceptionally short travel distance, ensuring the marksman achieved optimal trigger control and accuracy during firing. Undoubtedly, this sniper rifle reached a level of excellence on a global scale. However, this was not the most significant aspect. Like the strategic drone, this sniper rifle could also be upgraded. With a thought, Chun Jiuwan extracted 10 complementary rounds from the system. I do not possess ammunition of this caliber, he mused. The Thor utilized magnum rounds, which were not compatible with the punishment. I wonder if the police station has any. Chun Jiuwan contemplated the police station once more, certain that they would have SWAT teams and, consequently, sniper rifles. The 50 BMG, 127 mm, is a remarkably prevalent cartridge, predominantly utilized by most sniper rifles. In this moment, Chun Jiuwan contemplated briefly as he gazed at the sniper rifle. The 100 family points were insufficient to upgrade Inheritance and Poison God. Should he consider enhancing the Heavenly Punishment sniper rifle instead? It was likely to unlock some advanced technology, significantly augmenting its performance. Chapter 53, Upgrade. Upgrade. Without excessive deliberation, a thought crossed Chun Jiuwan's mind. He witnessed the consumption of 10 family points. Level 1 Heavenly Punishment. Implements magnetic rail accelerator technology, utilizing electromagnetic force to propel the bullet at an astounding velocity of 1,500 meters per second, thereby offering extended range and enhanced accuracy. Chun Jiuwan observed the Heavenly Punishment in his hands, noting slight alterations in its appearance, likely due to the so-called magnetic rail accelerator. This technology is theoretically conceptualized by the United Government. However, the practical application of magnetic rail technology in sniper rifles still poses numerous challenges, including energy supply, magnetic field stability, and rail wear. This weapon might still reside within the United Government's laboratories, not yet ripe for industrial mass production. The shooting speed of sniper rifles typically ranges from 800 to 1,000 meters per second, and this enhancement of 1/3 in rate of fire, achieved with 10 family points, considerably amplified the weapon's efficacy. A thought flickered in Chun Jiuan's mind again. 20 family points were consumed. Level 2 Heavenly Punishment, X-ray vision capability, enabling the sniper to observe and analyze obstacles behind targets through advanced sensors and real-time data processing, thereby enhancing target identification and aiming proficiency. X-ray vision. Chun Jiuan's eyes sharpened. In essence, it is indeed an impressive technology. Similar technologies by the United Government may still linger at the experimental stage. Not ready for extensive industrial production, he decided to upgrade all his equipment. With a slight mental shift, Chun Jiuan retrieved a strategic drone and initiated the enhancement. 30 family points were consumed. Level 2 triples the endurance and incorporates an adaptive stealth coating. The drone's surface coating possesses the ability to automatically adjust, altering its appearance and optical properties according to environmental and mission requirements, thereby minimizing detection probability and providing superior concealment. Stealth coating. This is truly formidable. Though the strategic drone is small, it is not insignificant. With the advent of stealth coating technology, it becomes exceedingly difficult to detect. Having upgraded everything, Chun Jiuan took out a compass and directly elevated its level by 2. Level 2 Enchanted Compass. Accurate navigation extended to a range of 10 kilometers. Equipped with night vision capabilities. Level 3. Accurate navigation expanded to 50 kilometers, possessing scent tracking abilities. Elevating the Enchanted Compass to Level 3 consumed a considerable amount of family points, resulting in his current family points returning to 0. Chun Jiuan silently intoned Polygold Hotel. Instantly, a precise location materialized before him, concurrently displaying the route he was currently traversing. With another thought, Chun Jiuan silently invoked Long Island Villa. The compass screen revealed a location situated above the Yangtze River. After observing the position, Chun Jiuan took mental note of it. Subsequently, his thoughts shifted, and he silently invoked the spear. In an instant, numerous spear locations emerged within a 50-kilometer radius. This was an advanced precision navigation ability. It indicated not only locations, but also items, specifically, these spears. Uncertain if they were new or old, and whether they had been wielded by skilled practitioners. Chun Jiuan realized that only those used by masters would hold any value. New spears were of little worth, as the information obtained through inheritance was not beneficial. Chun Jiuan settled into a calm demeanor, gazing ahead. The tunnel was shrouded in darkness, with scarce light illuminating the surroundings. Thanks to the night vision capability of the magical compass, he could still discern the environment clearly. However, a layer of separation rendered it somewhat inconvenient. After over an hour, Chun Jiuan traversed a considerable distance and arrived at the opposite bank of the river. This area constituted a central urban zone, arguably the most prosperous part of the entire Jiangzhou city. The largest hotel, the Polygon, was located here. Chun Jiuan halted to repair his vehicle before alighting at the Jianshui station. Upon glancing around, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The sheer number of zombies surrounding him was staggering. In comparison, the zombies at the Emerald Station seemed trivial. This was to be expected, being a central area and transportation hub. Even during non-peak hours, the subway passengers were plentiful. Approaching a nearby zombie, Chun Jiuan drew forth the spear of Hades and struck with ferocity. With a piercing sound, he impaled the creature directly through its forehead. Withdrawing the spear, he swiftly targeted another zombie. Instantly, the air was filled with the sound of piercing as several zombies collapsed to the ground, dark blood pooling around them. At that moment, a massive zombie let out a fearsome roar and charged directly at Chun Jiuan. This creature stood nearly 3 meters tall, its physique robust and intimidating, with a face marked by grotesque flesh. Name: the Weightlifter. Quality: ordinary. Vitality: 350. Abilities: the Weightlifter is a strong zombie endowed with superhuman strength. 1. Enhanced strength. 2. Impact resistance. 3. Destructive attacks. Chun Jiuan's eyes flickered with recognition. The Weightlifter was the first mutated zombie he had encountered since the onset of the biohazard crisis. Without hesitation, he brandished the spear of Hades and charged towards the more formidable Weightlifter, akin to a fierce leopard pouncing on its prey. The Weightlifter bellowed, raising its muscular arms to seize Chun Jiuan. Towering over the average human, its bulging muscles made its arms resemble stout tree trunks. As it barreled forward, it swept aside other zombies in its path, eyes gleaming with arrogance and brutality. With a swift motion, Chun Jiuan thrust the spear of Hades. The spear pierced the Weightlifter's palm with a sharp sound. It let out a howl of pain, seemingly realizing that its opponent was not an easy target, and turned to flee. In a fluid movement, Chun Jiuan positioned himself in front of the Weightlifter, ready to confront it. The spear of the underworld spun rapidly, dark energy swirling around it, casting the shadow of death. With a secondary skill, touch of shadows. The weightlifter let out a pained scream as his massive form collapsed, blood gushing forth. Chun Jo-won retracted the spear and smashed it down upon the skull, retrieving a crystal core. Chapter 54, Level Up. Stealth drone. Just as Chun Jo-won had slain the weightlifter, a distant roar erupted from the platform, signaling the approach of more zombies. Two mutated creatures barreled through the ordinary undead, charging towards him with reckless abandon. Truly, they were ignorant of their impending doom. With the fury of a blood demon etched upon his face, Chun Jo-won gripped the spear of the underworld, his cold gaze fixed upon the approaching foes. Name: Sprinter. Quality: Ordinary. Vitality: 230. Ability: The Sprinter is a zombie of remarkable speed, endowed with superhuman running capabilities. 1. Speed enhancement. 2. Agile maneuvering. 3. Fatigue resistance. Name: Corroder. Quality: Ordinary. Vitality: 280. Ability: The Corroder possesses corrosive attacks. 1. Corrosive assault. 2. Toxic mist. 3. Poison resistance. Upon seeing the Corroder, Chun Jo-won's brow furrowed slightly. Without hesitation, he swiftly drew his tactical crossbow, and a metal bolt whistled through the air. Thud! The metal bolt found its mark, striking the Corroder's head from several meters away. The Corroder suffered a grievous blow, releasing a cloud of toxic mist as it collapsed, convulsing violently. With the 5th level bowshot, known as Master Archer, he showcased precise shooting skills and rapid response, swiftly hitting targets in varied distances and dynamic environments, exhibiting high accuracy and stability. Chun Jo-won turned his attention to the Sprinter. 3 arrows were loosed with remarkable speed. Yet, the Sprinter's agility far surpassed that of the Corroder, and it deftly evaded, narrowly escaping the shots. Roar! It let out a furious cry, its legs propelling it into a high leap, sharp claws aimed directly at Chun Jo-won's head. The speed of this zombie was astonishing. Chun Jo-won's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly rolled out of harm's way, setting aside his tactical crossbow. He immediately equipped the spear of the underworld. Bang! The Sprinter landed heavily, roaring once more as it lunged forward. Chun Jo-won quickly employed defensive spear techniques and the steps of the underworld to evade. Swish! Dark energy coiled around the spear's tip. With a piercing sound, the air was sliced, prompting the Sprinter to sidestep, yet it was still grazed on the shoulder, emitting a howl of pain. It swiped its claws ferociously, but Chun Jo-won stepped back, perfectly evading the attack. Drawing forth the spear of the underworld again, he engaged in combat with the Sprinter. Though its vitality was low, its speed and agility were formidable. In a fleeting moment, Chun Jo-won finally seized an opening, and the spear of the underworld struck the Sprinter squarely in the face. A trace of enigmatic dark power was drawn into the spear of the underworld god. The runner had lost all breath, their gaze utterly devoid of vitality. Chun Jo-won shattered the skull, extracting the crystal core, and then approached the corruptor, catching a whiff of a foul stench. He breached the head once more, acquiring the 3rd crystal core. Casting his eyes around, he noted that the ordinary zombies continued to wander aimlessly. Chun Jo-won raised the spear of the underworld god, hunting down the remaining undead. After a span of several minutes, he emerged from the tunnel and ascended to the upper levels, leaving a multitude of corpses in his wake. At the exit, Chun Jo-won surveyed his surroundings. Numerous buildings and shops had suffered severe devastation. Windows lay shattered, walls crumbled, and the streets were littered with shards of glass and debris. Electrical wires dangled chaotically overhead, while abandoned vehicles rendered the roads nearly impassable. The air was thick with smoke, exuding a suffocating odor. In the end, a horde of zombies prowled the streets, emitting low, guttural roars. Among these undead were not a few mutated variants: lifters, runners, exploders, Goliaths, and even a stalker caught Chun Jo-won's eye. This was the city center, within the first ring, where the density of zombies vastly exceeded that of the area near Emerald Road. For the survivors nearby, venturing out to scavenge for food was an arduous challenge. At that moment, Chun Jo-won spotted a towering edifice ahead. The distinctive architecture unmistakably belonged to the Polygold Hotel he sought. A swarm of zombies congregated at the hotel's entrance, densely packed in a tumultuous mass. Noticing survivors within the hotel sparked a glimmer of hope in Chun Jo-won's eyes. This was indeed promising news. If there were survivors, it was likely that qualifying family members existed. After pondering briefly, he deployed a strategic drone to scout the Polygold Hotel ahead. As soon as the drone took flight, its surface hue began to shift, seamlessly blending into the surrounding environment with a chameleon-like concealment ability. Even with meticulous observation, it would be difficult to detect, and scientific apparatus would struggle to uncover its presence. After all, the drone's optical properties had also altered, allowing it to evade certain radar detection. Chun Jo-won donned virtual glasses, immersing himself in the experience, utilizing various sensors to observe. The Polygold Hotel was remarkably sturdy, capable of withstanding an earthquake of magnitude 8. Its doors and windows were fortified with reinforced glass, effectively countering the mutated zombies. With a thought, Chun Joan switched to millimeter wave mode on his virtual glasses. The imagery began to transform as the millimeter wave radar detected targets behind non-metallic materials such as wood, gypsum board, and plastic, partially penetrating them. This technology, known as wall-penetrating radar, WPR, allowed him to discern what lay beyond the barriers. Chapter 55. Milkymore and Tion CC at the Polygold Hotel. The number of survivors was considerable, totaling around 1 to 200 individuals. In a bygone era, there existed waitstaff, cleaners, security personnel, and chefs. There were national football players and coaches, as well as stars, directors, and renowned actors from the film industry. Among them were ordinary wage earners, the middle class, and the affluent. Additionally, there were police officers, refugees, and tourists. While the survivors of the hotel had yet to form a cohesive alliance, familiar faces from the past had each formed their own groups, providing mutual support and checks and balances among one another. The leadership primarily comprised police officers, hotel management, and the heads of smaller factions. That scoundrel Li Tai still harbored lofty ambitions, reminiscent of a toad aspiring for the swan's flesh. Once a coach for the national football team, he was once held in high regard. In a particular room, a woman with an enchanting visage reclined on the bed, engrossed in her mobile device. Her legs crossed elegantly with her dainty pink feet swaying gently. This woman was none other than the illustrious star, as mentioned by Chen Shui, known as Naimi. A paragon of charm, she was a goddess who could not be overlooked by anyone who laid eyes upon her. Naimi possessed an exquisite figure, with curves that formed a perfect hourglass silhouette, truly a natural beauty. Whether adorning herself in a gown on the red carpet or donning fashionable attire in her daily life, she effortlessly showcased her flawless physique, captivating all who beheld her. Her tall and graceful stature, coupled with her long, straight legs, pure as snow, exuded an alluring sensuality. Whether clad in black stockings or bare, leaving many spellbound. At that moment, a woman with damp hair emerged from the suite. She was vivacious and sunny, embodying the spirit of a youthful girl. This star, named Tion CC, however, wore a troubled expression, her cheerful smile absent. She placed her hands on her hips, pouting her rosy lips, her small face puffed out like a bun, accentuating her dimples. Naimi, the water in the bathroom has run out, she exclaimed, distressed as she ran her fingers through her soapy hair, her voice laced with a playful tone. I still have so much foam left to wash off. What should I do, Naimi? Naimi furrowed her brow, sitting up, her silk nightgown riding up to reveal the exquisite contours of her femininity. A mere tilt of her head revealing the allure beneath. In the media's portrayal, she symbolized seductive charm, while the girl before her represented vibrant energy, embodying characteristics that were starkly contrasting. Tion CC pouted, I just applied the shower gel, and just as I began to lather, the water stopped. Naimi, in a fit of irritation, exclaimed, it must have been those footballers again. A bunch of randy swine. In this apocalyptic world, they should be focused on surviving instead of their rampant hormones. Just wait, I shall speak to old Master Yu about this. With that, Naimi rose from the bed, her delicate feet slipping into slippers as she approached the wardrobe, retrieving a khaki coat and black wide-leg trousers before donning them. Finally, she adorned her feet with stockings and high heels, radiating an enchanting allure as she strode out with confidence. In the room, only Tion CC remained, her expression one of dismay, lost in thought. Her hair was drenched in foamy suds, an utterly uncomfortable sight. Tion CC approached the floor-to-ceiling window, her gaze lost in a fog of confusion, murmuring to herself, when will the world return to normal? The stark contrast between her former life as a celebrated star and her current existence as an ordinary survivor weighed heavily on her psyche. She had once reveled in the adoration and attention of many, enjoying a life replete with fame and fortune. Now, she found herself as a mere survivor, facing the perilous challenges of a post-apocalyptic world, fraught with danger and uncertainty. This immense disparity left her feeling disoriented, helpless, and anxious. Fortunately, she still had her companions to provide warmth and solace. However, as time passed, the harsh realities of the apocalypse began to reveal themselves to Tion CC. The recent water outage was undoubtedly orchestrated by the members of the national football team, as her companions had warned, who sought to capture them. Faced with such bullying, Tion CC found herself devoid of viable solutions. At the subway entrance, Jiang Shui stood watch. Through virtual goggles, Chen Zhuan glimpsed numerous survivors within the Polygold building, many of whom were women. Yet, limited by the equipment, the millimeter wave radar and data processing could not rival the clarity of high-definition cameras, rendering the details somewhat indistinct. Nevertheless, he discerned that Naimi had survived. It seemed that Chen Shui's mentor, the last sword saint, Yu Chengyan, might also still be alive. He recognized Naimi's voice. It was unmistakably her youthful and sweet tone, imbued with a gentle quality that evoked feelings of youth and affection. Such a distinctive voice was impossible to misidentify. Yet, who could the other woman be? Chun Jo-won did not need to ponder long. She was surely another star, a potential member of the second family. Feeling a surge of hope, he continued to pilot the drone, surveying the hotel for an opportunity. At an unknown moment, he noticed a side door of the hotel had swung open. Simultaneously, a horde of zombies surged through the entrance. Chun Jo-won's eyes sparkled with determination as the strategic drone swiftly darted inside. From his aerial vantage point, he observed the hotel lobby, which was laden with traps and obstacles effectively impeding the advance of the zombies. Survivors wielded an array of weapons, fire axes, mops, and kitchen knives, fighting valiantly to fend off and eliminate the undead. They were engaged in a fierce battle against the horde. Suddenly, a particularly agile zombie appeared at the side door, a runner, a mutated zombie. "Close the door quickly," the survivors shouted. "Old you, we need your strength." They clamored, brandishing pots and metal basins as makeshift shields. A leader promptly pressed an electronic switch, sealing the door and barring the relentless zombies from entering. At that moment, an elderly man approached, his expression grave and contemplative. His beard was flecked with gray, his physique lean, yet he radiated vitality. In his hand, he wielded a long spear adorned with a red tassel. His diminutive stature belied a commanding presence. Could this be Yu Qingyan? Indeed, he was a cinematic actor. Chun Jo-won felt a sense of familiarity upon encountering this venerable elder, reminiscent of the numerous times he had watched martial arts and fantasy dramas. The Last Sword Saint. With a vitality barely reaching 200 points, one wondered if he had mastered sword aura. What could his actual combat prowess be? This runner boasted an astonishing vitality of 300 points. Could he possibly be a match? As Chun Jo-won contemplated, he reached for his phone, which held a video of Yu Qingyan, filmed by Chen Shui. Chapter 56. The Last Sword Saint Roar. The runner leaped onto a cabinet, towering above, baring its fangs and roaring menacingly at the surrounding survivors. "Step aside." Yu Qingyan's expression turned grave, gripping the red tassel spear, his gaze vigilant upon the runner. "Quickly summon Officer Jean and Coach Lee. This zombie is no ordinary foe. Be careful, Elder Yu." At that moment, a man in police uniform approached at a brisk pace. Adjusting his glasses, he was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "This is a runner, with a vitality of 300 points. As his words fell, the officer immediately brandished his firearm, fixating intently on the runner. His name was Jean Ziyue, a criminal investigator who had brought his weapon on an assignment. He was also an ability user, Gravity Affinity. Jean Ziyue's focus remained fixed on the runner as he uttered a command, a yellow glow emanating from his body, coalescing into a luminous halo that enveloped the runner. This was Jean Ziyue's gravity manipulation ability. With a level 2 capability, it was modest, yet it doubled the runner's weight, slightly diminishing its speed and agility, while also exerting pressure and damage upon the target's internal structures, such as organs and bones. Against ordinary humans, this technique proved exceedingly formidable. The runner's agility and swiftness were indeed diminished. Jean Ziyue proclaimed, then glanced around, bellowing, "Where's Li Tyron? Why has he not yet emerged?" Without his abilities, Elder Yu would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with this runner. The hotel lobby manager wiped his brow, murmuring, "We contacted him via the intercom. Intercoms are insufficient. You must dispatch someone to search for him immediately," Jean Ziyue asserted decisively. The second ability user also possessed gravity manipulation. Chun Jo-won's gaze sharpened as he accessed the data on this officer. Jean Ziyue's vitality stood at 150 points. Level 2 Gravity Control. The individual can influence the gravity of objects, rendering them lighter or heavier, or slightly altering their normal gravitational trajectory in the air. Gravity control. Such an ability must indeed be potent. It could potentially allow flight in the future. Chun Jo-won pondered silently as he absorbed this information. At that moment, Yu Qingyan engaged in combat with the runner. The runner's speed was indeed affected, having slowed considerably. Yu Qingyan, endowed with abilities, wielded the red tassel spear, which glimmered with a hint of cold radiance. Evidently, akin to Chen Shui, he too has mastered the art of sword chi. The 8th level of swordsmanship signifies the amalgamation of various sword techniques, culminating in formidable combination attacks, thus achieving the zenith of swordplay with immense prowess. The 7th level of cold weaponry, particularly regarding spear techniques, has reached an exceptional realm, establishing him as a top-tier expert in the field. His ability to execute spear attacks with remarkable precision and swiftness, while crafting a distinctive combat style, is commendable. Chun Jo-won surveyed the surroundings. This last sword saint has attained the 8th level of swordsmanship within the system, a feat of considerable might, categorizing him as a master figure. His proficiency in spear techniques is equally noteworthy. The spear and the lance are similar in nature, yet my own spear skills languish at a mere 4th level. Still a considerable distance from mastery. Chun Jo-won, Utilizing a strategic drone, meticulously observed the clash between man and zombie. It became apparent that Yu Qingyin was no match for the runner, his vitality significantly lacking, 300 versus 200. Of course, vitality merely reflects one's inherent qualities, not their combat effectiveness. The spear skills could greatly augment Yu Qingyin's combat capabilities. Suddenly, a muffled grunt escaped Yu Qingyin as a zombie's grasp left a long gash upon his arm, causing him to lose strength instantaneously and be hurled backward. The runner let out a fierce roar and lunged forward. Yu Qingyin, with all his might, braced his spear against the runner's descending claws. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Jin Ziyue had fired. Aware of the runner's extraordinary speed and limited ammunition, she understood that the element of surprise was paramount for victory. The timing of her shot was impeccably executed. The bullet struck the runner's body, causing it to falter before Yu Qingyin pushed it aside. He rose swiftly, clutching his wound as he retreated. The runner, having escaped critical injury, was consumed by rage and charged at Yu Qingyin once more. In that fleeting instant, Yu Qingyin unleashed his red tassel spear. His movements were as swift as lightning, seamlessly blending strength with precision. The returning spear struck the runner's head, the tip piercing through the zombie's skin and brain matter, delivering a powerful impact. Yu Qingyin capitalized on the spear's sharp design to execute a rapid and lethal ambush. This sequence transpired with astonishing speed, almost in the blink of an eye. With his skill and experience, Yu Qingyin successfully struck the runner's head with his returning spear, delivering a fatal blow. Upon completing the thrust, Yu Qingyin swiftly retracted the spear and aimed once more at the runner's head. With a thud, the runner collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The hotel lobby erupted with applause and admiration for the prowess of the elder Yu's returning spear technique. Indeed, had it not been for Officer Jin's earlier ambush, which had slowed the zombie's speed, executing such a maneuver would have been exceedingly difficult. The returning spear technique is a tactical surprise assault, leveraging the enemy's oversight and inertia to launch an attack from behind, catching them off guard. Faced with the relentless runner, Yu Qingyin feigned retreat, luring the zombie into pursuit before suddenly turning back to deliver a lethal counterattack. If my eyes do not deceive me, it seems the elder Yu has sustained a wound from the zombie. A man stepped forward, shaking his head slightly, his face etched with sorrow. He was none other than Li Tai, the coach of the national football team, whose abilities lay in support. He could temporarily enhance his teammates' strength, speed, agility, explosive power, and stamina. This was precisely why Jin Ziyue sought him out immediately. As Naimi descended from the elevator, she gasped in shock and rushed to assist him. Her concern evident. "Teacher Yu, how are you?" Director Guan Bao could not contain his sadness. "Teacher Yu has been injured by this zombie." Yu Qingyin's complexion paled as he murmured, "Naimi, please help me back to my room." "No," Li Tai interjected, his voice firm. "You cannot return to your room." As the coach of the national team, he held considerable authority and connections. "Indeed, you cannot go back. You have become an infected. You must leave the hotel." The other national team players, Wang Heng and Song Ji, stepped forward, gazing at Naimi with covetous eyes, supporting Li Tai. In times past, it was Yu Qingyin who had thwarted their ambitions. Now, with the old man wounded, it was the perfect opportunity to oust him and pursue their own interests. This was yesterday's data. The bookshelf was decent, with a ratio of 23. However, the number of readers following the updates was disappointingly low. It was either a case of nurturing a book or abandoning it altogether. Chapter 57. Chun Jiuwan was agitated. Outside, Jiang Shui stood at the subway station. Chun Jiuwan furrowed his brow. The strategic drone presented everything within the hotel in startling clarity. Elder Yu had been wounded by the zombie. The conflicts among the survivors appeared quite profound. He needed to enter the hotel to assess the situation. Chun Jiuwan could wait for the hotel survivors to clear the zombies and take the opportunity to sneak in. However, whether the zombies would be cleared today or tomorrow remained uncertain. The second option was to infiltrate through the ventilation ducts. Hotels like Polygold are equipped with specialized ventilation systems, featuring centralized fan rooms that control dozens, if not hundreds, of fans to maintain negative pressure ventilation throughout the building. Most importantly, each guest room and public area possesses independent supply and return air ducts. Chun Jiuwan had observed that the ventilation duct on the second floor of the west side connected to the outer wall, made of aluminum. It had a diameter of approximately 0.8 meters. Maintenance personnel could crawl inside. In films, many agents and assassins traverse through ventilation ducts. The third method involved breaking down a door to gain entry. Without the barrier of a door, the outside zombies could charge in, likely resulting in the annihilation of the survivors. The fourth option was to simply have the survivors inside open the door, the simplest approach. With these thoughts in mind, Chun Jiuwan navigated several turns and arrived at the side door where the zombies had just been cleared. The ground was littered with zombies, exuding a strong stench, while flies and insects swarmed around in a chaotic dance. Chun Jiuwan grasped the spear of the underworld and thrust it fiercely at the surrounding zombies. With a squelching sound, one fell to the ground. He turned his attention to another and struck again. In a short span, many of the gathered undead lay lifeless on the floor. Arriving at the door, Chen Jiuan called out loudly. The survivors in room 4 of the hotel had yet to disperse, still embroiled in heated discussions regarding Yu Qing'an. At that moment, numerous survivors heard the commotion from outside. There seemed to be a voice coming from beyond the door. Yes, I heard it. I heard it too. There are indeed shouts outside. Among them were football coach Li Tai, football player Dai Mi, the renowned star Nai Mi, director Guan Bao, police officer Jin Ziyue, the lobby manager, hotel staff, and others. All ceased their debates. Jin Ziyue picked up the intercom and instructed, surveillance room. Check the situation outside room 4. Received. A male voice responded through the intercom. Li Tai approached and inquired, what is happening outside? The man in the surveillance room replied, there are no zombies outside. Only a single man knocking at the door. Jin Ziyue was taken aback and asked, only one? The man confirmed, yes, just one. Li Tai pressed further. What are his distinguishing features? The surveillance room attendant described, he is wearing a mask, clad in combat gear, and sporting a helmet. He has a crossbow slung on his back and wields a spear. Moreover, he claims to be here to rescue the old gentleman. Come to find me. Yu Qing'an, resting in a chair, was somewhat astonished by this revelation. Nai Mi's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, old sir, it must be your family come to rescue you. Quickly, open the door. Li Tai shot a glance at Nai Mi and muttered, what a coincidence. Jin Ziyue contemplated for a moment and then turned to the hotel manager, saying, open the door and let him in. Li Tai interjected, hold on, I disagree. Shouldn't our decision involve the consensus of 5 leaders? Have you consulted us before making this decision? Wealthy player Wang Heng responded indignantly, indeed, our coach is one of the leaders here. Connected player Song Ji also voiced his displeasure, we do not agree to let him in. The remaining 10 or so players echoed in unison, exactly. We cannot allow him entry. Who knows what his intentions are? These players formed a formidable group, possessing considerable strength. As trained football athletes, even the privileged and connected among them exhibited commendable physical prowess. Their stamina, endurance, agility, and strength distinguished them from the general populace. Consequently, many players withstood the initial onslaught of the virus, with several even awakening unique abilities. Their objections were rendered futile. Jin Ziyue stated calmly, among the 5 leaders, myself, Li Tai, Yu Qing'an, the hotel manager, and Dr. Zhou Xiaofeng, we have 3 in agreement. Your dissent holds no weight. The hotel manager nodded, adding, indeed. I also agree to let him in. Anyone capable of navigating the urban chaos must possess significant strength, which would enhance our own. I concur, he affirmed. Just then, a man hastily descended the stairs. Dr. Zhou Xiaofeng, a distinguished leader of the hotel, is also an associate chief physician and associate professor at a prominent cardiac hospital. Remarkably, only 35 years old. He specializes in cardiology and is notably accomplished for his age. On this occasion, he was invited by the hotel to conduct a first aid training session for the staff. Amidst the outbreak of a biochemical crisis, Dr. Zhou found himself trapped within the hotel, where he treated several patients overwhelmed by stress, ultimately establishing himself as a leader in this dire situation. Nurse, please come quickly. Dr. Zhou, you must see this. The elderly gentleman has just been scratched by a zombie. What? Dr. Zhou gasped at the alarming news and promptly assessed the injury, employing his extraordinary abilities to administer treatment. Indeed, he is also an individual endowed with special powers, specifically tailored for healing. In game terms, he embodies the role of a healer. Humph, utter nonsense. Li Tai remarked disdainfully, surveying the others present, his arms crossed, lapsing into silence. His gaze, however, remained fixated on Yu Qing'an and the nurse, particularly drawn to the nurse's high-heeled shoes, which tantalizingly revealed her toes. This sight provoked an involuntary lick of his lips, his eyes glimmering with envy. At that moment, the hotel manager, along with Jin Ziyue, opened a side door. Chen Zhuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly entered the hotel. Roar! The scent had attracted a few stray zombies lurking nearby, who immediately charged toward them. Yet, in the next instant, a loud clang echoed as the main door slammed shut. Jin Ziyue turned to Chen Zhuan, adjusting her glasses, her brow furrowing in concentration. Beep, beep, beep. The life force detection device registered an extraordinary spike. This detection apparatus was designed for ordinary humans, with a maximum detection score of only 500 points. Thank you, Chen Zhuan said with a smile to Jin Ziyue, then turned to scan the survivors present. A cascade of data materialized before his eyes. Chen Zhuan narrowed his gaze slightly. The quality of individuals here was indeed impressive. He noticed several with rare attributes, though regrettably, all were men. Chen Zhuan harbored no intentions of recruiting more males. One man in the family was sufficient. Who is that fellow? And why is he eyeing her so hungrily? His thoughts drifted to Li Tai and his lingering gaze upon the nurse. The woman's data materialized before him. With a mere glance, Chun Juan was taken aback, exhilaration surging within him. Nurse Anime Image Chapter 58, Epic Goddess, Name, Naimi, Quality, Epic, Vitality, 90, Affinity, 50, Beauty, 95, Figure, 96, Abilities, Lucky Charm, Level 3, Invisibility, Level 3. Allure, Level 3, Role-Playing, Level 3, Acting, Level 6, Dance, Level 5, Singing, Level 4, Gymnastics, Level 4, Enchanting Temptress, Epic Quality. Chun Juan's eyes lit up, his heart racing with uncontainable excitement. This was the first epic-level goddess he had encountered. It was no wonder that a seemingly frail woman possessed such vitality. She was indeed an extraordinary being. Without hesitation, Chun Juan reviewed the details of her extraordinary abilities. Level 3 Lucky Charm, capable of attracting positive energy and good fortune. These women seem perpetually enveloped in a state of fortune, magnetically attracting opportunities, success, and prosperity. Level 3 Invisibility renders the body transparent and intangible, allowing one to fully merge with the environment and maintain stealth while moving, leaving no trace of energy. Level 3 Allure grants the ability to profoundly manipulate the emotions of others, inciting intense feelings of affection, aversion, joy, or fear, sustaining them for an extended period. Level 3 Impersonation enables the conveyance of specific emotions through performance, articulating feelings with heightened realism and vividness via speech, facial expressions, and body language. The Beguiling Charm possesses an enchanting allure, captivating men with unparalleled delight, yet it harbors considerable danger. It adeptly wields its charm to ensnare rulers and the powerful, leading them to indulge in pleasures while neglecting their duties. If left unchecked, it proves more harmful than beneficial. The intriguing juxtaposition of fortune, invisibility, allure, and the negative connotation of Beguiling Charm stirs a sense of conflict within Chun Juan, reminiscent of historical figures like Daji and Bao Si. Nevertheless, he finds himself captivated by the radiant star before him. Naimi's abilities are commendable and hold great promise for bolstering her family's strength, particularly her fortune-enhancing attribute. This passive ability, even at level 3, can draw good luck. Could his arrival signify her stroke of luck? Furthermore, if he were to capture Naimi's heart and make her his wife, her fortune attribute would likely bestow additional blessings upon him. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, luck is of paramount importance. As Chun Juan observes, Naimi's gaze shifts toward him, her expression growing cold upon noticing the greedy desire reflected in his eyes. A second-generation official and a luminary in her own right, Naimi's name resonates widely, her visage gracing numerous advertisements, films, and television dramas. She enjoys a life of fame and fortune, yet with the outbreak of the biohazard, she has been reduced to an ordinary survivor striving for existence. In this dystopian realm, she is no longer the celebrated star but a mere survivor, grappling with the challenges of survival. Her overwhelming allure, while captivating, also invites undue complications. Ordinary individuals, upon encountering a vibrant flower, may pluck it. Naimi is acutely aware that her charm surpasses that of any blossom, rendering her even more resplendent, enchanting, and irresistibly alluring. Inciting reckless obsession. Numerous survivors, Li Tai, various players, and the resource-controlling hotel manager Wu Haiba, are eager to possess her, to exploit her, to toy with her. In the past, she had the protection of Yu Qingyan, but now, a surge of anxiety and unease wells up within her. It seems that each individual aspires to attain what they cannot have, hoping for a dog-eat-dog scenario where all competitors suffer. At that moment, Li Tai abruptly interjects, his voice grave. Outsider halt. His expression is one of utmost seriousness, hand poised on his weapon as he coldly declares, "Everyone, be cautious." The surveillance room has retrieved footage. This individual is not under attack by zombies. He may be an infiltrator. The players behind Li Tai erupted in a cacophony of voices. What? A sleeper agent? One could hardly fathom how a person could suddenly appear out of nowhere. The notion of a sleeper agent made perfect sense. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Tai, manage your players. Jin Ziyue approached, somewhat disgruntled, and reprimanded them before turning to Chun Juan, calmly stating, "Brother, come here for a moment. I need to ascertain whether you are a sleeper agent." Chun Juan cast a glance at Li Tai and the other players. Yu Qingyan was engaged in battle with a runner. The individual named Li Tai had deliberately absented himself. Had he collaborated, bestowing his abilities onto Yu Qingyan, perhaps the latter would have avoided injury and the toxic effects of the corpse poison. At that moment, Chun Juan suddenly inquired, "By the way, how did you know about the sleeper agents?" Jin Ziyue raised the walkie-talkie in his hand, shaking it slightly, and replied with a smile, "The people from Dongguan. He is a researcher for the United Government and has educated us on various types of zombies. The most adept at hiding are known as sleeper agents. Dr. Zhou Xiaofeng." The deputy doctor examining Yu Cheng'in's injuries turned to face Chen Jiuan. He stood up and said earnestly, certain subtypes of the zombie virus, upon entering the human body, do not cause the massive cell death typical of traditional zombie viruses. Instead, they infiltrate the brainstem and brain, influencing the neural control centers, partially commandeering the host's actions and autonomic functions. They secrete enzymes that inhibit the normal programmed cell death, thereby slowing the decay of the host's organs. As a result, these infected individuals appear indistinguishable from normal humans, yet they are internally manipulated by pathogens, entering a dormant carrier state. This is what a sleeper agent is. Did you comprehend Dr. Zhou's explanation? Jin Ziyue, the police officer, remarked with a smile while holding a thermometer. Regardless, I don't grasp all this convoluted biological knowledge. However, I do know that sleeper agents tend to have a slightly lower body temperature. All right, you may proceed with your examination. Chen Jiuan nodded in agreement. Jin Ziyue took the thermometer and checked Chen Jiuan's temperature. After a brief scan, he exhaled in relief, saying, normal temperature. He is not a sleeper agent. The revelation elicited a frown from Coach Li Tai. The other players, too, had no choice but to cease their commotion. At that moment, Chen Jiuan strode directly towards the elder Yu, smiling as he said, Elder Yu, I am the husband of Chen Shuyi. I came specifically to find you. Upon hearing this, Yu Chen did not express joy. Instead, his brow furrowed, and his gaze sharpened with an imposing aura that radiated authority. He was Chen Shuyi's mentor and was aware of her fiancé's identity, another one of his disciples, who was not this man before him. There existed a grave possibility. Chen Shuyi had been ensnared by him. Youth, Yu Cheng'in's expression grew serious as he spoke with urgency. Tell me, what have you done to Shuyi? Chapter 59. Slaying the ungrateful wolf. Chen Jiuan was taken aback, but quickly began to grasp the underlying implications. It seemed that Yu Cheng'in was aware of Chen Shuyi's former fiancée and even suspected that he had harmed her. Fortunately, they were well prepared. Elder, it appears you have misunderstood. Chen Jiuan chuckled and shook his head before pulling out a mobile phone. He opened the device and played the videos of Chen Shuyi he had recorded over the past few days. In ancient times, tokens served as proof, while in modernity, video footage stands as the most compelling evidence. You are truly her husband? Li Tsuni has yet to be found. Yu Cheng'in sighed softly after watching the video and looked up to inquire. Shuyi is a strong-willed and stubborn child. Little Chun, since you have married her, I hope you will take good care of her, protect her, and ensure her well-being throughout her life. As for me, alas. Yu Cheng'in had been scratched by a zombie, undoubtedly infected with the zombie toxin. Even those with abilities, despite having stronger immunity, could not resist it. However, Chen Jiuan thought of himself. He was an untainted one, possessing the poison god. The poison god rendered him impervious to the zombie's venom. If he could upgrade this ability, perhaps he could detoxify and heal Yu Cheng'in. This would require at least 200 family points or skill upgrade cards to elevate the poison god to level 2. A level 2 poison god might hold the potential for healing. In contemplation, Chen Jiuan earnestly promised, rest assured, old sir, I will take good care of Shuyi. He stood up and retrieved a military walkie-talkie, attempting to contact Chen Shuyi at home. Yet, after a long while, there was no response. They had surpassed the range of wireless signal reception. At this moment, Dr. Zhou Xiaofeng spoke slowly. Old Yucheng, my abilities can only delay the onset of the infection. You have at most one more day? 1 day, you say? Yu Cheng'in smiled faintly, maintaining his calm demeanor. That is ample time. He lifted his gaze to Chen Jiuan, his expression softening. Little Chen, Shuyi has sent you to seek my guidance. While I am not skilled in pole techniques, my marksmanship is quite decent. Your spear, merely 2 meters long, is perfect for practicing shooting. Stay by my side today, and I shall impart all my knowledge to you. Very well, thank you, old sir. Chen Jiuan replied. Yu Cheng'in chuckled. Help me to the Taekwondo gym upstairs. The space there is ample. Wait, I object. At that moment, Li Tai intervened, his voice stern. We cannot afford to leave a potential risk behind. Old Yucheng, I hold you in high regard, but you must possess self-awareness. You are now an infected individual. If you still harbor any goodwill, you ought to leave voluntarily to avoid endangering us. Naimi stood up, her cheeks flushed with anger, and scolded, Li Tai, you are truly insufferable. Just now, you deliberately delayed your arrival. Old Yucheng has saved you in the past. You are an ingrate. Am I to blame then? Li Tai spread his hands innocently, looking at Naimi with unrestrained audacity. I admit I arrived late, but you all did not wait for me, did you? We are in an apocalyptic world. Everyone must take responsibility for their own safety. Relying on others for your safety will inevitably lead to disaster. Naimi's face turned crimson as she pointed at Li Tai, rendered speechless. You are shameless. Having overheard their exchange, Chen Jiuan stood up directly, frowning as he asked. Old Yucheng saved this guy's life? Naimi, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Indeed, this is not the first or second time. A thankless wretch, he deserves to perish. Chun Jion's tone gradually turned frigid, a menacing aura enveloping him as a dark energy surged from the spear of the underworld, ready to strike. Naimi hesitated, her beautiful eyes flickering as she asked, "Do you intend to kill him?" Chun Jion replied coolly, "If I do not kill him, it would be a waste of resources. I support you. We have long found him insufferable," Naimi responded, her tone softening considerably, her earlier hostility dissipating. She had always harbored disdain for Li Tai, contemplating how to incite mutual destruction among them. Chun Jion shared this sentiment and readily agreed. Suddenly, a hand grasped Chun Jion's arm. It was Jin Ziyue, who spoke in a deep voice. "What do you intend to do?" Chun Jion glanced down at the hand that held him and replied calmly, "Of course. I plan to kill him. Did you not hear me?" Jin Ziyue shook his head, his demeanor serious. "No, you cannot kill him. Li Tai has not committed a grave error. He must not be slain. Moreover, he possesses supportive abilities that significantly enhance our strength and survival capacity. Additionally, Li Tai has dealt with zombies and is one of our leaders, contributing greatly to our team. For these reasons, you cannot kill him. What does that concern me?" Chun Jion retorted flatly, "I will kill him, and you cannot stop me." With that, he forcefully shook off Jin Ziyue's grip. "No, I cannot permit you to take his life." Jin Ziyue immediately crossed his arms to block Chun Jion. This officer, equipped with investigative prowess, was acutely aware of Chun Jion's strength. Should he attempt to kill Li Tai, the latter would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. He could not allow Chun Jion to commit murder. The team had already suffered significant losses with Yu Qing'in turning into an infected. He could not afford to lose another key member, especially such a vital ability user. "Huh, you still wish to kill me?" Li Tai, from a distance, had caught wind of the commotion and began to mock. "Do not presume your abilities make you formidable. I have 5 ability users by my side. A mere spit from each would seal your fate." With a derisive laugh, the affluent player Wang Hung stepped forward, arms crossed, and eyes narrowed disdainfully at Chun Jion, declaring coldly, "You speak arrogantly. Apologize to our coach, or you shall face the consequences." Another well-connected player approached, rolling his eyes apathetically, uttering, "You foolish boy. Unaware of your imminent peril." Jin Ziyue turned his head sharply, bellowing, "You all say too much. Return to your rooms at once." Li Tai, smirking, shouted, "Officer Jin, let him go. Allow him to come for me. I am eager to see how he intends to kill me." Naimi, with a mischievous grin, fanned the flames, saying, "Officer Jin, they are at odds. Suppressing them will only yield contrary results. It would be better for the conflict to erupt now. You need not meddle." "Naimi, what do you mean by that? Is the chaos not sufficient for you?" Jin Ziyue furrowed his brow, displeased. "Step aside." Chun Jion shook himself free, pushing Jin Ziyue aside, who fell to the ground. Jin Ziyue felt a strange force and could not maintain his grip, and he immediately erupted in furious shouts. "Chun Jion, you must consider the bigger picture. We are akin to grasshoppers on the same string." Chapter 60, The Uneasy Superstar. To hell with the bigger picture. Chun Jion silently scoffed, brandishing the spear of the underworld. With a forceful push of his legs against the tiled floor, he charged at Li Tai. Whoosh! The wind howled as the spear of the underworld pierced forward, imbued with a touch of darkness. Li Tai, taken aback, stumbled backward in alarm. He shouted, "Demeng, use your powers to stop him." Wang Demeng, an earth elemental ability user and a guardian, had previously assisted Coach Li Tai in fending off numerous attacks. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, he had already prepared himself. As he activated his powers, his body seemed to don a suit of earthy armor. "A mere spear cannot breach my defenses." With a firm step forward, Wang Demeng bellowed, positioning himself directly in front of Li Tai. He spread his arms wide, conjuring a shield of yellowish light before him. In the next moment, the spear of the underworld collided with the protective shield. Crack! The shield shattered instantly. "How is this possible?" Wang Demeng gasped in disbelief, his fear palpable. "This cannot be. Even a bullet cannot penetrate my defenses." Chun Jion, expressionless and silent, swiftly thrust the spear again. The earthen armor could not withstand the attack, and with a resounding crash, it was obliterated. Wang Demeng spat out a mouthful of blood as he was propelled backward, the overwhelming force threatening to rupture his insides. Seizing the opportunity, Li Tai retreated to safety. He shouted, "You three, what are you waiting for? Get in there. I will empower you." In a flurry, Li Tai activated his abilities, sending 3 beams of light directly into Wang Hung, Song Ji, and Li Qianli. They had come to Jiangzhou City to participate in a football match, with all the official players and substitutes present. However, among them, only 5 players had awakened their abilities, including himself and Wang Demeng. Fortunately, the powers of the 3 players were lethal in nature, capable of delivering sharp blows. "How audacious! He is truly attacking. Brothers, take him down." Wang He and Song Ji, filled with rage, immediately unleashed their powers. One wielded fire manipulation, while the other possessed laser vision. Yet, Li Qianli hesitated. As a player who had neither donated nor taken shortcuts, he had legitimately earned his place on the team. Among the squad, there were certainly privileged individuals and rich second-generation players, but he belonged to the hard-working category, regardless of the past or present. He had never held much admiration for this coach, disliking many of his actions. Now, being tasked with protecting him felt deeply unwilling. Thus, he refrained from engaging. In that fleeting moment, Chun Jiuan evaded the abilities of Wang Heng and Song Ji. With a powerful push against the ground, a spiderweb-like fissure appeared in the marble, and the spear of the underworld shot forth with unerring precision, akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe reaping lives. The speed was blinding. The spear tore through the air, producing a piercing shriek as it struck fiercely against Li Tai's chest. The formidable force hurled him a considerable distance, ultimately causing him to crash to the ground with a thud, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Li Tai gazed at the spear that pierced his body, his complexion ashen, blood swiftly pooling around him, his eyes filled with dread as they fell upon Chun Jiuan. "Dr. Zhou, help me, please." "Do not move," Zhou Xiaofeng admonished Li Tai, stepping forward to attend to him. "Your injuries are quite severe, I fear." He trailed off, yet the implication of his words was unmistakable. "No." Li Tai's pallor deepened as he looked into Chun Jiuan's eyes, which reflected both profound fear and simmering anger. Nevertheless, he clutched Zhou Xiaofeng's arm, pleading, "Dr. Zhou, I implore you, you must save me. I possess special abilities. I am important to you all. I cannot die. No one can save you." Chun Jiuan approached, grasping the spear of the underworld. Zhou Xiaofeng also held on to the spear, stating gravely, "It cannot be withdrawn. Otherwise, he will die instantly. I want him dead." As Chun Jiuan spoke, he forcefully extracted the spear. A torrent of blood gushed forth, and Li Tai's expression morphed into one of terror as he beheld the wound. His legs flailing, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to death. Zhou Xiaofeng urgently attempted to revive him, employing his abilities with great intensity. Beads of sweat cascading down his face. Sister Naimi, adorned in high heels, her figure graceful, her enchanting visage curving into a faint smile, voiced with a hint of amusement, "Dr. Zhou, it's futile. He is dead." Once, Li Tai had been the leader of these players, often causing trouble for her and Tian Cece. Now that he was gone, Sister Naimi felt a sense of relief. Casting a sidelong glance at Chun Jiuan, she pondered deeply. This newcomer seemed to have designs on her. What to do? "You are truly a thorn in the side, Chun Jiuan." If it were the past, Jean Ziyue's veins would bulge with rage as she gripped her pistol, gritting her teeth. "You possess no sense of the larger picture. With Li Tai's death, do you realize how much your strength has diminished? No, it is your perspective that is myopic." Chun Jiuan shook his head dismissively. Li Tai was a treacherous wolf. Leaving him alive would only result in worsening circumstances. At that moment, Yu Chengyan interjected, "Officer Jean, if you seek someone to blame, let it be me." Jean Ziyue, gritting her teeth, furrowed her brow. "Old Yu, how could I possibly blame you? You have sacrificed so much for us." "Then I thank you," Yu Chengyan replied. Then turned to Chun Jiuan, "Young Chun, proceed to the Taekwondo gym. I will leave matters here to Officer Yu." "Old sir, I shall heed your words," Chun Jiuan acquiesced, assisting the elder as they ascended the stairs. After their departure, another star, Tian Cece, bounded into the hall. Her hair, freshly washed and blow-dried, cascaded like a waterfall of ebony down to her lower back. Dressed in a crimson jacket and black casual shoes, Tian Cece, at merely 23, embodied youthful vitality and exuberance. "Sister Naimi, what has transpired?" Tian Cece inquired curiously, wrapping her arm around Naimi's. "A grave situation has unfolded." The enchanting allure faded from Naimi's face as she solemnly declared, "Li Tai is dead. Old Master Yu has been scratched by a zombie." "What?" Tian Cece's delicate features paled, shock rendering her momentarily numb. She had wished for Li Tai's demise, yet how could Old Master Yu meet such a fate? "Naimi, could you have misjudged?" With a sigh, Naimi replied, "You may inquire with others. What are we to do from here?" Tian Cece's countenance darkened, tears welling in her eyes. She was indeed beautiful, a renowned star, with countless admirers. Moreover, the dream she had the previous night left her profoundly unsettled. How would they navigate the days ahead? Chapter 61. Enhancement. Tian Cece's affection. "Naimi, I dreamt that Teacher Yu jumped from a building, while Teacher Yu did not leap. He had succumbed to the zombie virus." Tian Cece's once sweet dimples vanished, replaced by a melancholic demeanor. "What are we to do now?" "Cece, do not fret excessively," Naimi said, her eyes gleaming like a fox's. If Tian Cece were to provoke that individual, his interest in her would likely diminish significantly. Naimi continued, "Old Master Yu's apprentice's husband has arrived. He possesses formidable strength. Oh, by the way, it seems he has special abilities. Zombies do not attack him. Cultivating a good relationship with him would certainly enhance our future." Tian Cece was taken aback. Zombies do not attack. Such abilities are extraordinarily powerful. He can freely venture outside to gather food. What is his name? Chun Jioan, Naimi replied, then added, Old master Yu has been teaching him marksmanship. If you wish to find him, you can visit the Taekwondo gym. I find him quite approachable, honest, and likely to be sympathetic. As Naimi concluded, she suddenly grinned mischievously, Cece, with your beauty, it should not be difficult to win him over. Tion Cece retorted playfully, Naimi, what nonsense are you speaking? He already has a wife. I won't be a third party. Naimi chuckled, well, if you won't, then I might just take action myself. With a rhythmic sway, Naimi, in her alluring attire and high heels, gracefully ascended the marble staircase to the elevator, returning to her room. Watching Naimi's enticing figure retreat, Tion Cece's eyes flickered before she approached Jin Ziyue. She brightened her face and cheerfully inquired, Brother Jin, may I ask, is Chun Jioan truly powerful? Jin Ziyue, having recovered from the shock of Li Tai's death, nodded gravely, indeed, he is formidable. My reconnaissance glasses could not detect his life force, which must exceed 500. Such prowess. Tion Cece gasped, then eagerly pressed, what about his abilities? Could you elaborate? Jin Ziyue, noticing the curiosity in Tion Cece's expression, felt a pang in his heart and forced a smile. I do not know much about that. Tion Cece grasped Jin Ziyue's arm, playfully shaking it as she coaxed. Brother Jin, please tell me. Feeling his resolve waver, he relented. Very well. Brother Jin, you are the best. Tion Cece beamed with a sly smile, earning herself a favor, and then attentively listened. The Taekwondo gym was one of the amenities offered by the hotel. In grand hotels like this one, a multitude of amenities including dining, entertainment, fitness, sauna, and bathing facilities are typically integrated into one. Yu Chengin sat in a chair and gazed at Chun Jioan, saying, Shiyi claims you possess remarkable talent. Could it be that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Chun Jioan replied candidly, Old sir, I actually have a unique ability when it comes to learning. Yu Chengin expressed surprise, a learning ability? How effective is this talent? With a smile, Chun Jioan responded, I achieved a level in spear technique within just 3 or 4 days that would typically require several months for an ordinary person. Your learning capacity is indeed impressive. Yu Chengin remarked, somewhat astonished, before he breathed a sigh of relief and said, that simplifies matters. In a day, I should be able to teach you most of it. At this juncture, he picked up the red tassel spear, stood, and proclaimed, there are certain distinctions between spear techniques and those of firearms. Yes, I have some knowledge. Chun Jioan observed the red tassel spear and glanced at the spear of the underworld he held. He articulated, the spearhead is generally longer and heavier than that of a gun, with a flat shaft that classifies it as a heavy weapon. Conversely, the gunhead is relatively lighter and shorter, with a raised spine, categorizing it as a light weapon. After a brief contemplation, Chun Jioan continued, the spear has been in use for much longer, with its foremost tip being sharp, designed for piercing enemies. Subsequently, iron heads were affixed to wooden shafts, giving rise to the initial firearms. Thus, one may consider guns as an evolved form of spears. Indeed, that is quite accurate. Yu Chengin nodded in agreement. The foundational movements of firearm techniques primarily involve blocking, seizing, and thrusting, necessitating a high level of physical fitness from the user, requiring considerable strength, speed, and agility. In contrast, spear techniques emphasize power and impact, demanding robust arm strength and core stability to unleash the piercing and cleaving force of the spear. The use of the spear also requires a certain degree of footwork and body mechanics. Both spear and firearm techniques ultimately lead to the same destination. Upon reaching this point, Yu Chengin could not help but cough twice, taking a deep breath before continuing. I observed your combat earlier. Your footwork and foundational movements were quite proficient. Now, I shall impart to you intermediate and advanced firearm techniques. The 5-tiger spear, the 6-harmony spear, and the Yang family spear. Yu Chengin rose, grasping the red tassel spear, and began to demonstrate and elucidate. These were not merely techniques for show, but rather practical strategies for real combat. What constitutes a combat approach? It is a method that, once executed, becomes a rule. Firearm techniques can be broadly divided into 3 categories. The first revolves around the principles of reality and illusion. The unexpected and the conventional, advancing swiftly and retreating cautiously, wherein the force is perilous, the rhythm brief, remaining immovable like a mountain, yet striking like thunder. The second focuses on thrusting and intercepting, exuding boldness and sharpness. The third embodies an elusive nature, attacking when the opponent is unprepared. Chun Jioan eagerly absorbed these tactical insights, intertwining them with his past experiences in combat, as insights began to blossom within him. Spear Technique, Level 5. Spear Technique, Level 6. A flexible application of various spear techniques, balancing offense and defense. At this level, there is also an increased emphasis on the coordination of spear techniques with body movements, enabling greater power in motion. Advanced offensive techniques, mastering strategies involving combination attacks, ambushes, and feints to deceive the opponent. With the ability to adeptly employ various techniques according to different adversaries and circumstances, his responsiveness is remarkably enhanced. Achieving this level, Chen Jiuan's combat prowess has surged by 2 to 3-fold. Moreover, aside from his spear techniques, his skills in cold weaponry have also seen a significant elevation, swiftly advancing from level 1 to level 6. Under the guidance of an excellent mentor, the effectiveness that a third-level prodigy can demonstrate is exceedingly formidable. Unbeknownst to him, a spirited young lady named Tian Cici appeared outside the Taekwondo hall. Earlier that morning, she had inquired extensively about Chen Jiuan from Naimi and Jin Ziyue. After returning to her room, she pondered deeply, and with Naimi's encouragement beside her, Tian Cici ultimately resolved to visit Chen Jiuan. To seek support, one must first understand and familiarize oneself. Tian Cici cautiously opened the door and peered into the room. Yu Qingyin was seated on one side observing, while a well-built man in splendid attire practiced with a spear at the center. Every movement exuded strength and an invigorating masculinity. He appeared rather impressive. Tian Cici's fondness for him, already heightened due to his elimination of Li Tai, further blossomed. With this thought in mind, she skipped into the room, shaking 2 bottles of cool tea, and cheerfully said, "Teacher Yu, here is some water for you." "Cici, how thoughtful of you," Yu Qingyin replied, accepting the tea with a warm smile. Turning around, Tian Cici beamed, "Brother Chun, you should take a break and have some tea." Chen Jiuan paused, turning to glance at Tian Cici, his eyes instantly brightening. Chapter 62. Tian Cici's Agreement. Name: Tian Cici. Quality: exceptional. Vitality: 60. Affection: 55. Beauty: 96. Figure: 92. Abilities: Future Prediction, Level 2. Enchantment, Level 2. Impersonation, Level 2. Depression. To his astonishment, this woman was none other than the renowned star, Tian Cici. Chen Jiuan was both surprised and elated. Just the night before the apocalypse erupted, he had been watching her star and back to the ancient times to farm. Who would have imagined encountering her in a hotel? Chen Jiuan assessed his abilities. Level 2 Future Prediction, Dream-Based Foresight, allowing glimpses of future events in dreams. Though these visions are often vague and disjointed, he could indeed foresee the future. Chen Jiuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. An extraordinary beauty with the gift of prophecy. Regardless of which aspect he pursued, he was determined to win her over and make her his own. Brother Chen, Tian Cici's long eyelashes fluttered like a fan as she gently called out, her breath fragrant. "Oh, thank you for the tea," Chen Jiuan replied with a slight smile as he accepted the beverage, expressing his gratitude. "It's nothing," Tian Cici responded, her smile radiant and revealing 2 adorable dimples, exuding sweetness as she added, "Li Tai's death is truly satisfying." Curiously, Chen Jiuan inquired, "Why is that?" "Those people are despicable," Tian Cici retorted, pouting in indignation. "I was in the midst of washing my hair when Li Tai and his team shut off the water. It left me in quite the predicament." Turning to Yu Qingyin, she remarked, "Teacher Yu, you shouldn't have saved them last time. They constantly bully us now." Yu Qingyin took a sip of the cool tea and sighed softly. "I never anticipated they would change so swiftly." Tian Cici, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Teacher Yu, do you regret it?" Yu Qingyin paused, contemplating before candidly replying, "To be honest, I truly do regret it. Had I not been afflicted by the corpse poison, perhaps I would have killed him as well." As he concluded, he turned to Chen Jiuan and laughed heartily, saying, "Fortunately, young Chen assisted me in resolving this predicament. It is indeed a relief. Teacher Yu, have you truly become an infected?" At this moment, Tian Cici appeared woeful, her eyes reddened, tears brimming as she sorrowfully expressed, "Teacher Yu, I do not wish for you to become a zombie. It is fated." Yu Qingyin sighed. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved a crystal core from his pocket, softly stating, "Cici, take this. Absorbing it will enhance your physique and grant you a measure of self-preservation." This crystal core was the result of the recent hunt for a runner. "I cannot accept it." Tian Cici shook her head, her sobs unabated. "If you truly leave, those players will undoubtedly bully me." Yu Qingyin could only sigh gently and murmur, "Have you not been able to contact your family? If I recall correctly, both you and Naimi are daughters of high-ranking officials. Naimi's father is the director of the Ministry of Public Security, and you are the daughter of Mayor Zhou." Tian Cici shook her head in despair, tears streaming down her face. "No, we cannot get in touch at all. The satellite phone is utterly useless." Yu Qingyin shook his head gently, turning to Chen Jiuan, "Young Chen, take good care of Shui. If you have the strength, please also assist Cici." Chen Jiuan glanced at Tian Cici, who was genuinely weeping, clearly not putting on an act. Within Tian Cici's introduction, there was a concerning aspect. Depression. As the world transforms drastically, Tian Cici's cheerful and vibrant demeanor will gradually wane, leading to a negative emotional disorder. Especially in the absence of hope, persistent despondency may culminate in depression and ultimately demise. Hearing Yu Qingyan's words, Tian Cici lifted her tear-stained eyes toward Qin Zhuan, a glimmer of expectation shining within them. Old Yu, Qin Zhuan stated directly, there is more than just Shuyi in my household. Her close friend Lu Yin is also present. Lu Yin is my woman as well. Both Yu Qingyan and Tian Cici were momentarily taken aback. However, reflecting on the nature of this world, it seemed normal for a strong man to have multiple women. Yu Qingyan remarked, take good care of them. This is the responsibility that comes with a man's greed. I will, Qin Zhuan nodded. Then, his gaze turned to Tian Cici. Looking into her glistening eyes, he boldly declared, Cici, I can protect you. Would you be willing to become my woman? Now that old you can vouch for me. If you accept, I will ensure your safety and provide you with a good life. Tian Cici appeared momentarily dazed. The notion of being protected by a man was indeed what she desired. Yet she had not anticipated making such a commitment so soon. With a timid voice, she replied, may I have some time to consider? Qin Zhuan nodded, of course. To speak candidly, this is merely a transaction. If you are unwilling, I shall not impose my will upon you. Tian Cici gently bit her lip, finally comprehending the situation. Qin Zhuan was a man who would not act until he saw the results. According to Sister Naimi, such men tend to possess a stronger sense of responsibility. As she pondered, a faint blush crept over Tian Cici's cheeks as she declared, I am willing to be with you. Qin Zhuan smiled in response. In this world, a majority of women must learn to compromise. They can no longer afford to be as choosy as they once were. Tian Cici bit her lip again, earnestly stating, let us make a pact. Qin Zhuan was momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. All right then. The vibrant young woman had delicate, slender fingers. Her skin radiant and translucent. Her nails were neatly trimmed and adorned with a layer of soft pink polish that glimmered faintly, resembling exquisite works of art. A pact that binds for 100 years. Whoever breaks it shall be deemed untrustworthy. Tian Cici and Qin Zhuan sealed their pact. Her fingers gently clasped his, and she felt a warmth emanate between them. In that instant, their bond transcended mere physical connection, resonating on a deeper emotional level. Qin Zhuan grasped the girl's fingers, feeling a stir within him as he remarked, is it permissible now? Honestly, the enticing fragrance that enveloped the girl, mingled with the aroma of the kitchen, ignited a flicker of desire within him. Tian Cici lowered her gaze, her face blooming with a deeper flush as she shyly replied, Emicheng. Qin Zhuan chuckled, then turned to Yu Qingyan, saying, old man, we shall be leaving for a while. Upon my return, I may be able to dispel the corpse poison. Yu Qingyan waved his hand, smiling at the two young souls. You two go ahead. Pay no mind to this old relic. Cici, take this crystal core. It may prove useful in the future. Thank you, teacher Yu. Chapter 63. Abundant rewards in a sudden motion. Qin Zhuan swept the young star off her feet. Tian Cici gasped in surprise, her face instantly flushed. The man glanced down at her. This spirited girl was clad in a vibrant pink t-shirt and a white skirt, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Her cheeks were adorned with two charming dimples, and she wore a butterfly hairpin, complemented by casual shoes, exuding an endearing charm. Qin Zhuan made his way towards the washroom, saying, I shall ensure your safety from now on. There is no need to continue wearing sports shoes. Tian Cici's cheeks tinged with pink as she curiously inquired, then what should I wear? Qin Zhuan gazed into her large eyes, smiling as he replied, high heels. I refuse. Tian Cici clung to Qin Zhuan's neck, pouting playfully as she retorted, when a woman dons high heels, motherhood is not far off. Tian Cici was still a chef. Upon reflection, perhaps her family's background played a role. In the past, some influential figures were ashamed of their children entering the murky entertainment industry. However, times have changed. Abundant material resources no longer satisfy certain second-generation elites, leading some to commit heinous acts or indulge in drugs, seeking out perverse pleasures. Consequently, many affluent individuals no longer hinder their children from pursuing careers in entertainment. Becoming a star, basking in the adoration of the masses, serves as a potent form of spiritual opium. Just at that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Qin Zhuan's ear. Ding! Detected expansion of host's family members. Rewarding host with 70 vitality. Rewarding host with 1 base upgrade card. Rewarding host with 2 equipment upgrade cards. Rewarding host with 1 guardian card. Rewarding host with 5 traveler capsules. Rewarding host with 200 family points, a skill upgrade card. 200 family points. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Zhuan willed his thoughts, consuming the family points. In an instant, the 200 points were utterly depleted, reduced to naught. The toxic god ascended to level 2 as a matter of course. Fearless. Immunity has been further enhanced, allowing immunity to the toxins of super spreaders, thus maintaining bodily health. Super spreaders? Qin Zhuan murmured. Without delay, he utilized the skill upgrade card to elevate the toxic god once more. Level 3 toxic god, surrounder. Ordinary humans encircled by the ability's user will after a period, experience a significant enhancement in their immunity, purging the toxins from their bodies. Note, the surrounder possesses a passive ability, creating a continuous purification energy field around them. When ordinary individuals remain within the influence of this energy field for an extended period, it can permeate their bodies, exhibiting powerful purifying and virus-suppressing effects, gradually eliminating viral infections within. The effects of the level 3 toxic god are quite promising. While it does not directly cure the toxins, it is nearly equivalent. As long as they coexist for some time, they will acquire the ability to resist the zombie virus. The toxins afflicting Yu Qingyan should be resolvable. The two swiftly exited the bathroom and approached the central venue. Tian Cici inquired with confusion, "Where's Teacher Yu?" Chen Jiuan furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition stirring within him. He hurried forward to the spot where Yu Qingyan had just sat. There lay 3 items: a bottle of unfinished herbal tea, a red tassel spear, and a mobile phone. Chen Jiuan picked up the phone and discovered it was not locked. Sliding to the album section, he soon encountered a video. "Xiao Chun, your marksmanship and spear techniques have improved considerably. The last move, the retracting spear, I have explained in this video. Just follow along, with your talent and ability. Mastering it will be no trouble at all. I have no children of my own, and I have always regarded Cici as my granddaughter. I hope you can take great care of Shui. Of course, there's also Cici. I can see she has been feeling quite insecure lately, her spirits low." The video was lengthy, spanning over 10 minutes, which Chen Jiuan attentively watched. Tian Cici, her voice barely above a whisper, expressed her concern. "Teacher Yu wouldn't he do something foolish, would he?" Chen Jiuan remained silent. The situation was evidently clear. Elder Yu was indeed contemplating a foolish act. He likely believed there was no remedy for the toxins, concluding that remaining here posed a risk, and it would be better to simply end his own life, sparing others from trouble. Chen Jiuan inwardly frowned. He should have articulated the antidote more clearly earlier. In contemplation, he retrieved the magical compass. He immediately extracted the residual scent of Elder Yu from the mobile phone for analysis and tracking. A few seconds later, indicators appeared on the display. The altitude parameter showed over 200 meters. Chen Jiuan immediately remarked, "Elder Yu may still be on the rooftop. We should ascend." The mention of the rooftop caused Tian Cici to pale suddenly, as a realization struck her. However, there was no time for inquiries. She nodded in agreement and promptly followed Chen Jiuan into the elevator. The elevator could only reach the top floor. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived before the rooftop door. Tian Cici furrowed her brow slightly and whispered, "This door requires a code. Otherwise, it only unlocks automatically in the event of a hotel fire. No need for that. Step aside," Chen Jiuan instructed. Tian Cici moved to the side. Chen Jiuan took 2 steps back and delivered a powerful kick. After 2 consecutive strikes, the rooftop door was deformed and burst open. Chapter 64. This is a spatial storage equipment. The rooftop was elevated, and the night enveloped them. Chen Jiuan gazed at the compass as the altitude on the display rapidly decreased. Alas, they were a moment too late. Tian Cici's complexion turned pale as she uttered, "Teacher Yu has jumped." Such occurrences were not uncommon. In the days leading up to the apocalypse, there had been numerous instances of people seeking to end their lives by jumping. "Let us return," Chen Jiuan said, leading Tian Cici away from the rooftop. Moments later, they arrived at the door to their room. Tian Cici knocked and called out in a low voice, "Sister Naimi, open the door." Chen Jiuan grinned mischievously. "Do you think Sister Naimi will let me in?" Tian Cici chided playfully, "Stop your nonsense. This is the presidential suite, 2 adjoining rooms. We won't be sharing a bed." "What a pity," he replied. The door swung open, revealing Naimi, clad in a light nightgown and slippers. She glanced at them, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. So, Tian Cici had indeed sent her away. With this development, the man would likely have little energy to pursue her. Tian Cici spoke softly, "Sister Naimi, Teacher Yu has passed away." Naimi fell silent, her fox-like eyes scanning Chen Jiuan before she remarked, "It seems you will have someone to look after you from now on." Tian Cici beamed, revealing 2 dimples. "Yes, he is now my husband." Naimi chuckled, her pride evident. "Congratulations." Tian Cici then declared, "Brother Jiuan, we are going to sleep now." After saying this, she took Chen Jiuan's hand and swiftly led him to her room. The following morning, Chen Jiuan opened his eyes and accessed the system interface. Without hesitation, he allocated the vitality points he had received as a reward the previous day. A warm current surged through his body, invigorating every limb. Vitality, 600, with a thought. 3 cards materialized in his hand, 2 equipment upgrade cards, and 1 guardian card. Chen Jiuan took the 2 upgrade cards and, with another thought, used them directly, one on the Blood Demon S Fury and the other on the Spear of the Underworld. In an instant, the Blood Demon S Fury upgraded to level 2, revealing a new ability, Blood of the Guardian, ability to convert attacks into the wearer S vitality each time damage is sustained. A portion of it will be transformed into the wearer S health. The level 4 Spear of the Underworld also unveiled a new capability. Bloodthirsty Desire. The Spear of the Underworld can siphon the life force of enemies, granting its master healing and restorative capabilities, thereby enhancing endurance in battle. Chen Zhuowan's thoughts stirred as a Guardian card materialized. This card could provide sanctuary, but he had yet to find an opportunity to utilize it. A flash of light revealed a base upgrade card in his hands. Description: usable on a single building project. Note: upon use, the structural integrity increases by 1. Aesthetic appeal by 1. Contemplating, Chen Zhuowan considered that once he arrived at the Long Island Villa, he could select a prime location to deploy it as a future base, subsequently relocating all the women and his subordinates to reside there. Lastly, he possessed 5 traveler capsules. Description: the traveler capsule is a technological marvel, a portable subspace storage device designed specifically for voyagers. Chen Zhuowan retrieved one for inspection. The traveler capsule was elegantly compact, cylindrical in shape, and perfectly sized for convenience. Constructed from high-tech materials, it was both lightweight and durable. Most importantly, the capsule's initial capacity was 10 cubic units, and family points could be utilized for expansion, making it superior to spatial bracelets, as it could be upgraded. Chapter 65. Tian Cici's Dream Prophecy. With a mere thought, Chen Zhuowan invoked Summon. Shortly after, a shadowy dark guard knocked and entered. Master, from now on, you shall be known as Tian Yingyi. Take this traveler capsule. Understood, Master. Chen Zhuowan released the binding, imparting the usage method to Tian Yingyi and instructing her to procure supplies at the hotel. Suddenly, Tian Cici, resting on the bed, let out a startled cry. Her delicate face contorted with fear and trepidation. Chen Zhuowan approached, took the hand of the starlet, and gently wiped the cold sweat from her brow, soothingly asking, "Did you have a nightmare? Or is your injury still troubling you?" Tian Cici gasped for breath, her complexion pale. Glancing at her body, she sighed in relief. "Thank goodness. I haven't turned into a zombie." Furrowing his brow, Chen Zhuowan inquired, "What happened?" "Nothing much. Just a nightmare," she replied. Chen Zhuowan pressed, "What kind of dream?" Leaning against him, she nestled her head and playfully murmured, "It was about me and Sister Naimi becoming zombies, but thankfully, it was just a dream." Chen Zhuowan fell silent, contemplation flickering in his eyes. Tian Cici possessed the ability of future sight, now having reached the second stage, dream prophecy. Thus, her dreams might be fragments of the future. After a moment, he asked, "Have you had any other dreams recently?" "Yes," Tian Cici exclaimed. "Lately, I've been dreaming a lot at night." "What have you dreamed about?" Chen Zhuowan probed. Tian Cici extended her slender, fair fingers, counting off her dreams as she murmured, "My dreams are quite mixed. I dreamed that teacher you went to the rooftop to jump off, and I had a terrifying zombie dream. And today I dreamed of becoming a zombie with Sister Naimi." Chen Zhuowan's gaze sharpened, and he fell into deep thought. Yu Qingyan ascended to the rooftop. This dream had come to fruition. Thus, could it be that she and Naimi might transform into zombies? Will earthquakes still occur in the future? Chen Zhuowan gently pinched the celebrity's cheek, urging, "Rise and shine, freshen up, breakfast awaits." Tian Cici nodded, slipping on her slippers and heading to the bathroom to cleanse her delicate figure. Soon after, the two emerged. Naimi was perched on the sofa in the living room, casually crossing her legs. Dressed impeccably and sporting a pair of plain glasses on her nose, she exuded an air of intellectual elegance, slightly diminishing her usual allure. Upon hearing their footsteps, Naimi lifted her gaze. Her eyes first fell upon Chen Zhuowan, momentarily flickering with a hint of embarrassment and indignation, before shifting to Tian Cici, who appeared startlingly unfamiliar after just one night apart. Her skin glowed with moisture, brimming with collagen, and her figure had taken on an alluring quality, gracefully accentuated as she moved. Was it the nurturing of a man that could truly transform a woman so dramatically? Naimi gestured toward the meal box on the coffee table, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, and remarked, "This food was delivered by Wu Haiba." Wu Haiba, the manager, the overseer of the hotel, was responsible for the distribution of all food within the establishment alongside previous management. Tian Cici approached and picked up the lunchbox, questioning, "Why is there only one meal? What about Jiu and Gijis?" Naimi, noticing the strawberry mark on the girl's fair neck, teasingly quipped, "Oh, how affectionate you are." Tian Cici sank into the sofa, playfully reaching for Naimi. "Sister Naimi, you're teasing me." Sister Naimi, why are you dressed so conservatively today? This isn't like you." Naimi's expression shifted to one of surprise. She hadn't anticipated Tian Cici's boldness, exclaiming, "Stop it. Your man is right here." After all, it was not him who would suffer any consequences. Tian Cici, with a mischievous grin, retorted without a hint of restraint. Chen Zhuowan simply smiled, choosing silence as he leisurely observed, keenly scrutinizing Naimi. Today, she was much more reserved than yesterday, lacking her usual black stockings and high heels, instead opting for long pants and casual shoes, dressed quite modestly. Even so, Chun Jioan felt a stirring in his heart. How could he not harbor thoughts when a once-adored celebrity sat right before him? Tian Cece furrowed her brow, asking, Sister Naimi, did Wu Haiba really only send one lunchbox? She teased, didn't you sneak a bite? Those two ample curves surely require substantial nourishment. Naimi's lips twitched slightly, chiding, nonsense. Wu Haiba must not have realized your man was here. That makes sense. Tian Cece nodded, then stood up, pulling Chun Jioan along. Come, let us go find him. Chun Jioan observed her demeanor with a smile, saying, go ahead and eat. It will lose its warmth if you delay. There's a microwave here, so no need to worry about it getting cold. Very well then. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Jioan agreed. The two ventured out, swiftly arriving at the dining area, where several hotel staff members were still present, including a few chefs and cleaners busily at work. In addition, Detective Jin Ziyue and hotel manager Wu Haiba were also present. Wu Haiba is one of the leaders here, possessing the access code to the supply storage. The polishing hotel has several locations for reserve supplies. All the small storage rooms were depleted. There is also a storage floor, an entire level dedicated to warehouses filled with supplies. Upon seeing Tian Cece, Jin Ziyue's eyes lit up as he offered her a lunchbox, saying, Cece, what brings you here? Haven't you eaten enough? I haven't touched my portion yet. Here, take it. Tian Cece replied, step aside. I'm not looking for you. With that, she placed her hands on her hips and approached Wu Haiba, sternly questioning, Wu Haiba, why didn't you bring food for my husband today? Your husband? Jin Ziyue was taken aback, gazing at Chun Jioan, who was on the verge of grinding his teeth in frustration. He could not comprehend what made this outsider superior to him. Wu Haiba cautiously turned to Chun Jioan, saying, Miss, I will arrange that immediately. Tian Cece revealed 2 small dimples and huffed. Now that's more like it. Shortly after, Chun Jioan received a lunchbox containing white rice, pickled vegetables, and a small amount of minced meat. I didn't realize you were so capable, he remarked, playfully scratching the nose of this vibrant girl. It was hard to imagine that someone like her could be struggling with depression. Chapter 66. Sister Naimi is about to mutate into a zombie. The two departed, leaving Wu Haiba and Jin Ziyue to murmur among themselves. Wu Haiba whispered, Officer Jin, these celebrities really do shift their loyalties depending on who seems powerful. Jin Ziyue turned, his gaze icy as he stated, Tian Cece is not that kind of celebrity. Refrain from making such remarks in the future. With that, he clenched his fist and strode away, a sense of frustration swelling within him. Wu Haiba glanced at Jin Ziyue's clenched fist and chuckled softly. What one cannot attain will always remain a source of agitation. After finishing their lunch, Chun Jioan and Tian Cece first examined the spot where Yu Qing'en had leaped from. Falling from over 200 meters had left the body unrecognizable. Chun Jioan had gone out to collect the remains, incinerating them until reduced to ashes, which he then stored in a bottle. Subsequently, they arrived at the Taekwondo gym, where Chun Jioan took out his phone to learn a counterattack move. By afternoon, feeling satisfied with his progress, he picked up the red tassel spear, employing the inheritance technique to examine the residual fragments of information within it. As night fell, Chun Jioan suddenly felt a stirring in his brow. The level 3 zombie king had significantly heightened his senses. At that moment, he detected unusual sounds and scents emanating from the hotel. The sounds of screams, the scent of blood, the unmistakable odor of zombies. Crucially, it was not limited to 1 or 2 places, but multiple locations. How strange that so many zombie odors would suddenly manifest within the hotel. Chun Jioan's brow furrowed deeply. Just then, he caught the scent of zombies wafting from the adjacent room where Naimi was staying. Stunned, Chun Jioan thought, has Naimi mutated? Naimi is in trouble. She is about to turn into a zombie. Tian Cece's eyes widened in disbelief. We must go check. Chun Jioan opened the door and stepped outside. I followed suit, and Tian Cece hurried out as well. Chun Jioan twisted the doorknob, revealing that Naimi's door was locked. Forcefully breaking into the room unfolded before our eyes. The room was spacious, with a vast bedroom at its center. At that moment, Naimi was crouched in the corner. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her silk nightgown revealed ample skin. In such a state, Naimi was utterly captivating, evoking a sense of temptation. She huddled in the corner, covering her face, her small voice trembling with fear as she pleaded, Don't come closer. Please don't come closer. Concerned, Tian Cece asked, Naimi, what on earth happened to you? Did your husband say you were turning into a zombie? How could you possibly become a zombie? Did you eat something contaminated? I don't know. I really don't know. Please go away. I don't want to hurt you. Naimi shook her head, her expression a blend of distress and terror, leading her to sob uncontrollably. Chun Jioan approached her, speaking in a deep voice, Naimi, I have a way to save you. Upon hearing this, Naimi's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Do you really have a solution? She asked, her expression shifting to one of yearning as her gaze turned crimson, veins filled with bloodshot hues, a clear indication of her imminent transformation into a zombie. Tian Sisi affirmed, yes. He wouldn't deceive you. Slowly, Naimi turned her head, lowering her hands from her face. It was apparent that dark veins were beginning to appear on her cheeks, indicating that the zombie virus was assaulting her brain. Should the virus seize control of her mind? Even if Chun Jiuan could save her and purge the virus from her body, the damage inflicted by the virus would remain irreversible. After all, the effects of the zombie toxin on the human brain are irrevocable. This eliminated any possibility of Chun Jiuan restoring the zombies outside to their former humanity. According to the prophetic dream, Tian Sisi was also destined to become a zombie. However, this prophecy had shifted. Spending a day in Chun Jiuan's company, the level 3 toxic god granted immunity to those nearby from the zombie virus. Naimi gazed at Chun Jiuan with pitiful, hopeful eyes and whispered, "What is your solution?" "My special ability grants immunity to the zombie toxin, allowing me to cleanse it from your body." "Really?" "Indeed. I implore you to help me detoxify." Chapter 67. Epic Reward. Chun Jiuan utilized his powers to assist Naimi in detoxification. No additional actions were necessary. The aura of the surrounding entity would naturally eliminate the toxin. "It truly works," Naimi exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears, her cheeks flushed, and her lips slightly parted. The dark vascular markings on her face began to recede at a slow but steady pace, signifying that the zombie toxin within her was being alleviated and cleansed. How much power does this individual possess? Naimi felt a twinge of regret, wishing she had not relinquished her abilities to Tian Sisi. The next day, with the sun shining brightly and the April weather pleasantly warm, Naimi had returned to normal. She expressed her gratitude to Chun Jiuan, saying, "Thank you for saving me." Chun Jiuan smiled and replied, "It was nothing. After all, you are a dear friend of Tian Sisi. Still so beautiful, I cannot stand idly by." Having uttered these words, he activated the system interface. In an instant, a flurry of notifications appeared. Ding. Detected expansion of host family members. Reward, 100 vitality points. Reward, skill, Celestial Monarch. Reward, structure, Crystal Palace. Family points awarded, 500 points, an epic reward. This indeed seems rather formidable. Chun Jiuan examined the details closely. Celestial Monarch, level 1. Willpower ability. By exerting an immense mental force, it suppresses the spiritual will of others. Any entity with vitality lower than the host's will be constrained, bound, and paralyzed, unable to move. Note, this does not affect non-living beings or those lacking spiritual will. Chun Jiuan gasped. This willpower ability is quite powerful. It is utterly lethal to lower vitality beings within range. He observed that upgrading to level 2 would require 300 family points. Chun Jiuan refrained from upgrading. With 500 family points, he was perfectly poised to elevate the family to level 3. He turned his attention to the third reward, the Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace, level 1. A magnificent and sacred structure that emanates a divine radiance and energy, imparting a sense of solemnity and tranquility. Note, Defense 5, Aesthetics 5, Healing 5, Wisdom 5, Longevity 5. The attributes of the Food God card are merely at level 1. Thus, a significant enhancement is achieved with this 5-fold increase. Chun Jiuan could hardly contain his excitement. Finally, he gazed at the 100 vitality points and infused them all into his body. A warm current surged through his torso. A powerful warmth coursed through Chun Jiuan's limbs, nourishing his entire being. After a while, all sensations of change subsided. Host, Chun Jiuan. Chun family. Level 2. Vitality, 700. System inventory. Spear of the Underworld, level 4. Compass, level 3. Blood Demon S Wrath, level 2. Strategic Drone, level 2. Guardian Card X2. Divine Punishment Sniper Rifle, level 2. Traveler's Capsule X5. Building Upgrade Card X1. Crystal Palace X1. Personal Skills. Poison God, level 3. Spear Technique, level 6. King of Corpses, level 3. Self-Protection, level 3. Summoning, level 2. Sniper Rifle, level 4. Bow and Crossbow, level 5. Cold Weapon Mastery, level 6. Celestial Monarch, level 1. Family Skills, Scholar, level 3. Heritage, level 1. Family Points, 500 points. Epic Members, Naimi. Legendary Members, Lu Yen, Chen Shui, Ji Shuiyao. Tian Sisi. Rare Members, Yao Qingdi, Chao Sanli, Xiao Shiqi, Ma Binjia. Chapter 68. Impurities in the Crystal Core. 3 individuals dragged themselves until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Naimi and Tian Sisi, famished and fatigued, lamented their plight. "I have some food here," Chun Jiuan said, retrieving energy bars, chocolate, and other provisions from the traveler's capsule. The 2 women immediately noticed the capsule in his hand. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. It was Tian Yingyi and Tian Ying. Tian Ying was summoned upon rising in the morning. Chun Jiuan instructed his 2 subordinates to venture out in search of sustenance, while also discreetly gathering information. They should return with results soon. After elucidating the situation to the curious Nai Mi and Tian Shishi, he began to inquire of the two guards. Tianing Air reported, "Master, Tianing has exhibited signs of mutation." Chun Jiuan raised Tian Yi's chin, his brow furrowing. She bore certain characteristics indicative of corpse poison invasion. Undoubtedly, an unforeseen incident had transpired at the hotel. Tianing Air. You shall remain by my side for the next few days. At your command. The third-tier toxin master, known as the Surrounder, could enhance immunity and eliminate internal corpse poison as long as they were near Chun Jiuan. As for aiding Nai Mi in ridding her of the corpse poison, that was a special consideration from Chun Jiuan. What have you consumed over the past 2 days? Tian Yi replied. I have only partaken of the food bestowed by my master. It is not a matter of the food, Chun Jiuan remarked, glancing at Nai Mi thoughtfully. What is the situation with the other survivors outside? Many survivors are also exhibiting zombie-like traits. What? Tian Shishi's face paled slightly as she spoke in fear. What on earth is happening? Why are we suddenly afflicted with corpse poison? Chun Jiuan turned to the young woman and inquired. Did you have any dreams yesterday? Tian Shishi nodded. She recalled, I had a similar dream a few days ago. It involved a very terrifying zombie. After pondering for a moment, Chun Jiuan stated directly, Shishi, you possess a special ability. Your dreams may contain fragments of the future. What? Tian Shishi was taken aback, stunned in place as she exclaimed, How come I was unaware? Chun Jiuan explained, Your prescience is likely a passive ability, which is why you have not realized it. Consider this. You dreamt of old you jumping from a building, and that indeed came to pass. Tian Shishi, in a daze, murmured, It does seem so. Nai Mi's enchanting face flashed with surprise as she teased, Shishi, you're quite the little sorceress. Do tell, have you dreamed of my future? Snapping back to reality. Tian Shishi ominously replied, Sister Nai Mi, I dreamt you turned into a zombie. What? Nai Mi's beauty drained of color, her alluring visage turning pale. Am I truly becoming a zombie? Chun Jiuan lifted Nai Mi, seating her upon his lap, inhaling the tempting fragrance of her neck, and reassured her. As long as you remain by my side, nothing shall befall you. After some conversation, the intercom crackled to life. The hotel leader summoned a meeting. The two women and the two guards accompanied Chun Jiuan to the conference hall. At that moment, many survivors had already gathered, most wearing masks to conceal their faces. Among them were several afflicted by corpse poison, Police Officer Jin Ziyue, Dr. Zhou Xiaofeng, for empowered players, Wealthy Heir Wang Heng, Insider Wang Ji, along with Earth-type empowerers Wang Dameng and Li Likun. Most of the empowered individuals exhibited characteristics of zombies. What on earth is happening? I have done nothing to deserve this affliction. Dr. Zhou, please save me. Dr. Zhou has also been poisoned. Many survivors cried out and wailed, their mental states in disarray. Jin Ziyue's expression was devoid of emotion, his eyes resembling ashes. Suddenly, he directed his gaze towards Chun Jiuan, who stood beside Tian Sisi, his fists clenching tightly. Dr. Zhou, what on earth is happening? Zhou Xiaofeng interjected. Everyone, please remain calm and collected. I understand the situation. The United Government has previously informed us of a type of mutated zombie known as a super spreaders. This variety possesses a heightened transmissibility and a virulent toxin that can even spread via aerosol. There must be a super spreader lurking near the hotel. Wait. Wang Heng rose abruptly, exclaiming loudly, Why is it that the majority of those transforming into zombies are ability users, while ordinary individuals remain largely unaffected? Song Ji frowned, responding, Ability users possess superior physical attributes. Why haven't these ordinary people been afflicted by the zombie toxin? This is illogical. No, it is precisely logical. The super spreaders require a specific concentration of the virus in the air for transmission. It is not yet the threshold for ordinary individuals to turn into zombies. Zhou Xiaofeng shook his head, speaking gravely. But you all are different. You have absorbed crystal cores. Within these cores lies energy, but also impurities. By absorbing the cores, these impurities have entered your bodies. When stimulated, the virus within these impurities can awaken and begin to erode your systems. In fact, even without the toxin from the super spreaders, the more crystal cores you absorb, the closer you will edge towards becoming a zombie. Jin Ziyue was taken aback. How can this be? Wang Heng clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. Absorbing crystal cores is what the United Government advised us to do. They are betraying us. Zhou Xiaofeng countered. Without absorbing crystal cores and enhancing our strength, we would likely have perished much sooner. We are among the first survivors in this apocalypse. Feeling our way through perilous paths, it's to be expected. However, I believe the United Government is undoubtedly conducting relevant research. They will certainly develop remedies and methodologies to eliminate or suppress the impurities found in the crystal cores. Chapter 69. The Power of Jin Ziyue. His face pale beneath a mask, coldly remarked, We are already beginning to mutate towards zombies. By the time the United Government discovers a solution, we may have already become mere shells of our former selves. Zhou Xiaofeng stated earnestly, Officer Jean, we must immediately eliminate the super spreader. Once it is dead, the toxicity of the impurities in our bodies will cease to agitate. Instead, it will fall into a dormant state, significantly delaying our mutation. Jean Ziyue's eyes brightened momentarily. How long can this delay last? Zhou Xiaofeng pondered for a moment, perhaps between 7 days to half a month. Jean Ziyue scoffed bitterly. What use is such a time frame? Zhou Xiaofeng encouraged, Officer Jean, pull yourself together. Jean Ziyue remained silent, merely letting out a cold laugh. Do you even believe what you just said? Upon hearing these words, some ability users displayed a shift in their expressions, their gazes dimming, and their demeanor growing increasingly grim. A few even seemed to reach a breaking point, their faces contorting in rage, as if on the verge of madness. Super spreaders, impurities from crystal cores, Chun Jiuan contemplated. He too had absorbed crystal cores, and it was likely that impurities resided within him as well. However, Chun Jiuan was more concerned about the super spreader, which he suspected to be a mutated zombie. Rare quality or unparalleled excellence. In the midst of contemplation, he suddenly cast his gaze upon several extraordinary individuals within the room. They were gradually undergoing mutations. The sword of Damocles hung precariously above their heads. Their mental state had significantly deteriorated compared to before. Some even contemplated embracing a final act of madness before meeting their demise. Whom would they choose to indulge in this madness? Naturally, it would be the vibrant and captivating stars, Tian Cixi and Naimi. Jean Ziyue, favorability, 9, Wang Heng, favorability, 10 Songji, favorability, 21 11 30 points indicate hostility. 0 10 points denote hatred. Several extraordinary individuals harbored feelings of hostility or disdain towards Chun Jiuan. Allowing them to linger would be a grave irresponsibility regarding his own safety. There exists a saying, a thief may thrive for 1,000 days, but a guard can only last for a day. With a sudden thought, Chun Jiuan retrieved a tactical crossbow from his traveler-esque capsule. Whoosh, whoosh. The metallic bolts soared through the air at an astonishing speed of 1 to 200 meters per second, piercing the void as they aimed for Jean Ziyue. With over 100 points of vitality, Jean Ziyue was utterly unprepared for the unexpected assault, and the bolt struck him directly in the head, piercing through it. A cacophony of gasps erupted within the conference room, plunging it into chaos. Kill him, Wang Heng bellowed, his voice filled with agony. Song Ji echoed his sentiment, shouting, let us take action. I've long found him displeasing. Chun Jiuan's expression remained as inscrutable as a still pond. The will and might of the first-level celestial were unleashed, enveloping the entire area in an invisible force field. In an instant, all survivors within a 10-meter radius of Chun Jiuan were suppressed, their bodies rendered immobile, as if devoid of their own control. Those beyond the 10-meter boundary, while not as dramatically affected, still sensed the weight of his will, feeling the atmosphere thicken, their breaths becoming labored, and their limbs tingling. What manner of extraordinary ability is this? Wang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart gripped by terror. Attempting to summon his own powers, he found it nearly impossible to mobilize the energy within his body, leaving him on the brink of coughing up blood. So feeble. Chun Jiuan shook his head and released another crossbow bolt. With a thud, Wang Heng collapsed, lifeless after being struck. Subsequently, Chun Jiuan activated the remaining bolts, which flew forth with deadly precision. Wang Damo and several other adversaries fell lifeless to the ground. As the force of his will dissipated, Chun Jiuan rubbed his temples. The exertion of his celestial will had left him somewhat fatigued. The greater the number of individuals he suppressed, the more taxing it became on his spirit. The higher the vitality of those suppressed, the greater the mental toll. His celestial abilities required enhancement. What a formidable power! What kind of extraordinary ability is this? I am utterly incapable of movement. These 5 extraordinary individuals displayed no capacity for resistance whatsoever. This individual is truly terrifying. As the force of his will faded, the remaining survivors regained their composure, their faces pale and their scalps tingling. Tianing Air, retrieve the arrows. At your command, master. Tianing Air promptly stepped forward to collect the arrows. Zhou Xiaofeng gazed at the scene before him. His usually composed demeanor now tinged with a hint of anger as he questioned, Chun Jiuan, what on earth are you doing? Dr. Zhou, your compassion is commendable, but it is not a virtue in this context, Chun Jiuan replied. Have you considered that if the United Government were to achieve any research breakthroughs, would you truly benefit from them? Do not indulge in fantasies. The transformation into zombies is an inevitable fate. Before they succumb to that fate, do you truly believe they will remain docile? Enough. As for the super spreader, you need not concern yourselves with him. I shall locate him and eliminate him by the end of today. Pausing for a moment, he turned to the hotel manager, Wu Haiba, and said coolly, come here. Wu Haiba's heart raced. A mere mortal, he had been terrified by the earlier events and approached hesitantly. Sir, how may I assist you? Follow me, Chun Jiuan instructed. Wu Haiba, perplexed by Chun Jiuan's intentions, could only respond with a subdued, understood. Chun Jiuan departed the conference hall, accompanied by 4 women and Wu Haiba. Husband, you just killed Jin Ziyue, Tian Cece whispered. She did not feel particularly unsettled, for she was aware that Chun Jiuan had already taken the life of Coach Li Tai on his first day. Chun Jiuan looked at her and stated plainly, Jin Ziyue harbored feelings for you, which led to his enmity towards me. What? He truly despises you simply because he is fond of me? Tian Cece paused, her brow furrowed in confusion. Surely it hasn't reached that extreme? Chun Jiuan smiled. My abilities allow me to perceive hostility. Tian Cece nodded in realization. Brother Jiuan, your powers are indeed manifold. At that moment, Naimi approached from behind and inquired, how do you plan to identify the super spreader? I've heard the United Government's descriptions of such zombies. They are far more formidable than runners or weightlifters. Chun Jiuan smiled confidently. I possess a sniper rifle. Even a mutated zombie can be dispatched with a single shot. Naimi was taken aback. You actually have a sniper rifle? Such weapons were exceedingly difficult to acquire in the Great Xia. However, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. But can you use it? Chun Jiuan smirked. What do you think? By the way, what did you do before? Take a guess. Naimi refrained from guessing, suddenly realizing the enigma that was this man. His vitality was remarkably high, capable of purging zombie toxins, and he wielded numerous powers. Now he possessed a sniper rifle. Naimi's alluring eyes sparkled. Perhaps aligning herself with him would not be a disadvantage after all. Chapter 70. Preparing to depart, Chun Jiuan chose not to dwell on Naimi any longer. The woman had developed a curious fascination with him. A few more encounters would surely cultivate deeper feelings, and perhaps even lead to her bearing his child, enhancing her affection towards him effortlessly. Wu manager, take me to the warehouse. Wu Haiba's expression shifted, hesitating as he said, the supplies here belong to everyone. Should we not inform the other survivors? Chun Jiuan regarded him coolly. Are these supplies not mine? Please explain how they came to belong to everyone. Wu Haiba quickly retorted. Of course, sir, I will take you there. What audacity! Would he dare to justify himself? Before long, Wu Haiba led Chun Jiuan to the storage level. This floor was dedicated to the storage of supplies, encompassing over 1,000 square meters. Chun Jiuan cast a glance around. Indeed, there was an abundance of items. Wu Haiba, eager to please, remarked, yes, this warehouse is stocked with a vast array of materials, primarily categorized into 6 major types. The first category consists of food and beverages, including fresh ingredients, canned goods, dried foods, condiments, and a liquor storage area. The second category encompasses guest room supplies. The third category includes administrative office supplies. The fourth category is comprised of equipment and maintenance supplies. The fifth category pertains to conference supplies. Lastly, the sixth category is dedicated to wedding supplies. Upon hearing this, Chun Jiuan, intrigued, inquired, do you still have fresh ingredients here? Wu Haiba hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Not anymore. They have been nearly depleted in recent days. After all, fresh ingredients are prone to spoilage. Chun Jiuan pondered for a moment and then requested, take me to the liquor storage area. Certainly, the liquor is stored separately over here, Wu Haiba replied, leading the way to the liquor storage room. Chun Jiuan stepped inside and glanced around. The shelves were laden with a variety of spirits, red wines, white wines, and numerous other types, many of which were produced by renowned wineries and bore a hefty price tag. Chun Jiuan took out his traveler's capsule and began to fill it with the bottles of liquor. One by one, the bottles vanished into the capsule, leaving Wu Haiba wide-eyed in astonishment. After a considerable time, the liquor was entirely depleted, all nestled within the traveler's capsule. Once they departed from there, Chun Jiuan went outside to gather a substantial amount of dried fruits and similar provisions. Having left that place, Chun Jiuan ascended to the rooftop with the woman and his shadow guards. He retrieved the strategic drone for charging. Taking out his binoculars, he began to survey the surroundings, albeit with little success. When the drone was fully charged, Chun Jiuan employed it to observe the area, first circling the hotel building, and then extending his search to the vicinity. Before long, a robust mutated zombie came into view within one of the rooms across the street, still gnawing on a corpse. Chun Jiuan's gaze sharpened as he focused on it. Name, Super Spreader. Quality, Exquisite. Vitality, 499. Abilities, 1. High infectivity, can transmit through aerosols without needing to be injured. 2. Rapid movement. The super spreader possesses exceptional speed and agility, enhancing its transmission area and range. 3. Powerful attack. The super spreader has formidable strength, ensuring its survival and thus increasing its transmission area and range. 4. Residual consciousness. Unlike typical zombies, the super spreader retains a certain degree of consciousness post-infection, allowing it to conduct more organized and intelligent actions that heighten the transmission scope. 5. Rapid mutation. The virus carried by the super spreader exhibits rapid mutation characteristics. A mutated zombie. An extraordinary zombie. This was the first time Chen Jiuan had encountered such a high-quality zombie. One with an exceedingly low birth probability. Only one would emerge from tens of thousands of zombies. Here lies the heart of the hotel, where the emergence of such a terrifying zombie is hardly surprising. Its vitality remains astonishingly high. None of the original abilities possessed by the hotel's inhabitants stand a chance. Of course, humanity's advantage lies not in sheer strength, but in numbers and the adept use of tools. Chen Jiuan removed his virtual glasses. Tian Cici, filled with curiosity, inquired, "May I take a look?" Chen Jiuan smiled and replied, "Go ahead." With excitement, Tian Cici donned the glasses and gasped in astonishment. "What kind of drone glasses are these? The clarity is remarkable, and the immersive experience is extraordinary." Her joy blossomed into a radiant smile, revealing her dimples as she reveled in the moment. However, she questioned, "Darling, how do you control this drone?" Chen Jiuan shook his head, saying, "You cannot control it. It is currently in autonomous flight mode. The drone is linked to my consciousness, and only my mind can command it." "Oh, is there a second one? I would like one too." "For now, there is only one," Chen Jiuan replied, before retrieving the Heavenly Punishment sniper rifle. Its sleek silver body, imbued with a sense of advanced technology, immediately captured Naimi's attention. Curiously, she asked, "Is this the sniper rifle you mentioned?" "Indeed. With this sniper rifle, eliminating the super spreader will be quite effortless." As he spoke, Chen Jiuan positioned the sniper rifle atop the rooftop. With preparations complete, he focused on the scope, where a perspective akin to X-ray vision materialized. This was a visual representation produced by radar combined with data processing. Chen Jiuan narrowed his eyes, observing the super spreader, patiently awaiting the perfect moment. His sniper shooting capability had reached level 4, entirely adequate for the current task. An atmosphere of impending doom enveloped the surroundings. The echoes of the zombie horde reverberating through the air. Both Naimi and Tian Cici held their breath. Chen Jiuan concentrated fully on the shooting task, fixating on the movements of the zombie. The super spreader drew closer, its grotesquely distorted form appearing even more terrifying under the dim light. At last, the super spreader paused momentarily, its head slightly turning, revealing a fleeting vulnerability. This was the opportunity Chen Jiuan had been waiting for. He swiftly adjusted the scope, aligning the crosshairs with the super spreader's head. His finger delicately brushed the trigger, feeling its tautness. Chen Jiuan's breath nearly halted, his body steady as a rock. Time seemed to freeze, leaving only the connection between him and his target. With a muffled thud, the sniper rifle discharged a bullet, piercing through the dark night sky. Accelerated by magnetic rails, the bullet reached a staggering velocity of 1,500 meters per second, far surpassing the firing speed of contemporary elite sniper rifles. With the increase in speed came a significant enhancement in kinetic energy and, consequently, power. Bang! In an instant, the target's head exploded from hundreds of meters away, blood and flesh scattering. The super spreader's body lost balance, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. The night had grown late. "I will take you away from the hotel and back to my home." Chapter 71. The Doctor's Nurse Sister. "Can we truly leave?" Naimi and Tian Cici were both captivated upon hearing this. Although the hotel was splendid, it posed significant dangers, especially with the constant threat of zombies assaulting it daily. It was conceivable that one day the hotel could be breached, allowing the undead to invade. Naimi furrowed her brows and remarked, "With so many zombies outside, it won't be easy for us to leave. Even if we mobilize the hotel survivors to hunt them down, eradicating them is a formidable challenge, especially in the city center, teeming with millions of zombies." "I have a solution," Tian Cici suddenly exclaimed with a smile. Naimi's enchanting face reflected surprise as she curiously inquired, "What solution?" Tian Cici replied, "Brother Jiuan, do you recall our visit to the rooftop the other day? It is equipped to accommodate a helicopter." Upon hearing this, Chen Jiuan nodded slightly. Indeed, the hotel rooftop could indeed host a helicopter. Furthermore, it was possible to hoist survivors up to the helicopter using ropes without the need for landing. "I happen to have a helicopter," Chen Jiuan stated. Tian Cici joyfully exclaimed, "Ah, that's splendid. We can finally leave this place." Chen Jiuan raised his hands in resignation, replying, "But can you operate a helicopter?" Tian Cici was momentarily taken aback. After contemplating, she suggested, "Helicopters must be easy to fly, right? Those simulation games are likely designed based on real experiences. If one can master the simulation, surely a real helicopter could be piloted as well." Cici, flying a helicopter is not that straightforward," Naimi interjected, shaking her head. She understood that Tian Cici's reasoning was rather naive. Flying high in the sky was far more perilous than traversing the ground. Even a slight miscalculation could lead to disaster. "Let's not dwell on that. I have a plan," Chen Jiuan mused, suddenly recalling the valuable items in his system backpack, 2 guardian cards. Each card's effect lasted for half an hour, allowing him to transport the 2 women directly to Jianshui Station. Utilizing 2 cards to bring back these 2 women seemed a fair trade. Upon sharing his idea, both women expressed their agreement. Finally, Chen Jiuan turned to the 2 bodyguards, Tian Ing Yi and Tian Ing Er. These 2 protectors could accompany him in breaking through the horde. Even if they were scratched by zombies, they could be saved. With a plan in mind, Chen Jiuan contemplated and deployed a strategic drone to survey the route. Once the path was confirmed, he retrieved his sniper rifle and began eliminating the more formidable, mutated zombies along the way. Before long, 10 bullets had been expended. After stowing the sniper rifle and drone, the group descended to the first floor. In the lobby, they encountered Dr. Zhou Xiaofeng, a rare talent. However, Chen Jiuan had no intention of recruiting any men. After all, why would he want additional males when he envisioned the Crystal Palace as a harem? He had no desire for eunuchs or androgynous individuals. Naimi smiled and said, Dr. Zhou, we are leaving today. From now on, you'll be responsible for maintaining this place. Zhou Xiaofeng, astonished, felt a surge of excitement as he asked, Leave? How will you manage to leave? As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Chen Jiuan, who possessed an ability that rendered him immune to zombie attacks. These 2 celebrities, however, lacked such powers. Can their method truly lead them to safety? Tian Cece asked, wrapping her arm around Chen Jiuan's. With a cheerful smile, she added, He has a way to take us away. Zhou Xiaofeng implored, Chen Jiuan, could you possibly take me with you? I'm afraid not. I can only escort these 2. He replied. Sighing, Zhou Xiaofeng realized whether or not Chen Jiuan was truthful, it was understandable that he would be reluctant to take him along. After all, he bore the burden of corpse poison that he could not suppress, and in 10 days to half a month, he would transform into a zombie. After a brief pause, Zhou Xiaofeng suddenly spoke with earnestness. I have a request, and I hope you will assist me. Speak, Chen Jiuan responded thoughtfully, uttering a single word. He found Zhou Xiaofeng's demeanor refined, devoid of hostility, and he held a certain admiration for him. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Xiaofeng continued. I have a sister named Zhou Xiaoran. She is a doctor at Xiaoli Hospital. If possible, I implore you to check on her and offer your help. Chen Jiuan's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. After the injuries sustained by Chen Er and Chen San, he had resolved to seek out medical personnel. Curiously, Chen Jiuan inquired, What does your sister look like? Is she attractive? Zhou Xiaofeng paused, his eyes narrowing as he replied slowly, Yes, she is indeed beautiful. As he spoke, he glanced at Tian Cece and Naimi, adding, She may not be as stunning as a celebrity, but she certainly has many admirers. This is her photograph, Zhou Xiaofeng said, producing his phone and revealing a candid shot. The image depicted a young woman with gentle short hair, exquisite features, and captivating large eyes, exuding a graceful and demure aura. Your sister is quite lovely, Chen Jiuan remarked with a smile. Indeed, Zhou Xiaofeng replied. If you can, please assist her. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, If she is not fond of you, you might have to be forceful. Just save her first. I will ensure to speak to her properly. You, as her brother, truly care for her well-being, Chen Jiuan observed. I have only this sister. I do not wish for her to face peril, Zhou Xiaofeng explained. You see, she works in critical care. Even if there are zombies, their movements would likely be sluggish, and they would pose little threat. Moreover, we communicated while there was still signal, so I am aware of her circumstances. Chen Jiuan nodded slightly, then suggested, Please record a video. It may prove useful later. All right, Zhou Xiaofeng agreed, retrieving his phone to shoot a video, which he then transmitted via Bluetooth to Chen Jiuan's device. Very well. Once I locate her, I shall ensure she is well cared for, Chen Jiuan assured. Thank you. We must take our leave now. Stay safe, Zhou Xiaofeng urged. With a wave, Chen Jiuan moved towards a side door. He reached into his pocket and withdrew 2 guardian cards, handing one each to Tian Cece and Naimi, who promptly crushed them. A soft, greenish glow enveloped them. Opening the side door, Chen Jiuan led the women outside. Upon their emergence, they were met with a horde of zombies clamoring at the entrance. Upon sighting the 4 women, the creatures immediately shrieked and charged towards them. With the spear of the underworld in hand, Chen Jiuan swiftly launched an attack. The 2 shadowy figures behind him also brandished fire axes, joining in the fray. Their vitality was at 90 points, and after rigorous training, their skills in combat were exceptionally refined. However, Naimi was not the same. Despite possessing the same vitality score of 90, she had never hunted zombies nor undergone practical training. Although she wielded a weapon and possessed a guardian card, her efforts were rather feeble. Chen Jiuan cast a glance, formulating a plan in his mind. These women required training in the future, at the very least. They should possess self-defense abilities akin to Chen Shui. This should be quite straightforward, especially considering the family skill of level 3 scholar. Chapter 72, Returning home as they journeyed. They hunted zombies along the way. Aside from the ordinary zombies, a horde of low-level mutated zombies approached from a distance. Their vitality ranged from 100 to 200. Chen Zhuan had just eliminated some formidable mutated zombies with his sniper rifle. There were countless zombies. This must be a zombie tide. Tian Cici gazed at the surrounding zombies, her legs trembling with fear. It was no surprise given that they were in the city center, a transportation hub, where the number of zombies was overwhelming. Moreover, these zombies appeared to have been starved for quite some time. Upon detecting the scent, they became utterly frenzied, creating an illusion of a zombie riot. With a swift motion, Chen Zhuan thrust his spear repeatedly, causing zombies to collapse one after another. When too many zombies clustered together, he used the spear of the underworld to push them aside. You all head to the subway station. I will handle these zombies. Surely, there would be even more zombies inside the subway station? I had cleared the zombies there 2 days ago. Naimi, Tian Cici, and the 2 guards dashed out, reaching the Jiangshui subway station within a matter of seconds. Chen Zhuan glanced at the retractable door above, leaped up, and with sheer strength, pulled it down to secure the subway entrance. A few zombies managed to enter the subway. The 2 shadow guards and Naimi quickly engaged in combat, fighting their way downwards toward the subway tracks. Chen Zhuan locked the door with a chain, allowing the zombies outside to pound relentlessly against it. He soon followed them down, clearing the remaining zombies in the subway and leading the 2 women and the guards to the maintenance car on the tracks. Wait for me here for a moment. I will return shortly after collecting some crystal cores, Chen Zhuan stated, not lingering, and exited through another exit. Subsequently, he arrived at the super spreader, locating an extraordinary quality zombie crystal core. After leaving this area, Chen Zhuan continued to collect the crystal cores from the remaining dozen or so enhanced zombies. Total crystal cores, 19. Returning to the subway tracks, everything proceeded without incident. Chen Zhuan jumped aboard and activated the maintenance car, gradually distancing himself from the Polygold Hotel. Naimi inquired, Chen Zhuan, where are we headed? To the Emerald Mansion. Chen Zhuan replied, glancing at her. Suddenly, Naimi asked, how many women do you have over there? 2, Chen Zhuan responded, pausing momentarily before adding, however, aside from them, I have several other women outside. There was no need for him to conceal this fact. He was indeed formidable. Having multiple women is not unusual. Are you 2 all right? At this moment, Chen Zhuan directed his gaze towards Tian Ying I and Tian Ying II. Tian Ying I replied, Master, I was scratched by a zombie. A bandage will suffice. It's not a significant issue. Time passed swiftly. Chen Zhuan, accompanied by Naimi and Tian Cici, arrived at the Emerald Road subway station. Leaping down from the maintenance vehicle, Naimi and Tian Cici glanced at the lifeless zombie on the ground. There are indeed very few zombies here, they noted. This place is considerably more remote than Jiangshui Station. After speaking, Chen Zhuan retrieved his walkie-talkie. A crackling noise emanated from it before the connection was established on the other end. Lu Yan's gentle and alluring voice resonated. Darling? It's me. Have you eaten out yet? How was the meal? Chen Zhuan felt a warmth in his heart and replied, Actually, I haven't eaten yet. Naimi added, I haven't had a decent meal all day. Hearing this, Chen Zhuan spoke into the walkie-talkie. Dear, did you hear that? Please prepare a bit more food. There are 5 of us in total. After chatting with Lu Yan for a while, Chen Zhuan ended the call. At 5 in the afternoon, Naimi and Tian Cici emerged from the subway, ascending the stairs to the security inspection hall. Instantly, Chen Zhuan spotted a woman beside Tian Ying I, the security officer. A retired female soldier and sharpshooter, Ma Binjia, stood there with her Thunder God sniper rifle slung across her shoulder and a multifunctional dagger at her waist, exuding an air of fierce elegance. Darling, you're back. Ma Binjia hurried towards Chen Zhuan, having not seen him for 2 to 3 days. She felt a tinge of worry. Oh, you are Naimi and Tian Cici? Suddenly, Ma Binjia gasped and covered her mouth. There were numerous posters of Naimi in the subway. It was impossible not to recognize her after seeing her every day at work. Tian Cici, having recently watched a drama series featuring her, recognized her as well. It's them. Chen Zhuan nodded and stepped forward to embrace Ma Binjia. Have you missed me in these 2 days? He asked. Yes, Ma Binjia replied. Kiss me, commanded Chen Zhuan. Ma Binjia's cheeks flushed as she leaned in, lightly kissing his lips. Chen Zhuan's tongue playfully engaged, teasingly nibbling at her soft lips. After a moment of intimacy, Ma Binjia's affection for him surged significantly. Observing this, Chen Zhuan smiled, realizing that women thrive on close interaction. He released Ma Binjia and smiled. These 2 are my women. From now on, you shall be sisters. Have you been with them? Ma Binjia asked, astonished, in a hushed tone. After speaking, she scrutinized Naimi and Tian Cici closely. She noticed the 2 women had slightly furrowed brows, flushed faces, weak knees, and a lingering scent of silver mist. Ma Binjia's expression turned peculiar. Indeed, times had changed. Once the center of attention, the big star had now become his plaything. Ma Binjia stepped forward, extending her hand with a smile. Hello, I'm Ma Binjia, a retired soldier and a former security officer here. From now on, we are family. Greetings, I am Tian Cici. With a smile, Tian Cici extended her hand. Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise, losing her balance. Ma Bingjie swiftly caught her and expressed concern, saying, "Considering your delicate frame, you must take care of your health and not overexert yourself." Tian Cici waved her hand dismissively, brimming with vitality as she replied, "I am in excellent health. This was merely an accident." Ma Bingjie found herself at a loss for words. Despite being on the verge of collapse, she insisted she was fit. Unable to restrain herself, she cast a glance at Chen Zhuan. Last time, she had only skimmed the surface and had yet to truly experience his presence. Naimi gazed curiously at the weapon behind Ma Bingjie, inquiring, "Is that a sniper rifle?" Ma Bingjie, unperturbed by the fact that a former celebrity was speaking to her, responded, "Indeed. I was a sniper in the military. This rifle was a gift from my husband." Observing the harmonious interaction among the three women, Chen Zhuan smiled and said, "Let us proceed. I will lead you back to our base." The group ceased their chatter and moved forward. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of an abandoned convenience store, where 4 other survivors awaited. "Boss, you're back. Oh, you must be Naimi. And you too are a celebrity, aren't you?" Lu Wenbing exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration. "Boss, you are truly remarkable." Lu Wenbing felt a profound sense of envy. Once a star surrounded by the limelight, she had become the partner of an ordinary man. This evoked feelings of jealousy and admiration. Ma Bingjie replied, "Lu Wenbing, we are leaving." Lu Wenbing implored, "Take us with you. The more people, the stronger we become." Chen Zhuan firmly declined. "There aren't too many zombies in this vicinity. You can find a safe place to settle on your own." Lu Wenbing's expression shifted between hope and despair. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Boss, if I were to perish, could I join you?" Chen Zhuan, Ma Bingjie, Naimi, and Tian Cici were momentarily taken aback. Was this the utterance of a normal man? Chen Zhuan glanced at his affinity score, which surprisingly exceeded 60. After some contemplation, he said, "Take care of yourself and await the official rescue." Lu Wenbing sighed, lamenting that he was not a beautiful woman. They departed the subway station, making their way towards the Jade Mansion. The surrounding zombies surged toward the women behind him like crocodiles drawn by the scent of blood, clawing and snapping. A couple of mutated zombies roared with excitement. Shadow 1 and Shadow 2, bearing the weight of their companions, sprinted ahead alongside Ma Bingjie. "As you command." Ma Bingjie, keeping a vigilant eye on the approaching zombies, took the lead in running forward. Chen Zhuan drew his crossbow and unleashed a volley of bolts, swiftly dispatching several mutated zombies. With over 200 vitality points, they fell easily. After a brief chase, Chen Zhuan led them to the Jade Mansion and secured the door. Taking the elevator, he soon arrived at his doorstep. Lu Yan opened the door, clad in a pink silk robe. The robe's belt was loosely tied, revealing her graceful figure. She wore a pair of soft plush slippers, which made her steps even lighter. Her hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, exuding a languid charm. Around her neck hung a delicate pearl necklace, adding a touch of allure to her presence. "Darling, you have finally returned." The beautiful young woman, Lu Yan, wore a radiant smile, eager to retrieve the backpack. Only to find it absent, she instinctively embraced him, but noticed 5 women behind Chen Zhuan, her tone tinged with surprise. "Darling, you saved so many people. And these 2 are celebrities?" "Indeed," Chen Zhuan replied, pulling the enchanting Lu Yan closer. A tempting fragrance enveloped him, reigniting his previously waning desire. He found her lips and kissed her softly before releasing her. Lu Yan gently pushed away his restless hand, a blush of modesty creeping onto her cheeks. There are still many people watching. Unlike Chen Zhuan, she was not so open. Lu Yan possessed a bewitching beauty, yet she was a traditional homemaker at heart. "Come on in. There are still 2 dishes left to prepare," Lu Yan said graciously. "Make yourselves at home." Chen Zhuan surveyed the room and inquired, "Where is Shu Yi, my wife?" "She is on the rooftop with Lu Longyi," came the reply. Lu Longyi had summoned the dragon elephant guards 2 days prior. Chen Zhuan nodded and glanced at the 2 celebrities. "You should take a shower and rest for a while. Ma Bingjie, you too. Freshen up and change into clean clothes. I will check on the rooftop." With that, Chen Zhuan turned and left the house alone, heading to the rooftop. Chen Shu Yi was sparring with Lu Longyi. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, Chen Shu Yi moved gracefully, her long hair dancing in the breeze like an ethereal fairy untouched by the mundane world. "Oh, darling, you're back." Chen Shu Yi suddenly noticed the additional presence, and upon closer inspection, halted her movements, rushing toward him with the excitement of a young girl. Beneath her cool exterior, a passionate heart resided. Chen Zhuan wrapped his arms around her waist, brushing his lips against hers, indulging in a fervent kiss. Lu Longyi licked her lips, her eyes filled with envy, longing to kiss her master as well. Chapter 74. The first full affection. Chen Zhuan whispered, "I saw your master." However, he succumbed to corpse poison and jumped to his death, leaving behind a red spear and a mobile phone. "There are some messages inside. You may want to take a look." Chen Shuyi's eyes instantly filled with tears, yet she fought to hold them back. With her parents gone, she now faced the loss of her master as well. Chen Zhuan comforted her. I will always be here for you. He handed her the final video message from Yu Qingyan. Gently wiping away her tears, he reassured her, from now on, live well with me and bear me several children. Leaning against his chest, Chen Shuyi's voice trembled as she replied, You rogue, who wants to have your children? If you want to have them with me, do you intend to have them with Li Tsuni? Chen Shui paused, curiosity piqued. How do you know about him? Li Tsuni is a disciple of Yu Qingyan and the fiancé of Chen Shui. Your master mentioned it. Chen Shui nodded slightly and, in a soft voice, confessed. He pursued me for many years, and in a moment of confusion, I agreed to his proposal. Chen Zhuan chuckled and queried the purpose of such discussions. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, By the way, before I left, I discovered a spy. Have you located him? Yes, Chen Shui replied, her expression complex. I actually know that spy. Her name is Zhou Meijia. She is Lu Yan's wife. What? Chen Zhuan was taken aback, utterly astonished. Lu Yan's husband. Does Lu Yan know of his existence? She does, Chen Shui answered. Where is Zhou Meijia hiding now? Upon hearing this, Chen Shui shook her head and said, She is dead. On the very night you departed, Zhou Meijia came here, broke open the door, and attempted to attack. Lu Long managed to stop her. Better dead than alive, Chen Zhuan remarked. This is your master's ashes. Take them. Understood. All right, let us descend for dinner. As they made their way downstairs, dinner was ready. At the 2 dining tables, 10 women gathered. Lu Yan, Chen Shui, Naimi, Tian Cece, Ma Binjia, along with 4 shadow guards and a dragon elephant guard. Fortunately, this was a new house with ample space. Even so, it felt somewhat cramped, barely accommodating everyone. With the arrival of Ji Shuiyao, Yao Qingdi, and Xiao Sanli and Xiao Shisan, it would be impossible to fit everyone. The Crystal Palace needed to be established promptly. Additionally, provisions and other supplies must be prepared in advance. Thankfully, with the traveler capsule now available, future resource gathering would be far less time-consuming and inconvenient compared to lugging around numerous bags. Chun Zhuan surveyed the women with a sense of satisfaction. Finally, it resembled a family. He glanced at Lu Yan's abdomen, noticing no signs of pregnancy yet, while Ji Shuiyao was also with child. There was much work to be done, much to cultivate. This thought flickered through Chun Zhuan's mind. Ultimately, he checked the affection levels of Lu Yan and Chen Shui, both standing at 96 points. Chun Zhuan smiled and said, Lu Yan, Chen Shui, allow me to introduce a new member. This is Ma Binjia, a former female soldier and a sharpshooter. Naimi, once a major star, and Tian Cece, also a celebrity with the ability to foresee the future. They are my shadow guards summoned by my powers. Chen Zhuan introduced the entire family with great care. You are all women of the Chen family. May you live harmoniously and enjoy a prosperous future together. Tian Cece, gazing at Chen Zhuan's lengthy discourse, bit her chopsticks and pouted, Darling, are you done yet? With so much delicious food, my stomach is rumbling. Seeing her eager expression, Chen Zhuan chuckled. Then let us begin. It's time to eat. He sat down and joined in the feast. The dishes prepared by Lu Yan were truly delectable. Tian Cece devoured her meal with gusto, her lips smeared with grease, exclaiming, So delicious. Sister Lu Yan, your cooking is truly delightful. With a charming smile, Lu Yan said kindly, If it's delicious, do indulge yourself. I will prepare it for you every day. Chen Zhuan responded to Lu Yan, You are pregnant now. It would be best if you stayed out of the kitchen. After speaking, he turned to the guards. Does anyone here know how to cook? Master, I do not. One guard replied. Nor do I, echoed another, as all 5 guards shook their heads in unison. After contemplating their responses, Chen Zhuan declared, Tomorrow, I shall procure some cooking robots. Suddenly, a thought struck him. By the way, Lu Yan, do you have any sisters from your school days, or know any chefs? Lu Yan pondered for a moment and replied, There are a few in Jiangzhou City, but female chefs are rather scarce. Chen Zhuan nodded slightly. Once this busy period is over, he would send shadow guards to seek suitable candidates from esteemed families and gather additional chefs. In the meantime, he could visit the Qianbai supermarket to find a few cooking robots for immediate use. Their meal soon concluded, and the room was quickly organized. In the dead of night, Chen Zhuan held Lu Yan close, engaging in conversation. Do you have any living relatives? Yes, just one. A cousin of mine. After the apocalypse. She is the only one I managed to contact. Oh, is she in Jiangzhou City? I can rescue her. Her name is Lu Mei. She is in the suburbs, at the #1 logistics storage center in the central region. Rest assured, my love, I will bring her to you so you can be reunited. Lu Yan expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, my husband. Suddenly, Chen Zhuan heard a voice from the system. Affinity, 100, Unwavering Loyalty, Chapter 75, Tier 3 Family Ding. The host's affinity with family members has reached 100 points. Reward, 100 Vitality. Reward, Culinary God Ability. Reward, Sun Bao. Reward. 300 family points. Having reached the profound stage of affinity, a reward had been granted. Now that it was at maximum value, another reward was bestowed. This reward was far superior to the last. Unable to contain himself, Chen Zhuan gazed at Lu Yin and kissed her rosy lips. Many men might think that her alluring visage could easily be won over with a mere flirtation. But in reality, she harbored a deeply conservative heart, making betrayal exceedingly rare. After a while, Lu Yin sank into a deep slumber. Chen Zhuan contemplated the rewards. The 100 points of vitality surged into his body, a warm current flowing through his limbs. He immediately felt his energy, slightly depleted from earlier in the subway, completely restored. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he concentrated, and a second reward materialized in his hand, a swirling mass of colorful, ethereal light. Name: Culinary God. Quality: Epic. Description: An extraordinary ability. A chef possessing the culinary god power will create dishes that enhance flavor and nutrition. Most importantly, the food prepared will increase the eater's vitality, bolster physical strength, enhance immunity, and alleviate fatigue. An epic level ability that can enhance vitality. This is now the third method to boost vitality. Should he use it himself? After some thought, Chen Zhuan shook his head. He was not particularly fond of reheating meals. Unbidden, Chen Zhuan cast his gaze upon the slumbering Lu Yin. She possessed no extraordinary abilities. She was merely a chef, unwavering in her dedication. Bestowing this extraordinary power upon Lu Yin would be most fitting. Without hesitation, Chen Zhuan infused the essence of the god of cuisine into Lu Yin's being. The radiant light gradually vanished within her corporeal form. In her dreams, Lu Yin stirred slightly, a fleeting expression of discomfort gracing her features. Yet soon, her brow unfurled, revealing a newfound luminescence that rendered her even more enchanting than before. Chen Zhuan promptly examined her attributes. Name: Lu Yin. Quality: Epic. Vitality: 100. Affinity: 100 max. Beauty: 95. Figure: 95. Abilities: Culinary Arts, Level 9. Nutritionist, Level 6. God of Cuisine, Level 1. Chen Zhuan was taken aback. Lu Yin's quality had astonishingly ascended from peerless to epic. This was indeed a monumental enhancement. After all, the next tier was the final quality, mythical. Furthermore, Lu Yin's vitality, beauty, figure, and abilities had all seen significant improvements. These transformations were undoubtedly the result of the newly acquired God of Cuisine power. Lost in thought, Chen Zhuan clicked on the exclamation mark next to God of Cuisine. Level 1. Enhances the taste and texture of food, increases nutritional value, allowing individuals to savor the exquisite flavors of the cuisine. Moreover, the food prepared will confer a certain degree of vitality. Chen Zhuan nodded slightly, finding the description to align closely with his expectations. There was potential for further upgrades. Diverting his gaze, he turned his attention to the weapon, the sun-chasing bow. With a mere thought, the weapon materialized in his grasp. A bow radiating a golden hue, akin to the brilliance of the sun, appeared before him. Quality: Peerless. Description: A mysterious bow that chases the sun, reputed to be the weapon of a mythical figure. 1 crystal core's worth of energy can launch 50 arrows. Chen Zhuan scrutinized the bow closely. In the center, there lay an aperture, the energy chamber for the crystal core. He retrieved a crystal core and pressed it into place. In that instant, the core transformed into a gem, embedded within the bow's body. Chen Zhuan descended from his bed and made his way to the balcony. Gazing at the moonlit sky, he drew the bowstring. A cerulean light coalesced into an energy arrow. Whoosh! The arrow soared forth with astonishing speed, reaching an initial velocity of 1,000 meters per second, akin to the rate of a top-tier sniper rifle. Chen Zhuan watched as the arrow vanished into the distance. No trace of it to be seen. In the urban landscape, it could undoubtedly be utilized, producing far less noise than a sniper rifle. However, the energy consumption was considerable. The sun-chasing bow required crystal cores as its power source. Presently, Chen Zhuan possessed but a scant few cores. Now, he could finally elevate his family's status to level 3. The conditions for advancing from level 2 to level 3 were as follows. First, 5 family members. Second, a family point total of 500. Third, achieving a closeness of 100 points with 1 family member. All conditions were now fulfilled. The system: elevate me to a level 3 family. The family points swiftly diminished. In the next moment, a notification chimed. Detection complete. Upgrade requirements met. Family level commencing elevation. Upgrade successful. The family building system is now activated. Chen Zhuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The building system is a significant gameplay element in family games from his previous life. Structures can unlock corresponding abilities, endowed with unique attributes. For instance, a fortress can enhance defensive strength, providing safety. A warehouse can store abundant resources, ensuring security. A kitchen can prepare meals that boost vitality. A new notification sounded. Building Task 1. Construct a residence palace. The palace reminded Chun Jiuan of the Crystal Palace, a habitable structure. By extracting it from the system, he should be able to complete this task. Host, Chun Jiuan. Chun family. Level 3. Vitality, 800. Personal skills, Poison God, Level 3. Spear Mastery, Level 6. Corpse King, Level 3. Protective Barrier, Level 3. Summoning, Level 2. Sniper Rifle, Level 4. Bow and Crossbow Shooting, Level 5. Cold Weapon Mastery, Level 6. Family Skills, Scholar, Level 3. Heritage, Level 1. Family Points, 300. Epic Partners, Lu Yin, Naimi. Legendary Partners, Chen Shuyi, Ji Shuiyao. Tian CC. Rare Partners, Yao Qingbi, Chao Sanli, Xiao Shiqi, Ma Binjia. Family Buildings. None simultaneously, the family system revealed the conditions for advancement to Level 4. 1. 20 family members. 2. 2,000 family points. 3. Achieve a 100-point intimacy with 3 family members. 4. The number of peripheral family members, including guards, slaves, etc., must reach 100. 5. Construct 4 family buildings. On the following day, Chun Jiuan entrusted Lu Yin with the control of the spatial bracelet and rose early to visit the Qianbai supermarket. With a thought, a traveler capsule materialized in his hand. With ample family points available, he could expand the spatial capacity. Without hesitation, he began the enhancement process. 20 family points were consumed, elevating the traveler capsule to Level 2. Expanding the space from 10 cubic meters to 30. 30 family points were consumed. At Level 3, the space increased to 100 cubic meters. 50 family points were consumed. At Level 4, the space expanded to 500 cubic meters. Chapter 76. Luxurious Mansion. Family Points, 200. Chun Jiuan paused, choosing not to enhance further. 500 cubic meters of space would suffice for now. Additionally, he needed to construct a family warehouse. Enhancing the warehouse's efficiency would yield even greater benefits. The resources that a warehouse can store would undoubtedly surpass those of the traveler capsule. The Qianbai supermarket offered a plethora of items, including numerous frozen pre-prepared dishes, meats, dumplings, as well as ample supplies of rice, beans, cooking oil, and milk. Chun Jiuan directly transferred these items into the traveler's capsule and subsequently located personal necessities, a toothbrush, toothpaste, a water cup, a towel, sanitary pads, and nail clippers. Lastly, he gathered electrical appliances such as a frying machine and a rice cooker, packing them all away. Upon realizing that there was still ample space of 500 cubic units left, he departed from Qianbai supermarket, utilizing a compass to gather nearby bridal shops and clothing stores. He returned to the shop where he had previously assisted Chen Shuyi in selecting a wedding dress. Chun Jiuan collected several intact wedding gowns, headpieces, lace gloves, crowns, and the like, all of which were stored in his space. The bridal attire was indeed exhilarating. Upon returning home, he found that a meal had long been prepared, crafted by Lu Yin. Cooking, after all, is a labor-intensive task, especially when the number of diners increases. However, today Lu Yin did not appear fatigued. Her physical constitution had nearly doubled, with her vitality reaching 100 points. While preparing the meal, Lu Yin would also taste her dishes, which possessed restorative properties. Thus, even after cooking for more than 10 people, she felt little fatigue. "Husband, did you do something to me yesterday?" Upon Chun Jiuan's return, Lu Yin immediately removed her apron and approached him. "Your current physical state should be quite well, isn't it?" "More than just well," Lu Yin replied, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons with a smile. "I have never felt this good before." Chun Jiuan smiled back. "I bestowed upon you a special ability yesterday. From now on, your dishes will carry unique energy that can enhance vitality and improve physical condition." "Special ability?" Lu Yin was taken aback, then realized. "No wonder I felt a bit of my strength restored after tasting the food." Chun Jiuan nodded. "I brought several frying robots. You won't have to toil as hard anymore." Lu Yin shook her head. "No need. I don't find cooking strenuous at all now." Chun Jiuan playfully pinched her cheek and sat at the dining table. "Be good. You have a child in your belly. The kitchen fumes are not good for you." Lu Yin leaned against Chun Jiuan, her charming face earnest. "Then I shall cook specifically for you from now on." Chun Jiuan pondered for a moment and replied, "All right. But try not to overexert yourself." "Understood. I will take good care of myself." "Wow. Is breakfast this sumptuous as well?" At that moment, Tian Cici emerged from the next room, accompanied by Naimi and their guard, having risen and washed up, drawn by the delicious aroma. Lu Yan's home had only 3 bedrooms and 3 beds, accommodating a maximum of 6 people. "Cici, come eat. Today's meal should surpass yesterday's. It might even enhance vitality." Naimi paused. Enhance vitality? She couldn't help but glance at the dining table, her mouth slightly agape. The dishes were simple yet exquisite, seemingly radiating a faint glow. "Is this a special ability?" Lu Yan's eyes shimmered with affection as she smiled. "Yes, this is the ability my husband granted me." Naimi nodded slightly, momentarily entranced by Lu Yan's smile. Wait. She suddenly scrutinized the scene with keen focus. The beauty of Lu Yan has greatly surpassed that of yesterday. Gazing at the multitude of women, fluttering like swallows and orioles, Chun Juan waved his hand with the authority of a head of the household and declared, "Dinner is served." The women promptly took their seats and began to indulge in the meal. Upon their first bites, they immediately discerned the exceptional quality of today's dishes, each one praising its delightful flavors. Once the meal concluded, Chun Juan noted a remarkable increase in their vitality. Even the shadowy guardians, the Een and the dragon elephant, exhibited a slight boost in their life force. Though modest, this enhancement was significant when multiplied by the 3 daily meals and 2 light snacks. It amounted to an impressive increase of 5 vitality points each day. This was indeed substantial, comparable to absorbing crystal cores. After the meal, the women found themselves with little to occupy their time, settling into the living room sofas to engage in conversation or pursue their individual activities. Chun Juan surveyed the room and approached Naimi, lifting her effortlessly into a princess carry as he made his way to the bedroom. "What are you doing?" "Put me down." Naimi's cheeks flushed a shade of crimson, feeling rather bashful under the gaze of the other women. "I need you to try on a wedding dress." "A wedding dress? Just for a fitting?" He chuckled. "Of course, there will be battles ahead. The day you become pregnant will be the day I relent." Naimi, being an epic-level goddess, was certainly a target for his focused attention. Increasing her affection level, leading to pregnancy, would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards from the system. Yesterday's subway escapade had merely whetted his appetite. Superhumans were truly extraordinary. Ma Bingia was on the balcony polishing Thor, casting a glance next door, her eyes flickering. In the living room, Tion Cece heard sounds emanating from the bedroom and stifled a giggle. Sister Naimi's voice is so alluring. Chen Shui, however, shifted the topic. Speaking softly, "Cece, could you tell me about Master Yu's situation?" "Sister Shui, you are a disciple of Master Yu, aren't you?" "Indeed. Master Yu takes excellent care of us." Tion Cece began recounting recent events. By afternoon, Naimi was utterly exhausted from the exertion. Chun Juan rose from the bed to access his attributes panel, discovering he had 200 points available for use. Unfortunately, that was insufficient for upgrading level 1 inheritance or level 2 summoning. After lunch, Chun Juan informed the women of his departure, donned his gear, and stepped outside. He silently envisioned the Long Island villa, and soon the compass indicated a specific location, with several routes marked. Selecting an elevated path, he swiftly made his way to the overpass. Upon arriving, he hopped onto his electric bike and sped off. Many vehicles were stranded in the middle of the road, some having crashed through the guardrails and plummeted down. Fortunately, there were not many zombies on the overpass. He only dispatched a few hundred along the way. Descending from the overpass, Chun Juan followed the navigation route and soon reached the vicinity of Long Island. Though somewhat isolated, the natural scenery was splendid, devoid of towering buildings and with few zombies, making it quite suitable for habitation. The Crystal Palace would undoubtedly thrive in such a locale. Stepping onto the Long Island Greenway, he gazed at the vast river, feeling a refreshing mist envelop him. Settling into a chair, he deployed a strategic drone for reconnaissance. The drone soared over the luxurious villa community of Long Island. From its lofty vantage point, the opulent residences once inhabited by affluent celebrities revealed their true splendor before Qinjiuan. A premier enclave, it was likely teeming with enchanting beauties. Chapter 77. The fishing beauty within the villas. Several survivors remained, armed with firearms, 7 or 8 handguns, to be precise. Among them were also individuals with extraordinary abilities, numbering 4 or 5. However, the vitality of these survivors appeared to be rather low. The strongest among them boasted a mere 150 points. Brother Tianyuan, there are no other survivors here. In the midst of the villa, a voluptuous beauty emerged, her voice tinged with excitement as she addressed the man with the highest vitality. Chen Zhuan's gaze fell upon this woman. Name, Nie Yuqian, rarity, rare, vitality, 56, affection level, 50, appearance, 79, figure, 87, ability, fishing, level 3, a rare beauty indeed. Upon noticing her rarity, Chen Zhuan nodded slightly. However, he was taken aback when he observed her singular ability, fishing, and at a rather modest level 3. This was not particularly impressive, as it belonged to the realm of amateurs. The other abilities she possessed were even less noteworthy than her fishing skill. Nie Yuqian. This name seemed familiar. She was a fishing influencer with 3 million followers. The term yuan signifies beauty. Thus, fishing beauty refers to someone who feigns a passion for fishing activities, primarily for the sake of taking photos and showcasing herself, rather than a genuine devotion to the craft. They are not fishing for fish, but rather for wealthy patrons, riding the waves of popularity. The two survivors continued their conversation. This is a villa. It was once home to the wealthy. The security level is exceptionally high. It is improbable that there is not a single person left, remarked Nie Yuqian about Brother Tianyuan. Brother Tianyuan, known as Deng Tianyuan, was a fishing influencer with 40 million followers online, and also the vice president of the Dashia Fishing Association. His primary endeavors involve traveling far and wide for fishing excursions and exploring hidden fishing spots. In recent years, he established a company and organized numerous fishing competitions, reaping substantial rewards. Brother Tianyuan, Nie Yuqian flashed a radiant smile, her pearly whites visible. It seems the wealthy have likely been evacuated. Their villas are now ours to use as a base, which is quite fortuitous. Deng Tianyuan pondered for a moment, his brow relaxing as he nodded in agreement. That is possible. The capabilities of these affluent individuals are indeed beyond our imagination. Chen Juan mused to himself, furrowing his brow. These survivors are not even residents of the villa. Just days ago, Ji Shuiyao mentioned she could not reach her mother. It now appeared that something truly unfortunate had transpired here. As for why they had not left, Ji Shuiyao's mother had planned to rescue her just a few days prior. It was inconceivable that she would suddenly depart without a word. The drone continued its reconnaissance over the Long Island Villa community, and soon, Chen Juan once again noticed two women with curvaceous figures, adorned in low-cut outfits and black stockings. They were exquisite beauties of rare caliber. Like Nie Yuqian, they were internet celebrities. One, known as Sister Fishing, possessed a countenance reminiscent of the girl next door. The other, Sister Knight from the fishing circle, was a statuesque woman with long legs. Three fishing beauties. In truth, before the apocalypse, they used to fish in the vicinity. After the world descended into chaos, these individuals naturally became survivors fleeing together. Three lovely ladies, three rare gems. If he were to claim them all and transform them into companions, he would likely receive some rewards. A faint smile crept across Chun Juan's lips. He ceased his reconnaissance, retracted the drone, and approached. As he drew near the villa, a man appeared at the gate, brandishing a handgun. Halt! Who are you? As the words slipped from his lips, a whistle echoed from his mouth. The sound was loud and clear. The remaining survivors in the villa community shifted their expressions upon hearing it. Several armed individuals and ability users made their way toward the entrance. Deng Tianyuan strode forward, frowning as he regarded Chun Juan outside. After a few scrutinizing glances, he spoke directly. This place has already been claimed by us. You should leave at once. Chun Juan glanced at the several ability users and armed individuals behind him, as well as the three fishing beauties, and replied, I am the master of this place. Who do you think I am? Deng Tianyuan was taken aback. After a more careful appraisal of Chen Juan, he furrowed his brow and said, Then you may enter. He presumed that their numbers and weaponry would easily suppress the man before him, causing no disturbance. As Chun Juan stepped inside, he turned his gaze toward Deng Tianyuan and the three rare beauties, stating directly, I know who you are. You are all fishermen, right? You are Deng Tianyuan, Nie Yuqian, Sister Fishing, and Sister Knight from the fishing circle. Indeed, Nie Yuqian beamed. Handsome, you recognize us. Chen Juan glanced at her fitted attire. The black outfit accentuated her figure, presenting a very alluring sight, with ample curves in all the right places. However, her face detracted slightly, marred by 2 or 3 red blemishes, and it appeared somewhat unnatural, as if she had undergone some cosmetic procedures. At that moment, Chun Juan turned to Deng Tianyuan and said, Master Deng, you wish to reside here. Deng Tianyuan nodded affirmatively. Chun Juan continued, You may stay here, but... He paused, pointing at the 3 women, and declared, I want all 3 of them. Deng Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, an ability user named Zhou Kun, a disciple of Deng Tianyuan who fished alongside him, interjected with a scoff. And who do you think you are? Another ability user, Wang Dazhao, indignantly added, Exactly. You think you can just take our 3 beauties? Do you believe yourself to be the former rich second generation? Let me tell you, this is the apocalypse. In the past, you may have been wealthy, but now you are nothing. From now on, you should obediently work for us. Chen Juan couldn't help but chuckle. Do you still wish to capture me and turn me into a slave? Zhou Kun nodded, a cold smile spreading across his face as he replied, Indeed, from now on, you shall be a slave. Should you refuse to work, you shall have no sustenance. In this apocalyptic world, it seems that the most effective course of action is to seize what one desires. These individuals, lacking in strength, found themselves lost in their own fantasies. No longer concealing his true self, Chen Juan's gaze turned icy as the spear of the underworld materialized in his grasp. In a swift motion, he thrust the spear forward with astonishing speed. Whoosh! The velocity of his strike was akin to a flash of lightning, reaching an incredible 800 meters per second, comparable to the speed of a sniper's bullet. Chapter 78, The Dragon Mountain Lizard Bang. The spear of the underworld pierced directly through Zhou Kun's forehead, the tip emerging from the back, stained with a hint of yellowish red. Without hesitation, Chun Juan advanced toward Wang Dazhao to deliver another lethal blow. Realizing the peril too late, Wang could only watch in horror as the spear penetrated his skull. Wang Dazhao fell lifeless as well. Bang! At that moment, the group of survivors finally reacted. One man, clad in a police uniform, swiftly pulled the trigger of his P-92 service pistol. The bullet whistled through the air, striking the unsuspecting Chun Juan in the chest within mere milliseconds. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air. However, the impact caused little harm. His clothing was torn, revealing a dark mark on his skin as the bullet clattered to the ground. This was due to Chun Juan's extraordinary ability, shielding. In the initial stages, his defensive capabilities showed little enhancement, but at level 3, the improvement became evident. Coupled with his robust physique boasting 800 points of vitality, Chun Juan was able to withstand the close-range shot from the P-92 pistol. How could this be possible? The officer stood in shock, unable to comprehend the scene before him. In the next instant, Chun Juan vanished from sight, the spear thrusting forward once more. The police officer's head instantly bore a gaping hole, and he crumpled to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 3 individuals lay dead, the scent of blood permeating the air. Deng Tianyuan and the remaining superhumans, as well as the gunmen, wore grave expressions, hesitating to engage further. They recognized Chun Juan's formidable prowess and were reluctant to act. At that very moment, near Long Island, along the banks of the Great River, a dragon mountain lizard, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, suddenly stirred to life. This creature possessed an oddly shaped body reminiscent of a lizard, with a long tail and 4 limbs, all covered in scales. Its round, red pupils granted it the night vision of serpents. With powerful musculature beneath its skin, its tail was structured like a shark's fin, capable of grasping. Its nose was more sensitive to blood than that of a shark. Its limbs bore claws akin to those of canine predators, exuding aggression. The formidable jaws, lined with serrated teeth, evoked images of a crocodile. Roar! The Dragon Mountain lizard surged through the water, rapidly heading toward the bloodied location of the Long Island villa. Whoosh! The creature leaped onto solid ground, its 4 legs propelling it forward with astonishing speed. Within seconds, it ascended to the rooftop of a 3-story villa, surveying a cluster of survivors near the entrance. The taste of blood incessantly provoked the now zombified Longshan, inciting a rising excitement within it, culminating in a thunderous roar from its throat. In an instant, Longshan lunged forward, racing at an astonishing speed. Chun Juan was the first to perceive this mutated creature. At a glance, he discerned that it was not a human aberration. The surface of viviparous animal cells possesses a unique receptor through which the zombie virus mounts a precise attack. Thus, it is not solely humans that can fall victim to the zombie virus. Cats, rats, dogs, lions, and tigers can all be infected by this toxic contagion. Name: Longshan. Quality: exceptional. Vitality: 650. Abilities: Devour, Enhanced Perception, Extraordinary Speed, Super Regeneration, Sharp Claws. Just a fleeting glance was sufficient for Chun Juan's expression to tighten slightly. This was the second creature of exceptional quality he had encountered thus far, and its staggering vitality of 650 was the most terrifying he had witnessed to date. Even more so than the super spreader from the Bailijin Hotel. One couldn't help but wonder if the original inhabitants of the villa had all perished at the hands of this abomination. Lost in thought, Longshan made its move. Its body became an ephemeral shadow, swiftly reaching a nearby ordinary survivor. A long, toad-like tongue ensnared the unfortunate individual, drawing them into its maw, causing its previously flat belly to swell immediately. Yet, this belly quickly deflated again. While the remaining survivors were bewildered by this occurrence, Chun Juan understood all too well. This was Longshan's ability, Devour. The more it consumed, the faster its vitality surged. Defend. Tung Tianyuan was the first to regain his senses and bellowed. However, just as he prepared to unleash his powers, Longshan lunged once more, swallowing him whole. The most formidable among the survivors, an ability user with a vitality of around 150, was reduced to nothing in the blink of an eye. With Tung Tianyuan's demise, chaos erupted. They could no longer afford to spare a thought for Chun Juan. Several armed ability users hastily pulled their triggers, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon Longshan. Amidst the hail of bullets, some struck the aberration, but they inflicted no significant harm. The wounds healed at a visible pace. As Longshan continued its relentless assault, the remaining ability users and gunmen met their grim fates. Thus, greater pandemonium ensued. Those fleeing did so in a frenzy, while screams filled the air, the survivors scattering like frightened birds and beasts. Suddenly, Longshan lunged towards Nye Yuqian. Chun Juan's gaze sharpened, and he swung the spear of the underworld with force. With a resounding crash, Longshan was hurled away, colliding violently against the wall and creating a significant breach. Brother, help me. The flustered Nye Yuqian, recovering from her shock, dashed behind Chun Juan for refuge. The remaining survivors, akin to headless flies, soon gathered around Chun Juan. having witnessed him strike down the Longshan salamander. The creature, having regained its footing, leapt to the guard post, its vigilant eyes fixed on Chun Jiuan. With a thunderous roar, the Longshan salamanders swiftly fled. Chun Jiuan's gaze sharpened. Such a formidable threat must be eradicated, and it could not be allowed to escape. With a mere thought, the sunbane bow materialized in his hands. The bowstring reverberated with a series of sharp sounds as several energy arrows whistled through the air, each traveling at a terrifying speed of nearly 1,000 meters per second. Among the barrage, one arrow struck the Longshan salamander, unleashing a devastating explosion that shattered its body into countless pieces. "Brother, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed Sister Yu and Sister Yi, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they approached. Chun Jiuan realized that winning the favor of these three women to become his exclusive companions would be a straightforward task. Picking up a crystal core, he turned to the remaining survivors. "Consider yourselves fortunate to have encountered me this time. Such luck may not come again. There are many more monsters lurking nearby. I advise you to leave this place and seek refuge elsewhere." Chun Jiuan's words were a deliberate attempt to instill fear. He had little interest in the other survivors and did not wish to assume the role of their caretaker. As expected, many of the survivors displayed expressions of terror upon hearing his warning. They had witnessed the Longshan salamander's power and realized that combined, they were no match for it. "Let us depart," some decided, while others, more fortunate, chose to remain. Chapter 79, The Slave Contract, Immortal Guard's Boss. "We wish to follow you." Several ordinary women approached, their faces filled with anticipation. Among them were women in their 50s and high school girls in their teens. Chun Jiuan observed them, pondering. One of the conditions for elevating the Chun family to the 4th tier was to have 100 outer members. Summoning shadowy guards and Longshan sentinels would require 2 to 3 months, a lengthy endeavor. In contemplation, Chun Jiuan glanced at their favorability ratings, which hovered around 50. "You may stay, but you will become my slaves," he stated calmly. "If you are willing, remain. If not, you may leave and seek your own path." Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the women shifted slightly as they murmured amongst themselves. "Boss, I am willing to follow you," Niu Qian said as she approached, her long legs strikingly graceful. "Me too," Sister Yi nodded in agreement. Chun Jiuan tilted her chin with a smirk, saying, "You can become my loyal companions, and in doing so, you will gain a certain status." The two women in question possess rather ordinary abilities. They are not endowed with any extraordinary powers and lack even the basic skills for self-defense, thus relying on the strength of others. It is precisely for this reason that Niu Qian and Sister Yi from the fishing circle have developed a mutual fondness that exceeds 60 points. As for Sister Yu, she is devoid of such affection. She possesses a water-based supernatural ability. After a moment of contemplation, Sister Yi resolutely declared, "As long as you can protect me, I am willing to join the ranks of the repairers." Niu Qian and Sister Yu, upon witnessing this, also acquiesced. "Excellent," Chun Jiuan exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. Henceforth, these three women would become his repairers. Simultaneously, without any intimate relations occurring, the system responded instantaneously. Ding! Detected an increase of 3 family members for the host. Rewarding host with 75 vitality points. Rewarding host with 30 slave contracts. Rewarding host with 1 mobile battle vehicle. Rewarding host with 300 family points. The rewards of vitality and family points were not unexpected for Chun Jiuan. However, the third reward, the slave contract, was particularly intriguing. Once this contract is signed, regardless of identity, status, or power, be it a supernatural being or an ordinary survivor, they would become Chun Jiuhan's slaves, unable to escape. This was a valuable asset, ideal for expanding the influence of his family. With a simple thought, Chun Jiuhan extracted the 75 vitality points and infused them into his body. A warm current coursed through him, restoring considerable strength. Vitality, 875. Soon after, Chun Jiuhan approached the group of female survivors. They had come to a consensus. In fact, when Niu Qian and the other 2 women agreed to become repairers, they had already consented. He presented 5 slave contracts for them to sign, thereby expanding his family with 5 additional members. After their departure, Chun Jiuhan utilized Level 2 Summon. Before long, a Dragon Elephant Guardian and a Shadow Assassin were summoned. With these 2 guards, he now had approximately 10 protectors. With 500 family points at his disposal, he could enhance either Level 2 Summon or Level 1 Inheritance. But he opted to upgrade the former. The reasoning was straightforward. He required powerful guardians for assistance. Moreover, the summoned guards could also augment his family. With a swift motion, his 500 family points were depleted. Summon advanced to Level 3. Description: the ability allows the summoner to call forth undead guardians, with one being summonable every 5 days. And they will exist permanently. After reviewing the description, Chun Jiuhan promptly employed Level 3 Summon to call forth an undead guardian. As for the gender, it would undoubtedly be female. Suddenly, The rhythmic sound of high heels striking the cement floor echoed through the air. Not far ahead, a female undead guardian approached. She possessed an astonishing beauty, with a black mark resembling bat wings imprinted on her forehead, akin to an ethereal being emerging from the shadows. She moved with an elegant grace, her slender figure adorned in a flowing black gown, the hem fluttering gently like a black butterfly in the shadows. Name: Undying Guardian. Quality: Rare. Vitality: 500. Abilities: 1. Undying, capable of resurrection. 2. Soul absorption, able to absorb other souls to enhance her own power. 3. Shadow manipulation, can control shadows, enabling her to conceal herself, move swiftly, and launch attacks from the darkness. 4. Infertility, a flicker of surprise crossed Chun Jiwan's eyes. The Shadow Guardian possessed a vitality of 90 points, while the Dragon Elephant Guardian had 180 points. Yet, the vitality of the Undying Guardian reached an astounding 500 points. In addition to her formidable vitality, her first ability of resurrection was equally impressive. Chun Jiwan realized he himself could not yet achieve such revival. Upon closer inspection, he grasped the essence of this ability. Resurrection after death required the use of a crystal core for summoning, with no cooldown restrictions. As long as he possessed a crystal core, he could resurrect after dying 100 times. The second ability was also potent. It was the fourth method he had encountered for enhancing strength. The third ability was a unique power, allowing her to cloak herself in the shadows. Against humans, she could easily execute stealthy assassinations, while against zombies, she could remain hidden in the darkness. My subordinate pays homage to the master. The Undying Guardian knelt on one knee. Rise, Chun Jiwan commanded, then added, from now on, you shall be known as Chun Xingyi. The name signified her regenerative ability, and the numeral 1 indicated she was the first Undying Guardian. Chun Xingyi responded with a lighter tone, thank you, master, for the bestowed name. Follow me. Yes. Chun Jiwan walked ahead, with 3 guardians trailing behind him. The scenery of the mansion was truly splendid. After exploring the villa, Chun Jiwan found it quite delightful. The environment was tranquil and the natural beauty captivating. Before him flowed a grand river, providing easy access to fish. In the pre-apocalyptic world, this place might have seemed somewhat remote. Yet now, it was ideal, with few zombies in the vicinity. However, caution was warranted in the river, for the first Dragon Mountain salamander might lurk there, and possibly a second as well. The Crystal Palace shall be established here, Chun Jiwan decided. Arriving at the central area of the community, with a mere thought, he extracted the Crystal Palace from the system's space. In an instant, the sky darkened, and a magnificent palace materialized in midair. System reward: Crystal Palace. This was a grand and sacred structure, emanating a holy light and energy, instilling a sense of solemnity and tranquility. To Chun Jiwan's astonishment, the Crystal Palace floated in the air rather than standing upon the ground. Chapter 80. The earth trembled. The building suspended in the air was indeed astonishing. The celestial palaces of myth and legend were said to hover in the sky, while in the modern world, only space stations could achieve such levitation. Chun Jiwan led the 3 guardians beneath the Crystal Palace. In an instant, a radiant beam of light descended from the Crystal Palace, enveloping the 4 individuals. With a swift motion, the brilliance converged, and Chun Jiwan and his companions materialized before the steps of the Crystal Palace. The grand double doors of the palace swung open with a flourish, revealing the interior splendor. Instead of stepping inside, Chun Jiwan turned to gaze down at Long Island, which lay beneath him. Was this display not a tad ostentatious? Should a missile strike, he pondered. Yet an inexplicable calm settled over him. Birds perched upon branches do not fear the risk of falling. It is not faith in the sturdiness of the branch that sustains them, but rather their belief in their own wings. With feathers fully grown, he called out, Chun Xingyi, let us venture inside. As he entered the Crystal Palace alongside his 3 guardians, he was immediately enveloped by an aura of mystery. His entire being surged with vitality, and his mental faculties became exceptionally alert. Even the cells within his body seemed to awaken. This transformation was a direct result of the palace's inherent attributes: Defense 5, Aesthetics 5, Healing 5, Wisdom 5, Lifespan 5. The enhancement from the Divine Food card had already reached the pinnacle of earthly standards. With the Crystal Palace now granting a 5-fold boost to these attributes, a card suddenly materialized in Chun Jiwan's hand, an upgrade card for buildings. Without hesitation, he activated the card, which swiftly dissolved into radiant fragments, dispersing throughout the palace. In an instant, the Crystal Palace ascended to level 2, while the description remained unchanged. Its functions and capabilities had significantly improved. Defense 10, Aesthetics 10, Healing 10, Wisdom 10, Lifespan 10, Self-Healing 5. The initial 5 attributes had doubled. Given the current defensive capabilities, it would pose no challenge to withstand powerful missiles. Additionally, the Crystal Palace acquired a new ability, Self-Healing. This feature enabled the palace to mend itself after sustaining damage. surpassing even the resilience of memory metals. After exploring the premises, he discovered that this was indeed a royal abode. Apart from a grand hall, the remainder consisted solely of bedrooms, totaling 300 suites. At that moment, the system chimed in with notifications. Ding. Building task completed. Reward. Host Life Force 55. Reward. Host Strategic Drones 10. Reward. Host Personal Aircraft 10. The 55 points of life force were directly infused into his being. Life force, 930. Chen Jiuan then examined the other rewards. The strategic drones were of the same type he possessed, while the personal aircraft was truly impressive, a flying armored suit with controlled consciousness, capable of vertical landing and hovering. Boasting high-speed flight, extended endurance, autonomous navigation, and obstacle avoidance, along with multifunctional payloads. Equipped with an intelligent system and human-machine interface, this advanced apparatus is akin to a strategic drone. With a mere thought, Chen Jiuan swiftly produced a complete set of equipment. The external form resembled a backpack, with a tendril extending to connect to his head, 2 linking to his arms, and 2 more to his thighs. Upon donning the gear, the device's jet ports emitted blue flames. The control of the flying apparatus was governed by thought waves. With a single mental command, it could effortlessly turn and hover. In an instant, the aircraft ascended, carrying Chen Jiuan to great heights. After a considerable duration, he descended gracefully. While the advantages of the unmanned flying vehicle were manifold, its drawbacks were equally significant, particularly its heavy burden on ordinary users. Chen Xingyi, each of you shall receive a drone, a personal flying device, along with these submachine guns. Chen Jiuan distributed the equipment to the 3 women, enabling them to maximize their capabilities. You are to guard this location diligently. Allow no one to intrude. Should any intruders appear, eliminate them without mercy. Understood. The 3 guards responded respectfully. Nodding in affirmation, Chen Jiuan proceeded to the elevator and descended to the ground-level villa. Upon the emergence of the Crystal Palace, Nie Yuqian and the other slaves were instantly captivated, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. As Chen Jiuan descended, the women eagerly surrounded him, chattering with curiosity. He offered a few casual remarks before departing the villa. On his way, he glanced at the system, which housed a mobile battle vehicle. This machine was equally sophisticated, boasting formidable armored defenses capable of withstanding impacts from ordinary vehicles. Its remarkable mobility rendered it suitable for diverse environments, surpassing even off-road pickups. Additionally, the mobile battle vehicle was equipped with a corpse-repelling device, utilizing sound waves to deter common zombies. Chen Jiuan drove to a nearby small gas station, primarily serving the villa residents, to fill the mobile battle vehicle's tank to capacity. Ascending the elevated bridge, he collided with any vehicles in his path, clearing the way. With this vehicle, he could transport his wife and guards in one go, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Soon, he arrived at the Shitzi Technology Building, bringing Ji Shuiyao, Yao Qingdi, and Ji Longyi to the mobile battle vehicle. Husband, have you found my mother? Ji Shuiyao inquired. Chen Jiuan shook his head. No, your mother is likely in trouble. As expected, Ji Shuiyao began to weep softly. Chen Jiuan gestured to Yao Qingdi, who understood and gently patted Ji Shuiyao's back to comfort her. Not long after, Chen Jiuan reached the Taishan Fitness Center, retrieving the rare-level fitness trainers, Chao Sanli and Xiao Shiqi. He then set his course for the Emerald Mansion. However, before he could venture far, he suddenly sensed the ground trembling. A wave of danger emanated from beneath, a sensitivity bestowed upon him by his protective skills, a reflexive instinct. An earthquake? Suddenly, Chen Jiuan's expression shifted as a thought struck him. Thunderous roars erupted. Before him, an aged, towering building trembled and collapsed, crashing onto the main thoroughfare and sending plumes of dust soaring into the air. Startled, Chen Jiuan swiftly maneuvered the armored vehicle towards the park for safety. The earthquake that his wife Cece had dreamt of had indeed come to pass. Furrowing his brow, he pondered whether they had sought refuge. Chen Shuyi possessed an acute sense of danger, enabling her to detect impending threats. How fortunate! Yao Qingdi gazed at the swaying Shitzi Technology Tower in the distance, a cold sweat trickling down her back. Thankfully, they had departed in time. Boom! At that moment, an enormous explosion resounded from an unknown source, and a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Chen Jiuan's gaze sharpened. Had the nuclear power plant exploded? That seems to be in the direction of the nuclear plant. Ji Shuiyao murmured. Yao Qingdi added softly, Sister Ji, that place is indeed the nuclear power station, approximately 100 to 200 kilometers from here. Xiao Shiqi asked, puzzled. Could the explosion at the nuclear plant be a consequence of the earthquake? Chao Sanli nodded gravely. The timing of the explosion certainly indicates a connection to the earthquake. As the earthquake and the nuclear plant explosion unfolded, hordes of zombies surged towards the nuclear facility. On the streets, waves of the undead appeared, moving in droves. Once the aftershocks subsided, Chen Jiuan navigated the vehicle through the city, deploying strategic drones to scout the roads. After their reconnaissance, they proceeded towards the Emerald Mansion. Upon reaching home, night had fallen, and it was already 7 o'clock. Inside, Chenxi had anticipated the earthquake's arrival and, along with Ma Bingjie and their guards, had led the other women to the open area of the community for safety. The Emerald Mansion, though of decent construction, had suffered some structural collapses, with several walls cracked and debris strewn about, and fissures appearing in the ground. Lu Yan said, "Darling, please introduce us to the new sisters." Of course. After having dinner in the armored vehicle, Chun Jiuan introduced the women to one another, and soon they became acquainted. "You all shall rest in the vehicle tonight. I will take Naimi for a stroll." With that, Chun Jiuan departed with Naimi. In the dead of night, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Detected that Naimi is brimming with pregnancy energy. Rewards issued. Reward, 100 vitality points. Reward, 10 mini nuclear bombs. Reward, 1 dazzling crown. Reward, 500 family points. Without hesitation, Chun Jiuan allocated the 100 vitality points to himself. Instantly, his fatigue dissipated, and both his body and spirit surged with vigor, as if his capacity had expanded significantly, enhancing his strength immensely. Vitality, 1030. The second reward was astonishing: nuclear bombs. The most formidable weapons known to mankind, and he had received many nuclear bombs, each weighing over 20 kilograms. The explosive power is roughly equivalent to 20,000 tons of TNT, with a blast radius potentially reaching up to 2 kilometers. The lethal effects of the shockwave and radiation could extend even further. Such formidable weapons total 10 in number. Chen Jiuan found himself in a secluded corner. With a mere thought, a miniature nuclear bomb materialized in his hand. This object, reminiscent of a Rubik's Cube, exuded a sci-fi essence and boasted high maneuverability. Aptly termed a portable nuclear device, this feature is characteristic of the technological items produced by the system. In the future, should anyone displease him, a single nuclear bomb could effortlessly restore peace. As he stowed the device away, Chen Jiuan turned his attention to the third item, the Radiant Crown. With a swift motion, the crown appeared and settled into his hands. This was a majestic and splendid crown, crafted from an ancient amalgamation of silver and gold, adorned with red and blue gemstones. The equipment possessed extraordinary functions, capable of elevating skills by 1 level when its active abilities were invoked. It could influence the mind, granting dominion, while also offering self-healing capabilities and a brilliant light shield. Additionally, it enhanced luck, transforming misfortune into fortune. Placing the crown upon his head, a mysterious force enveloped him instantly. He soon realized that some of his skills could be elevated directly by 1 level. Level 3 Scholar, ascended to level 4. Level 3 Summon, advanced to level 4. Level 1 Inheritance, enhanced to level 2. It was akin to wielding a divine artifact. Chen Jiuan was taken aback by the transformation. With the Radiant Crown, he could now execute a level 4 summon directly. Description: the ability user can summon entities including the flying storm eagle or the powerful rock giant. They possess greater strength and resilience, with a summoning frequency of once every 5 days, remaining permanently. Utilizing the level 4 summon, Chen Jiuan focused his thoughts and immediately sensed a connection with 2 extraordinary beings, one being the storm eagle, the other the rock giant. He could choose to summon either. After a brief contemplation, he opted to summon the storm eagle. Scanning his surroundings, he initially saw nothing. Suddenly, he gazed skyward. A fierce gust of wind descended, stirring dust and debris. A magnificent eagle, 3 to 4 meters in height, swooped down from the void, transforming into a tall woman before him. She bore a storm emblem on her forehead, her countenance stern, with 2 azure wings extending from her back. Name: Storm Eagle. Quality: Rare. Vitality: 800. Abilities: 1. Storm Manipulation. Controls fierce winds and thunderstorms. 2. Aerial Reconnaissance. 3. Electric Release. Can unleash electrical energy to attack foes or disrupt electronics. 4. High-speed flight. 5. Iron feather armor. 6. Strategic intelligence. Rare quality. 800 vitality points. An impressive array of abilities. Apart from loyalty and infertility, she possessed 6 distinct powers. Henceforth, you shall be named Chuningi. At your command, Master, she replied. Chuning knelt on one knee respectfully and spoke. Please scout the surroundings and see if there are any formidable zombies or mutated creatures. There is no need for confrontation. Simply return and report to me. Understood. As the words fell, Storm Eagle soared into the sky, vanishing into the night. Chun Jiuan withdrew his gaze and suddenly turned his attention forward. Whispers reached his ears. Boss, it's that vehicle. There are many beautiful women inside. I recognize one of them, named Ma Bingjie, a security inspector. What are their capabilities? They possess some strength. Ma Bingjie is armed with a sniper rifle, while the other women wield 6 submachine guns, tactical crossbows, and handguns. As for the ability users, I am uncertain. 5 men appeared in a corner of the community, pointing and discussing. Someone is casting their eyes on my possessions. Chun Juan's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing across them. Just then, Dragon Elephant Guard Lu Long reported, Master, 200 meters away, there are survivors with ulterior motives. Chun Juan glanced at her and nodded slightly. The Dragon Elephant Guard possessed heightened sensory abilities, making them the finest protectors. Take Lu Yingyi and Lu Ying'er and eliminate them. Understood. Lu Long swiftly led the two shadow guards into stealth. Before long, several gunshots echoed from a distance. In the past, this would have certainly attracted zombies. But now the situation differed. There were far fewer zombies nearby. Only the old, weak, and infirm remained. Even if they were to come, they would not arrive swiftly. Chapter 82. The beginning of change. The gunfire soon ceased. Lu Long and the two shadow guards returned. Chun Juan inquired, what is the situation? Lu Long respectfully replied, we have eliminated the 5 hidden watchers. However, they may have accomplices. Accomplices? Chun Juan's eyes turned cold. He looked up as Choning descended from the sky. Master, no formidable mutated zombies were found in the vicinity, but we did locate another survivor gathering point. Upon hearing this, Chun Juan's eyes flickered. He connected the survivor gathering point to the 5 men who had attempted to approach them. Chening, investigate further. If they are linked, eliminate them all and bring back their weapons. Yes. Chun Ying and Lu Long quickly departed to carry out the investigation. Watching them leave, Chun Juan returned to the mobile battle vehicle. The area was cloaked in shadowy guards, with one protector, Ji Long, stationed nearby. The mobile battle vehicle was quite spacious, akin to a bus, with nearly 20 seats. The women, petite in stature, could comfortably rest across 2 seats. However, the gunfire from outside had roused some of them. Lu Yan approached and asked, Darling, are we leaving this place? Yes. Chun Juan nodded and replied, we are preparing to head to the Long Island Villa. I have a new sanctuary there. The living conditions are better and more secure. Is there electricity there? Tian Cici suddenly asked. Chun Juan paused for a moment and gazed outside. It was pitch black, with only a few solar-powered lights illuminating the darkness. An incident occurred at the nuclear power plant, resulting in a blackout throughout the city. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Juan remarked, there will be electricity within the opulent villa. It was plausible that some power generation equipment or backup sources were available. After all, in such a high-end residential area, it would be unthinkable to lack contingency plans. Even in the unlikely event that such devices were absent, Chun Juan could always seek out power generation equipment. In this day and age, electrical devices were still quite prevalent. The night passed without incident. The following day, May 8th, greeted with nearly 30 degrees Celsius under a brilliant sun, Chun Juan alighted from his vehicle, gazing skyward before invoking his ability, Summon. Shortly thereafter, a shadowy guardian named Lu Yingxin approached. A group of women busily prepared meals while Chun Juan returned home to pack various garments, including wedding dresses, into his traveler-esque capsule. After enjoying breakfast, he instructed one of his shadow guardians to drive, settling into the rear seat. As the armored vehicle traversed the route, they encountered a desolate ruin. A horde of zombies congregated there, feasting upon corpses. This was the remnants of the survivor base decimated by Chun Ying the previous day. They were allies of the 5 individuals who had operated covertly. From this encounter, they managed to confiscate 3 or 4 crystal cores alongside a cache of handgun ammunition. These individuals possessed abilities and weaponry, numbering approximately 20 to 30, a formidable force. Yet, they were effortlessly subdued by the Storm Eagle, Dragon Elephant Guardian, and Shadow Guardians, with not a single injury or fatality incurred. After all, the Storm Eagle's ability included strategic command. Chun Ying, in addition to being a formidable warrior, was also an exceptional battlefield tactician. It must be said that with the presence of these guardians, Chun Juan found himself considerably alleviated. Many tasks could now be delegated to the guardians, bringing him immense peace of mind. However, the number of guardians remained insufficient. Should he manage to expand their ranks over the coming months, Chun Juan's strength would become quite formidable. An increase in numbers would necessitate the gathering and stockpiling of more resources. While guardians were indeed advantageous, they also consumed resources and required substantial daily sustenance. Without ample provisions, sustaining them would prove challenging. In the central region, the number 1 and number 5 storage centers held vital supplies that must be acquired. Furthermore, the compass should be utilized to collect remaining national reserve resources. Thus, storage emerged as a significant dilemma. The Traveler-S capsule could accommodate a considerable amount of supplies. However, it was fundamentally a personal storage space. Even at maximum capacity, the space would remain limited, and the family points consumed were considerable, rendering it less cost-effective. As Chun Juan pondered these matters, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Ding dong. Building task 2. Construct family warehouse. Family warehouse. Chun Juan's eyes brightened as he clicked in. The family warehouse came with blueprints, and the system would construct it autonomously. All Chen Jiuan needed to do was gather construction materials. 1. 5 million tons of timber. 2. 1 million tons of iron. 3. 100,000 tons of steel. 4. 100,000 tons of cotton. 5. 100 crystal cores. In total, 5 conditions. To collect these items would not be a task accomplished in just a day or two. Suddenly, Chen Jiuan noticed that he could directly designate the family warehouse. As long as it met the system's criteria, it was akin to the task of constructing a palace. The palace, drawn from the rewards, completely adhered to the standards. Thus, he need not expend much effort. He could simply select a qualifying warehouse to designate as the family repository. With the system's power to enhance attributes, it would become extraordinary. The logistics warehouse center was calling for his personal visit. There was also Lu Yan's cousin, Lu Mei, who should also fit the system's family member standards. Chen Jiuan had gathered information about Lu Mei from Lu Yan. She was an assistant manager at the warehouse center, 43 years of age, and possessed striking beauty, a quintessential mature woman. When the outbreak of the biohazard occurred, she was still at work. Later, Lu Yan managed to contact her cousin Lu Mei and learned that she had taken refuge and remained unharmed. In fact, the logistics warehouse still had a substantial food supply, and due to its remote location, the number of zombies was limited. Even after a month, the likelihood of survival remained quite high. As he pondered, Chen Jiuan recalled Dr. Zhou Xiaofeng's sister, who had promised to come to his aid. After some consideration, he summoned Chen Yingyi and detailed his instructions. Before long, Chen Yingyi had departed for Xiali Hospital. Next, he would await her report at the Changdao Crystal Palace. The mobile battle vehicle traversed the streets, which had become significantly quieter. Last night, a multitude of zombies had left the city, drawn to the nuclear power plant. Naturally, there were a few survivors who emerged from the alleys, occasionally spotted scavenging for food and seeking weapons. Chen Jiuan's gaze sharpened, aware that in the future, survivors within the city would undoubtedly clash over territory and resources. Furthermore, those unable to survive outside the city would likely venture in search of supplies and arms. Additionally, military forces or other factions might also arrive to gather survivors, expand their influence, and establish bases. The future was bound to be tumultuous. Chapter 83. Departures and Unexpected Guests. The mobile battle vehicle rolled along the highway, its size making it rather conspicuous. Some ill-intentioned survivors eyed it with scheming thoughts. Inside the vehicle, Chen Shuyi suddenly furrowed her brow and said, "Darling, I sense danger." "Really?" Chen Jiuan's brow knitted in concern. He understood that if Chen Shuyi could sense danger, something was amiss in their surroundings. "Master, there is something ahead on the road," suddenly reported Lu Ying'er from the passenger seat. Listening to the voice over the intercom, Chen Jiuan calmly inquired, "Go on." He then moved to the cockpit while listening to Lu Ying'er's report. Before him stood 2 figures on the road, a heavily pregnant woman and a little girl with braided hair. The pregnant woman lay beside the vehicle in the center of the road, seemingly unconscious. The little girl stood beside the pregnant woman, repeatedly calling out "Mama, Mama." Her voice delicate and feeble, evoking an involuntary sense of sympathy. They appeared to be a pitiful mother and daughter in a post-apocalyptic world. However, Chen Jiuan discerned many suspicious details. Although the number of zombies in the city had significantly diminished, they had not entirely vanished. Strangely, no zombies approached. This could only imply that the area had been cleared of them. Furthermore, Chen Jiuan's perceptive abilities had notably intensified. He sensed an elusive danger looming. Could it be a sniper? He realized that he was being targeted by a faction. The pregnant woman and the little girl ahead served as bait to lure them out of the vehicle. When Lu Ying inquired, "Master, shall we disembark to take a look?" Chen Jiuan replied decisively, "Let them leave. Otherwise, drive straight through." He was granting those 2 an opportunity. It was essential to understand that true battlefields do not harbor pregnant women or children. Only enemies, only foes. Understood, Lu Ying responded, then began to call out. Chen Jiuan returned to the passenger cabin, seated himself, and deployed a strategic drone. The drone swiftly blended into the surroundings, conducting reconnaissance of the area. During the day, the sunlight was intense, rendering the infrared capabilities less effective than in dim conditions. The basic high-definition lens was all he could utilize. After searching for a considerable time, Chen Jiuan still failed to spot any survivors nearby. Suddenly, the mobile combat vehicle began to move, and outside, 2 piercing screams echoed. Were that mother and daughter merely ordinary survivors? A question flashed through Chen Jiuan's mind. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed his 2 dragon elephant guards. "Please sense the activities of the remaining survivors in the vicinity." Lu Long replied, "Master, I have sensed them." Chen Jiuan immediately inquired, "Where are they?" Lu Long responded, "Underground." "Underground?" Chen Jiuan murmured, realizing why the drone had been unable to detect them. He had suspected that the 2 women were nothing but bait set by hunters, intending to ensnare him. After the mobile combat vehicle had traveled some distance, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from behind. The density of the bullets indicated the use of submachine guns or similar weapons. This was quite extraordinary, unlike foreign nations that possess gun shops for private collections. In the Great Xia Kingdom, submachine guns and handguns could typically only be found within police stations, military factories, shooting ranges, or among soldiers, mercenaries, and sentinels at crucial posts. Beyond these, a certain category of individuals, former criminals, might also possess firearms, as their previous illicit activities could have warranted armed protection. Lu Long spoke gravely, Master. A group of survivors has emerged from behind and is opening fire on us. Let them shoot, Chun Jiuan replied calmly. He was not concerned about the mobile combat vehicle being penetrated by ordinary bullets. This vehicle was specifically designed for mobility and personnel transport, although it lacked a weaponry platform. It was equipped with heavy armor, providing formidable defense. Standard armor-piercing rounds can only penetrate light armor and are ineffective against heavy armor. Only weapons such as automatic rockets or anti-tank missiles possess the capability to breach such defenses. The ordinary submachine gun bullets utilized by the survivors are even less effective than armor-piercing rounds, rendering them incapable of breaching the armor of mobile combat vehicles. Even when fired repeatedly, after a brief interval, the survivors at the rear seemed to realize their futility against the mobile combat vehicle and cease their fire. In this apocalyptic world, ammunition has become a precious commodity. Chun Jiuan observed the vitality of that group of survivors through the rear window. There were over 10 individuals, mostly ordinary survivors, with only 2 possessing special abilities, their life force exceeding 100. This faction was not particularly strong. You two, take the guards and eliminate them. Chun Jiuan promptly instructed the dragon elephant guards and shadow assassins. At once, 10 guards swiftly disembarked, armed with an array of equipment from the mercenary rescue team, including submachine guns, handguns, tactical helmets, and bulletproof vests. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of a fierce gunfight erupted from the rear. After a considerable time, the commotion subsided. The dragon elephant guards and shadow assassins returned with their spoils, 3 submachine guns, 7 handguns, and over 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Apart from that, there was no other notable equipment. Chun Jiuan noticed that some of his guards had sustained injuries. 2 shadow assassins had been shot in the chest. However, it was not with submachine gun bullets, but rather handguns. This was not a grave concern, as they were clad in level 2 body armor, which could withstand all but the most powerful handguns, such as the Desert Eagle. A standard police handgun like the P-92 would not breach their defenses. After distributing the weapons, Chun Jiuan found himself with little to do while remaining in the vehicle. He sought out Tian Cici to engage in a game of insect hunting. Among his extraordinary companions, Chen Shi was still on her menstrual cycle, leaving Tian Cici as the only one available for use. Thus, after successfully impregnating Naimi the previous day, Chun Jiuan's current target was her. The mobile combat vehicle continued its journey towards Changdao. Just as Chun Jiuan departed, an unexpected group appeared on Emerald Road. A man exclaimed, "Kong Jiala, this is Emerald Road." Kong Jiala responded excitedly, "My brother should be just over there." The man cautioned, "Kong Jiala, what if your brother is no longer there?" Kong Jiala's eyes widened as he retorted fiercely, "That's impossible. We contacted him while the signal was still active." He awakened his speed abilities. And his 3 companions also possess abilities. Nothing could have happened to them. The captain interjected, "Enough with the chatter. We must move quickly. Our time is limited. We still need to search for the commander's family." Kong Jiala immediately declared, "Brothers and captain, I thank you all. If there are any orders in the future, just command us directly." The man replied, "What thanks? We are all brothers. Your brother is our brother as well." The captain added, "Indeed, you saved me last time. I remember that well." Chapter 84. Ji Shuiyao's heart returned soldiers. From their conversation, it was evident that this uninvited group consisted of soldiers. Not just any soldiers, but elite troops, fully armed to the teeth. Their primary weapon was the QBZ-30 assault rifle, equipped with an optical sight, tactical grip, and suppressor. The secondary weapon included the CQ-30 handgun with spare magazines. They donned lightweight tactical vests, Type 30 helmets with night vision interfaces, tactical goggles, and tactical backpacks, alongside tactical radios and camouflage expedition uniforms. Their gear also included OSA tactical gloves, 3DA tactical backpacks, high-top tactical boots, tactical belts, vehicles, ammunition bags, medical kits, flashlights, and knives. Truly, they were armed to the teeth. An elite squad of 7 soldiers arrived at Emerald Road, accompanied by military dogs. They sniffed out the scent and swiftly located a room. Suddenly, an anguished voice echoed from within. "Ah, who? Who killed my brother?" Kong Jiala bellowed, looking skyward. Wang Lianlin gravely responded, "Jiala, is this your brother, Kong Jiahui?" Kong Jiala gripped the captain's shoulders tightly. His eyes filled with rage as he declared, "Captain, someone definitely killed my brother. The zombies only came in afterwards to feast. Someone has killed him." Captain Wang Lianlin spoke in a low voice. "Jiala, calm down. A person cannot be brought back to life. Pull yourself together. Kong Jiala glared, gritting his teeth. I will find the murderer of my brother. I must. Wang Lianlin reassured him. Everything will be all right. The other camouflage soldiers approached to offer comfort. Meanwhile, one member skilled in first aid and another with special abilities squatted to examine the corpse. Kong Jiawei's body was in a horrific state, ravaged by zombies. Nevertheless, they managed to extract useful information from the remains. After inspecting Kong Jiawei's body, they continued to assess the remaining corpses, quickly arriving at some conclusions. This was the work of a powerful ability user. An ability user. I will find you, Jala exclaimed. Jala, hold on. Now we need to locate the family of the commander. Once we return to base, I will petition our superiors to gather our brothers to assist you. Upon hearing these words, Kong Jala shook his head. Captain, I cannot join you in searching for the commander's family. A person cannot be brought back to life. But I can seek vengeance for him. I must pursue the clues to the murderer. With that declaration, Kong Jala detached himself from the squad. Meanwhile, the scenery outside was quite splendid. Tian Cici leaned against the window, straightening her posture, her back arched, and her eyes dreamy as she mused. Ji Shuiyao gazed at the view outside, softly murmuring, Mother, unconsciously whispering, when her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed. What is that? At that moment, Yao Qingdi also covered her mouth, exclaiming softly, Sister Ji, how did a floating building appear ahead? Ji Shuiyao replied in a daze, I don't know. This wasn't here before. Darling, is that building you're doing? Tian Cici turned, her face flushed as she asked. Chun Jiuan gently caressed her, smiling. What do you think? That is the Crystal Palace, which will soon become our abode. My dear husband, you are truly remarkable. Shortly thereafter, the armored vehicle arrived at the entrance of the luxurious community. Chun Jiuan glanced at a large hole in the surrounding wall, realizing that substantial rest was necessary. Furthermore, the defensive capabilities of this wall were inadequate and required reinforcement. The summoned guards were primarily tasked with security and combat duties. Fortifying the shelter would be an extravagant use of their skills. Therefore, it was essential to recruit additional personnel. Chun Jiuan still possessed numerous slave contracts, ensuring they would not be left to gather dust. My master, a group of survivors awaited at the villa's entrance. The undying guard Chun Xingyi, the dragon elephant guard Chun Longyi, and the shadow guard Chun Qi were present, accompanied by 3 fishing beauties, RBQ, Ne Yuqian, and Sister Yulequini. Lastly, 5 ordinary female survivors had all signed slave contracts. At that moment, each of them called out to their master. A chorus of feminine voices, sweet and melodious, filled the air, bringing joy to the men's hearts. How could all of them be such beauties? Where had this man found them? Nie Yuqian and her companions were genuinely curious upon seeing Chun Jiuan return with so many women, especially when they realized that several were even more attractive than themselves. Without any hint of cosmetic enhancement. Yesterday, they may have harbored some competing intentions, but now they had entirely abandoned that notion. Secretly deciding to unite and present a united front, the 3 sisters together. Come, I shall show you the palace, Chun Jiuan said, leading Lu Yan, Chun Shui, Ji Shuiyao, and others to the Crystal Palace. After the tour, he began to allocate rooms. Within the palace, there were over 300 suites, 30 upper rooms, 100 middle rooms, and the remainder being lower accommodations. The women he valued most, such as Lu Yan, Nai Mi, Ji Shuiyao, and Chun Shui, were naturally assigned to the upper rooms. The others were all placed in the middle rooms. A few guards were assigned to reside in the villa to maintain vigilance, safeguarding against threats from mutated creatures emerging from the water and protecting the lives of the slaves. Once the arrangements were completed, it was noon, and Chun Jiuan instructed the housewives to prepare lunch. The number of individuals was still considerable, nearing 30. While cooking was manageable, it would become quite troublesome as the numbers grew, necessitating more chefs. At that moment, an issue arose in the villa, specifically. A power outage hindered the use of the cooking robots and rice cookers. Chun Jiuan descended to investigate and eventually entered the electrical room beneath the property management hall, activating the backup power supply. With a tremendous roar, the generator began its operation. This was a diesel generator, known for its quick start and reliable performance. Subsequently, Chun Jiuan visited a small gas station, retrieving a substantial amount of diesel from the underground storage to fuel the generator. After resolving these issues, he accompanied Ji Shuiyao to her residence. Yesterday, he had played with the 3 fishing beauties here, but had not taken the opportunity to observe closely. This time, I shall accompany Ji Shuiyao to observe closely. The large floor-to-ceiling window on the 2nd floor has been shattered, undoubtedly by some formidable entity that intruded and devoured the survivors within. Such occurrences can also be witnessed in the other villas. Ultimately, Chun Jiuan and Ji Shuiyao found themselves entwined in the sheets. Afterwards, Ji Shuiyao gazed at Chun Jiuan and earnestly expressed her gratitude. Regardless of everything, I must thank you. My mother was an ordinary person, and she understood how challenging survival is in this apocalypse. Now that she is gone, perhaps it is a form of liberation for her. You are right to think that way, Chun Jiuan replied, having little else to say, resigning himself to her acceptance. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard the voice of the system. Affection level, 95. This value of affection signifies deep emotion, difficult to betray. Ding. The master and family member have reached deep affection. Reward. Host gains 50 vitality. Reward. Host acquires pet, water dragon. Reward. Host receives 200 family points. Due to some complaints, the matriarch's attributes were removed. The first and third rewards remained as vitality and family points. Without hesitation, Chun Jiuan integrated them into his being. A warm current enveloped him, further enhancing his physical condition. Vitality, 1080. Simultaneously, his family points soared to 700, a sum sufficient to elevate 2 or 3 levels of abilities, such as Inheritance or Celestial Monarch. Chun Jiuan then turned his attention to the second reward, the pet water dragon. After calming Ji Shuiyao, he ventured outside. Approaching the riverside, he summoned the reward from the system. In an instant, a massive egg materialized in Chun Jiuan's hands, weighing over 100 kilograms. How could it be an egg? Wasn't it supposed to be a water dragon? A dragon, an oviparous creature? Crack. Just then, the shell of the egg shattered with a crisp sound. Chun Jiuan was intrigued. His gaze fixated as fine cracks appeared at the top. The creature within was beginning to emerge. Before long, the shell broke open, and a head poked out. The skin of the water dragon was a pristine white, its head elongated and pointed, eyes glimmering with innocence and curiosity. A pair of long horns adorned its crown, extending backward, adding a touch of elegance. Merely observing its head, this water dragon bore all the quintessential features of a dragon. Whoosh! At that moment, the white water dragon erupted from the egg, soaring into the air and hovering in the void. Subsequently, it dove down, opening its mouth to reveal a crimson tongue and pearly teeth, voraciously consuming the remnants of the shell. Chun Jiuan observed quietly. This was a female white water dragon, measuring 3 meters in length, with a slender and graceful form. The body is adorned with smooth and lustrous white scales, shimmering like pearls under the sunlight. Its form is sinuous, elongated, and supple, exuding an elegant sense of strength. Upon its shoulders rests a pair of wings, broad and weightless, as pure as freshly fallen snow, resembling a delicate pair of wings unfurled in the air. The translucent membranes of its wings flow with a gentle radiance, evoking a dreamlike sensation. It is evident that this dragon belongs to the lineage of the Yinglong, rather than the revered azure dragon of the 4 sacred beasts. However, this creature remains a Jiaolong, not yet having transformed into a true dragon. Measuring over 3 meters, it is hardly suitable for riding. Chun Jiuan's initial instinct was to mount this dragon, but alas, its physique appeared too frail, not much more robust than that of a serpent. The aspiration to become a dragon rider was swiftly dashed. What a pity! A flicker of regret passed through Chun Jiuan's eyes. Then he observed the little white Jiaolong let out a joyful cry as it approached, its eyes sparkling with excitement and happiness. It circled around Chun Jiuan, playfully entwining itself around him, eager to engage in play with its master, reminiscent of a dog wagging its tail in delight upon seeing its owner. Could this little white dragon, like the storm eagle, transform into a female form? A thought crossed Chun Jiuan's mind as he gently inquired, tilting his head to look at the little Jiaolong. The little white dragon shook its head, indicating that it was currently unable to do so. Chun Jiuan felt a pang of disappointment, and, with a flicker of thought, he glanced once more at the attributes of the little white dragon. Life Force, 500, Quality, Unparalleled, Abilities, 1, Super Immunity 2, Water Element Control 3, Water Attack 4, Aquatic Dominion 5, Water Armor 6, Water Healing 7, Water Perception 8, Absolute Loyalty. Chun Jiuan was quite astonished. The newly born water Jiaolong possessed a life force of 500 points. Its unparalleled quality foretold immense potential for the future, with remarkable growth prospects. Moreover, it boasted an array of abilities, including super immunity and mastery over various water-based powers encompassing offense, defense, healing, and perception. It was truly a versatile creature. With the ability to dominate aquatic beings, a sudden spark ignited in Chun Jiuan's eyes as he gently stroked the little Jiaolong's head. From now on, you shall be called Little White. Upon hearing this, the little white dragon let out an exuberant cry, transmitting a wave of joy. It appeared to take quite a liking to its new name. Chun Jiuan could not help but smile, sensing that the little white dragon's intelligence was not particularly high. A name as simple as Little White might provoke discontent in a more intelligent pet. Little White, you have the power to rule over aquatic creatures. Bring me some fish. Chun Jiuan commanded the little white dragon. Upon hearing this, the little white dragon nodded eagerly and plunged into the river. Splash! The little white dragon dove into the water. Swiftly gliding through it, sending up splashes and ripples, its movements graceful and fluid, akin to an underwater dancer. As it elegantly navigated through the water, its wings gently flapped, creating a beautiful tableau of water and foam. Chen Jiuan watched intently, suddenly noticing some fish swimming nearby. White-striped fish, bass, silver carp, grouper, pufferfish, and even turtles, along with several water snakes, Yangtze River dolphins, and Chinese alligators, caused Chen Jiuan to be unable to suppress his astonishment. The leadership ability of this little white dragon is indeed formidable. It has even managed to dominate crocodiles. Suddenly, a voice of surprise echoed beside him. Chen Jiuan turned to see Chen Shuyi approaching, her mouth covered in astonishment, her clear eyes reflecting profound surprise. What could this mean? The predator and prey were appearing together. And crucially, no hunting had ensued. In the natural world, wolves and sheep cannot coexist peacefully. Predation is inevitable. Yet, the aquatic creatures before him exhibited no such behavior. They coexisted harmoniously. This was the ability of the little white dragon, domination over aquatic life. Chen Jiuan explained, and then with a smile added, from now on, we shall not lack fresh seafood. Chen Shuyi was taken aback. Little white dragon? It was only then that she noticed a striking white figure among the aquatic creatures. With an elegant posture and beautiful wings, it resembled a spirit of the water. Is this a dragon? To be precise, it is a flood dragon, Chen Jiuan noted, mentioning that it had yet to grow claws. While speaking, Chen Jiuan found tools and retrieved several pufferfish from below. He had heard that pufferfish were exceptionally delicious, a delicacy he had yet to try. By the way, fairy wife, did you seek me for something? Yes, there is something. Chen Shuyi responded immediately. Ji Shuiyao's mother has arrived. What? Wasn't her mother dead? Chapter 86. Survivors in the villa according to Chen Jiuan's knowledge. Ji Shuiyao's mother had undoubtedly been killed by that dragon salamander. How could she suddenly reappear? What was going on? Chen Shuyi explained. This community has an underground shelter where some survivors are hiding. Now, someone has come out to assess the situation and gather food. Our guards encountered that person, leading to a conflict. We found the shelter. Let's go take a look. Chen Jiuan, carrying the pufferfish, waved his hand to summon the little white dragon. The two departed from the riverbank and entered the community. Soon, Chen Jiuan spotted a group of aggressive survivors. A thought crossed his mind, and he directly accessed the system to examine the quality and vitality of these individuals. Chen Jiuan's eyes narrowed. Most of these survivors possessed rare-level qualities, indicating they were at least somewhat capable elite individuals. More importantly, he noted their vitality was quite high. There were 6 or 7 supernatural beings among them, with one possessing a vitality exceeding 300 points. This indicated they had likely absorbed numerous crystal cores and hunted many zombies. However, the surrounding area of the villa had few zombies, and mutated zombies were even scarcer. It was evident that they had not been hunting nearby. Perhaps there exists a faction dedicated to the collection of crystal cores, delivering them with precision. Much like the mother of Ji Shuiyao, who could also deploy a mercenary squad, equipped with elite gear. The powerful elite, the financial magnates, and the academic authorities may appear to consist of merely 1 or 2 individuals. However, they are propelled and supported by vast forces behind the scenes. For instance, to attain the status of an academician, one must garner the support of 2/3 of the scientific community. Thus, even if one were to win a Nobel Prize, an insufficient network would preclude them from being recognized as an academician. As Chen Jiuan approached, the guards on either side parted respectfully, calling out in deference. He stepped forward. Standing before the assembly of individuals, his gaze fixed upon them. At the forefront stood an ability user named Yang Linfeng, a middle-aged man whose visage seemed somewhat familiar. Wasn't he the top influencer from a previous marketing event? During the last Double 11, he had achieved sales of 250, reigning as the most prominent live-streaming host. Beside him was another man, a prominent gamer who had once worked as a security guard and had risen to fame through gaming, now known as Qiansu. Both Yang Linfeng and Qiansu possessed vitality levels reaching 300. Besides these two ability users, there was a final woman of particular interest to Chen Jiuan, also of rare quality. She was a foreign beauty, with cascading golden waves, striking blue eyes, sharply defined features, and a curvaceous figure. It remained uncertain whether she was a wealthy second generation or the beloved of some affluent villa lord. Becoming a RBQ, rich and beautiful queen, would indeed be splendid. At that moment, the undying guard Chun Sheng stepped forward, stating, "Master, these individuals have injured one of our sisters." Is that so? Chen Jiuan turned to regard the survivors before him. Indeed, several among them brandished metallic handguns. Upon closer inspection, they wielded Desert Eagles, the king of handguns. Are you the leader of this woman? Yang Linfeng stepped forward, his tone icy. Qiansu added, "You should leave immediately. This is not a place for you." Upon hearing the words of these two influencers, Chen Jiuan could not suppress a chuckle. They likely believed that their extraordinary powers endowed them with sufficient strength to make such bold declarations. After all, this was an era where extraordinary abilities were paramount. Such bravado from the two influencers was amusing. With a cold smirk, Chun Jiuan summoned the might of his king's will. In an instant, a formidable force field emanated from him, enveloping the survivors before him. Thud, thud. Yang Linfeng and Qian Su immediately knelt, their expressions shifting drastically. Other nearby ability users also succumbed, unable to maintain control, kneeling before him. Those farther away sensed the oppressive atmosphere, feeling numb and too frightened to draw breath. In but a moment, the original residents of the villas and the ability users found themselves constrained, unable to move, their faces paling with fear. I cannot move. What kind of ability is this? Such a terrifying power. I am the chairman of Jiabai Clothing, and my daughter's in-laws are 6-star commanders. Please release me. Young man, let us speak calmly. There is no need for anger. Indeed, we are not allied with those two internet celebrities. Chen Jiuan listened to their words and cast a glance at them. Among them were nouveau riche individuals, specifically the two streamers, Yang Linfeng and Yang Su. They had previously possessed minimal capital, amassing wealth through the internet, their foundations rather shallow, lacking substantial connections, and even struggling to acquire firearms. The old money magnates, however, are quite different. They have established family powers, forming ties with military and political elites, thus able to leverage certain influences. Yet, these are not the most formidable. The true tycoon here may only be one, Ji Shuiyao's mother, the matriarch of the Mingri group. She commands a private armed force, consisting of those 7 mercenaries. Of course, on the surface, they would not be referred to as private militaries in the Great Xia. That would be too taboo. Generally, they would be given a legitimate identity, such as security companies, personal bodyguards, or drivers. Martial arts schools, special forces training centers, or safety training institutions could also serve as cover. Alternatively, they might be affiliated with professional sports teams or groups, such as combat clubs, extreme sports teams, or stunt performance troops. For instance, a certain Su from a prominent real estate company has a song and dance troupe, which may conceal special personnel with military backgrounds. During ordinary times, the troupe would host banquets for various wealthy and influential figures, and when necessary, they could transform into security guards. Chen Jiuan pondered for a moment and then said to Chen Xingyi, eliminate those 2 leaders and extract their cores. Understood. Chen Xingyi nodded, advancing with a military knife. No. Please, spare us. Yang Kaifeng and Yang Su cried out in panic. They had attempted numerous means to escape, their hearts now thoroughly alarmed. Chen Xingyi showed no mercy, swiftly slitting one throat and extracting the core. Chen Jiuan continued, those who fired earlier must also be killed. Understood. Chen Xingyi dispatched a man wielding a firearm. Bring him to me. Chen Jiuan gestured toward the chairman of Jiabai Clothing, Luo Qingyu. He was quite intrigued by the military weaponry possessed by the 6-star commander. The official military structure of the Great Xia is divided into 10 ranks, 1 star being the lowest and 10 stars the highest. 6 stars is no insignificant rank. It is sufficient to command a region. Chapter 87, The Proud Mother of Ji. At this moment, Chen Jiuan glanced toward a pavilion not far away. Ji Shuiyao and her mother were engaged in conversation, with Yao Qingdi nearby. After some contemplation, Chen Jiuan approached. Yao Qingdi whispered, Boss. Ji Shuiyao warmly greeted him, happily linking her arm with his, exclaiming, Husband, this is my mother, Yao Lan. Thank you so much, dear. The gratitude expressed by the heiress of the Mingri group was sincere. Her affection for him continued to rise, ultimately reaching a remarkable 99 points, just shy of the perfect 100. However, this represents a qualitative transformation, one that is exceedingly difficult to achieve, and once attained, it cannot be diminished. Though a score of 99 is commendable, it still bears the risk of decline. In contemplation, Chen Jiuan smiled and greeted, Hello, Ms. Yao. I am Yao Yao's partner. The middle-aged woman before him, Yao Lan, was none other than Ji Shuyao's mother, a woman of high society. She was clad in a high-quality leather jacket adorned with metallic embellishments, while her lower half was dressed in tailored, high-waisted leather pants that accentuated her graceful curves. Notably, these leather trousers were not only durable, but also offered a degree of protection. On her feet were sturdy yet stylish knee-high boots. Around her collarbone hung a delicate chain necklace, her left wrist adorned with an exquisite timepiece, and her middle finger graced with a diamond ring. The overall impression she exuded was one of solemnity and authority, powerful, self-assured, and extraordinary, showcasing the unique allure of a noble woman. Yao Lan scrutinized Chen Jiuan in turn. She was aware of certain details regarding the man before her, knowing he had once been an employee of her daughter. Moreover, she was cognizant that her daughter was now in a relationship with him. A hint of aloofness graced Yao Lan's visage as she politely remarked, Mr. Chun, thank you for saving my daughter. I appreciate your assistance during these days. In a few days, my daughter and I will be leaving here, and at that time, We will no longer trouble you. Leave. Chen Zhuan's eyes narrowed slightly. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to directly access the system interface to examine information about this woman. Name, Yao Lan. Quality, rare. Vitality, 48. Appearance, 81. Physique, 78. Abilities. This noblewoman named Yao Lan retained her charm, particularly as her quality reached the rare level. In truth, Yao Lan was 53 years old. However, due to her commanding demeanor, meticulous self-care, and frequent visits to beauty salons, she appeared to be in her 30s. After a moment of reflection, Chun Zhuan inquired, Ms. Yao, where do you intend to take Yao Yao? Yao Lan replied without hesitation, to her grandfather's place. He has established an underground base. It was evident that she was determined to remove her daughter from this place. As a mother, she did not wish for her daughter to be subjected to the whims of a former subordinate. That would be nothing short of an insult. Chun Zhuan pressed further. How do you plan on leaving? In this world, it is hardly feasible for two women to venture forth alone, or for her grandfather to come and escort you. Yao Lan responded coolly, a rescue team will be coming. Slowly, Chun Zhuan stated, Ms. Yao, you cannot take Yao Yao with you. Yao Lan's gaze sharpened as she calmly replied, No, I can take her. Do you intend to stop me? Young man, although the world has changed and there are now those with extraordinary abilities, the power and wealth of this world are beyond your imagination. Chun Zhuan chuckled softly. He detected an unmistakable pride and disdain in Yao Lan's tone. In this era, she still failed to recognize her own position. Perhaps this was the obstinacy of age. Amidst a world in transformation, there are always some old stubborns who remain self-righteous. Chun Zhuan remarked lightly, This world is no longer what it once was. Even if you once held great power and influence, the time has come for a complete reshuffle. You individuals should abandon any thoughts of reclaiming control over the world. The future undoubtedly belongs to those with extraordinary abilities. Yao Lan smiled coldly, remarking, Young man, you are far too arrogant. Are you aware of what resides above? Those in power can effortlessly obliterate this place at their whim. Even your current words and actions are within the knowledge of the Shenzhou space station. Those with extraordinary abilities are not invincible. If you wish to compare yourselves to the Shenzhou space station, you still have a long way to go. The Shenzhou space station? Chun Zhuan furrowed his brow. What exactly is this place you speak of? Yao Lan replied with a subtle smile. The Shenzhou space station is the command center for the entire operation of the Great Xia. It serves as the largest sanctuary for survivors, achieving self-sufficiency. It comprises residential areas, agricultural zones, storage facilities, medical centers, research areas, and communication sectors. Ji Shuiyao exclaimed in astonishment, Mom, that sounds like something out of a science fiction movie. Yao Lan's eyes glinted sharply as she coldly stated, There is much you do not know. The boundaries of the 9 planets of Blue Star have been ravaged, resulting in deteriorating conditions in recent years. Water has been contaminated, and the land cannot yield crops, prompting the elite to abandon Blue Star one after another. They are transforming the moon, making it suitable for human habitation. Transforming the moon? Chun Zhuan was taken aback. He had no knowledge of such matters. Upon arriving in this world, he had realized that its science and technology were more advanced, but did not anticipate that it had reached the brink of extraterrestrial colonization. At that moment, Ji Shuiyao inquired, Mom, you mentioned the Shenzhou space station belongs to the Great Xia. What about the other countries? Does the United Government have one as well? Certainly, Yao Lan affirmed. The United Government has constructed the Delta space station. She turned to Chun Zhuan and said, If the United Government were to unleash a goddess staff, the entire Zhangzhong city would be annihilated. Goddess staff? What sort of terrifying weapon is that? It seems even more dreadful than a nuclear bomb. Chun Zhuan, once confined within an information bubble, was now witnessing a broader reality. Above the sky, a group of survivors gazed down at the earth. Yet, he would not belittle himself. After all, one possesses science while the other possesses a system. The deer that once belonged to Qin is now pursued by all under heaven. Whose hands this deer will ultimately fall into remains uncertain. The current Great Xia and the United Government still possess the foundations and accumulations of the past. As time progresses, the ultimate outcome is truly unpredictable. Chun Zhuan declared. Even so, you cannot take Yao Yao away. She is my woman now, and she carries my child. I will not allow you to take her. Yao Lan was taken aback. What? Yao Yao, are you pregnant? Ji Shuiyao was momentarily stunned, unaware of this revelation. Husband, is that true? Chapter 88. The delicate foreigner indeed, you are truly pregnant. Chun Zhuan nodded affirmatively, then turned to the immortal guard, Chun Xingyi. Take Yao Lan away and keep her under watch. Do not allow her to come into contact with any communication devices. As you command, Master. Chun Sheng immediately responded respectfully, then firmly restrained Yao Lan, allowing her to struggle as she wished. What are you doing, dear? Ji Shuiyao exclaimed anxiously, momentarily disregarding her pregnancy. Chun Zhuan reassured her, Do not worry. Your mother will be fine. I merely wish for her to calm down for a while. Ji Shueyao pleaded pitifully. I hope she is not hurt. Chun Jiuan smiled reassuringly. Rest assured. After all, she is the grandmother of the child in your womb. Child. I truly have a child? No wonder I've felt nauseous and unwell these past few days. Let's return to the Crystal Palace and rest properly. Ji Longyi, escort the matriarch back to rest. As you command. Ji Shueyao departed. At that moment, the original residents of the villa had been subdued. The foreign girl had not left. She approached Chun Jiuan under the guidance of a shadowy guardian, accompanied by Luo Qingyu, who was clad in an elegant attire. Take him away and settle him in the vacant villa with the others. As you command. Chun Yi received the order and left with Luo Qingyu. Chun Jiuan's eyes flickered as he gazed at the foreign girl and accessed the system. Name: Luna. Rarity: rare. Vitality: 50. Appearance: 81. Figure: 91. Ability: rare level female. Chun Jiuan scrutinized her carefully. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty was clad in a simple, yet practical outfit, form-fitting black leather pants paired with a snug military green crop jacket. Exuding an adventurous and wild aura, she wore sturdy black knee-high boots, her long golden hair cascading down, shimmering under the apocalyptic sunlight, contrasting vividly with her bright blue eyes. Adding an air of heroism and mystery, this enchanting woman appeared devoid of any sordidness, suggesting she was not the type to be a mere harlot or a promiscuous lover. Chun Jiuan lifted Luna's chin and said, Beautiful one, would you like to join me? Luna eagerly nodded, exclaiming, I would, I am willing. In truth, she was a model. A fashion model with a wealthy boyfriend. When the apocalypse struck, her affluent partner had turned into a zombie, and she subsequently lived among the major forces within the villa. After enduring an attack from the Longshan salamander, she had fled with some survivors to hide in the basement, thus evading disaster. Upon witnessing Chun Jiuan's formidable abilities and the numerous subordinates around him, she contemplated how to attract his attention and establish a connection. To her delight, Chun Jiuan directly approached her, prompting her instant agreement. As a foreigner in a distant land, she simply wished to find a place in Daxiao and live well. You all may leave now. By the way, prepare the pufferfish for Lu Yan's meal. As you command, master. The shadowy guardian took the pufferfish and departed. Luna licked her lips, her mind racing with thoughts, anticipating the possibility of enjoying pufferfish soon. However, she had heard that pufferfish were highly toxic, with heat unable to neutralize the poison. Luna, uncertain of how to address Chun Jiuan, ultimately chose to refer to him in the same manner as the shadow guards. With curiosity, she inquired, Are there any chefs here capable of handling pufferfish toxins? Indeed, Chun Jiuan nodded, then added, Follow me. Luna obediently followed behind him, her gaze drifting to the small white dragon soaring in the air, her mysterious blue eyes brimming with intrigue. Chun Jiuan led Luna to the front of a villa. At that moment, she pondered and suggested, Should we go to my boyfriend's villa? I have quite a few outfits there, and a swimming pool. A swimming pool. Chun Jiuan's eyes brightened slightly. Beautiful women by the pool. Wasn't that a dream for many men? Very well, to your boyfriend's villa. Yes, this way, master. Luna guided Chun Jiuan, and before long, they arrived at the villa. Upon entering the living room, he surveyed the surroundings. To his astonishment, there stood a server worth millions at the center of the room, alongside 2 or 3 robotic maids. As they ascended to the upper floor, Luna remarked, The pool is on the rooftop. I'll change into a different outfit first. Make haste, Chun Jiuan replied, proceeding to the rooftop. On the villa's rooftop lay a swimming pool, the water appearing quite pristine. At that moment, Chun Jiuan gently patted the little white dragon's head and softly instructed, Little white dragon, use your abilities to change the water. With a nod, the little dragon soared into the air and opened its mouth. The water in the pool was immediately siphoned away and expelled elsewhere, to be replaced with fresh water. Chun Jiuan reclined comfortably in a rattan chair for a brief moment until Luna emerged, now clad in a 3-piece bikini. Her golden hair and blue eyes made her look enchanting, with every gesture radiating allure. Notification. Detected expansion of host's family members. Reward. 25 vitality points. Reward. 1 ability upgrade card. Reward. 100 family points. Chun Jiuan opened the system interface without hesitation, directly allocating points. Vitality. 1105. In a fleeting thought, a skill upgrade card materialized in his hand. Considering his personal and family skills, he deliberated on which to enhance. After some contemplation, he turned his attention to the scholar skill. He crushed the skill upgrade card in his hand. Level 4 scholar, capable of profound understanding of complex subjects and fields, effortlessly mastering advanced concepts and techniques. Upon reaching this level, Chun Jiuan would find it easy to learn challenging topics such as biological DNA, quantum mechanics, neuroscience, artificial intelligence, and intricate system theories. Conversely, mastering relatively simpler subjects would be a walk in the park. With a sudden inspiration, a red-tasseled spear appeared in his hand. Instantly, inheritance activated. and fragments of information flooded his mind. Chen Jiuan rose to practice spear techniques. After more than 10 minutes, his spear skills reached level 7. The defensive techniques have become increasingly intricate, and learners will acquire the skills to block, dodge, and respond more effectively to their opponent's attacks. The effects were indeed remarkable. Chen Jiuan smiled, and then glanced at the family points within the family system. 800 points. Which skill should he enhance? Chapter 89. The little nurse became a zombie. Chen Jiuan upgraded the skill, Inheritance. Instantly, the family points diminished significantly. The inheritance reached level 2. The ability of inheritance begins to evolve further, not only expanding the original capabilities, but also allowing the acquisition of memories and skill fragments through contact with corpses. Firstly, an enhancement of abilities. Secondly, a new capability to obtain information and skill fragments from corpses. This is indeed an extraordinary ability. For instance, if Chen Jiuan were to touch Einstein's brain tissue, he should be able to glean some fragments of information. Alternatively, if a renowned scientist were to perish, he could also acquire their knowledge. In a moment of inspiration, Chen Jiuan grasped the red tassel spear. More fragments of information emerged than ever before. An hour later, his spear technique reached level 8. 3 hours later, the spear technique achieved the maximum level of 10. The spear technique has been mastered to an extraordinary level, reaching its pinnacle, even capable of creating formidable spear techniques. The combination of level 4 scholar with level 2 inheritance proved immensely powerful. It was unexpected. Merely enhancing 2 skills and practicing for a brief period resulted in the spear technique reaching its maximum level. Chen Jiuan couldn't help but exclaim in awe. With 500 points remaining, he turned his attention to level 1 celestial being. Upgrading this skill to level 2 required even more family points. Upgrade. Whoosh. All 500 family points were consumed. The celestial being reached level 2. A new ability was unlocked. Mental perception. The ability to sense the emotions and thoughts of others, understanding their superficial thoughts and intentions, thereby gaining the upper hand in various situations. This was yet another formidable ability. Judging by the description, it was akin to mind reading. Chen Jiuan's system could assess favorability, but it was merely that. It could not discern their true thoughts. Thus, all enhancements came to a close. Chen Jiuan opened the system space to inspect his items. With a thought, he summoned the strategic drone. These devices represented the pinnacle of reconnaissance means, capable of effectively safeguarding the Crystal Palace and the villa. In addition, there were 9 individual flying machines, which were also exceptionally powerful. Allocating them to the guards would enhance their capabilities in aerial dominance. Master, what are these things? Luna emerged from the pool, gazing curiously at everything in Chen Jiuan's hands. They must be valuable items. Chen Jiuan glanced at the foreign woman in the pool before suddenly looking skyward. Above, there were space stations and satellites. Those prominent figures would undoubtedly be able to see everything below once utilized. However, after a moment's contemplation, Chen Jiuan shook his head. Satellite broadband resources are indeed a vital commodity that cannot be accessed indiscriminately. Master, is this a drone? I have engaged with one during my previous live broadcasts. However, why is it so diminutive? You have live streamed before? This strategic drone has been entrusted to you. As Chen Jiuan spoke, he glanced at the woman's affection level, which had risen to over 80 points, quite commendable. Coupled with her constant address of him as master, it certainly endeared her to him. Thank you, master, Luna exclaimed, her joy palpable. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the sky. The storm eagle soared from afar, circling around the villa before finally spotting Chen Jiuan and descending beside the pool. With a graceful transformation, the storm eagle's form vanished, shrinking into that of a human female with 2 wings sprouting from her back. Chen Jiuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where's the little nurse?" Chen Yingyi replied, "Master, she has turned into a zombie." Wasn't Zhou Xiaofeng claiming that she possessed special abilities? How could she have become a zombie? Chen Jiuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Such a lovely young woman. What a pity. The prosperous attributes of the nurturing energy should have yielded better results. Perhaps it was due to my absence? Chen Jiuan pondered. After some contemplation, he instructed Chen Yingyi, "Continue to gather survivors." He retrieved his phone and opened the information, stating, "There are 3 hotels. Check if there are any female chefs remaining. If so, bring them directly to me." These 3 hotels were owned by Lu Yan's fellow disciples, all of whom were exceptional chefs. Having more chefs in the villa would greatly facilitate meal preparation in the future. Delicious food could enhance a sense of belonging and morale. Additionally, Chen Jiuan planned to establish a family kitchen and cafeteria. Once these were established, meals prepared would increase vitality attributes without requiring Lu Yan's divine culinary abilities. Understood, master. Chen Yingyi responded, taking the phone and copying the chef information from the 3 hotels. After completing this task, Chen Yingyi suddenly remarked with gravity, "Master, I have observed a man nearby using binoculars to surveil the villa. Is that so?" Chen Jiuan's brow furrowed involuntarily. Bring that person to me. Understood. Chunyi spread her wings and soared into the air. Chun Jian then patted Luna, saying, Go fetch Nye Yuqian and the other two women, as well as Tian Sisi. If they are unacquainted, have the guards assist you in calling them. Certainly, master. I shall attend to it at once, Luna replied, swaying her hips as she left the poolside. With a thought, a golden longbow appeared in Chun Jian's hand. This was the bow of the sun. He began his precision practice. The power of this bow was considerable, yet it was challenging to hit the target. The last time he used it against the Longshan lizard, he nearly allowed that mutated beast to escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows were loosed. Some techniques naturally surfaced in Chun Jian's mind. Upon opening the system, he discovered that his archery skill had remarkably reached level 2. Now, even without a mentor, his proficiency was advancing at an astonishing pace. Chapter 90. The military band. A little over 10 minutes later, his archery skill ascended to level 5. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the sky. One was the Storm Eagle, Chenyi. The other was a man, seemingly fully armed, his hands bound and suspended beneath a rope. Chun Jian glanced at him, his gaze sharpening. This was indeed a fully equipped soldier. The gear he possessed was even more advanced and comprehensive than that of the mercenary rescue team he had encountered earlier. Chun Yingyi descended and respectfully stated, Master, this is the survivor who has been spying on the community. Chun Jian replied, You may proceed. Follow my instructions to search for more survivors. Understood. Wait, here is a traveler capsule for you to use. After some contemplation, Chun Jian produced a traveler capsule, transferring most of the supplies from within, leaving only a small portion of food, and handed it to Chun Yingyi. Thank you, Master. Chun Yingyi's face lit up with joy as she tested the capsule and successfully stored her weapons, walkie-talkie, and mobile phone. With that, she soared into the sky, departing Long Island to continue the search for survivors as instructed by Chun Jian. A soldier? Chun Jian sensed a distinct military aura emanating from the man before him. Indeed, I am a soldier, the man replied coldly. This man was, in fact, a soldier named Kong Jiala, who had come to Emerald Road in search of his brother. He hailed from a family steeped in military tradition. Tragically, both of his parents had perished in an accident during his early years, leaving him and his brother, Kong Jiahui, to rely on one another. After the apocalypse erupted, he managed to contact his brother and learned that Kong Jiahui had not succumbed to zombification, but instead had awakened a supernatural ability. Overjoyed, Kong Jiala urged him to await rescue. Chun Jian nodded and directly inquired, What is your relationship with Kong Jiahui? You both seem to bear a striking resemblance. Kong Jiala lifted his head, his expression somber as he replied, Kong Jiahui is my brother. Brother? Chun Jian's eyes flickered as he recalled the time he had killed Kong Jiahui, who had threatened him by mentioning that his brother was a soldier. It appeared he had not lied and had even traced his path here. Brother Jiala, rise. I have always held great respect for soldiers, Chun Jian said with a smile. At that moment, the level 2 celestial, psychic ability activated. The voice of Kong Jiala echoed in his ears. The individual before him was likely the murderer of my brother. I must find a way to escape this place. Still yearning to flee, Chun Jian sneered. Yet, this lad seemed unaware of whether he was indeed the true culprit. Contemplating further, Chun Jian stated, Brother Kong, are you aware that your brother was murdered? What were you doing in the military camp? Why have you not come to rescue your brother? Kong Jiala seemed perplexed. This young man, was he not the one who killed his brother? After all, which murderer could remain so composed? A master of disguise, perhaps? Or simply fearless? Kong Jiala hesitantly replied, At that time, our military camp was also besieged by numerous zombies, leading to considerable chaos. Oh, there was chaos in your military camp too? Aren't armies supposed to be the epitome of unity? Chun Jian asked with a smile, while using his telepathy to probe for information. As he spoke, Kong Jiala offered a vague response, but internally, he began to connect the dots. These thoughts were directly transmitted to Chun Jian, providing him with insights into the military camp's situation. After the apocalypse erupted, the conditions within Kong Jiala's military camp became precarious, with leaders divided into two factions. One faction prioritized self-preservation and military strength, believing that the foremost responsibility in such a dire environment was to ensure the survival of the army and maintain its strategic advantage. Consequently, this leadership advocated concentrating all resources on protecting military personnel, facilities, and strategic objectives, implementing strict military actions to combat the zombie threat. This implied that saving civilians would not be their priority, relegating it to a secondary concern. Conversely, another faction emphasized humanitarian priorities, asserting that the mission of soldiers was to safeguard the lives and safety of civilians. They advocated allocating a portion of resources and efforts toward rescue operations, including saving trapped civilians, providing food and medical assistance, and organizing safe zones to protect the innocent. The discord among the leaders, each with their own rationale, led to intense disputes that escalated into physical confrontations. Ultimately, the faction advocating military prioritization emerged victorious, possessing the majority of weapons and ammunition, with many soldiers choosing to follow them. Kong Jala was aligned with this faction. Subsequently, the leaders advocating civilian rescue, accompanied by a portion of soldiers, departed for the city and lost contact. After the military regrouped, those prioritizing military objectives finally remembered their families. It was also at this juncture that the nuclear power plant incident and earthquake occurred, significantly reducing the number of zombies in the city. Consequently, these leaders dispatched 3 elite armed teams into the city to search for their relatives. Ultimately, they discovered that Kong Jala's brother had perished. After inquiring among survivors and gathering clues, they learned of a mobile battle vehicle that had departed, which they deemed the prime suspect, and thus pursued the trail. One must acknowledge that Kong Jala's ability to locate the truth in such a short time was commendable. After concluding his account, he took a deep breath and inquired, "Now, can you tell me who killed my brother?" Chun Jiuan smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth as he replied, "It was I who killed your brother." With a firm grip, he summoned the spear of the underworld into his hand and said with a faint smile, "It was with this weapon that I took his life." Kong Jala's expression shifted dramatically, his teeth clenched as he exclaimed, "Very well. It was indeed you who killed him. Why did you do it?" Chun Jiuan shook his head, responding calmly, "Now that he is dead, why does it matter so much?" After a brief pause, he spoke directly, "I ask you, what weapons do you have within your base? How many soldiers remain?" Kong Jala spat disdainfully and coldly replied, "You shall not know. If I die, the commander will undoubtedly come to eliminate you all. He will conscript every woman here into the military band." The military band? Chun Jiuan's expression turned icy as he discerned Kong Jala's thoughts. Historically, the military band served to entertain soldiers and bolster morale. Composed of members who were skilled in song and dance, complete with an organizational structure. Now, many women fleeing the city seeking refuge had become part of the military band, reduced to mere playthings for the officers. "Very well. Allow me to show you who will ultimately prevail." With those words, Chun Jiuan thrust his spear forward, severing Kong Jala's limbs, rendering him incapacitated. "I will not kill you. I wish for you to witness the downfall of your invincible base with your own eyes. Your military band will become my troop." Chapter 91. Expert marksman Kong Jala was taken into custody. Chun Jiuan stood atop the rooftop pool, gazing downward. At that moment, a group of women approached. Luna had brought Nie Yuqian and Tian Cece. Once they arrived, Chun Jiuan presented a strategic drone to Tian Cece to play with, and she joyfully departed to entertain herself with the device. Subsequently, Chun Jiuan assigned tasks to Nie Yuqian and the other women. One was tasked with overseeing the 5 female slaves. The establishment of the base hinged significantly on security concerns. After all, a large hole had been breached in the villa's outer wall. Thus, those 5 slaves were needed to undertake the work. Additionally, watchtowers needed to be constructed, which would also require the slaves' labor. Just these 2 undertakings would demand considerable time. Before long, Chun Jiuan summoned Lu Longyi, appointing her as the supervisor of security defenses, dispatching several guards and distributing drones and individual flying devices. Her primary responsibilities included establishing and maintaining walls, defensive structures, and watchtowers, organizing security patrols, and overseeing the operation of monitoring systems, as well as coordinating self-defense training and responses to potential threats. Next, Lu Longer was assigned the role of resource management supervisor, tasked with overseeing the supply chain of food, water, and other essentials, ensuring the effectiveness of resource storage and distribution while seeking new avenues for resource acquisition. Chun Jiuan entrusted her with all the supplies he possessed, as her unwavering loyalty earned his utmost trust. Finally, Chun Xingyi was summoned to gather survivors. Moreover, Chun Jiuan equipped her with the detection glasses of Shadow Guard Chun Yi, which were quite remarkable in their ability to sense human vitality, with a maximum detection capacity of 500 points. Within the United Government, the superhumans they cultivated could potentially reach this pinnacle of strength. With these 3 matters arranged, nearly a day had passed. As time swiftly flowed, morning arrived on the following day. After rising, Chun Jiuan called upon the shadow guards. The number of guards remains insufficient, lacking depth and substance. Moreover, the scarcity of weaponry is equally concerning. The firearms seized from local police stations, the weaponry acquired from mercenaries, and the limited guns obtained from other survivors are inadequate to fully arm these guards. Chun Jiuan requires a greater arsenal to enhance combat effectiveness. At this moment, his walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. A glance revealed it was Chun Si. She held a military-grade walkie-talkie, capable of long-range communication, thus allowing her to reach him here. Amidst the static noise, her voice gradually emerged with clarity. "Master, this is Chun Si. Please respond. Please respond." Chun Jiuan replied, "Received." "Chun Si, what is the matter?" During his 4 days of recuperation and skill enhancement, he had summoned 4 shadow guards. Among them, Chen Si and Chun Wu had concealed their identities, posing as ordinary survivors, and infiltrated the police station located a kilometer away from the Shitsi Technology Building. Their intent was to wait for a conflict between the police and the rioters inside the station, taking the opportunity to eliminate both sides and seize the weapons within. Master, the rioters and the police have engaged in battle. The conflict has finally begun, Chun Si reported. Calculating the time, it had not been long, just a little over a week. What is your current situation with Chen Wu? We are fine. They merely view us as ordinary survivors. We will ensure our safety. I will come over shortly. Chen Jiuan ended the communication, casting a glance at the Long Island Crystal Palace base. The base had only recently been established, and given the current unstable environment, many survivors were venturing outside. It was possible that some reckless individuals might set their sights on this place. Thus, after careful consideration, Chen Jiuan decided against bringing guards to the police station for the impending battle. His vitality stood at 1110, a significant increase from the previous day, attributed to the meals prepared by Lu Yan. Her exceptional culinary skills, enhanced by her gourmet ability, allowed her dishes to bolster vitality. He contemplated taking Ma Bingjie along, as she might prove beneficial. After informing Lu Yan and Chen Shui, he departed the Long Island Villa base with Ma Bingjie. Husband, where are we headed now? Ma Bingjie inquired with curiosity. At that moment, the retired female soldier was equipped with a Thor sniper rifle, clad in combat boots, a helmet, and a bulletproof vest. Exuding an air of valor, we are going to secure a significant haul. With the weapons we acquire, we shall no longer face shortages, Chen Jiuan replied, outlining their forthcoming operation at the police station. He spoke truthfully. The police station would undoubtedly house a greater arsenal, far exceeding that of the local precinct. It would not be limited to mere handguns. There could also be sniper rifles, submachine guns, and shotguns among the cache. Just consider what the police station represented, a bastion of force. Let us find a means of transportation. Chen Jiuan and Ma Bingjie arrived at the parking lot, a secluded area exclusively for luxury vehicles, where even the most modest cars belong to the esteemed BBA category. These automobiles were ill-suited for the current road conditions. At that moment, Ma Bingjie exclaimed, "There's a motorcycle here. It should be quite good." Upon hearing her words, Chen Jiuan promptly approached and nodded in agreement. His attention drawn to the very motorcycle she mentioned, a Fania motorcycle, a hybrid luxury brand valued at several $100,000. However, the keys were absent. Yet, given Chen Jiuan's current aptitude for learning, he possessed numerous techniques for unlocking and starting the Fania motorcycle. Ultimately, he opened 3 accompanying boxes and retrieved motorcycle leather attire. "Sit tight and hold on to me," he instructed. Moments later, the Fania motorcycle roared out of the parking lot, speeding towards the police station and departing from the Long Island Crystal Palace base. The thunderous roar echoed as Chen Jiuan sped along the road. The current road conditions were far from ideal. Potholes marred the surface, and some areas had cracked due to seismic activity. For an ordinary survivor, driving at such speed would likely result in catastrophe. Ma Bingjie, though endowed with greater vitality than before, was still just an ordinary person. She could only cling tightly to Chen Jiuan's waist, once again recognizing the formidable strength of the ability users, her heart filled with envy towards them. Of course, during these days, Ma Bingjie had not been idle. She had diligently honed her skills in sharpshooting using the shared abilities of Scholar and Inheritance from Chen Jiuan. Her proficiency with the sniper rifle had reached an elite level, attaining an 8th rank. Expert marksman, possessing professional-level sniping skills, capable of executing complex tasks and combat operations, including long-range sniping, target reconnaissance, and aiming support. Chapter 92. A direct headshot. After more than half an hour, Chen Jiuan and Ma Bingjie arrived near the Persimmon Technology Building. They parked the motorcycle and swiftly walked towards the vicinity of the police station. There stood a tall building, and the two of them entered without delay, soon reaching the rooftop. From their elevated position, they could observe the police station below, where a fierce battle was unfolding. "The police station is engaged in combat," Ma Bingjie remarked gravely, as gunfire echoed incessantly. Additionally, many zombies, drawn by the sound of gunfire, had congregated at the entrance of the police station, clawing and roaring. "I'll scout the surroundings," Chen Jiuan declared, releasing a strategic drone and donning virtual goggles to infiltrate the police station for reconnaissance. As he entered, he quickly discovered that the survivors were embroiled in infighting. The sounds of gunfire reverberated throughout the police station. Former police officers were battling against the rioters. The police had taken control of the main building, while the rioters occupied the temporary detention center, the cafeteria, and critical locations such as the armory. The number of these marauders has inexplicably increased. Chen Jiuan's gaze sharpened. Upon observation, he discerned that the number of these ruffians had swelled to over 50. Merely 10 days prior, their ranks had only numbered in the 30s. Chen Jiuan quickly deduced that, as time progressed, the number of marauders in the police station would inevitably rise. Survivors from the outside would seek refuge within the precinct, thereby augmenting the ranks of the marauders. In truth, the situation mirrored Chun Jioen's contemplations. There were 5 leaders among the marauders, former criminals confined within the detention center, whose cases had yet to be resolved. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, some among them awakened their extraordinary abilities. Consequently, these survivors volunteered to persuade the police to release them from their cells, claiming they could assist in eliminating zombies and rescuing other survivors. After some deliberation, the police leadership acquiesced to the proposal, allowing a number of these criminals to be released to aid in the eradication of the undead. With the criminals' assistance, the zombies within the police station were swiftly dispatched. However, it would not be so simple to reincarcerate these escaped felons. These criminals were not fools. They recognized the world had irrevocably changed. The era of the United Government's absolute dominion had come to an end. Thus, it was inevitable that irreconcilable conflicts arose between the police and the criminals. The tension between the two factions resembled a powder keg, poised to explode at the slightest provocation. At present, it remained uncertain whether the cause lay with Chun Si and Chen Wu or with the marauder leaders. The situation had escalated into a full-blown eruption. Ma Binjia lowered her binoculars, gravely remarking, "The combat within is fierce. The police are no match for them. The abilities of the extraordinary among the marauders are overwhelmingly powerful. There is even one who seems impervious to conventional gunfire. He must be an ability wielder," Ma Binjia stated with conviction. "Indeed. Let us now eliminate the leaders and extraordinary individuals among these marauders." Chun Jioen nodded solemnly. Upon hearing this, Ma Binjia unfastened her backpack, retrieving the Thunder God sniper rifle. She affixed a high-powered scope and positioned herself at a corner of the rooftop, preparing to take aim. Observing her, Chun Jioen also drew forth his Heavenly Punishment sniper rifle, focusing his attention ahead. At that moment, the marauders within the police station remained in a state of exhilaration. Their foremost leader, Zhou Yuelin, was a man in his 50s, engaged in the illicit drug trade, a significant catch recently apprehended by the police. His interrogation had not yet concluded when the biopocalypse erupted, leaving Zhou Yuelin trapped in this predicament. Unexpectedly, he awakened an extraordinary ability, control over thunder and lightning. This natural ability was formidable, allowing him not only to command electrical forces, but also to infuse his body with lightning. As a result, Zhou Yuelin's vitality had surged to 400 points, rendering him impervious to ordinary bullets. The second and third leaders among the marauders were a father and son duo, both guilty of murder. Prior to the apocalypse, they had been preparing for the son's wedding. Having paid a dowry of 300,000, the groom was taken aback when the bride suddenly called off the engagement, offering to return only 100,000. In a fit of rage, this father-son duo brutally murdered the woman. Their extraordinary abilities proved to be invaluable. The father, Gu Hong, had awakened a remarkable sense of hearing, while his son, Gu Yi, had developed a keen sense of danger. Utilizing these two powers, they hunted numerous mutated zombies, their vitality soaring to over 300 points. At that moment, 3 leaders were orchestrating an attack on an office building with their subordinates. Zhou Yueling, armed with a shotgun, laughed heartily into his radio, exclaiming, "Excellent." Just like that, Gu Hong then interjected, "To the left, there's still a police officer. I can hear his breathing." Zhou Yueling nodded in approval, and the next instant, a deafening gunshot rang out, followed by a police officer's anguished scream. Zhou Yueling sneered, "Huh? These policemen are truly useless. Had I known, I would have acted sooner." Gu Hong echoed, "Indeed, these officers are utterly inept. Son, we shall soon take complete control of the police station." However, Gu Yi remained silent, drenched in cold sweat. He then spoke in a grave tone, "I sense a looming danger." "What?" Wang Heng was taken aback and immediately became serious, asking what is going on. Do these policemen have hidden trump cards? Are there powerful ability users among them? Humph. No need to panic. Zhou Yueling, brimming with confidence, remarked. Even if there are formidable ability users, what can they do against me? At that moment, Gu Yi's acute hearing kicked in, catching a distinct gunshot that sent chills down his spine. He could even gauge the speed of the bullet by comparing the sound's propagation through the air to the shooting speed. Upon hearing that sound, Wang Heng broke into a cold sweat. It was faster than twice the speed of a submachine gun. It had to be a sniper rifle. Where did this sniper come from? Before Gu Hong had the chance to react, a thunderous explosion rang out, and Zhou Yueling's head exploded, his body collapsing to the ground as blood gushed forth. Gu Hong and Gu Yi stared in shock, their hearts plummeting into despair. The strongest among the thugs, a master capable of withstanding bullets with his flesh, had been killed instantly. Such was the power of the Heavenly Punishment sniper rifle. Chapter 93. The caregiver police Ma Binjia gasped in astonishment. She was well aware of the capabilities of sniper rifles. The rifle in her hands, known as the Thunder God, was a top-tier sniper rifle with a speed approaching 1,000 meters per second. Yet, she realized that Chun Jiuan's sniper rifle fired at a speed far exceeding that of the Thunder God. The power of a sniper rifle is largely determined by the rapid generation of kinetic energy, with the explosive force of gunpowder being a secondary factor. Thus, the faster the shooting speed of a sniper rifle, the greater its destructive potential. Chun Jiuan turned his head and said, "Eliminate that old man." "All right," Ma Binjie nodded. Setting her sights on an elderly figure at the police station, the exceptionally perceptive Gu Hong. Meanwhile, Chun Jiuan began to target his son, Gu Yi. According to the system's description, Gu Yi possessed the formidable ability of danger perception, ranking him as a level 3 ability user, much like Chen Shui. From his earlier reactions, it was evident that the young man had sensed the imminent peril well in advance. After dispatching the lightning-wielding ability user, Zhou Yuelin, with a single shot to the head, Gu Yi had swiftly pulled his father away in search of cover. However, Chun Jiuan's Heavenly Punishment sniper rifle was equipped with cutting-edge sensors, granting it the ability to analyze data and see through obstacles. At that moment, Gu Yi's body froze once more as he sensed the rifle's aim, feeling the chilling threat of death. "Dad, what should we do?" "Run. Get inside the building." Gu Hong, Gu Yi's father, took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. Faced with such a dire situation, his paternal love surged forth, compelling him to protect his son. Without further hesitation, he dashed forward toward the canteen, believing that once they reached it, Gu Yi would be safe. However, a gunshot rang out, and Gu Heng's body stiffened, momentarily stunned. In the next instant, the crack of a second sniper bullet echoed. The Thunder God sniper rifle unleashed flames, and a bullet sped forth. In just a second, it traversed hundreds of meters, striking Gu Heng's head directly. With a thunderous explosion, his skull shattered. He was beyond saving. Meanwhile, Gu Yi, who had taken the opportunity to flee in another direction, was shot as well, even faster than his father's injury by a mere 0.5 seconds. His father's moment of shock was due to Gu Yi being hit. Observing the demise of the two assailants, Chun Jiuan revealed a slight smile. He turned to encourage Ma Binjie, saying, "Your marksmanship is commendable." Ma Binjie bit her lip and replied softly, "If you hadn't shot first, I would never have hit him. His speed was simply too swift. I could hardly keep up or aim properly." Chun Jiuan reassured her, "Once your vitality increases, dealing with these ability users will become much easier." "Can my vitality really be enhanced?" Ma Binjie's face lit up with anticipation. Of course, Chun Jiuan nodded with a smile. "But now is not the time for such discussions. Let's finish this." With the 3 ringleaders eliminated, the remaining assailants at the police station posed little threat. The duo descended the stairs and soon arrived at the precinct. After dispatching the zombies in the courtyard, Chun Jiuan and Ma Binjie entered. They swiftly executed each surviving assailant with a single shot and began collecting weapons, placing them into their storage. The ordinary thugs were weak, primarily mere humans, making their elimination quite effortless for Chun Jiuan. "Master." At that moment, 2 women emerged from a small door. They were none other than Chun Jiuan's summoned shadow guards, Chun Si and Chun Wu. Chun Jiuan cast a glance at them before retrieving firearms from his spatial storage. "Take these 2 submachine guns," he instructed. "Thank you, Master," they replied promptly, equipping themselves with the weapons. Chun Jiuan inquired, "How are the police here faring?" Chun Si responded, "The police have sheltered some survivors, primarily the elderly and infirm." Chun Wu added, "They still possess a semblance of humanity. However, I fear they may not last long." "Why is that?" Chun Jiuan asked. Chun Wu explained, "These officers venture out to gather food themselves, rather than allowing the survivors to forage. During the last 2 food expeditions, 2 officers were bitten. It seemed these police officers were still overly kind-hearted." Chun Jiuan muttered to himself. Judging by their description, he felt these officers were not particularly malevolent. In this apocalyptic world, their protection of the weak and their initiative to gather sustenance was commendable. Yet, in Chun Jiuan's eyes, such behavior appeared more akin to that of caretakers, or perhaps even naive idealists. "Come, let us eliminate these thugs first." "Understood." The sheer number of his subordinates surprised Ma Binjie, who observed the scene with some bewilderment. She had not anticipated that there were 2 undercover operatives present. She wondered if there were others hidden in different locations. The 4 of them came together, and with Chun Jiuan's extraordinary abilities, they swiftly dispatched the thugs ahead. At that moment, several police officers in the office hall were saved. Among them were 2 leaders who hurriedly approached, one named Yu Tonghai and the other Li Liang. "It's you," Yu Tonghai exclaimed upon seeing the 2 guards behind Chun Jiuan. Taken aback, he then pointed at Chun Si and shouted, "She is one of the thugs." Chun Jiuan replied calmly, "She is not one of the thugs. She is my subordinate. Both of them are my guards." Upon hearing this, Yu Tonghai furrowed his brow. "I see. I am currently the person in charge here, Yu Tonghai. May I know how to address you?" Chun Si interjected, "This is our master, with the surname Chun. Mr. Chen, we are truly grateful for your help." Li Liang expressed sincerely, "Without you, we would likely have faced total annihilation at the hands of those thugs. From your demeanor, I surmise you have military backgrounds? Chun Joan replied, some among us have indeed served in the military. After a brief pause, he continued, we seek to acquire some firearms and ammunition. Ammunition? Yu Tonghai queried. Then pondered aloud. Our precinct does have some supplies. Previously, these thugs controlled most of the weaponry. Submachine guns, rifles, shotguns were all in their possession. However, now that these thugs are dead, we can provide you with some of the ammunition they hoarded. Thank you kindly. Follow me. Chapter 94, Warehouse No. 1. Seeking Lu Mei. The police station's armory was a small facility, with access requiring security verification. Chun Joan entered with Ma Bingjia and 2 bodyguards. Ahead loomed a colossal gun cabinet, currently ajar, revealing an array of weapons that had largely fallen into Chun Joan's possession. The ammunition depot was located here, where Yu Tonghai escorted Chun Joan to the armory. There were numerous boxes filled with bullets, handguns, rifles, sniper rifles, and submachine gun cartridges, totaling approximately 10,000 rounds, sufficient for a battalion to engage in a significant battle. Chun Joan, without hesitation, allocated a small portion to the police officers and packed the remainder. After completing this task, he did not linger, bidding farewell to the police leaders and swiftly departing with his 2 shadowy guardians. Before long, he returned to the base and took stock of his recent acquisitions: 30 handguns, 18 rifles, 20 shotguns, and 5 sniper rifles. Beyond these arms, the most crucial asset was the ammunition, including some for the Heaven's Punishment sniper rifle, which shared the same caliber as the 5 sniper rifles. 50 BMG, 12, 7mm. In fact, most sniper rifles utilized this type of ammunition, unlike the Thor sniper rifle, which employed magnum rounds that the police station had yet to distribute. The distribution of these weapons significantly enhanced the capabilities of his guards. Coupled with drones and individual flying devices, overseeing the Crystal Palace base posed no substantial challenges. After enjoying a midday meal at home, Chun Joan promptly departed, opting to personally visit Warehouse No. 1 in the outskirts to search for Lu Yan's cousin, Lu Mei. Riding his flying motorcycle, Chun Joan sped along the highway. His acute hearing occasionally caught the distant sound of gunfire echoing through the city, an occurrence previously unheard. This was primarily due to the substantial decrease in zombies within the urban landscape. In the past, a single bullet would have drawn a horde of zombies. Traveling at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, he reached the outskirts after nearly an hour. Alongside the road, he observed numerous boxy trucks, all engaged in transporting and distributing goods. A single truckload could easily hold valuables worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. Gazing into the distance, he spotted a massive warehouse, Warehouse No. 1. Spanning approximately 500,000 square meters, it was divided into several distinct sections based on the type of merchandise. According to Lu Yan, her cousin served as the deputy manager of the returns and exchanges warehouse. Items designated for return or exchange were stored in a fixed warehouse, sorted, and then dispatched. Chun Joan mused to himself, once this location is established as the family warehouse, the construction task will be complete. He soon arrived at the center of the expansive warehouse. The surrounding area contained relatively few zombies. Some had transformed from truck drivers, while others had once been logistics personnel. Additionally, surrounding the area are various establishments, including convenience stores, liquor shops, automobile dealerships, and gas stations, from which some of the undead have emerged. The total number of zombies amounts to several hundred. After surveying the vicinity, Chun Joan observed numerous zombies pounding against the warehouse's entrance. Among them were several notable mutated creatures: the weightlifter, the runner, and the corrupted. Armed with a submachine gun slung over his shoulder and the spear of the underworld manifesting in his hand, Chun Joan strode purposefully toward the throng. Roars erupted as several mutated zombies detected his presence, immediately redirecting their charge toward him. With unwavering focus, Chun Joan gripped the spear of the underworld and charged forth. A runner, its legs elongated and speed astonishing, leaped at him with claws bared. Chun Joan assessed its vitality, registering a mere 350 points. Without hesitation, he thrust the spear, piercing the creature's skull with lethal precision. The runner collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In a fluid motion, Chun Joan advanced toward the remaining mutated zombies. The sounds of impact echoed as he dispatched them one by one, their lives extinguished in rapid succession. The most formidable among them, boasting 600 vitality points, fell to his prowess in a single strike. As the last zombie succumbed, tendrils of dark energy entwined the spear of the underworld, absorbed into it, bringing the accumulated dark power closer to a level 5 enhancement. After vanquishing the zombies, Chun Joan meticulously extracted their cores, soon amassing over 10 of them in his hands. The prowess of his spear and submachine gun revealed him to be an extraordinary threat. Meanwhile, within the warehouse's center, several men observed Chun Joan's actions. The leader, Tian Bufan, A former supervisor and now one of the leaders among the survivors, sensed a palpable threat emanating from him. "Boss, he's approaching us," one of the men warned. "Boss, he's clearing out the ordinary zombies at the entrance. Boss, he's signaling for us to open the door. Should we comply?" At that moment, Chen Jiuan stood before the warehouse door, calling out. The abilities conferred by the level 3 zombie king allowed him to clearly hear the murmurs of the survivors within. Suddenly, he caught wind of the leader's command to refrain from opening the door. Ceasing his calls, he scrutinized the imposing entrance. The iron door bore the marks of dried black blood and numerous dents evidently inflicted by powerful mutated zombies. Attempting to open the door proved futile, as it resisted his strength. Thus, he retreated, climbing into a massive truck. With the engine roaring to life, he accelerated the vehicle toward the warehouse door, the force of the truck far surpassing his own strength. With a resounding crash, the steel door yielded under the impact. Once inside, Chen Jiuan swiftly dismounted from the truck. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Chen Jiuan's gaze sharpened as he noticed a bullet hurtling towards him. He deftly tilted his head, evading the projectile. Although he could have withstood the bullet, there was no need to face it head-on. Chen Jiuan turned his attention to a man in front of him. Affinity, 35, hostile. This man, Wang Ming, was an engineer. He had crafted the handgun using tools from the warehouse. In total, he had fashioned 7 such firearms. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Wang Ming's shot went astray, the remaining 6 weapons opened fire from various angles. Chen Jiuan skillfully dodged each assault. The submachine gun behind him unleashed a torrent of bullets, flooding the area with overwhelming firepower directed at the surviving foes ahead. "Stop! Stop! We were wrong. Spare us. This has nothing to do with me." Chen Jiuan responded by unleashing a barrage with his submachine gun. The armed thugs fell one by one, their bodies riddled with bullets, blood gushing forth as they met their demise on the spot. The remaining survivors were left in a state of shock, pleading for mercy. However, despite their cries, Chen Jiuan did not cease his relentless gunfire. Bullets continued to rain down mercilessly. In Chen Jiuan's eyes, these survivors were mere data points. He could discern their levels of affinity. Those with 50 points or above were disregarded, while those below 50 were either dissatisfied or hostile, each one holding grievances against him. At this moment, Chen Jiuan targeted these survivors. Given their discontent, he deemed it justifiable to eliminate them. Moments later, the scene was drenched in blood, bodies strewn across the ground. Chen Jiuan finally paused, his ammunition nearly expended. He surveyed the area. Some survivors remained, including 2 with special abilities. He approached the one with the highest vitality. "Chen Sun, I ask you to respond," he commanded. "Why yes," Chen Sun stammered, revealing himself as a special ability user, albeit with a rather weak power. His efficiency in absorbing cores was low, and his current vitality stood at a mere 100 points. However, among the remaining survivors in the warehouse, he was the strongest. Most of the others with greater abilities had perished. "What was your previous position?" Chen Jiuan inquired. "I was just a lowly employee, an operator, without any official title," Chen Sun replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiuan furrowed his brow. Who was the former leader of this warehouse? The former leader? Chen Sun's gaze instinctively drifted towards a corpse. Before him lay a lifeless body, riddled with bullets. A testament to the futility of even the most formidable of abilities in the face of relentless gunfire. Contemplating this grim reality, Chen Sun recoiled slightly, gesturing toward the front as he spoke. "Our leader is Tian Bufan, a former supervisor. However, he has now been turned into a sieve." Chen Jiuan followed his gaze, and a subtle grimace crossed his lips. This individual, though endowed with a robust vitality, had nonetheless fallen victim to Chen Jiuan's marksmanship. Reflecting upon the earlier gunman, Chen Jiuan found no surprise in the outcome. Without the backing of the warehouse leadership, it would have been impossible for so many firearms to be aimed at him simultaneously. Nor could there have been such a multitude harboring grievances or hostility. It was evident that this supervisor had likely incited the others with inflammatory rhetoric upon realizing Chen Jiuan's approach. Nevertheless, such considerations had become trivial. To ascertain news of Lu Mei, he could only rely on the knowledge of the modest clerk before him. "Tell me, do you know of Lu Mei? She is a manager at the returns warehouse." "Lu Mei? She is quite renowned here as a striking beauty," Chen Sun exclaimed, taken aback, before hastily affirming, Yes, I know her. She was one of the former leaders of Warehouse Number 1 and has spoken at safety conferences." "That is good to hear," Chen Jiuan replied, a hint of relief washing over him. It appeared that Lu Mei had maintained a notable presence in this place. "Do you know where she is now?" Chen Sun glanced at Chen Jiuan, mulling over his identity. Who was this person that he would personally seek out Lu Mei? Judging by his age, he seemed to be in his 20s. Lu Mei, rumored to be a widow, had no husband. Thus, this individual was likely some relative, perhaps a brother. While pondering Chen Jiuan's identity, Chen Sun responded, "I know where she is. Communication between different warehouses here is conducted via walkie-talkies. In recent days, We have been in contact with Manager Liu. A smile spread across Chun Jion's face. That makes the search for Liu Mei significantly easier. His gaze swept the area until it alighted upon Tian Buffon's corpse, where he soon discovered a walkie-talkie. Examining its model, he noted it possessed a radio function. What channel is it on? The supervisor would know. I have a vague recollection, so I can give it a try. Very well, please do so promptly. Got it. Chun Sun replied cheerfully as he took the walkie-talkie, tuning it in hopes of establishing contact. It was no wonder he was pleased with the task at hand. The formidable ability user before him was unlikely to turn against him, thus preserving his life. Chen Jian paid little mind to Chun Sun's excitement. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that many survivors had long fled in fear, hiding away in unknown corners. As he scanned the bodies, he soon picked up a handgun from the ground. The 7 handguns bore a rough texture, clearly handcrafted, indicative of the hidden talents among the populace of the Great Xia. Storing the firearms within his space, he examined the ammunition. The bullets were remarkably simple, handcrafted, and contained a minimal amount of gunpowder. Ultimately, Chun Jian shattered the skulls of these extraordinary beings and extracted their crystal cores. In an instant, his collection of crystal cores increased to 28. Within this warehouse, Chun Jian began to examine his surroundings. It was evidently a storage facility for daily necessities, with a portion dedicated to food supplies. No wonder it could sustain so many survivors. Excellent. All these provisions are now mine. As he gazed upon the vast array of resources, a smile broke across Chun Jian's face. With these supplies, providing for the women in his household and the guards would be more than sufficient. Furthermore, even if the number of people were to increase tenfold or more, these provisions would last for a decade. Considering the additional supplies in the other storages, their longevity would only extend further. Chun Jian had no intention of safeguarding these items. The spatial capacity was simply too limited. He planned to transform this first warehouse into his family's storage facility. With a mere thought, he opened the system and selected the warehouse. At that moment, a system notification emerged. Ding. Suitable family storage detected. The system determines it can be transformed into a family warehouse. Ding. Requires the consumption of 100 crystal cores. Chun Jian couldn't help but scoff. It still requires crystal cores. Constructing a storage facility demands a plethora of resources, and ultimately, one of those resources is crystal cores. Selecting the current warehouse as the family storage did not necessitate steel or wood, yet it still required crystal cores for modification. He took out and counted the crystal cores, realizing he was short by 60 or 70. At that moment, Chun Sun joyfully shouted, "Big boss! Manager Liu Mei has contacted us." Chapter 96. The cold and elegant widow. Upon hearing this, Chun Jian immediately approached. "Big boss here." Taking the walkie-talkie, he was instantly greeted by a woman's voice on the other end. It was slightly husky, unmistakably a mature woman's tone, exuding an alluring charm. "Hello. Can you hear me?" Chun Jian felt a flutter in his heart. That voice was mesmerizing. It was indeed the voice of Liu Mei, the cousin of Liu Yan. Chun Jian responded, "I can't hear you. You must be Liu Mei, right? I'm here to rescue you and take you away." Upon hearing this, Liu Mei frowned slightly. This voice sounded quite youthful, and she was certain she had never heard it before. "Boss, who is looking for you?" inquired a man beside Liu Mei. Liu Mei held a leadership position within the warehouse, not solely due to her allure, but because, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, she had manifested extraordinary powers, sonic abilities that encompassed perception, healing, and offensive capabilities. She could even use sound waves to repel zombies. With her abilities, she indeed had a chance to escape. However, the numerous zombies outside, particularly the formidable mutated ones blocking the entrance, were beyond her capability to confront. "I'm not sure. The person on the other end claims to be looking for me. Let me inquire further." Liu Mei acknowledged the man's words with a brief reply, then picked up the intercom and inquired, "I hear you specifically came to find me. Who are you? I do not seem to recognize you." Chun Jian, without any pretense, responded directly, "I am Liu Yan's husband, here to rescue you." "What? Her cousin's husband?" The voice certainly did not match. Liu Mei was aware of Zhou Meijia, a somewhat effeminate man who bore no resemblance to the robust man on the intercom. Immediately, she coldly retorted, "You are not Zhou Meijia. Do not attempt to deceive me. Now, tell me, what have you done to my cousin?" Indeed, she was an intriguing and composed woman. Rumor had it she was a widow capable of holding a managerial position. She was no ordinary woman, but rather a strong and formidable leader, exuding an impressive aura. Chun Jian smiled and said, "I have come to find you in that warehouse." "You seek me?" Liu Mei paused, raising her head to say, "I am in warehouse No. 7. If you possess the ability, then come here. Warehouse number 7. "Very well." Chun Jian nodded, discerning the anticipation in Liu Mei's tone. He set down the intercom and turned to Chun Sun, pondering aloud, "Which warehouse is this?" Chun Sun replied, "This is warehouse number 3. Where is warehouse number 7? "At the back. There is a map here for you to consult. Upon reaching the entrance, Chen Jiuan noted several safety manuals posted on the walls, along with a map indicating the locations of the various warehouses. He committed this information to memory and then instructed Chen Sun, gather the remaining survivors. If they do not emerge shortly, I shall execute them upon my return. Chen Sun's expression turned serious as he promptly replied, understood, I will ensure they are gathered. Seeing Chen Sun's earnestness, Chen Jiuan smiled. You are quite commendable. Without lingering further, he climbed into the large truck, reversed it, and positioned the rear against the entrance, effectively barricading it. Chen Jiuan exited the vehicle. Although he had just eliminated the zombies in the vicinity, the gunfire had attracted more from other areas, including several mutated ones. Drawing forth the spear of the underworld, he swiftly dispatched them, collecting several crystal cores in the process. Before long, he arrived at warehouse number 7. It featured 2 large doors and presented a rectangular structure with 3 sturdy levels. Numerous zombies roamed in front of the entrance. As Chen Jiuan approached, a mutated zombie charged at him, claws extended and teeth bared. With the spear of the underworld in hand, he efficiently dispatched it, acquiring over 10 additional crystal cores. Given the circumstances, clearing the zombies from the entrances of the other warehouses would likely yield a substantial bounty of crystal cores. This fellow is surprisingly formidable. The survivors within warehouse number 7 witnessed Chen Jiuan's prowess, with Lu Mei at the forefront as their leader, the strongest among them. The man beside her, who was the second in command of the warehouse, Wang Ningyang, inquired, Boss, should we let him in? Lu Mei fell silent. Initially, she believed that Chen Jiuan would not dare to approach. Now that he had indeed come, and with such formidable strength, she felt inadequate as a contender. What if they allowed him entry and it turned against their interests? Across from them, in warehouse number 8, stood Lu Sanqi, once a mere porter, now a powerful ability wielder, who constantly sought to seize their warehouse number 7. Wang Ningyang remarked, Boss, he is here, right at the door. Lu Mei took a deep breath and said, let him in. This woman understood that with the man's capabilities, he could find a way to enter regardless. Very well. At that moment, Wang Ningyang concurred, I also agree to open the door. He had a certain fondness for Lu Mei, and thus, he followed her lead without objection. With a creak, the heavy iron door swung open. Chen Jiuan gazed at the towering gate and strode in. Before him stood a line of ability wielders, led by a woman, Lu Mei. This woman appeared to be in her 30s, coldly enchanting. Her beauty resembled the moonlight in a frigid winter, clear and radiant, exuding an icy allure. Her face was exquisitely sculpted, with distinct lines akin to the interplay between mountain peaks and valleys, embodying both strength and grace. Her eyes were profound like a lake, the inky depths shimmering with wisdom, revealing a tranquil and composed understanding of the world. Her lips remained sealed, akin to an unopened fan, emanating an aura of cool beauty and seriousness, seemingly devoid of smiles. Her figure was slender and elegant, her demeanor revealing a unique charm, a grace cultivated over time. Her attire was simple yet noble, neither ostentatious nor lacking in poise, accentuating her frosty temperament. Lu Mei bore no ornate adornments, for her innate charisma was her finest ornament. Her cold beauty was not born of arrogance or aloofness, but rather a serene detachment from the world, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming alone in the chill of winter, solitary, yet exuding a distinctive fragrance, full of mysterious allure, enticing men to draw near. She was indeed an exceptionally captivating and frosty beauty. Chen Jiuan could not help but feel a surge of conquest. Without hesitation, he opened the system interface to examine Lu Mei's information. A mere glance revealed an expression of realization on his face. Chapter 97. The Third Epic Wife. Name: Lu Mei. Quality: Epic. Vitality: 380. Affection: 50. Beauty: 96. Figure: 96. Abilities: Sonic Detection, Level 5. Sonic Healing, Level 4. Sonic Attack, Level 3. Sonic Charm, Level 2. Epic. Lu Mei was indeed a woman of epic quality. Chen Jiuan had encountered many women, but only Lu Yan and Naimi reached the epic tier. Moreover, Lu Yan had not initially been of epic quality. She had evolved into one later. Lu Mei was the second woman of epic caliber. This woman must be secured. I will spare no effort to ensure her integration into the family. The epic rewards are undoubtedly substantial. Just look at the example of Naimi. The abilities of Celestial Monarch, miniature nuclear devices, and the resplendent crown. Each of these items possesses extraordinary power. As Chen Jiuan quietly resolved this in his heart, Lu Mei was also scrutinizing him intently. As they drew closer, she instantly recognized the formidable prowess of the man before her. His close-range sonic detection was capable of assessing strength with unparalleled precision, even surpassing that of life detection glasses. Lu Mei took the initiative to inquire, "Are you the man of Lu Yan?" Chen Jiuan approached with a calm smile, affirming, "Indeed. Lu Yan is with me. I have a video of her on my phone. Feel free to take a look." Upon finishing his words, he summoned his phone. Lu Mei accepted it and began to peruse the video. As she listened to the opening lines, her wariness significantly diminished. This man was indeed her cousin's new partner. However, that did not rule out the possibility of coercion. Lu Mei continued to observe the video, soon captivated by the sight of a floating crystal palace. Her heart pounding with astonishment. How was this feat accomplished? In the next moment, she noticed numerous guards within the base, only to find it peculiar that every individual there appeared to be female. Not a single man was in sight. Curiously, Lu Mei cast a meaningful glance at Chen Jiuan. Noticing her gaze, Chen Jiuan smiled and said, "Now you can ascertain my identity, correct? I have come here primarily to bring you back to the base to reunite with your cousin, Lu Yan." Lu Mei's eyes narrowed slightly. Is it merely to reunite me with Lu Yan? Surely, there must be other intentions at play. Chen Jiuan regarded the epic woman before him. His primary plans did not solely revolve around her. Yet, should he reveal everything now? After some contemplation, he candidly stated, "There are indeed additional intentions. I aim to transform this first warehouse into my private property. With this large warehouse, my base will no longer lack resources." Lu Mei responded slowly, as expected. "You are also eyeing the resources here. But have you considered how to handle the survivors among us?" Chen Jiuan utilized Level 2 Celestial Monarch to glean Lu Mei's thoughts, then glanced at the survivors behind her and remarked, "If they comply, I can offer them some work." There were indeed quite a few survivors, around 30 in total, several of whom possessed abilities. If they could be persuaded to join as peripheral members, it would not pose a problem. Furthermore, there was the doctor, Zhou Xiaofeng from Beiligen, whom he could also rescue and offer a slave contract. Chen Jiuan pondered, "If they submit to me and work for me, I would not be opposed to sustaining them. He is currently somewhat lacking in manpower for production tasks. After all, based on research into the virus, the zombie virus does not infect plants or certain oviparous animals. This means that it is indeed possible to cultivate vegetables and fruits, as well as raise chickens and ducks. If he could have these survivors work for him, farming and raising livestock to produce fresh vegetables and meat, his quality of life would undoubtedly improve significantly. One can only hope that he can fulfill his promises." Lu Mei nodded slightly. After all, these survivors are her subordinates, who hold her in high regard. Therefore, in light of the fact that they are not a match for Chen Jiuan, it is necessary to secure a means of survival for them. Chen Jiuan, utilizing his telepathic abilities, sensed that this woman indeed cared for the welfare of her subordinates and nodded in agreement. At that moment, he also began to formulate some ideas. He possessed a slave contract, which also exerted a binding effect on those with abilities. Consequently, he could employ this contract to enslave a portion of the capable individuals, integrating them as peripheral members of his family, compelling them to serve him as overseers, watching over the ordinary survivors as they worked. In this manner, achieving the conditions for a level 4 family with 100 peripheral members would be relatively straightforward. At this juncture, Lu Mei spoke again, her gaze penetrating as she looked at Chen Jiuan. "Aside from this, do you truly have no other intentions?" Chen Jiuan's eyes flickered as he continued to use his telepathic powers to probe the woman's thoughts. Soon, he discerned Lu Mei's speculation. This strikingly beautiful widow suspected that he harbored ulterior motives. She was indeed correct. Chen Jiuan replied nonchalantly, "I also wish for you to become my wife. Over at the villa, apart from the guards, the other women are essentially my wives." Indeed. Lu Mei cast a deep glance at Chen Jiuan and coldly remarked, "You are quite candid." Wang Mingyang echoed Lu Mei's sentiments, his voice icy. "You truly are a scoundrel. Chief, this fellow has ulterior motives towards you. Why engage in negotiations with him? These warehouses belong to us. How can we simply relinquish them to him? Manager Lu, we can also find a way to bring your cousin over." Lu Mei shook her head. How could she not have such thoughts? However, Chen Jiuan had proven capable of eliminating the formidable zombies outside, and his strength was formidable indeed. Coupled with the verification from his sonic detection, it was evident that he was not someone they could resist. Should conflict arise from rejection, her subordinates would undoubtedly face dire consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Mei said, "You already have so many women. What does one more matter? Besides, I am a widow in my 40s. Do you truly wish for me to become your wife?" Chen Jiuan replied, "I desire you for our future. By obtaining you, my abilities will significantly enhance." Lu Mei was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is there truly such an ability?" "Indeed, there is." Lu Mei fell silent, then took a deep breath and said, "I agree to your terms." Chapter 98. Receiving rewards. Chen Jiuan smiled, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy within. The third epic beauty has expressed her willingness to become his wife. Excellent. With you guarding the home, I can venture outside with much greater peace of mind. Yet, in regard to the woman before him, Chen Jiuan remained uncertain if she would truly agree. After all, Lu Mei possessed a remarkable vitality. Had it not been for her commitment to her subordinates, she might have escaped this place. Out in the world, with her abilities, she could undoubtedly survive on her own. akin to a valiant warrior navigating a post-apocalyptic landscape. Lu Mei gazed at Chen Jiuan's face and coldly remarked, "However, you had best not deceive me. Otherwise, I can leave you at any moment." Chen Jiuan replied with a smile, "There is no need for me to deceive you." "Boss, how could you be like this?" Wang Ningyang exclaimed, his heart heavy with emotion. "You were never this kind of woman." Lu Mei shook her head and raised her hand, speaking indifferently, "Old Wang, I am aware of your special feelings for me. However, I truly do not harbor any affection towards you." Wang Ningyang protested loudly, "Boss, even so, you need not agree to this fellow. He appears to be merely 20 years old, younger than you by a generation." Lu Mei's brow furrowed, her phoenix eyes narrowing as she coolly addressed her subordinate. "Wang Ningyang, do you dare utter another word?" Despite her youthful appearance, she was indeed 43, making her acutely sensitive to matters of age. Wang Ningyang fell silent, chastened by her reprimand. He spoke in a low tone, "Boss, you must seriously consider this." "I have already given it considerable thought," Lu Mei replied, casting him a glance before continuing. "This is not a significant issue." Chen Jiuan remained silent, contemplating her words. A woman of her age might possess a more profound understanding of love and desire. Moreover, upon hearing that her abilities could be enhanced, she might readily agree without overthinking. Lacking the bashfulness commonly found in younger women, Wang Ningyang ceased his protests, left with no further words. Ultimately, he could only awkwardly say, "Boss, I wish you happiness." Lu Mei replied coolly, "Thank you for your blessing." Chen Jiuan could hardly suppress a smile. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and embraced Lu Mei. Instantly, the alluring scent of the mature woman enveloped him, prompting him to inhale deeply, igniting a surge of desire within him, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "What are you doing?" Lu Mei exclaimed in surprise, her cheeks flushing slightly. She glanced at her subordinates behind her, feeling a sense of embarrassment, and instinctively began to struggle. "You are now my wife," Chen Jiuan said with a mischievous grin. "It is perfectly normal for me to hold you like this, even to the point of seeking a place to consummate our union and enhance my abilities." As he spoke, he disregarded the surrounding survivors and made his way toward the office upstairs. "Boss, just give the command, and we shall spring into action immediately," Wang Ningyang hastily asserted. He observed Lu Mei's struggle, hoping she would reconsider. However, upon hearing his words, Lu Mei ceased her resistance, allowing Chen Jiuan to lift her effortlessly. Wang Ningyang, their leader, fell into a profound silence, his clenched fists gradually relaxing as his gaze followed the retreating figures until they vanished from sight. At that moment, a middle-aged man gently patted Wang Ningyang's shoulder, saying, "Old Wang, it is now clear to me that you genuinely love Manager Lu." Wang Ningyang, gritting his teeth, replied, "You've only just realized this." The man continued, "To like someone is to be reckless. To love is to exercise restraint. Your demeanor now exhibits remarkable self-control, even to the extent of being willing to support her." He chuckled, "I know you all look down on me, deeming me a sycophant." With a cold laugh, Wang Ningyang shrugged off the middle-aged man. "I will follow my own path and pay no heed to your gossip." Having spoken, he positioned himself at the entrance to the staircase leading to the second floor, standing there like a sentinel. On the third floor, Chen Jiuan ascended step by step, cradling Lu Mei in his arms. He could distinctly feel the astonishing allure emanating from this mature woman. Her supple figure radiated warmth, and she bore no unpleasant scents. This must be due to her sonic abilities, which could cleanse the body, dispelling dust and impurities. Her sonic waves could even create a field around her, repelling any contaminants. Thus, even if Lu Mei had not bathed for a month, her body was cleaner than that of someone who bathed daily. "You may set me down now," Lu Mei whispered, unable to contain herself. Once a striking widow, she had never encountered anyone bold enough to lift her like this. Frankly, such an embrace stirred gentle ripples in her heart, igniting warmth within her. Lu Mei had always been engrossed in her career, an independent woman who, at 37, had finally sought a partner for marriage. Yet, just as she was preparing for motherhood, her partner tragically perished in a car accident after months in the hospital, draining her finances and leaving her alone. Subsequent relationships had faltered, leaving her unsatisfied and single until now. "Lu Yan is pregnant with my child. You should carry one for me too," Chen Jiuan stated directly, gazing at the woman in his arms. "She is expecting?" Lu Mei was taken aback. Under such conditions, why would anyone want a child in this apocalypse? How can one provide for them? Chen Jiuan smiled gently. "The more children I have, the stronger my abilities become. Besides, you saw Lu Yan's video. You should understand that I possess sufficient strength to protect you and our future child." Lu Mei ceased her inquiries about the child, shifting her focus. "Have you found an obstetrician?" "My subordinates are searching," Chen Jiuan replied. Pausing, a mischievous grin spread across his face. "Well then, this is not the time for such discussions. Let us first engage in activities that bring us joy." Moments later, the system's voice echoed. And as Chen Jiuan opened the reward, he felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Chapter 99. The Fruit of Longevity. The Imperial Kitchen. Ding dong. Detected expansion of host's family members. Rewarded host with 100 vitality. Awarded host the skill, Fruit of Longevity. Granted host 1 Imperial Kitchen. Awarded family points. 500. Chun Juan gently laid down the exhausted Lu Mei and meticulously examined the system rewards. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly infused the 100 points of vitality into his body. Instantly, the stamina he had previously expended was completely restored, and he felt invigorated. Brimming with vitality. Vitality, 1210. Chun Juan turned his attention to the second reward. Name, Fruit of Longevity. Quality, Epic. Description, a fruit position attainable only by the immortal. Abilities, 1. Longevity. 2. Life for life. 3. Indestructible soul. 4. Fountain of life, an epic supernatural ability. This was the second epic ability. Chun Juan hastily clicked to view the detailed description, currently at level 1. The first ability, Longevity, would allow him to live for a millennium. The second, Life for life, enabled him to sacrifice his own lifespan to diminish another's. Moreover, the expended lifespan could be replenished. Naturally, there were numerous intricacies regarding the rules of lifespan reduction. Thirdly, even if his physical form were to be obliterated, his soul would remain undying. This verges on immortality. Even deities might find such a feat challenging. The fourth ability allows him to infuse his lifespan into another, healing their injuries and even extending their life. The lifespan lost could likewise be restored. This nearly grants others the gift of longevity. And this is merely at level 1. Upon reaching level 2, the abilities would likely see a significant enhancement. Chun Juan felt a surge of excitement. Who wouldn't he desire immortality? He had read numerous novels where the protagonist, possessing only the ability of longevity, would endure like a tortoise, ultimately outliving all to become the most formidable being. Overwhelmed, Chun Juan planted several fervent kisses on Lu Mei's face. You truly are a treasure of a wife. Lu Mei's beautiful eyes fluttered open slightly, sensing the joy radiating from Chun Juan's heart. She softly inquired, has your supernatural ability enhanced? Unable to contain himself, Chun Juan replied, not merely enhanced. We can now live together eternally, without a day of life's end. What do you mean by that? Lu Mei asked, intrigued. Chun Juan declared, my lifespan has significantly increased, allowing me to reach 1,000 years. Lu Mei was taken aback. Are you serious? Chun Juan chuckled. That's not even the most crucial part. I can bestow you with longevity. You can join me in eternal life. Lu Mei's eyes sparkled as she teased, I don't believe it. Unless you let me experience it. Without needing to read her mind, Chun Juan instantly discerned Lu Mei's intentions. Very well, let me show you. Chun Juan placed his hand over the 2 profound principles. Simultaneously, he activated the skill. Drawing from his own vitality, 2 years of lifespan was transferred to Lu Mei. In that moment, she felt a warm current enveloping her body. The sensation was profoundly soothing. Lu Mei, unable to restrain herself, pressed Chun Juan's hands, reluctant to let him depart. After a considerable moment, she finally opened her eyes. Bring me a mirror. Look, she said. Chun Juan fetched the mirror, unable to resist gazing at the mature beauty before him. Her visage still bore the semblance of a woman in her 30s, showing no signs of change. He remarked, the extension of life does not manifest in one's exterior. After all, longevity is an esoteric concept. Lu Mei examined her reflection for quite some time. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes remained, which made her somewhat disheartened. With a hint of irritation, she retorted, how am I to know if you have genuinely increased my lifespan? Chun Juan pondered for a moment before responding. Describing the enhancement of lifespan scientifically involves the subtle changes in the body's internal mechanisms, rather than overt alterations in appearance. This includes the fortification of cellular repair mechanisms and the enhancement of antioxidant capabilities. These transformations are not easily perceptible externally. Lu Mei scoffed. Isn't that akin to using health supplements and skincare products? Chun Juan chuckled softly and shook his head, choosing not to engage further with her. His attention shifted to the system's third reward. Imperial Kitchen, Level 1, an elegant and imposing establishment, exuding an enticing aroma of gourmet cuisine and vibrant energy, imparting a sense of warmth and tranquility. Defense 5, Aesthetic 5, Deliciousness 5, Nutrition 5, Self-Healing 5. Chun Juan glanced at it. Reminiscent of the previous Level 1 Crystal Palace. Now, with the system directly rewarding him, he would no longer need to construct a kitchen himself. Contemplating this, a flicker of impatience arose within him. He was eager to discover whether the food produced by this Imperial Kitchen resembled that of his past life's games, and whether it could indeed enhance vitality. By the way, do you possess any crystal cores? Chun Juan suddenly inquired. Lu Mei asked, crystal cores, do you need them? Chun Juan nodded, yes. I require crystal cores to renovate this warehouse. Lu Mei shook her head. The crystal cores I have are all absorbed, leaving only a few. A few is better than none, he replied. However, I do know of someone who has them. Who? Chen Jiuan's eyes brightened. Lu Sanqi. Who is he? Previously, he was a porter. Now he is the leader of the opposing warehouse. It seems he has awakened formidable abilities since the apocalypse. Indeed, his strength is comparable to mine, often using survivors as bait to attract zombies, hunting to obtain crystal cores. However, Lu Sanqi is exceedingly selfish. The cores he acquires are not shared with the other ability users, as he consumes them all alone. Unfortunately, his absorption efficiency is not high. Despite the numerous cores he absorbs daily, his strength remains on par with mine. So, you suspect Lu Sanqi still has unabsorbed crystal cores? Yes. As they spoke, Wang Mingyang rushed over, urgency etched on his face. Boss, trouble is brewing. That Song Jia has betrayed you and is colluding with Lu Sanqi. Really? Lu Mei was taken aback. Song Jia would betray me? I believed I treated my subordinates fairly, at least much better than Lu Sanqi. How could he betray me? Is it possible for him to rise? Qin Jiuan inquired. Yes. Lu Mei took a deep breath, donned her attire, and departed with Qin Jiuan. Outside, they encountered the anxious Wang Mingyang. Upon seeing Lu Mei, he noted the coldness of her expression, which was still tinged with an alluring blush. Wang Mingyang glanced at the triumphant Qin Jiuan, feeling a pang of jealousy. However, this was not the time for such feelings, as a significant crisis had erupted. What on earth is happening, old Wang? Lu Mei inquired, furrowing her brow. Boss, it is as follows, Wang Mingyang replied without hesitation, recounting the events. After Lu Mei and Qin Jiuan ascended the stairs, Wang Mingyang had remained at the stairwell. Then, Song Jia, in conjunction with two other ability users, unexpectedly flung open the door. Lu Sanqi arrived promptly with a group of survivors, entering their storeroom, which, being a returns warehouse, contained a fair amount of food. Lu Sanqi had long coveted this place, but previously, numerous zombies had deterred him, especially with Lu Mei's vigilant watch. Now that Qin Jiuan had come and eliminated the zombies outside, taking Lu Mei with him, Song Jia, harboring a grudge, believed the moment had arrived to contact Lu Sanqi and lure him in. As Wang Mingyang narrated, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Soon, a group of several men and women ascended. Leading them was a disheveled man in his 40s, unkempt and evidently in need of a good wash. Behind him trailed his subordinates. Song Jia recognized Qin Jiuan, who was formidable in this context, possessing over 200 vitality points. Beside him were two male ability users, former associates of Lu Mei. Song Jia, have I not treated you well? Why betray me? Lu Mei stepped forward, her tone icy, her eyes betraying an unmasked desire for vengeance. Song Jia scoffed. Lu Mei, you were the one who betrayed us first. You sold us out without even consulting me. Did you ever regard me as a person? Indeed, Manager Lu, you hardly seem normal, chimed in Fang Qi, stepping forward to voice his grievances. That Wang Lily, I fed her. She accepted it. The implication is clear. I assent it. What is wrong with wanting to be with her? She didn't refuse, did she? Yet you imprison me under the pretense of wanting to force her. I am utterly indignant. Lu Mei responded directly. Wang Lily confided in me that she does not like you. If she expressed that, I can only conclude she did not imply anything. It is you who misread the situation. Huh, how wonderfully naive, Fang Qi retorted, anger twisting his features. We are in the apocalypse. I can barely feed myself. Yet I provide for her, and she accepts it without a shred of remorse. Is she truly that innocent? Perhaps our values simply differ, Lu Mei sighed. There is little point in discussing this further. Lu Sanqi laughed heartily. Manager Lu, it seems your management skills are quite limited. As a mere porter, without any managerial experience, I command the loyalty of those behind me. I cannot help but ponder why this apocalyptic era did not arrive sooner. It has caused me to squander much of my life. Had the end come earlier, I might have achieved great success and become a powerful figure, living a life 100 times better than before. Fortunately, it is not too late. I am at the peak of my vitality. If it were to come any later, by the age of 50, I might have lost my ambition. Lu Mei replied coldly. Lu Sanqi, do not be overly confident. You may exploit these individuals, but their hearts will remain unyielding. When your downfall occurs, you will find that no one will come to your aid. Humph, what do you know? Lu Sanqi retorted with a sneer. In chaotic times, strict measures must be employed. As long as I remain at the forefront, with my strength unwavering, none will dare to oppose me. Qin Jiuan, listening intently, could not help but cast a sidelong glance. Before him stood a man with a hint of a tyrant's demeanor, resolute and ruthless. If he were to rise, he could indeed become a formidable force. Lu Sanqi, Qin Jiuan finally spoke, his tone calm. Submit to me, and I may spare your life. Lu Sanqi's gaze hardened, coldly fixing his stare ahead. What audacity! You are merely a physical type, relying solely on your martial prowess. How could you possibly compare to my psychic abilities? You think you can even touch me? As he spoke, 7 flying knives materialized before him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blade shot toward Qin Jiuan with remarkable speed. This was Lu Sanqi's psychic ability. Chen Jiuan's expression remained unfazed. The knives were not particularly swift, traveling at a mere 150 meters per second. He extended his hand and effortlessly caught them all. How could this be? Lu Sanqi's countenance shifted, his body trembling in shock. A physical type ability user should have a lower efficiency in absorbing crystal cores than a psychic type. Your strength cannot possibly match mine. Chen Jiuan smiled, recognizing that this individual was well suited for the apocalypse, yet his understanding was rather limited. It was understandable, having spent so long in this confined space, gazing at the sky from a well, rarely encountering other ability users. Flee. Lu Sanqi, witnessing the cold smile on Chen Jiuan's face, instinctively retreated. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself utterly immobilized. Not just him, but also Song Jia, Feng Qi, and the other ability users were equally paralyzed. The Heavenly Monarch ability, willpower. Those with life force lower than Chen Jiuan's were rendered helpless within a certain radius. Now, this ability had reached level 2, expanding its range significantly. All survivors in front of him were enveloped within its grasp. Such a formidable ability. Lu Mei's expression shifted. This power was utterly unreasonable. However, recalling Chen Jiuan's earlier words about longevity and granting life, she wondered what other extraordinary and potent abilities he might conceal. Unavoidably, Lu Mei's heart surged with profound curiosity towards Chen Jiuan. Her fondness for him simultaneously escalated, reaching over 80 points. Women, after all, are inherently drawn to strength. Lu Sanqi found himself ensnared by a contract that materialized in Chen Jiuan's hand. By signing this contract, I can spare your life. Lu Sanqi struggled desperately, beads of fine cold sweat forming on his forehead. However, his efforts were in vain. He found himself utterly powerless. He could only gaze at the paper before him. Upon a mere glance, his expression shifted dramatically. A slave contract? You wish for me to become your slave? Only by becoming my slave can you survive. This slave contract, I fear, has been forged by some extraordinary power, possessing formidable constraints. Chen Jiuan, slightly taken aback, replied with a faint smile, You are indeed a clever man. I refuse. Just kill me outright, Lu Sanqi declared. Once one has tasted freedom, no one would wish to become a slave. Chen Jiuan narrowed his eyes. Very well. Then I shall extract your lifespan, allowing you to suffer a slow demise. He reached out and began to drain Lu Sanqi's life force. In an instant, the man's visage aged at a visibly alarming rate. What a terrifying ability. Lu Sanqi felt a wave of emptiness within, and a chill gripped his heart. The surrounding extraordinary beings watched in horror. Chapter 101, The King of the Land. He is truly aging. Lu Mei was equally astonished. To deprive one of their lifespan? She had been somewhat skeptical about Chen Jiuan's ability to bestow life, but witnessing this scene solidified her belief. Chen Jiuan possessed the power over lifespan. Following him indeed offered a chance at immortality. Wait. Lu Sanqi, as the principal party, was struck with profound fear. His extraordinary power was even dissipating, the vitality of his flesh rapidly vanishing. His cells were dividing at an alarming rate, and his appearance revealed signs of aging. Most notably, his hair swiftly turned from black to white. Additionally, wrinkles on his face multiplied at an accelerated pace. All these signs indicated that he was aging. Thus, Lu Sanqi could no longer endure through sheer will. He surrendered. A slave is preferable to a pitiful death. You have won. Stop. I am willing to become your slave. Chen Jiuan ceased his actions. By trading life for life, he discerned certain rules. The first was that for those with vitality lower than his, the exchange rate was tenfold. 1 year of his life equated to 10 years of another's. The second rule pertained to recovery speed, also a 10-to-1 ratio. If he consumed 10 years of life, he could restore it within a year. This was akin to bestowing life. With this ability, he could effortlessly eliminate those with weaker vitality. As for confronting those with greater vitality, it would be best to continue enhancing this extraordinary power. In due time, life exchanges would become considerably easier, and consumption would significantly decrease. Pressing his bloodied handprint, Chen Jiuan presented the slave contract to Lu Sanqi. The young man, now resembling a formidable figure in his 60s, ultimately pressed his bloody handprint, thus becoming a slave to his own fate. At this juncture, he soothingly addressed Lu. As long as you diligently fulfill your duties, I am not incapable of compensating for the life you have lost. Indeed, should you achieve merit, I may even bestow upon you additional years. Lu Sanqi, with utmost respect, replied, Master, even without reward, I shall undoubtedly accomplish the tasks you have entrusted to me. Failure is not an option. The binding nature of the slave contract was indeed formidable. Any command from Chen Jiuan, even one that led to death, must be followed without defiance. Splendid. Chen Jiuan could not suppress his laughter. He then turned to the remaining superhumans and said nonchalantly, I still have some slave contracts available. If any of you wish to become my subordinates, now is your chance. This opportunity is singular, so choose wisely. Song Jia reached out, gritting his teeth. I am willing. Chen Zhuan glanced at him and shook his head. You have no part in this. He then turned to Lu Mei and inquired, My dear Lu Mei, how do you intend to deal with these 3 traitors? Upon hearing this, the faces of the traitors, Song Jia, Feng Qi, immediately paled. They were not prepared for death and hastily begged for mercy. Lu Mei approached, contemplating before responding. Aren't you in need of crystal cores? Eliminate them and take their cores. Agreed, Chen Zhuan replied, raising his chin. Lu Sanqi, why are you still hesitating? At once, Lu Sanqi affirmed, his expression stern, as he swiftly dispatched Song Jia and the others, extracting their crystal cores. Witnessing this scene, the remaining superhumans and survivors felt a chill run down their spines. Several superhumans seized the slave contracts and promptly signed them, lacking any loyalty to Lu Sanqi. In fact, they would rather see him perish. However, now that Lu Sanqi had signed, their desire to survive compelled them to follow suit. This was merely a shift in allegiance, a change of master. In an instant, Chen Zhuan gained 5 new superhuman slaves. He then turned his gaze towards the remaining terrified survivors, who were in a state of panic. For Chen Zhuan had not required them to sign slave contracts. You wish to enter into slave contracts? You are not yet worthy. Lu Sanqi will continue to lead them. Yes, sir, Lu Sanqi added. As for Lu Yan's remaining subordinates, they are below, bound by my men. Chen Zhuan, accompanied by Lu Mei and a throng of survivors, descended the stairs. Soon, the survivors and superhumans under Lu Yan's command were liberated. In a short while, these survivors swiftly submitted to Chen Zhuan. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuan acquired 13 crystal cores from Lu Sanqi, and an additional 4 from Lu Mei's 3 superhumans. After calculating, he realized he was still quite far from reaching the goal of 100 crystal cores. Subsequently, Chen Zhuan, along with Lu Mei, Lu Sanqi, and Wang Mingyang, ventured forth to hunt mutated zombies. Surrounding this area are several warehouses, each beset by varying numbers of mutated zombies. However, 2 of the warehouses have been directly breached by the undead, leading to the complete annihilation of the survivors within. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow, the zombies near warehouse number 1 were largely eradicated. In the process of acquiring crystal cores, some endowed with abilities entered into servitude contracts. Naturally, there were those who preferred death over submission, and Chen Zhuan had no choice but to send them on their way. Consequently, he secured 12 empowered individuals as his thralls. The count of ordinary survivors exceeded 150. Notably, among this group of over 160, Chen Zhuan also encountered 2 rare women, one an empowered individual named Du Bing, and the other an ordinary survivor named Wang Zhen. Alongside Lu Mei, he would lead this trio to the Crystal Palace base. As night fell, all survivors emerged from the warehouses. Standing at the forefront, Chen Zhuan manifested 100 crystal cores before him. Activating the system, he harnessed its power to commence the transformation of warehouse number 1. The crystal cores shattered one by one, enveloping the warehouse in a brilliant azure light. After a span of more than 10 minutes, the transformation reached completion. Simultaneously, the system's second construction task was also accomplished. Ding! Family warehouse construction task completed. Reward. Host Vitality 100. Reward. Host Mobile Fortress X10. Reward. Host Land Vehicle X10. Upon witnessing such bountiful rewards, Chen Zhuan felt a surge of joy. The mobile fortress, a heavy armored vehicle impervious even to rocket fire, was a formidable asset for troop transport. The second land vehicle, specifically designed for terrestrial combat, boasted impressive specifications, quality, rare, capabilities. 1. Armament system equipped with machine gun mounts capable of firing rockets and artillery shells. 2. High maneuverability with a robust power and suspension system. 3. Heavy armor protection. 4. Advanced sensors. This land vehicle resembled a tank, primarily intended for ground warfare. Judging by its description, it could carry an arsenal of rockets and artillery, with combat capabilities rivaling the most advanced tanks, earning it the title of the King of Land Warfare. While I possessed a micronuclear bomb, my remaining arsenal was still lacking. It was imperative to devise a plan to acquire a substantial cache of weaponry. Chapter 102. The 5 million square meter family warehouse without dwelling on irrelevant matters. Chen Zhuan swiftly turned his attention to the family warehouse ahead. Information materialized before his eyes. Family warehouse, level 1, a solemn and robust structure emanating the fresh aroma of grain and a weighty energy, imparting a sense of abundance and reassurance. Defense, 10. Space, 5. Security, 5. A flicker of thought ignited within Chen Zhuan as more detailed information unfolded in his mind. The family warehouse had expanded in capacity, now 5 times its previous size. Its security was exceptionally high, impervious to moisture, flames, and other hazards. Within the warehouse, numerous distinct storage areas were meticulously organized. Storage is contingent upon the appropriate environment for various materials. For instance, the preservation of wine necessitates specific temperature and humidity conditions. Similarly, grain storage requires measures to prevent moisture and fire hazards, while fuel and perishables also demand careful handling. However, Chun Jiuan discovered that the current first-level warehouse could only accommodate materials in this location, necessitating transportation of collected resources. This left him somewhat at a loss, as it appeared that upgrading his level was essential to unlock further capabilities. Contemplating this, Chun Jiuan glanced at his family points. With 300 family points, he had the opportunity to elevate the warehouse by 1 level. Without hesitation, he expended the family points to upgrade the family warehouse. In the next moment, the warehouse was enveloped in a mysterious radiance, which dissipated shortly thereafter. Family warehouse, level 2. Defense 20, space 10, security 10, these attributes had doubled compared to before, with space now expanded tenfold. Previously, the area covered was 500,000 square meters. Now it spanned 5 million square meters, comparable to the size of some smaller towns. However, the most significant enhancement was undoubtedly the defense capability. With a defense rating of 20, it was likely impervious to even intercontinental missiles, surpassing the defenses of many premier outdoor warehouses in this world by a considerable margin. Ding. Construction Task 3. Build a kitchen, you say? The system had just rewarded him with this task. Simply extracting it would complete the objective. Chun Jiuan instructed Lu Sanqi. You and the others are in charge of guarding this warehouse for now. Understood. We'll prepare dinner. I shall return tomorrow. Indeed. Let us head home, Chun Jiuan concluded. Turning to Lu Mei. How do we return? Lu Mei glanced at the sky, now shrouded in deep night, around 9 o'clock. We shall drive back. Which of you can drive? Chun Jiuan queried the 2 rare quality women, Du Bing and Wang Zhen. Du Bing stepped forward and said, I can. Very well. You shall be our driver. Chun Jiuan summoned the mobile combat vehicle and provided her with the route on the map. After completing these tasks, they entered the passenger cabin. What kind of vehicle is this? It appears to be on par with military-grade vehicles, Lu Mei thought, astounded by the magnitude of what Chun Jiuan had revealed that day. Whether it be his supernatural abilities or this combat vehicle, the information was overwhelming. This mobile combat vehicle was clad in heavy armor. Chun Jiuan embraced Lu Mei, explaining, its exterior is strikingly formidable, combining both strength and elegance. She is truly a captivating, alluring widow. Lu Mei, you will soon see your cousin. Yes, thank you. Lu Mei replied softly, a profound sense of security surging within her. As an independent woman, she recognized that needing a man's affection did not diminish her strength. At this moment, she gazed at Chun Jiuan, her heart stirred with feelings she had never experienced before, even surpassing those she had for her late husband. A few hours later, their group finally returned to the Crystal Palace villa. Lu Mei was relatively composed. She had seen the Crystal Palace in Lu Yan's video. However, Du Bing and Wang Zhen were utterly astonished. They had heard of magnetic levitation technology, but it was always quite close to the ground. The Crystal Palace before them, however, soared at least 100 meters high. Such a feat was beyond modern technology. It resembled the celestial palaces and divine mountains depicted on television. The mobile war vehicle came to a stop at the villa's entrance, where several women came out to greet them, led by Lu Yan. She was experiencing some morning sickness and felt quite drowsy, but upon hearing about her cousin Lu Mei's return, she couldn't contain her excitement and hurried to the entrance to welcome her. Sister, you're really alive. As Lu Yan saw Lu Mei stepping out of the vehicle, she rushed over and embraced her tightly, tears streaming down her face. All right. Lu Mei felt somewhat moved, but did not show it much. Instead, she gently patted Lu Yan's back to comfort her. Stop crying. You're pregnant. Take care of yourself. Sister, have you eaten? I've prepared a meal for you. It should be just right now. I'm actually quite hungry, Lu Yan responded. Then I must taste whether your culinary skills have improved or not. After reminiscing for a while, Lu Yan turned her embrace towards Chun Jiuan. Husband, thank you. It's nothing, Chun Jiuan replied with a smile. All right, I'm hungry too. Let us go eat together. Soon, Chun Jiuan and the group of women arrived at the cafeteria. Even before entering, an enticing aroma wafted out. Lu Mei sniffed and exclaimed, What are you cooking? It smells so good. Lu Yan chuckled, Sister, this is a meal I've been preparing for you for a long time. Although it's not quite a state banquet, it's nearly there. Lu Mei licked her lips, then I'm in for a treat. Chun Jiuan glanced at the dining table, which was laden with an abundance of dishes, soft-shelled turtle, pufferfish soup, and Buddha jumps over the wall. Each dish was enveloped in a faint glow, emanating various attributes that could directly enhance vitality. For instance, the pufferfish soup had a vitality attribute of Vitality 4, while Buddha jumps over the wall boasted an even higher, Vitality 5. The food god had reached level 2. In just a few days, such prowess was indeed impressive. Chun Jiuan mused inwardly, his gaze towards Lu Yan growing fonder. With 100 points of affection, unwavering till death, and now this formidable ability, he felt utterly enamored. Let us eat together. He smiled at the several women still waiting for him to begin, gesturing for them to join. He picked up a piece of pufferfish. It was incredibly tender, truly a delicacy of the human realm. At this moment, Du Bing exclaimed in admiration, "This is truly delicious." Wang Jun nodded repeatedly, tears of emotion welling in her eyes. "I can even taste the flavors of my childhood, reminiscent of my mother's cooking." Suddenly, Lu Mei appeared astonished. "Why do I feel as though my stamina has been remarkably restored?" Lu Yen smiled and replied, "Indeed, this meal has the power to rejuvenate one's strength. This is the essence of my extraordinary ability. Consuming this meal can even enhance your physical constitution and bolster your prowess." Extraordinary ability? Lu Mei was momentarily taken aback. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she gasped in surprise. "Didn't you say you had no such powers when you last contacted me?" Lu Yen explained. "This ability was bestowed upon me by my husband, Chen Jian." Lu Mei gazed at the man in astonishment. Such a miraculous ability had seemingly been freely granted to her cousin. It appeared that her cousin was indeed cherished. A hint of discomfort flickered in Lu Mei's eyes as she pondered the situation. Cousins, now serving the same man. What a peculiar circumstance. The meal was soon finished, and Lu Yen eagerly grasped Lu Mei's hands, saying, "Sister, let us sleep together tonight." Lu Mei affectionately patted Lu Yan's belly, responding with a smile, "Sounds good. It has been ages since we shared a bed." "That's not possible," Chun Jian interjected, shaking his head. He wrapped his arms around Lu Mei's waist, grinning mischievously. "Tonight, you shall sleep with me. You two sisters can converse at another time." "No, I wish to sleep with my cousin tonight." "You cannot dictate this," Lu Mei insisted. Chun Jian smirked, and amidst Lu Mei's startled protests, he effortlessly lifted her into his arms and strode out of the villa, heading towards the Crystal Palace. Lu Yen watched from behind, her lips twitching. It seemed her husband was quite fond of her cousin. It was likely to become a situation akin to that with 9 times swiftly passed, and 2 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a flash of white darted through the air. The little white dragon leaped from the water, suddenly landing atop Chun Jian's head. "Damn it, for now, let us make it so you ride me," Chun Jian teased as he stroked the dragon's ethereal wings. "Just wait until you grow up. This pet, once matured, would undoubtedly become a dragon rider." In contemplation, he noticed that the little white dragon seemed to have grown slightly. Had it really developed in just 1 day? With a thought, Chun Jian accessed the dragon's attributes interface, and indeed, the vitality stat had increased significantly, by 20 points. Such rapid growth. Excellent. Once you mature, I shall ride you to the heavens, he murmured, gazing at the youthful dragon and gently patting its naive little head. The little white dragon, not comprehending, squinted its eyes and let out a joyful cry, displaying its exuberance. Chun Jian settled onto a bench as the system panel materialized before him. With another thought, a splendid crown appeared in his hand. Once placed upon his head, several active extraordinary abilities forcibly ascended a level. Level 3 summoning transformed into level 4. The 4th level summoned creature manifested in Chun Jian's mind. One was the Storm Eagle, and the other, the Stone Giant. Chun Jian had previously summoned the Storm Eagle, but this time, with a mere thought, he chose the Stone Giant. This occasion bore no choice of gender. Thud, thud, thud. The resonant sound of massive footsteps echoed. From the depths of the nearby forest emerged an astonishingly large creature, towering at 10 meters high. Its colossal form was clad in thick, resilient rock, resembling an impenetrable armor that exuded an ancient and primal aura. Its broad head was adorned with 2 enormous, obsidian-like eyes, deep and luminous, reflecting a childlike innocence, yet hinting at a lack of intelligence. The stone giant's expansive feet were covered with sharp, rocky protrusions, akin to gigantic stone blades, capable of effortlessly shattering the ground beneath. However, this formidable creature possessed a unique ability. As it crushed the earth, it could harness elemental powers to instantly repair the damage. Indeed, it was a giant. Chun Jian gazed in awe at such a towering figure, feeling a sense of astonishment wash over him. The silhouette blocked out the sun, evoking a profound awareness of his own insignificance and helplessness in its presence. With another thought, Chun Jian opened the system interface. Name, Stone Giant. Quality, Rare. Vitality, 800. Abilities, 1. Earth Element Manipulation, 2. Extraordinary Strength, 3. Exceptional Stamina, 4. Superior Defense, 5. Self-Repair. Chapter 104. The Terrifying Nightmare, Demon Master. The Stone Giant spoke, its voice resonant and powerful, akin to a grand orator. "From now on, you shall be called Yan Yi, tasked with guarding the entrance. Go forth. As you command, Master." The Stone Giant, Yan Yi, obeyed dutifully. Plodding slowly toward the entrance of the villa, Chun Jian watched its retreating form, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This stone giant was, in essence, a creature of stone. Naturally, such a being would harbor no fear of the zombie virus. With it as the sentinel, it was unlikely that any ordinary zombies could breach the villa's defenses. However, some exceptionally resilient or intelligent zombies might still find a way inside. The stone giant could only effectively deter standard zombies and less formidable mutated ones. Chen Jiuan once again accessed the system interface. 2 days prior, he had completed the kitchen construction task. He had directly activated the system reward, releasing the Imperial Kitchen, thus fulfilling the requirement. This kitchen possessed remarkable capabilities beyond its attributes. For instance, the meals prepared within had effects akin to that of a culinary deity, directly enhancing vitality. This was achieved even with an ordinary chef at the helm. Should Lu Yen cook there, each dish would bestow further enhancements, elevating vitality from 5 to 6. It was precisely due to the potency of the food that Chen Jiuan had refrained from venturing outside in recent days, choosing instead to remain at home, battling insects with Lu Mei, with hopes of her conception. Every day, Chen Jiuan indulged in the culinary delights prepared by Lu Yen, enhancing his prowess. After the completion of the kitchen's construction tasks, the system presented yet another building mission, the establishment of a gymnasium. However, constrained by a lack of manpower, Chen Jiuan temporarily postponed this endeavor. He first repaired the outer wall, and then proceeded to construct 3 watchtowers along the perimeter. These tasks demanded both time and labor. Setting aside these thoughts, Chen Jiuan recalled the 2 women, Du Bing and Wang Zhan, whom he had successfully acquired the previous day. His first reward was an increase of 60 vitality points, bringing his total to vitality, 1310, along with 200 family points, now totaling family points, 700. Additionally, he received a skill enhancement card and 10 slave contracts. With a mere thought, the skill card materialized in Chen Jiuan's hand. Upon opening the interface, he pondered which skill to select. After some contemplation, his gaze fell upon the level 3 summoning skill. With a crack, the skill upgrade card shattered in his grasp, dissolving into ash that scattered in the air. In the next instant, his summoning skill ascended to level 4. Now, he could summon the Storm Eagle or the Rock Giant without the need for a brilliant crown. With the crown, his summoning capability would elevate by an entire level. Reaching level 5. Description: the summoner's ability has been further enhanced, enabling the summoning of a more diverse and powerful array of beings, such as the Frost Dragon or the Demon Hunter. The variety of creatures he could summon had expanded, Chen Jiuan murmured, and with a thought, he activated the level 5 summoning. Instantly, a plethora of extraordinary beings materialized in his mind: the Frost Dragon, Demon Hunter, Oceanic Mystic Whale, Hellfire Dragon, and Nightmare Demon. These summons were predominantly non-human entities. After a moment's deliberation, Chen Jiuan's focus settled on the Nightmare Demon. Summoning initiated. In the next heartbeat, a phantasmal creature emerged, akin to a specter. Its form was shrouded in a dense veil of darkness, embodying the essence of the deep night. This darkness writhed and surged as though it possessed a life of its own. The shape of the Nightmare Demon remained indistinct, constantly shifting. At times, it resembled a vast cloud of black mist, while at others, it appeared as a contorted shadow, eluding any definitive shape or outline. Within this shroud of darkness, a pair of glowing red eyes flickered, reminiscent of distant flames in the abyss, exuding a chilling and malevolent light. Any human gazing upon the Nightmare Demon would inevitably sense the aura of mystery, terror, and wickedness that enveloped it. Name: Nightmare Demon. Quality: Peerless. Vitality: 2000. Abilities: 1. Invisibility and Etherealization. 2. Nightmare Domain. 3. Dark Manipulation. 4. Malevolent Extraction. 5. Dream Manipulation. 6. Indomitable Spirit. 7. Absolute Loyalty. Chen Jiuan could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. This so-called Nightmare Demon possessed an initial quality that reached a peerless level, with vitality soaring to an astounding 2,000 points, 700 points more than his current vitality. The abilities of the Nightmare Demon were indeed numerous. Its first ability, Invisibility and Etherealization, was particularly fearsome, rendering it entirely impervious to physical attacks. The ability to obscure oneself allows one to evade the lethal effects of any conventional weapon, including nuclear arms. The second power, the Nightmare Domain, enables the release of a field of influence akin to a phantom barrier, yet significantly more formidable. The third ability, Dark Manipulation, permits the control of dark forces for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. The fourth, Malevolent Extraction, allows one to siphon human malevolence to amplify their own strength. The fifth, the Nightmare Demon, grants dominion over dreams. Lastly, the sixth ability, Eternal Mind, signifies that the spirit cannot be entirely extinguished. Naturally, Chen Jiuan is particularly drawn to the last attribute, unwavering loyalty. With such a trait, he can fully command this Nightmare Demon without the risk of losing control and jeopardizing his own existence. With such an aid, he mused, there would be no rival left in this city. Shortly after, Luo Qingyu arrived. He is the chairman of Jiaobai Apparel, and his father-in-law is a 6-star commander in the military district. Chun Joan meticulously inquired about his father-in-law's identity. Possessing a psychic ability, he discerned the embellishments and fabrications in Luo Qingyu's words. It became evident that the claims of a 6-star command were grossly exaggerated. In truth, he held a mere 4-star rank. In Jiangzhou City, such a rank could still be overshadowed by numerous officials, rendering it insignificant. In certain prefectural or county-level cities, however, it would be considered a position of prominence, although there might have been some trepidation regarding the military district or base in the past. With the nightmare demon at his disposal, Chun Joan firmly believed he could easily subdue it. Should he acquire weaponry from the military, he could arm the peripheral members guarding the family's warehouse. Coupled with ground vehicles, he could not claim to be the foremost in Jiangzhou City, but he would be very close. At that moment, the safety supervisor, Lu Longyi, approached with a respectful demeanor. "What is it?" Chun Joan inquired. "Master, a group of survivors has arrived outside. Their intentions seem to be directed towards us, and there are also superhumans covertly scouting." "Is that so?" Chun Joan stroked his chin, anticipating that survivors would set their sights here, given the geographical and security advantages of Changdao. "How many individuals are among the survivors, and how many possess abilities? By the way, are there any attractive women?" "There are 2 exceedingly beautiful ones." "Is that so?" Chun Joan's eyes sparkled with interest. "Come, let us meet them." Chapter 105. The extraordinary police flower. Chun Joan swiftly descended to the villa's exterior with several subordinates. At a glance, he spotted the group of survivors ahead. With a mere thought, he activated the system to assess their vitality. The survivors exhibited generally unimpressive strength. To Chun Joan, they were nothing more than weaklings. The prospect of eliminating them would be effortlessly simple. However, it is worth noting that many of these survivors are armed, possessing firearms including submachine guns, sniper rifles, and handguns. Undoubtedly, these individuals most likely raided a police station to acquire such weaponry. Chun Joan's gaze swept over the survivors, and he abruptly altered his judgment. Among them, he discerned several survivors from a police precinct. The reason was straightforward. He spotted 3 or 4 individuals clad in police uniforms. After briefly assessing them, his eyes finally settled on one particular officer, and they lit up with intrigue. Name: Song In. Quality: exceptional. Vitality: 321. Abilities: 1. Firearm mastery. 2. Flame control. Before him stood an officer of extraordinary quality. Merely the sight of her attributes piqued Chun Joan's interest. Such a beauty was certainly someone he desired to possess. He mused that among his women, he had yet to encounter anyone in law enforcement. Should he wish to engage in role-play in the future, Song In would be the perfect candidate. As he continued to observe, he soon laid eyes on another striking woman. Name: Fong Cc. Quality: rare. Vitality: 150. Abilities: 1. Culinary skills: 2. Dance. This was indeed a rare quality. Astonishingly, she was a chef. Although her level did not quite reach that of Lu Yin, she was nonetheless impressive, boasting a level 5, far exceeding the capabilities of an ordinary housewife. Chun Joan decided he would claim her as well. At that moment, the leader of the survivors, a young man named Lu Qinghe, was also appraising Chun Joan. His expression bore a notable wariness, for this villa was shrouded in mystery, the floating crystal palace. The colossal rock sentinels, the numerous armored vehicles, and the fully armed guards all commanded caution. "Friend, my name is Lu Qinghe, and I am the leader of these individuals." "Are you the master of this villa?" "Yes," Chun Joan replied with a smile. Lu Qinghe continued, "We have escaped from Mozhang, where formidable mutated zombies have emerged. Friend, could you allow us to take shelter here for a while?" After sharing the situation, he made his request. Chun Joan scanned the survivors and responded directly. "The women may stay, and these young ladies can remain as well. As for you men, return whence you came." Song In and Fong Cc exchanged glances, their brows furrowing instinctively. Before Lu Qinghe could speak, Song In interjected, "What do you mean by that?" This woman was undeniably impressive, tall and athletic. Every inch of her physique exuded strength and determination. Her skin, having weathered the apocalypse, bore a slight tan that accentuated her resilience and tenacity. With a fair and dignified visage, her bright, sharp eyes held a glimmer of resolve. It is as if she possesses an innate ability to perceive the strengths and weaknesses of human nature, rendering others hesitant to meet her gaze. Her hair is short and neatly styled, with a few delicate strands escaping from beneath her cap, swaying gracefully with her movements in the breeze. This hairstyle not only facilitates her mobility in a post-apocalyptic world, but also bestows upon her an air of striking elegance. Her beauty is rated at an impressive 93 points, while her physique reaches a remarkable 95 points. Coupled with this unique aura, she undeniably stirs feelings of admiration within Chun Joan. "My base only accepts women, particularly beautiful ones, who will receive preferential treatment," Chun Joan remarked with a gentle smile. Upon hearing these words, Song Yinxiu raised an eyebrow, casting her beautiful eyes towards Chun Juan's side. Indeed, she observed only women. A further glance revealed the same. Even those toiling outside were all women. This truly resembled a kingdom of daughters. Chun Juan gestured towards the colossal rock statue and continued, "The strength here is formidable. Have you noticed the guardian at the gate? None of you combined could match it. And look at the crystal palace in the sky. Should you choose to join us, you can rest there tonight." The survivors, upon hearing this, could not help but gaze upwards, their eyes reflecting a hint of wonder. Many female survivors began to murmur amongst themselves, "I wish to join you." At that moment, Fang Sisi stepped forward, looking earnestly at Chun Juan. "Excellent," Chun Juan replied, a smile gracing his lips as he turned his gaze towards Song Yin. This policewoman stood out as the most exceptional among the survivors, making her a primary target for Chun Juan. Song Yin pressed her lips together, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in her eyes. If she could become part of this survivor enclave, safety would likely be assured. "Fang Sisi, how can you do this?" A man named Zhou Chao, an ability user with a vitality score of 400, interjected. Throughout their days of fleeing, he had taken special care of Fang Sisi and had developed feelings for her. Thus, witnessing her abandon them stirred a sense of resentment within him, prompting him to voice his discontent. Chun Juan chuckled, addressing the man. "And who might you be to her? A husband or a boyfriend? If you do not hold either of those titles, on what grounds do you have to prevent her from pursuing a brighter future?" Zhou Liang glared at Chun Juan, shouting, "What business is it of yours?" Chun Juan responded with a faint smile. "It seems you harbor quite the animosity towards me." With a flicker of thought, he commanded the nightmarish demon to assess the strength of his subordinate. The nightmarish demon, now cloaked in invisibility, remained undetected by the ordinary survivors. Suddenly, the nightmarish demon exhaled a surge of intangible mental energy. Zhou Liang, who had been seething with anger, abruptly fell silent, closing his eyes as if lost in a dream. "What is happening? Where am I? Had I not just been at the villa in Long Island? How have I suddenly found myself here?" Zhou Liang surveyed his surroundings, his eyes brimming with caution and a bewildered panic. "No, this cannot be right. It seems as though I am trapped in a dream." At long last, Zhou Liang discerned the crucial realization. He comprehended that, astonishingly, he had fallen asleep and was indeed dreaming.